Zhou Rui was reborn on the eve of the '09 college entrance examination and awakened the life word synthesis system, creating a word task. As long as the corresponding behavior was performed, experience value would be gained. Most importantly, words can also be synthesized. Chapter 1, the life word synthesis system is online. Zhou Rui, don't you go so fast. Did you watch last night's Subterranean? I watched half of the episode before I was kicked off to do my homework. Yu Ziqing is so handsome. Behind her, Li Wenqian was carrying a heavy school bag. Her voice was soft yet revealed to be lively. Zhou Rui looked around in bewilderment. The early morning sunlight spilled onto the damp stone path, reflecting the oily texture. Off to the side, on the barbershop glass, there were pictures of various exaggerated hairstyles, probably a little faded from time, far less fancy than those on the barber's own head. Zhou Rui looked to his side. The sound of the morning news on the TV in the breakfast place down the street caught his attention. Earlier this month, the U.S. and Mexico experienced successive outbreaks of H1N1 influenza A. This influenza virus is common to swine, avian, and humans. Next year's Shanghai World Expo, which has become the focus of the world, is now at the end of the construction of the venues, and the much-anticipated China Pavilion, which is about to make its official debut. Video games can ruin the younger generation, experts say, and parents should intervene early. The steam from the snack bar grew larger and larger, eventually obscuring the old TV that hung on the wall. The steam seemed like it would never run out. Like a long life. In 23 years, 33-year-old Zhou Rui returned to his hometown, and the snack bar was still steaming. And now, it's '09. Zhou Rui was in a bit of a trance, not expecting such a thing as being reborn to actually fall on his head. Moreover, as if he didn't want to let Zhou Rui wait too long, almost as soon as he realized his current situation, the legendary golden finger appeared. The life word synthesis system is now online. This system can help the host obtain words, strengthen their abilities, and even synthesize higher-level words. A series of information appeared in Zhou Rui's mind, causing him to mentally shake and subconsciously clench his fists in a deadly grip. Can't God stand it anymore? Not only did he give him a second chance, but he also had the system. In his previous life he 996 blessing pool full. It was hard to usher in a vacation. All alone, he bit the bullet, bought a plane ticket and went to Dali, which he had been hearing about since he was a teenager. Though it's 23 years old and no longer considered a tourist mecca, leaving behind only tales of rip-offs and door-to-door stores, Zhou Rui still finds a shred of peace. That's through more than 10 years of not having the chance to realize a small dream, drinking alone in a bar full of drinkers and reviewing his difficult and ordinary life. Zhou Rui drank a little too much. Overtime, commuting, day and night. Zhou Rui in that big city that carries the dreams of countless young people. Life is not as good as it should be. 10 years of work. A hairline that's getting further back, a body that's getting out of shape, and a body that's getting farther and farther away from your dreams. I remember how pretentious I was when I first got out of college, and how I agreed with my classmates to meet at the top. And then when I turned 30, I realized that each was struggling in a different ditch. For Zhou Rui, not to mention in that city to have a house of their own, he even belongs to their own car. Do not dare to buy. Save the money covered in the card. Do not dare to use and do not dare to spend. Maybe there was something wrong with the alcohol in that bar. Zhou Rui drank his headache and was uncomfortable. Back to the B&B. I wanted to go straight to bed, but Zhou Rui received a call from the company's leader, saying that he had to work overtime to write a PPT. Clenching his fists and lowering them again, Zhou Rui could only choose to endure the headache and turn over his computer, bowing to the capital and his livelihood. As a result of doing it, just fainted, and then woke up, actually returned to 14 years ago. Back to the eve of the college entrance examination. Zhou Rui, did you listen to Jialuan's new song Tao Xiang? It's super catchy. Zhou Rui came back to his senses, taking his eyes off the wispy vapor and looking back at the girl behind him, green and lively. Li Wenqian, or Li Zixin. That is the future of the girl's stage name, a name that has nothing to do with Zhou Rui, represents regret and distance, also known as the last diva. I didn't realize that after so many years, two people who were worlds apart would be back on the trail together again. At this point, however, Li Wenqian was still just a shy, unconfident high school girl with a mushroom head that still sealed 90% of her face value. Li Wenqian stretched her slender neck. The blue and white school uniform neckline was a little crooked, revealing a small piece of snow-white collarbone. A pair of beautiful eyes smashed, her nose slightly wrinkled, as if waiting for Zhou Rui's response. The two have known each other since elementary school. and went to the same school in middle school and high school, since there weren't many schools in the small county to begin with, and were standard childhood friends. But after the college entrance exams went their separate ways, Zhou Ruwei went to Shanghai, struggling to sink, while Li Wenxian went to the north of the capital, stunning and rising, especially after this girl stepped into the entertainment industry. The two were like two railroad tracks that never intersected and grew further and further apart. Just graduated that moment. Li Wenxian will also try to contact him, but Zhou Ruwei, out of self-esteem, has been avoided, until completely out of touch, until 10 years later, only to see Li Wenxian's painful experience online. Zhou Ruwei couldn't help himself and reached out to scrape the bridge of Li Wenxian's nose. Li Wenxian was shocked and said with a red face, "What for?" "Zhou Ruwei, you're being a hooligan." Without changing his face, Zhou Ruwei said, "You have dirt on your nose." Li Wenxian nervously touched her nose. "Where did? I did wash my face properly." Zhou Ruwei has no longer wait for her. Continue to move forward in the direction of the school. "I do not know what it is." Fell on the ground. "Or you get down and look for it?" After just a few steps, a showy hand appeared at the edge of Zhou Ruwei's vision, with a complexion 2 shades whiter than Zhou Ruwei's own. Turning her head to look, Li Wenxian's hand was shrunk in the sleeve of her school uniform, poking out half of her headphones, pretending not to notice. "Listen to it? J Wheel's new song." Zhou Ruwei took the headphones and walked side by side with Li Wenxian. "You can't get farther away if you're wearing the same pair of headphones." Loud music came through the headphones. "Remember, you said home is the only castle. Keep running with the Inari River." A slight smile. "Hourly dreams, I know." Zhou Ruwei felt a wave of calm. The confusion and nervousness after being reborn gradually dissipated. "This song, it's still up to us, the Chow family." He's not used to hearing any of the chicken singers, dad singers, or pants singers of the future. And since he was reborn, could he learn from those seniors and earn some pocket money by copying songs? Besides, there's this little girl around. Zhou Ruwei turned his head to look at Li Wenxian, who was beside him, humming softly, with a voice like a lark's. The future last diva is not just a name. But soon he fell from the cozy and imaginative vision of the future to the abyss, because of the words of this little ninny Li Wenxian. "Zhou Ruwei, did you finish your math homework yesterday? I only wrote one of the 2 papers. Why don't you copy it for me?" Li Wenxian grabbed the corner of Zhou Ruwei's coat and asked expectantly. Zhou Ruwei had originally spat in his heart, "You a future to go to Kyoto University? Ask me to copy homework?" But immediately afterward Zhou Ruwei reacted as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. "Math. Homework." He immediately rummaged through his book bag, and sure enough, he found a large handful of papers. As a student who was going to sit for the college entrance exams in 2 months, homework was equivalent to all kinds of test papers, and there were more papers in his book bag than there were books. "It's over. Language paper. I can't memorize ancient poems and poems, and I can't remember the central idea." Math paper. What do all these symbols mean? He just recognizes a sine and cosine. English paper. This one is okay. Barely understandable. Physics paper. What bullet hits a block of wood? What ball slides how far? How is this stranger than a math paper? Chorai gulped. "You're asking a social animal who's been out of school for over a decade to do a high school paper? How about a monkey to understand what Maxwell's demon means?" This knowledge is no longer given back to the teacher. This is given back to God. In his previous life, although he was influenced by his family and had average grades in his freshman and sophomore years, he put up a good fight in his senior year and barely made it to the trashy second university in Shanghai. And now, the reborn Zhou Ruwei felt that his head was empty, and he would burn high incense if he could score a 200 in the college entrance exam. You don't even have to take the exams. You can drop out of school and still have the decency of a rebel boy. "I thought it was a reboot to the top of the heap, but now it's a reboot not as good as the first? Do you want to go straight to the factory to play screws? And save a few decades of detours? Right. And the system. What's this life word synthesis system? Let's see what it does." Zhou Ruwei's consciousness sank into his mind, and the information that had previously seemed like it was on his retina resurfaced. Life word synthesis system goes live. This system can help the host obtain various words, strengthen their abilities, and even synthesize higher level words. The host already has the word, student, white. Is the newbie reward turned on? Zhou Ruwei hurriedly recited a silent yes in his heart. Opens the novice reward, reveals a synthesizable path relevant to the host and awards a random green word. The text shifted for a moment with a crisp electronic tone. Newbie reward 1 has been issued. Synthesis path revealed, student, plus, self-disciplinarian, equals, scholar. Newbie reward 2 has been issued. And you have obtained the green word, absolute sense of joy. Please ask the host to open the word quest as soon as possible to acquire new words and utilize the full capabilities of the system. Chapter 2, Money to be earned, Names to be made, and People to be received. Zhou Rui's entire body was like doing a roller coaster, almost entering sage time. The system really does solve his immediate needs. The rookie reward wasn't directly fed into his mouth, but at least it was showing him the way. Whether it's song copying, investing, speculating in coins, or any other kind of opportunity to get rich, it's all just a means to an end. A convenience for the born again, but not a path for life. He can do these things by going to college, and he can do them by playing screws or even hobo. But given the choice, why not give yourself a higher ground, a more comfortable identity, a more pleasant life? Must you fail the college entrance examination by mom to break the legs, and then shout it out that 30 years Hunan, 30 years Hebei? Soon, he set his short-term goals. That scholastic word. Make sure you get it. Take the college entrance exam again. No, be better at taking the college entrance exam. Get a higher starting point. Li Wenxian on the side looked at the frozen Zhou Rui and said strangely, "What's wrong, Zhou Rui? Forgot something? It's not possible that you didn't finish writing too, right?" Zhou Rui wanted to study the system before entering the school, and these papers in his hand should have been written by the original him. Filling them up, he drew out the math paper that Li Wenxian needed and pointed to the breakfast place on the side and said, "There's still half an hour left. Go there to copy peacefully and have some breakfast on the way." Li Wenxian's heart was happy, thinking that Zhou Rui was still thinking of himself. How did he know that he didn't have breakfast? Zhou Rui ordered 2 bowls of soy milk and 2 donuts towards the boss, and then took out an English paper himself, pretending to hold it in front of his eyes, appearing to be checking it, but actually studying the system. The so-called life word synthesis system is very simple. It allowed Zhou Rui to obtain a wide variety of words to strengthen on himself as if it were a game. He's like an artifact that can grow infinitely and stack infinitely. Light as a feather, powerful, absolutely calm, these are all words. Boxer, composer, master actor. Those are all words too. Fiddler, craftsman, sea king. Those are still words. There are thousands of words in this world. Only Zhou Rui can't think of them. No system can't give them. Instead of words, it is actually something more like a talent. And by possessing the corresponding words, you can get the corresponding abilities and enhancements, or even give new knowledge. Simple, clear. Most importantly, having multiple words with matching paths allows you to synthesize lower-level words into higher-level rare words. For example, the white word, student, effect at the high school level is a small increase in learning ability, a slight decrease in physical fitness, and a large increase in gastrointestinal resilience. Feeling mixed up in something weird. The green, absolute musical sense, on the other hand, was an upgraded version of the white phrase, absolute tone sense, allowing Zhou Rui to quickly and accurately recognize various details of pitch, melody, and even arrangement. Songs that he had heard once, even if he had not deliberately memorized them at the time, he could recall the entire melody and even the details of the music as soon as he had made a start in his mind, because music had inertia and routines, and the direction of the melody was not without pattern. Of course, this is a kind of sensory talent, rather than knowledge talent. He can hear, think, but want to systematically expressed, and even produced. Still need some basic music theory knowledge, but the speed of learning will definitely be very fast. The words could be all-encompassing, and whether or not they would involve more amazing transcendent powers, he didn't know at the moment. The absolute sense of joy in the rookie pack allowed him the opportunity to make his first bucket of money, but this was not urgent. What really snowballed was revealing a much-needed synthesis path to him. That's the student phrase plus self-disciplinarian phrase, which can be synthesized into the scholar phrase. It's impossible to play screwball. The only way to do that is to become a schoolteacher and get into a better college than the one you had in your previous life. I just don't know if having 2 more months is enough time for him to turn things around. To get a new phrase, you need to use the target as a quest and hang it in the 3 blank quest fields of the system. Once the task is added, Zhou Rui can accumulate experience value through behaviors that meet its definition, and eventually earn the word. For example, if Zhou Rui puts craftsman on the taskbar, then all he has to do is to keep honing his craft to get the word, and get the bonus that comes with it. For example, 100% iron sharpened into a needle. Seems a little scary. Looking at the 3 empty quest bars, Zhou Rui did not hesitate to put self-discipline on the first one. Self-regulator. Progress, 0 out of 100. Be extremely self-disciplined starting today. Synthesize the scholastic phrase first to get through the difficult task of the college entrance exam. While Zhou Rui was studying the system, Li Wenqian also finished copying her homework and looked up to see Zhou Rui's side face in contemplation, and for some reason, couldn't help but want to look at it more. This guy seems a little different today. What's so different about it? It's like that mature feeling they talk about in novels. She wasn't so sure. Maturity. It's a trait that everyone in society has and can't even think about rejecting, but it's a very bright, rare quality in the high school student body. It's easy to make a high school student, especially a boy, stand out. Zhou Rui noticed Li Wenqian's gaze and glanced at her. What's up? Finished copying? Copy that. Then you should eat breakfast. Don't starve. There's still time. Zhou Rui went on to study the system, which was the big thing. With 3 taskbars, there's no sense in leaving them empty. But you can't hang around either. There's no point in hanging for 10 years if you're wasting columns and getting no experience while hanging for something marginal. It is important to start with what you can do on your own. And ideally you should also be able to be forward-thinking and prepare for synthesizing more advanced words later. Zhou Rui thought for a moment, and with his mind driven, he hooked up a second word task in his mind, concentration. The taskbar can hold the name of the phrase itself, or a similar concept, and the system will give it the correct name when you finally get the phrase. Anyway, regardless of how useful the system could be, he had already made up his mind that he must put up a fight in the next 2 months to face the college entrance exam in a better state. In the course of intensive study and work, there is a high probability of increasing the progress of the experience of concentration and acquiring new words. It would have been a highly generalized phrase that would have served him quite well, even if this phase had passed. Just as he was thinking, he felt Li Wenqian looking at himself again, even more mesmerized and serious than before. This girl, she's been thinking carefully since she was a child. She can't have seen anything unusual about me, can she? After all, I've just been reborn. Could I be showing my chicken feet? What are you looking at? Ha! Li Wenqian was startled awake. She was mesmerized by what she was looking at. Zhou Rui felt that he had to find something for her to do, looked at the soybean milk donuts that still had 1 serving left, and said, eat them all. Don't waste food. Li Wenqian person was still confused, still thinking about Zhou Rui's change, and froze as she served another serving of soy milk to herself. Inside his mind, Zhou Rui thought about it and put up the inspiration quest on the 3rd quest bar. Since the next 2 months are focused on learning, it's all hanging on one direction of the task. Learning requires strong associative skills, and the ability to connect various points of knowledge together, or even to reflect on them and digest them into one's own understanding, all of which may lead to inspiration and experience. All 3 missions were in one direction, and he only needed to do one thing in the future to get 3 experiences. Perfect. He was very happy with the system and felt that the future was full of infinite hope. Since God had given him a second chance, he must cherish it and not miss anything, not miss anyone. Money has to be earned, names have to be made, and people have to be collected. Start by becoming a schoolteacher. Looking at Li Wenqian, this little ninny struggled to eat the second portion of soybean milk donuts. Pink lips accounted for a layer of white foam. Looks a little bit eaten up. She didn't know why she had to eat 2 servings, just that she had just peeped at Zhou Rui and was discovered. And being a thief, she subconsciously chose to listen to Zhou Rui's words. Finished eating? Eat up. Go get the check then. It's going to be late. Li Wenqian froze. Aren't you the one who invited me for breakfast? Zhou Yuri raised an eyebrow. Did I say that? Li Wenqian. Didn't say? Zhou Rui rationalized. Besides, I didn't eat it? You make a good point. But why is a northeastern accent popping up? Chapter 3, Adults don't deserve to go to high school unless they're hungover. Gathering up his mood, with Li Wenqian as his little tail, Zhou Rui arrived at the familiar and unfamiliar school entrance full of hope. Looking at the stores lined up on both sides of the street, in the middle of the chaos, the walls are plastered with posters of power dancers, and Immortal Sword and Wonderful Warrior TV series pirated CDROMS are hanging on the top. The security guard at the front gate of the school was slack-jawed, scrutinizing the students' grooming and checking his watch every 5 seconds to make sure how much longer it would take before one of the unlucky ones would be late. Around the corner, a number of students straightened their clothes only moments before entering the school gates, unwrapping their uniforms around their waists and ruining what they thought was a stylish look. And more, sleepy-faced but still youthful ordinary students. Zhou Rui took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. It was as if he wanted to squeeze all the wasted fatigue of a decade out of his lungs so that he could face a whole new life. Li Wenqian was still in a small mood because of the breakfast matter, and after giving Zhou Rui a blank look, she sped up and entered the school gate. Although the two of them had played together since childhood, they were too embarrassed to follow each other around in school. or they would be rumored to be in love in a minute. In the past, every time they approached the school gates, they would tacitly separate from each other. And Zhou Rui before he was reborn was adamant about doing the same for fear of being gossiped about. But now Zhou Rui only found it funny. The little girl is thin-skinned, so let her be. The two are not in the same class. Zhou Rui vaguely remembers that he is in the 7th class. Li Wenqian seems to be in the 5th or 6th class. When passing by the bathroom, Zhou Rui poked half of his body to look at the mirror. He was reborn back on his way to school and wanted to see what his current self looked like. Clean, young, and 179 in height. He fit the profile of a high school boy, and could even be categorized as one of the better-looking ones because of his eyes. But the loose school uniform and somewhat distorted short hair made his whole person look too green. That's how it is with students, especially guys, where haircuts aren't supposed to be optional, and they all grow into weird looks before they're willing to get one. It's also nice that youthfulness means youthfulness and unlimited possibilities. According to his memory, Zhou Rui came to the classroom where he used to be. Due to the delay in the morning, he was one of the last few to come, and the class was almost full already. Each of the faces of the students inside were very familiar, though not many could be named. The biggest problem, though, was that Zhou Rui didn't know where he was sitting, just vaguely remember it being the back row. That's a problem. You can't just ask someone where your seat is, can you? While he was in a difficult situation, Zhou Rui felt his backside being pushed by a raised hard object. It wasn't anything strange. Looking back, it was rolled up books. The homeroom teacher, Huang Dui, was looking at him with a stern face. Stepping on the spot again? Zhou Rui subconsciously shouted out the name he used to call each other when he went back to school in his later life, Old Huang? Huang Dui's face shivered, only as a nickname given to him among the students, but he didn't want to care about such trivialities in his senior year, and walked around Zhou Rui to the podium. Seat rotation today. All rise. With a crash all the students returned to their places and stood up. Huang Dui nudged his mouth in one direction and said, Zhou Rui, why don't you go back to your seat? Zhou Rui looked towards the direction Huang Dui had indicated, and there happened to be only one empty seat there. He then remembered that in high school, the seats were basically rotated every other month for ease of management and to prevent the co-ed tables from falling in love over time. As for how to round, in fact, are the class teachers scheduled? Such as good grades will generally be placed together. Willing to learn but poor grades, and good students sit in the same seat. Both poor grades and unwilling to learn, piled up arrangements to the back corner. Of course, the bottom line as a rotation is height, and no matter how good your grades are, you can't be 5 feet 9 inches and be put in the first row. Zhou Rui was considered tall in the class and would have deserved to sit in the back 3 rows, but he worked hard enough in his senior year and was willing to learn, so Huang Dui would usually put him a little off-center. Bored, he walked over to his original spot and flipped open a book. The same table as a boy. The eyes do not oblique. Zhou Rui vaguely remember this classmate seems to be surnamed Chao, but the relationship was general. Cannot remember the full name. Returning to school, Zhou Rui felt that everything was new and interesting. The corners of his mouth unconsciously hung a smile. Huang Dui said, I'll start reading from the first column. From front to back. Speed up, don't delay the class. Aibua, Wang Yumei, Zhang Jing, Zhou Rui, Chao Yang, Prince Kai. Zhou Rui didn't expect to find himself in the first column, and picked up the table with a handful of things and went to a new location. Not bad, back row by the window, home of the king, excellent light and a view of the playground. Probably the only downside is that it goes into barbecue mode in the summer. Zhou Rui was unfamiliar to the others, but the others were not unfamiliar to Zhou Rui. Everyone was very accustomed to it, and no one deliberately paid attention to Zhou Rui. But when it came to the second column, the accident appeared. Huang Dui said, Zhou Rui next to the first empty. There is a transfer student will come in a couple of days, so as to save the time to transfer again. Zhou Rui froze. A transfer student? Why doesn't he remember? Was there such a thing back then? Transferring schools 2 months before high school. It made him think of a word. High school immigrants. Take advantage of the differences in score lines around the country for a small group of people who have an advantage. To be able to transfer schools at this point in time, you either have money or connections, or even both. But why don't you have any memory of it? Was there this transfer student back then too? Zhou Rui could only put aside his doubts for now. After all, it was more than 10 years ago, especially now that it was the last 2 months of high school, and everyone was under pressure. With their minds on their studies, there was a real possibility that he had forgotten. Forget about it. None of it matters. It's best to hurry up and gain experience and get the Wu word. Huang Dui was originally a physics teacher, and after explaining the problem of changing seats, he directly and seamlessly started the class. High school physics. Zhou Rui calmly opened the book. Let me, Zhou Rui, take the challenge. In the vertical plane, a smooth circular orbit ABC of radius r and a horizontal smooth orbit PA are tangent at point A. BC is the diameter of the circular orbit. O is the center of the circle. The angle between OA and OB is A. CNet equals 3/5, and the mass m. 3 minutes later. Off the charts. Can you make a question like this yourself back then? Well, it seems like it could actually be made. For most people, the last bit of senior year is already the culmination of their life on the road of knowledge. And in the days to come, there is only the difference between pulling the crotch and pulling the crotch even more. It's not true to say that Zhou Rui's head is empty. After all, he has been working for many years, and he has also held on to the environment of layoffs and 996 blessings for many years. But those social things, when used to deal with the various subjects of the high school in front of him, it can be said that the 7 tricks of the trade can be said to be the 6 tricks of the trade. Not a clue. Task word, concentration. Experience value +1. Current progress, 1 out of 100. At that moment, a heavenly voice sounded in his head, and Zhou Rui was soothed. Luckily, I have my own hang-ups. One just has to make an effort to listen to the lesson and not to desert, even if he doesn't understand and is struggling. But as long as he is in a state of concentration on the lesson, he will gain experience value. You just go for it and leave the rest to the system. Zhou Rui reinvigorated his spirit, forcing himself not to think about things or slacken off, trying to process what was in Huang Dui's mouth, as if it were a heavenly book. Quest word, autodidact. Experience value +1. Current progress, 1 out of 100. Remove the difficulty and resist the temptation. Stick to the goal. It's self-discipline. Self-discipline, experience value +1. It's nice. The feeling of making an effort and then getting immediate feedback is so much better than inwardly scrolling in a daze in a previous life. He knew, at least, how he was doing the right thing. The future of the 3 receipts of fame. Profit in people begins with careful listening. Starting with my alma mater, Tsinghua First High School, Zhou Rui forced himself to ignore the messages that popped up one by one, immersing himself in the difficult and obscure, but rewarding study. And it's getting more and more focused. I'll be the school bully, I said. Chapter 4, just in time. At the end of a big 1 hour and 45-minute class, ushered in by a 15-minute recess, Chorai let out a long breath. Tsinghua First Middle School has an 8-hour school day, with 2 large classes in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, as well as morning and evening readings for resident students. Zhou Rui had just spent nearly 2 hours swimming in the sea of knowledge. Despite nearly drowning in a sea of knowledge, it was satisfying to see the flurry of messages from the system. Task word, concentration. Experience value +1. Current progress, 7 out of 100. Quest word, autodidact. Experience value +1. Current progress, 5 out of 100. Task word, inspiration. Experience value +1. Current progress, 2 out of 100. The 3 tasks designed earlier really complemented each other, and he only did the one thing of trying to learn, but got 3 experiences. There was a pleasant sense of playing a game in a previous life and designing the most efficient route to get the most resources. So far, concentration is the easiest word to get, and inspiration is the hardest. Looking at the time of the messages pop up, it seemed that he had gained 2 points of inspiration experience by recalling some touchy-feely life experiences that helped Zhou Rui understand obscure physics knowledge while he was in class. It was hard for him to even recall the specifics of the 2 inspirations, which were fleeting. The good thing is that even if you forget, the system recognizes the appearance of inspiration. So, inspiration, experience value is available. However, for all 3 quests, no matter which one, the time interval for gaining experience was increasing, and Zhou Rui wasn't sure if it was because it was getting more difficult the further back he went, or if it was caused by his own slipping status in the second half of the class. He tends to be influenced by both. High-intensity use of the brain. These 2 hours then Zhou Rui reborn before the meeting is even more tired. CPU are fast to him dry paste. So much so that he was now feeling a little hypoglycemic. You'd have to say you've learned a lot, but not really. He's so far behind these proper seniors around him that it's by no means a one-lesson effort to catch up. Now the remarkable thing is that it's from the bottom of the list, rising up towards the bottom too. For the entrance exams 2 months later, it remains to be seen whether the word system gives a damn or not. Projecting on the progress of the first session. Today, if none of the 4 big sessions drop off, plus doing homework and stuff in the evening, I might be able to pull in the progress of the concentration and self-disciplinarian words on the first day to around 15/100. This is still after calculating the efficiency decay. If it gets harder and harder down the road, then it may take more than 10 days to actually get to the new word. That's actually pretty fast for a Goldfinger, but for a social animal with an empty head and a high school entrance exam in 50 days, time is still tight. During the break between classes, Zhou Ruwei was not idle, paying attention to his classmates around him from time to time, trying to recall the names of most of them and then matching them with the faces in his memory. For him, most of these classmates he had spent time with had actually not seen each other for several years or even more than a decade. Let me identify. Yao Yanhui. Remember seems to be the physical education commissioner, but after the senior high 3 completely laid off, because they no longer have a physical education class, and physical education teacher has been frail, and finally seems to have become a real estate sales. The reunion also sold real estate. Zhang Xin, the class of 10,000 years first place, remember the previous life and their own same test to Shanghai, but the school is much better than their own. Is a prestigious school? The back of not much contact. The reunion also did not come. Average person, but proud. Tong Xin, the class flower. Average grades. Face only 7 points, but the body has 9 points. Now wrapped in school uniforms cannot be seen, but after the reunion, but very material, and I am happy to show. It seems that after that was married to the son of the soil boss of Qinghua County, Zhou Ruwei. They just graduated from college. This one has been born out of the first child. Seamless. Back then even most of the male students were still virgins. LV Shubua, the head of the class of delinquent teenagers, freshman and sophomore year of high school, and Zhou Ruwei good relationship, when the two often together ridiculous, but the third year of high school went their separate ways, and the other party has not appeared in Zhou Ruwei's life after that. I heard it seems to have gone in at the end. Song Bin, the class of the sufferer, broad-minded and fat, disliked also just ham and haw. After graduation Zhou Ruwei is not very clear. Probably because of the high school period was bullied, so after the reunion is not too willing to come. The impression wasn't too deep, and anyway, Zhou Ruwei hadn't bullied him. Interestingly enough, Song Bin's bullies are not those delinquents whose grades are at the bottom of the class, but rather those boys who do not slip through the cracks. There's some more complex psychology involved, and those at the bottom of the list, while they don't look like they're very nice people to mess with, don't act like they're in their own class, kind of like rabbits don't eat the grass around the nest, and will even go out on a limb for their own classmates out there. These familiar faces, although they have their own encounters and lives in the future, are still high school students with immature outlooks and simple minds. Zhou Ruwei reminded himself not to substitute too many pre-life judgments into the present, and that changes in people come about gradually, just like himself. Back then, he also worked hard to get ahead and wanted to break into the future, but after wasting more than 10 years in the big city, his mindset was very different from his younger days. Human beings are creatures that change from one encounter to another. Zhou Ruwei was sizing up his classmates when the individual students were also sizing up Zhou Ruwei, who is still a bit of a legend in class 7, basically mixing it up in the first and second year of high school, and for a while even getting close to those people at LV Shubua. However, Zhou Ruwei's senior year of high school has suddenly turned around, and his grades have jumped over a lot of people, although there is still a small gap between those top students, but it is really attention-grabbing. Today's Zhou Ruwei seems to be more somewhat different. Feeling. It's a lot more calm. It's like an aura. It was a feeling that couldn't be described. A feeling even though Zhou Ruwei was just sitting in his seat, surveying the others with a smile on his face. Not like high school. Tong Xin, the class flower, felt Zhou Ruwei's gaze lingering on her for a moment. As the class flower of this small pond, she was still very sensitive to all kinds of gazes, and it was as if she had telepathy for whichever boy was staring at her. She also likes the feeling of being the center of attention. Tong Xin straightened her school uniform, then stretched, seemingly relaxing, but actually showing off her good figure, before pretending to inadvertently sweep towards Zhou Ruwei. Unfortunately, Zhou Ruwei had already looked away and went to remember the others. Tong Xin pondered for a moment and came to a conclusion. Zhou Ruwei mo is not. Have fun with yourself. The more she thought about it, the more she realized it wasn't unlikely. After all, most of the boys in her class liked her. Let's just say that illusion. That's how it often comes about. Silently recalling the identities of his classmates, Zhou Ruwei looked at his watch. There were still 7 or 8 minutes to class. Felt the need to go to the bathroom was not there, but the low blood sugar was there a little bit. He had to find something to eat in order to continue gaining experience efficiently in the next class. Out of the classroom door, he took a direct left to the next classroom, which was also a gibbering mess between classes. Looking inside, I was able to see Li Wenxian, who was resting on the table, in the third row. This girl was a little stuffy during her student days, except for being a little lively in front of him. She was usually as quiet as she wanted to be in her own class, and she didn't have many friends. Zhou Ruwei sked twice. Li Wenxian raised her head blankly and saw that it was Zhou Ruwei who was first mentally shocked, but then blushed a little immediately afterward. Other classes coming to someone is inherently rarer in high school, and basically means the person has a wide range of friends, but not if they're of the opposite sex, and you have to have a couple of gossips high and low. Quite a few people looked over, and even Zhou Ruwei felt one or two channels of hostility from the males, as if they were in their own vegetable gardens and had entered the weasel of the outer class. Although Li Wenxian's face value is sealed by her pot head, her good grades and good personality are enough to attract some attention. However, Zhou Ruwei didn't change his face and even used his gaze to dislike those people back. What are you looking at? Why don't you rutting animals go ask this little cabbage and see what garden she says she's from? Is this vegetable garden named Chao? Li Wenxian ran out with her head down. What's wrong, Zhou Ruwei? You're looking for me. In her heart, she was also guessing what kind of thing Zhou Ruwei would come to the class to find herself. After all, Zhou Ruwei used to avoid walking together with her on campus. Any snacks in the bag? Li Wenxian froze. There are 2 fructan skins. I saved them for lunch. I commandeered it. I'll give it back next time. It's only first period. Zhou Ruwei, are you hungry? Zhou Ruwei rationalized. Didn't have breakfast and I'm starving and dizzy. Wenxian Li. But I ate a double serving this morning and I'm still bursting at the seams. Zhou Ruwei flicked Li Wenxian's head. He was now getting lightheaded. Hurry up. Surrender your gun and don't kill. Chapter 5, Next Stop. Diva. At the end of the day's lessons, Zhou Ruwei recalled the names of most of the people in the class, including the teachers of the various subjects, and gradually put an end to the feeling of alienation caused by the newly reborn, and found his own place in this era, a position belonging to a high school student named Zhou Ruwei. Most importantly, he gained a sizable amount of word experience. Task word concentration. Experience value +1. Current progress 17 out of 100. Quest word autodidact. Experience value +1. Current progress 10 out of 100. Task word inspiration. Experience value +1. Current progress 5 out of 100. The progress of the word experience value was about what he expected. If everything was normal, it was expected that he would be able to obtain the concentration word within a week, whereas the synthesis material for the schoolmaster, the self-disciplinarian, would take more than 10 days. The upswing is promising. The future is promising. Zhou Ruwei stretched and looked back to the blackboard at the back of the classroom, which read, Dueling College Entrance Exams, 49-day countdown. As the evening sun set, the entire campus was tinted with a layer of orange-red, and the freshmen and sophomores were leaving school in groups. However, senior year requires another 2 hours of mini-study, and teachers of various subjects sometimes roam the classes to answer questions. Overall, teachers in this era are a little more responsible, especially high school teachers. In his previous life, Zhou Ruwei always complained about the teachers of various subjects dragging their feet and the shameless behavior of encroaching on physical education classes. Not a lot of backstabbing, but in retrospect, from an adult's point of view, the teacher's behavior, how is it not the overtime of the workers, or the voluntary kind? Unlike his own original second-rate university, where teachers were basically repeaters reading from textbooks, their minds might be on papers, on business, on titles, but never on teaching or on students. Today's small self-study is the English teacher manipulation. This is the only Zhou Ruwei less pressure on a class. The previous life, although there is only a certificate of the 4th grade mixed with a degree, but after the work of a lot of contact with foreign customers, listening and speaking are not a problem. Reading and writing a little worse. It's one of the reasons he's lasted so long through the waves of blessings and layoffs. It would be nice to update the vocabulary now. At the end of 2 hours, the concentration word task, because Zhou Ruwei is very tired, only 2 points long. Self-disciplinarian is even only 1 point. Zhou Ruwei is also considered satisfied. After all, greed cannot be chewed. This is only the first day. Progress was already faster than he had anticipated. It was basically total darkness and the streetlights on the road were lit up before the seniors were finally dismissed from school. Some chose to go home. Some chose internet cafes. and others had to go back to school for an evening study session after a short resupply at the kiosk. They are resident students. In the corner of the school entrance, Zhou Rui twisted his head and saw Li Wenxian, who was playing with her cell phone with her head down. Senior school is very late. The security in the small county cannot compare to the big city. So in Li Wenxian mom's strong request, every day Li Wenxian is followed by Zhou Rui to go home. Otherwise she does not rest assured. Looking at the Noaxia cell phone in Li Wenxian's hand, Zhou Rui was still a bit nostalgic. He's a bit worse off himself. No cell phone. Thinking about this, Zhou Rui was speechless for a while. Originally he had a cell phone. It was just an old one that his mother had outgrown, but it was fine for texting and playing 3D Snake or whatever. Although the school doesn't allow them in principle, everyone secretly hides them in private. However, during the 100-day pledge meeting of the college entrance examination, Zhou Rui had a brain fart of his own and handed his cell phone over to his mother, claiming that he didn't need a cell phone before the college entrance examination and that it would be a distraction. Mom nodded in relief, then turned his head and immediately sold the phone, eliminating any possibility of Zhou Rui backtracking. Now that I think about it, I was still too young. At this time, as a high school student who has just been reborn, want to get a cell phone. It is quite difficult to ask the family to ask for money, don't even want to think about it. Surrounded by poor students, borrowing money is also not realistic. Without cell phones, a lot of things don't work well. Walking, I'll take you home. Zhou Rui rua a handful of Li Wenxian's mushroom head, so that the little girl back to focus. Li Wenxian tightened her book bag and naturally followed Zhou Rui without lifting her head. Zhou Rui, have you heard? Ah, Sang passed away. Zhou Rui froze, not remembering which one it was. That's the one who sang the Immortal Sword theme song. What a shame. She has a great voice. Zhou Rui looked at Li Wenxian's small face. This girl looked really a little sad. Suddenly he said, do you like to sing? Li Wenxian froze, not understanding how the topic had changed. It's not really a favorite. It's just that I hum it when I listen to it usually. Zhou Rui thought of Li Wenxian's life trajectory before she was reborn. As if this girl did go to the university in Beijing and North before her talent in this area was gradually discovered. Obviously, since childhood has not been exposed to too much music learning. A good girl as even KTV have not been. But God feeds food just can't be helped. Preaching a handful of east of the river, west of the river. Hunan, Hebei, what to have. In college, Li Wenxian was dragged by a friend to participate in the campus top 10 singers. The friend fell short of the list. Li Wenxian directly won the championship. In the same year, Li Qianwen's Beijing University for school celebrations. The young girl was arranged by the student union, rushed to the duct to sing. The results were a hit. It was picked up by Kyobi TV, who came to film that day. Then the old TV station ants can try to persuade. And then the image of good and good voice Li Wenxian, hard on a number of singing programs. This is some ratings are not high. The guests cannot name the old program, but by Li Wenxian to save the day. From then on the star bright, uncontrollable, not yet graduated from the fire out of the circle. The netizens called the goddess of the Beijing University. High value, high talent, and highly educated. It can be a phoenix in the entertainment industry. A handful of king bombs. Finally it was even called by the entertainment industry, the last diva. Zhou Rui also in his previous life in the third year of college, feeling that he is only a poor student, but Li Wenxian has already starred. For the sake of self-esteem, only gradually alienated this little girl, until each other disappeared in each other's lives. Until the 21st year, I saw Li Zixin, who hadn't been in touch for nearly a decade, officially announced her relationship. That day the social animal Zhou Rui drank a lot of wine. But not even a little extra thoughts. All the regrets are turned into blessings, buried in the heart. Further back, it is Li Wenxian's private photos were sent by her boyfriend to debtors to offset the debt, and even blackmail bad behavior was exposed. From then on, Li Zixin was devastated and disappeared from the scene. Specific details Zhou Rui is not clear. At that time he has been in Li Wenxian more than 10 years without contact, simply not in a circle. Zhou Rui gradually fell into memory. Li Wenxian, who was following Zhou Rui, did not know that Zhou Rui was recalling her original trajectory with mixed feelings. She only felt safe following behind Zhou Rui, as usual, but not quite the same. Today's Zhou Rui feels more reliable. She lagged behind Zhou Rui by half a length and realized that the shadows of the two were stretched out under the streetlight, long enough to mingle. Inexplicably, it's just a little bit happier. There are never enough days like this. Li Wenxian tugged on the corner of Zhou Rui's coat, passed over a hand that was shrunken in her school uniform, and said, Listen to a song? Ah, sang's always quiet. Joe Rue didn't refuse, snapping the headphones out of his small white hands, the lilting music complementing the dim streetlights. Empty street scene, looking for someone to put feelings in, without the need for Joe Rue to control it. The absolute musicality phrase immediately began to function. The song, which was already at a good level, was clearing Joe Rue's mind like intertwined images. The tune was easily disassembled into various chords, and the entire pulse of the song was opening up like Joe Rue. Good to hear. The melody is excellent. The arrangement echoes the lyrics and is very graphic, and the voice and breath are almost impeccable. Most of the songs from this era are focused on melody, lyrics, and mood, not as loud or electric or anything like that. Sometimes Joe Rue feels that it's not that he's nostalgic, but that the previous singing scene did have a more serious attitude. The singers who caught fire in '09 were either excellent singers and tones in their own right, or simply songwriters who wrote and sang their own songs. Those who don't do either don't make it in this business at all. And more than a decade later, the star income greatly increased, but the level is increasingly uneven. 3 feet of kung fu dare to blow their own original genius, sing high notes and hit the sieve. Fans will also praise him to sing into. In the end, those people are not relying on the power of music, but on the power of the talent show. And even the talent show, the bottom line is sinking year by year. At first it was to choose the singing, the voice, the originality, and then it became to choose the popularity, the persona, the fans, and even the capital. Joe Rue, as a born-again, has tons of familiar, quality songs in his head, and he has to get there sooner rather than later to put them to use. Otherwise, the further back the timeline goes, the less valuable the power of the music itself becomes. Absolute sense of music, allowing him to do it quickly with only a slight addition of basic knowledge. There's also the little cabbage of Lee Wenxian bolted on. Whether it's getting her to help sing demos or simply finding a way to make her famous, it's a huge advantage. But this is on the eve of the entrance exam. Even if Lee Wenxian herself was willing to get involved in these things, Lee Wenxian's mom would break his and her legs. Got to plot. Lee Wenxian's grades are extremely good, sitting steadily in the top 3 of her age. The teachers all know that this girl has the opportunity to impact those top schools, and Joe Rue knew that the girl did make it, and that was the starting point for the two to become more and more distant. The point is that this girl doesn't study very hard, and even gets lazy a lot. For example, she would ask Joe Rue to copy her homework in the morning. In a way, God fed Lee Wenxian 2 bowls of rice, one called music and the other called learning. The kind of left and right, the kind that cannot be eaten. The music in the headphones kept playing on a loop, but neither Joe Rue nor Lee Wenxian found it annoying, and a headphone cord bound the two together. Joe Rue was thinking about the memories of his past life while Lee Wenxian was thinking about Joe Rue. From time to time, she would bump into Joe Rue's arm because she was walking too close, and Lee Wenxian's small face began to blush, only it wasn't very obvious under the night. All the way past the barber store, audio-visual store, Sichuan stir-fry, ping-ping fruit and vegetable store after, Joe Rue stopped at the entrance of a neighborhood, looked at Lee Wenxian said, "Go back, on behalf of the good to ask auntie." Lee Wenxian retrieved her headphones and nodded her head, looking like she wanted to say something but didn't dare. "What's wrong?" Lee Wenxian first shook her head, but finally said, "You don't feel quite the same today." Joe Rue raised an eyebrow. "What's different?" "I don't know. It feels better." After saying that, she jogged all the way away, as if she was afraid that Joe Rue would pull her back again. She somewhat regretted saying something so unashamed. Joe Rue looked at Lee Wenxian's back and froze a little. Sharp little girl. How can such a delicate person be cheated by scum in the future? But naturally, it's different when brother comes back. Everything will be better. Chapter 6, Parents Without Love. Joe Rue's house is at the other end, and he'll have to walk back a bit. After passing by Ping Ping's fruit and vegetable store, Sichuan stir-fry, audio-visual store, and barber store again, Joe Rue turned into a dark path. Back in '09, Chauri's home was in a separate residential building just off this trail. This is not a neighborhood. There is no name, only a house number. This was the house that Grandpa's unit was divided into back then, full of only 4 floors in total, and it was already quite old. But he wasn't familiar with the neighbors here because he had moved in with his mother after his parents had divorced. The staircase of the old house is very long, semi-open, from left to right back and forth around. Will pass through the windows of almost every house. Residents' cooking exhaust smoke are directly to the building, so from the wall to the handrail, almost all stained with a thick color of grease. The only good thing about it is that it's easy to tell who's cooking better and who's boiling herbs. pulling out the key to open the door to the house. Zhou Rui put his school bag on the shoe cabinet, and his mother's familiar and unfamiliar voice came from inside. Rui is back? A little late today? Yao Pei, Zhou Rui's mother, at this time is watching TV on the sofa. The table is placed on the table, a few dishes a little cold. The mother heard the movement, began to prepare to help Zhou Rui hot rice. Senior returned home late, but dinner. Yao Pei never let Zhou Rui ambiguous. But where there is time to do it yourself, that outside things are not hygienic. Zhou Rui looked at his mother's back, which was much more upright and healthy than it had been a decade or so later, and the corners of his mouth inadvertently revealed some smiles. He is a single parent. His parents divorced when he was in elementary to middle school. The mother works in the Qinghai County Cultural and Tourism Bureau, a very low but stable position. The father is his own business, once broad, but in the past few years is getting worse and worse. Zhou Rui was still young when the divorce took place, and the adults would not go into detail with him about many things until they became adults in later life. When his great-uncle drank too much before telling Zhou Rui the truth. When my father came out from the state-owned enterprises, run their own factories to do business. Money did not earn much, but the nature of the while up, a variety of spend the day to socialize, so that the birth of an ordinary family, the conservative tutelage of the mother is quite unhappy, often go to the concert halls and dance halls to fish, every day to quarrel. In the end, I don't know which argument led to an escalation of the conflict, and the two of them just divorced in a huff, as the father's behavior is really indiscreet. The mother has a stable job to raise Zhou Rui, coupled with the great-uncle is working in the Qinghai County Court, so Zhou Rui was sentenced to live with his mother. Father Zhou Wei Gang after has not remarried. There is no other children. Business precipitation for a few years. There are profits and losses, but also no longer as young as the debauchery. Often every now and then in the name of looking at Zhou Rui appeared in the life of the mother and son too. At that time, Zhou Rui did not understand or distinguish, but after the rebirth recalled, the mother for the father's appearance, seems to have not too much resistance, although the mouth did not say anything good, but also do not resent is it. In fact, the two are kind of getting back together in a small way. It's just that it didn't really go that far in my previous life, because soon Zhou Weigan's factory will close down and shut down. Owed a bunch of debts. Zhou Rui took a deep breath, thinking that the problems would have to be solved one by one. Being born again, anything is possible, and all regrets may be remedied. That could be the point of him going back in time. Yao Pei, why are you staring at me? Go wash your hands. It'll be ready soon. Zhou Rui laughed. Okay, what to eat today? Steamed a fish and sautéed kale. Zhou Rui's appetite. Quickly washing his hands and sitting at the dining table waiting to be fed. How was school today? Yao Pei placed the meal in front of Zhou Rui. Eat quickly. Go do your homework after eating. Zhou Rui said as he ate. It's just the same stuff. Doing questions and lecturing papers every day. Yao Pei laughed. Your last monthly examination results are good. The teacher has praised you, Lu. In the class ranked 12. Let's make persistent efforts. The last 2 months. Other things you do not distract. Study well. Zhou Rui sheepishly lowered his head. Your son is now going to take the test again. I am afraid that the results will be the bottom of the whole grade. Zhou Rui freshman and sophomore when the mind is not in the study. Every day on the court and the internet cafe scurry. To the 3rd year of high school when the sudden change of heart. One step at a time climbed to the current position. In the eyes of Yao Pei and various teachers, Zhou Rui belongs to the typical prodigal son back. The future of the university examination is not a big problem, and may be able to go to a key point of effort. That's a pretty good result for a county high school. You can't expect everyone to be Levinson. Many people, including Yao Pei, are curious about why Zhou Rui repentance. In fact, the real reason only Zhou Rui himself know. Zhou Rui one day after school skipped the evening study, ran to the internet cafe crazy play for several hours, and a group of Fox friends staggering, and then returned home with a smell of smoke. Ready to lie as the evening study dragged the class to come back late. But that day, my mother worked overtime until very late, dusty and tired, but still insisted on cooking for Zhou Rui. And while doing so, she also kept blaming herself. Say leave the life stuff to mom. You're in your senior year of high school and you're under a lot of academic pressure. Eat something nice. Zhou Rui couldn't wait to slap himself at that moment. Locked myself in my room afterward and just felt really bad about myself. A small thing, but that was the starting point for Zhou Rui to rise to the occasion. But now, looking at it, the results of high school student Zhou Rui's nearly a full year of hard work. It seems to be ruined by him. The reborn. Without further ado, I'm going to eat and rush to brush up on my words. I'm pressed for time. By the way, has your dad contacted you lately? Mother mentioned it seemingly unintentionally after Joe Rue got up. Joe Rue shook his head. He couldn't quite remember and could only indicate that he didn't. The guy disappeared for half a month. Forget it. Go back inside and do your homework. I'll clean up. Joe Rue thoughtfully. Problems at the father's factory may have started from now, only that the self back then didn't realize it. Suddenly, Joe Rue saw a business card on the table and looked at it. It was actually a real estate agent. In Joe Rue's mind, an extremely important memory came flooding back. Mom, this business card. Where did you get it? Yao Pei picked up the business card and put it into the remote control box on the side and said hesitantly, I didn't want to talk to you to distract you, but it's okay to find out. This house was left by your grandfather. It was built decades ago. The structure is bad and old. I'm going to wait until you go to college. Then I'm going to sell this one, and add some more money, and replace it with an elevator house in a new neighborhood. Joe Rue thought to himself. Surely this is the thing. Yao Pei said as she cleaned up the dishes. Now not only the big city, even this Qinghai County house is a day a price. Now change the house, our family can change the price, and then wait 2 years may not be certain. This life and then tossed once on the line. And so I'm old, at least have an elevator is not it. Although Joe Rue is only a high school student, but the family on the mother and son. Yao Pei is willing to discuss this kind of big event with his son. Did not say before, just afraid of Joe Rue distraction. In her opinion, this was a good thing. After all, Joe Rue used to complain a lot about this old building's poor soundproofing, poor location and whatnot. If it were not for the approaching college entrance exams, she would even want to cut the cord and hurry to change the house. After all, housing prices are rising every day. Not for a few months. I'm afraid that her little savings will not be enough. Yet Joe Rue knew that selling the old house would deprive his mother of a very important opportunity. That's demolition. Chapter 7, Reborns Never Step on Mines. The building where the family is located has no name but 277 Tianhe Road. And in the future, this place was called the Jade City of Heavenly River. In his previous life, the price of old houses grew slowly, but the price of elevator plots grew very quickly. His mother was worried that she would not be able to afford to change the elevator house in the future. And after Joe Rue's graduation, he sold the old house left by his grandfather, and together with his own savings, he bought a 65 square feet elevator house 4 streets away. As a result, almost the same year, the county issued a document that both sides of the road were ready to be demolished from 272 to 278, Sky River Road. The meaning of the word demolition is changing with the times. When he grows up a bit, the demolition of the building becomes a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And how many people change their destiny as a result? And by 23 years, as property development heats up and demolitions become less frequent, the premium portion is becoming more reasonable. And it's 09. Arguably it's when the subsidies are at their highest. Because this is the time of year when public pressure is at its highest, and all parties can only take money for the road. He vaguely remembers hearing later that the demolition of this side of Tianhe Road 277, not only did each family get a new house replacement that doubled in size, various housing value compensation, transition costs, compensation for loss of production and business, early relocation incentive payments, house decoration and home appliances and equipment compensation, etc. add up. The cash incentive also took nearly 1,700,000. Realize that this is not Shanghai and Beijing in north, but an 18th tier county. A small house for a big house, an old building for a new building, and $1 million in cash, 09 in Qinghai County, is already a lot of money. But unfortunately, Joe Rue and Yao Pei perfectly missed this wave of opportunities, and the mother also suffered for many years, and even later on for a variety of major decision-making began to be afraid, and later never caught any opportunity. And now, Joe Rue reborn, naturally can no longer watch mom and money over. He deliberated for a moment, coughed lightly, pretended to be mysterious, said, Mom, we have a classmate in school. The family seems to be living in the construction bureau. Today I heard him chatting, as if our piece of movement. Yao Pei's action of cleaning up the dishes didn't stop at all, and didn't take it to heart. What important news could a high school student have? Joe Rue looked at his mother's appearance, knew that she did not take it to heart, and said directly, It seems to be, this side of Tianhe Road is going to be demolished. Yao Pei froze, and this had to be taken seriously. Demolition. It's a big deal. It's an opportunity delivered to the hand. We're here? Really? You can let a baby know about such a big thing? Generally, in order to avoid people speculating, or sitting on the ground. Things like demolition and relocation will not be publicized until the last minute. Zhou Rui hurriedly said, our high school where is considered a small doll, and people's parents are living in the building bureau. The family to talk about something can still avoid the child? I think it's very reliable. Yao Pei sucked in a breath. You really want to tear it down? Which one of your classmates? Zhou Rui opened his mouth. Zhang Quan Egg, from class 8. For this strange name, Yao Pei did not feel out of place. The brain to start thinking about the problem of demolition. The more she thought about it, the more reasonable Yao Pei felt. This block is very likely to be demolished. The house is a former old factory left behind, full of a total of dozens of households on the 4-story building, but covers an area of not small, the building in front of a large yard. For developers, demolition of the most cost-effective. Moreover, the location is in the center of Qinghua County, and after development, it can be sold at a price, which is also helpful for enhancing the appearance of Qinghua County. It's a good deal for both the developer and the government. A feeling of being hit by a pie made Yao Pei dizzy. Zhou Rui struck while the iron is hot. Said, Mom, I think such a big thing. You can discuss with the great uncle. He knows a lot of people may be able to inquire. But at least the matter of selling the house we are not in a hurry. You say right? Yao Pei paced back and forth, chattering, right. Ask your great uncle. Xiao Rui, you write your homework first. I'll call your great uncle to ask. Seeing that a seed had been planted, Zhou Rui smiled. This time his mother should not miss the demolition. There was no procrastination either. As Zhou Rui entered the room with his backpack, this is just the beginning. The reborn man never stepped on mines, and with the system in place, he and those around him could have a better future. And let's not talk about Yao Pei's side going to talk to her great uncle on the phone. Zhou Rui closed the door to his room and returned to his small room. Very sentimental. The walls were covered with various posters. The old windows were densely chapped. A table lamp was the most expensive thing in there. It was an eye lamp that my mother worried about her eyes and bought for a few $100s big. It doesn't really work at all. Zhou Rui collected his thoughts and began to address some more practical issues. Pulling out the stacks and stacks of papers, he exhaled a cloudy breath. Is this something a human being can do and finish? Back in the day one was so? But even more speechless, Zhou Rui could only try his best to complete it, or else the word experience would not be taken. If he were to bore his way through the papers now, I'm afraid that with the time he spent flipping through the books, he would only be able to finish one in a night, or the wrong kind. And now, he has 4 papers and that's just one day's worth of homework today. There's a new one tomorrow. I can't finish tomorrow's, and there's a new one the day after. The main one is inexhaustible. It's sick. Write as much as you can. If you can't do it, find Li Wenchen to copy it. You have to eat one meal at a time. You can't stay up all night every day. Can you? Putting away his distractions, Zhou Rui drew out his math paper. Do a math paper first to wake up. Half an hour later. Brain, wake thee up. Is this something I can do? Task word, concentration. Experience value +1. Current progress, 18 out of 100. Zhou Rui patted his numb face. Luckily I have a system. It didn't matter if it was right or wrong. It didn't matter if he could finish it. He just worked on it and had the system under his belt. At the end of a night of intense study, Zhou Rui, even with a flip book, had only completed 1.5 papers without guaranteeing correctness, and the time had come to 1 o'clock in the evening. Knowing that staying up all night would only reduce his concentration and inspiration, Zhou Rui resolutely conceded that he would find someone to copy it tomorrow. It's impossible to stay up all night. Haven't you suffered enough from staying up all night before you were reborn? Mother Yao Pei had already gone to bed. Not knowing what the outcome of the phone call with his great uncle was, Zhou Rui lightly washed up and lay on the bed, taking one last look at the system. Task word, concentration. Experience value +1. Current progress, 23 out of 100. Quest word, autodidact. Experience value +1. Current progress, 14 out of 100. Task word, inspiration. Experience value +1. Current progress, 8 out of 100. The upswing is delightful. Keep up the good work. Then drifted off to sleep, too tired from the day. Zhou Rui was in a daze and felt like he was having a dream. In the dream he was reborn and gained the convenience of foresight. He earned his first bucket of money by copying songs from Absolute Music, and has been called the godfather of the entertainment industry and the last king of the world ever since. More rely on memory. Set foot in the capital circle. All kinds of investment to earn to soft, 20-something years old to live a loose, lawless life. All kinds of female stars a day a change, And a few surnamed Mahai talk. Bitcoin haul tens of billions of dollars. Can't spend it all. There's no end to it. Sandy beaches, yachts, sea and sky. You have to lie down if you want. Casting concubines, casting, selecting projects, moving his fingers, whatever he wants to earn has to go into his pocket. However, the picture turns. Joe Rue in the hospital found out all kinds of dirty disease. Weak lying in bed. Life is not long. The women around him all turned into snakes and scorpions, wanting to bite off a piece of fat from him. The pale mother looked at him in the hospital bed with disappointed eyes and said, "You are the same as your father. I'm going to sever the mother-son relationship with you." Joe Rue woke up violently and touched the cold sweat on his neck before realizing that he was dreaming. Phew, what a dangling dream. Wasn't the first half pretty cool? A message in his head caught Joe Rue's attention. Task word, inspiration. Experience value +2. Current progress, 10 out of 100. Nice one. Dreaming has experience value? Or +2 at a time? What kind of inspiration is that? The memory of the dream faded fast. He gradually remembers only the raucous music on the yacht in his dream. Chapter 8, Thieves and the Inevitability of Fate. After eating the breakfast prepared by his mother, Joe Rue put on his backpack and walked towards Li Wenxian's neighborhood. The slightly damp scent of early morning drilled into his nostrils, and Joe Rue felt energized even though he hadn't slept for more than a few hours. That's what's so great about being young, isn't it? Unlike later, when my 30-something self, one night without sleep, the next day and have a terminal illness. Staying up late is even harder for days. However, because of the pressure of life, in order to make a living, sleep deprivation is a common occurrence for social animals, and staying up late is even more common. In order to relieve anxiety, but also smoking and drinking, he's taking his life, working for the landlord, for the boss. With the experience of yesterday's hypoglycemia, Joe Rue was ready to buy some snacks at the kiosk, so that he wouldn't be so hungry in the middle of the day that his status slipped, affecting his ability to get experience. By the way, he was going to buy 2 fruity dampi to return to Li Wenxian. He didn't have much pocket money, but not so much that he owed something as low as fruity dampi. When he walked downstairs, on the mottled wall, a piece of paper caught Joe Rue's attention. Urgent sale of real estate in this building. Agents do not disturb. Contact number 139XXXXXXXX. There was no specific door number written on the paper, just a floor plan, and underneath were cut, comb-shaped strips of paper with phone numbers. Not a single one was missing and no one seemed interested. After all, who buys a house to buy this old house? Joe Rue thought for a moment, yanked a slip of paper with a phone number on it, and put it in his pocket. This is the equivalent of a doorstop, although he did not know for what reason the other party was selling his house. But anyway, it was not his business. After all, without reborn Joe Rue, this person selling his house would miss the demolition just as much. This kind of opportunity, there is no reason not to. There weren't many people on the streets early in the morning. The seniors were in school at a time when the office workers hadn't even left the house yet. Joe Rue walked 2 intersections and came to a kiosk. Boss? Snickers has it, right? And Fruit Loops. He loved Snickers when he was young, but after joining the workforce, he found it sweet, fattening, and prone to toothaches, so he never ate it again. But in this current state, a quick sugar and energy boost is great. While waiting for the boss to take the goods, a fragrant wind passed behind Joe Rue. The fresh scent was not like something that could be smelled in a small county. Joe Rue subconsciously turned his head to look, only to see a tall back with long hair draped over her shoulders, feeling about the same age as him, but not wearing a school uniform. This must be 1.7 meters or so, Joe Rue thought in his heart. Long legs. In this era, 99% of people of the same age have stupid hairstyles. Both men and women are dressed in school uniforms like plastic covers, and there is even a major killer of the non-mainstream. After being reborn and coming back, suddenly seeing a back that matched his aesthetic, Joe Rue more or less stared for 17 or 18 eyes. Similarly, the fact that it fits Joe Rue's aesthetic suggests that the man's dress is ahead of its time, i.e., fashionable. It's a real fashion, not a non-mainstream kind of fashion. No school uniform. You're not going to school at such a young age? Is this a shortcut to life? But it had little to do with Joe Rue, who now had neither money nor time. Though this girl, who looked to be of a higher quality than the one on his dream yacht. The kiosk owner handed over Snickers and fruit dampi, and then looked at that back with Joe Rue, revealing an expression that a man would understand. But when he saw the other figure behind the girl, the smile on his face disappeared for a moment, revealing a difficult expression. Just behind the girl, not far behind, followed a skinny man with a duck-tongued hat and a washed-to-white jean jacket, arching his back and not saying a word. Zhou Rui was puzzled. What's wrong? Not enough money? The kiosk owner hesitated. That's a habitual thief from this side of the slice. Been in there a couple of times. Still sucking. Turning his eyes to think that this was just a high school student wearing a school uniform in front of him. The kiosk owner swallowed his latter words hard and waved his hand to go back to the store. He a leader of small people. Store opened here, but do not dare to cause trouble. That person bad track record. If the other side of the good things, come to their own store to find trouble to run have no place to run. Zhou Rui was puzzled and was about to ask again when he saw the girl take a turn into the alley and the skinny man trailing in. Many people think that the thief action is at night. In fact, early in the morning is also a thief busy time. One early in the morning many people are not very awake. Drowsy. Too early in the morning out of a lot of old people. Easy to start. In '09, there weren't that many cameras on the streets and alleys, not to mention small counties like Qinghai County, where thievery was actually quite rampant. Han Ziyin stepped on her canvas shoes and lamented the unique style of the county. Having lived in the big city for a long time, she rarely came to places like Qinghai County except when traveling, especially when you walk into the streets and alleys of the county that are full of life, adding a flavor. Yet she ignores the issue of security. Having just turned into the alley and was curiously looking at the pigeon cage on the roof, Han Ziyin suddenly felt her pocket move. Never having encountered such a thing, she subconsciously glanced back, only to see an unfamiliar man's hand reaching into her coat pocket. Her mind was stuck for 2 seconds before she reacted that it was the thief. Han Ziyin a spine cold, subconsciously grabbed the other hand. I did not expect that the thief saw himself caught in flagrante delicto. The other hand directly pulled out a knife, directly toward Han Ziyin cut. Yikes! Han Ziyin then realized that for girls who are alone, even worse than having something stolen is running into a thief on the spot. The thief had wanted to turn and run after forcing Han Ziyin back, but after seeing Han Ziyin's bright face, tall figure, and far more fashionable clothes than the small county, long-term de-smoking leads to extremely weak self-control. Lust came over me and changed my mind. Primal instincts made him change his habit of robbing money and not sex, and he decided to open up some new business today. He grabbed Han Ziyin's delicate wrist and was about to subdue her, his withered hand covering towards Han Ziyin's mouth. Don't look at his skinny frame. His height wasn't even as tall as Han Ziyin, but after all, he was an adult male, and came with a crazy ferociousness, restraining Han Ziyin in a single glance, dragging and pulling him deeper into the alley. Han Ziyin realized what the other party was trying to do. A wave of despair welled up. She tried to struggle with all her strength, but her body seemed to be intimidated by the ferocious aura and the knife. She couldn't exert any strength at all. The legs kept stomping on the ground, but could not borrow a bit of strength, and tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. Han Ziyin felt her surroundings getting darker and darker, and the dead-end alley where even sunlight was scarce seemed to portend a miserable future for her. Boom! The sound. The skinny man rolled up his eyes and fainted. Han Ziyin looked up with red eyes, only to see a clean-looking boy in a school uniform holding up a brick. Zhou Rui breathed a sigh of relief. He was also a little nervous. He hadn't intended to mind his own business. After all, the kiosk owner was just a family man. Besides, he wasn't exactly a fighting expert, and bumping off a thief might not necessarily bring better results than letting the thief steal and leave. But good luck. These two people walk is the road he went to Li Wenxian home neighborhood. Want to pretend not to see cannot. He wasn't some big hero who went around putting out fires, but it would be overly cowardly to run into what was happening to his face and then hide behind it and not come out. A reborn person doesn't need to mess with his thoughts. Watching from afar as the girls were dragged into the alley, Zhou Rui didn't jump out in a hurry but snapped out a brick from the corner. He didn't want to wrestle with a thief with a knife, so a sneak attack was the safest option. So far, it seems to have turned out well, without a hiccup. Little did he realize how many things were changed by this ill-fated encounter. And this brick that was not in the original trajectory. In the original time track, Zhou Rui, a high school student, arrived at this alley 15 minutes later than usual because he got up late. And high school student Zhou Rui didn't realize the tragedy that was hidden under the darkness when he passed by the corner of the alley. By then, Han Ziyin had met an unfortunate end, covered in a mess and stabbed several times, but still had the last vestiges of consciousness. Unfortunately, Zhou Rui was in a hurry to pick up Li Wenxian, so he didn't even see the dying Han Ziyin in the corner. And this miss by Chorai has led to the girl's life being suspended right at the age of 18. Even this matter did not appear in his memory, so the reborn Zhou Rui did not know that he met this girl not by chance, but by necessity. Every act of the reborn has the potential to fan the ripples of fate. And at this moment, the fate of a certain person was completely changed because of Zhou Rui. A life that was supposed to draw a Terminator changed. Chapter 9, Digging and digging and digging inside a tiny class. Zhou Rui was unsure of how powerful his slate was, and in order to prevent the thief from getting up again, he drew his belt from his waist and was about to tie him up. He didn't know how to tie it, so he just did it anyway, as hard as he could, as screwed up as he could, as dead as he could tie it. Unfortunately, in my previous life, I was so focused on reading the movie that my attention was on the heroine, and I didn't pay attention to the costume, or else I would have solved the problem with a turtle armor binding. Only at this time did Han Zien gradually wake up from the shock. Originally weak, now even more paralyzed on the ground, unable to stand up. The exquisite dress did not care. Soybean-like tears flowed out. Zhou Rui looked at the wailing girl and reminded, "Call the police." Mentally, I spit out, once again, the stupid thing I did by turning in my cell phone. Han Zien was patted by Zhou Rui before she shivered and fumbled for her delicate folding cell phone, trembling as she dialed the police. Because it has not yet been dragged to the corner deep out. This time the movement has attracted the attention of passers-by. A few grandparents curious to look in just saw a girl doll sitting on the floor crying and a boy was lifting his pants. Zhou Rui lifted his pants and looked at the cheap electronic watch on his wrist. It was already past the time he had agreed with Li Wenxian. Seeing someone gather around, she hurriedly said, "Explain yourself to the police. I'm late for school. Let's go." Han Zien hurriedly said, "Don't. Now this strange boy, is her backbone, don't know the reason, just don't want him to go, only Zhou Rui here." She felt a little bit of stability in her heart. The other Moncler outlet store, no matter how many people surrounded, can't give her a sense of security. Zhou Rui, however, did not stay, touching the back of the thief's head, confirming that his shot did not cause any major problems, and then left in a puff of smoke. The culture was relatively good in these days, and it was rare to see the wicked suing the righteous. Or if those scumbags wanted to, no one would cooperate. Unlike in later times, put in 23 years, high and low this thief has to get up and ask for his medical bills. Now as long as the person isn't dead or disabled, nothing will go wrong, and besides, his great-uncle is a court of law. He doesn't know at this point that what he stopped was not a theft or even a sex robbery, but a tragic murder. Zhou Rui only felt that he had done a small thing of bravery and contributed a brick, but the thoughts that he exchanged were clear. "It's so refreshing. Why not?" Han Zien was heard calling from behind. "I still don't know your name?" Zhou Rui didn't look back, playful and dashing too, a nice guy passing through. The pleasant sense of moral fulfillment soothed Zhou Rui's body, and the corners of his mouth were still up when he saw Li Wenxian 5 minutes later. Li Wenxian said suspiciously, "Are you in a good mood today?" Zhou Rui Rua, a hand Li Wenxian's mushroom head, said, "Just your excitement. Physics paper done? Lend me a copy." Li Wenxian nodded. The two of them often help each other, but the difference is that she didn't write because she was lazy, while Zhou Rui didn't write because he really didn't know how to. This girl's grades are so good. She didn't get this schoolboy exclusive mushroom haircut for nothing. Zhou Rui also did not look for other places, just leaned against the wall. End of the book is a table. A paper to do it again may take more than an hour, but copying it only takes a few minutes. This is why just now Zhou Rui rushed to find Li Wenxian. He was in a hurry to copy his homework. The two arrived at school, as usual, and then parted at the entrance to the campus, going to their respective classes. I arrived earlier today, and Zhou Rui didn't waste the time before class, taking out his textbook and flipping through it, trying to squeeze out some more experience value. Tong Xin, the class flower, came over holding a bunch of papers and looked at the serious Zhou Rui and said, "Zhou Rui, turn in your math papers." Zhou Rui pulled out the math paper that he had completed independently last night and estimated that he had gotten no more than 30% correct. Once you enter your senior year, the homework is all papers, and a teacher may take 3 or 4 classes. So many papers teachers do not have time to correct, are in the classroom one by one to talk about the problem, the students themselves to confirm the right and wrong. However, to make sure that all the students had gone back to some, they would still be put away and then handed out during class, which the teacher didn't correct. But it was somewhat of a deterrent. Otherwise some people won't even copy it, and it will be retaught in class anyway. Tong Xin took the paper. Her eyes stole a glance at Zhou Rui, and suddenly said, "You brought contact lenses?" Zhou Rui froze and said, "No, what do you mean?" Tong Xin felt that Zhou Rui's eyes had changed and become deeper. "It's better looking than before. The whole aura is not quite the same, even a little attractive. She couldn't tell what the difference was. In the past, although Zhou Rui's face was relatively clean-cut, he wasn't considered a handsome man, especially since high school boys generally had stupid hairstyles, and they all looked the same once their uniforms were over them. Tong Xian likes those boys in the society, especially those who are older than her. Those boys can dress themselves, no more, and have money, not comparable to these male students in the class. However, Zhou Rui gave him the feeling of being a bit of a mature male of the social kind, especially with a pair of eyes. It was hard not to be noticed. Zhou Rui waved his hand and said, his attention continuing to focus on his book. No eyes. I'm only 100 degrees. In his previous life, his eyesight only plummeted when he entered university. He guessed that it might be caused by playing a lot of games and using his eyes in an unhygienic way. In this life he shouldn't repeat the same mistake. Tong Xinshin saw that Zhou Rui no longer paid attention to himself and left, clutching the rolls. What boy in the class doesn't want to talk to her? As the class flower. This is read as reserve, written as arrogance. She still has it. But the more Zhou Rui, the more Tong Xian cares about him. One could only say that she was still too young to eat such an old-fashioned routine. And it wasn't even a routine that Zhou Rui intended. Zhou Rui continued to immerse himself in the sea of knowledge, choking down large gulps of water as he waited for the salvation of his experience value. Didn't even notice Tong Xian's little thought. If Tong Xian in a few years, Zhou Rui may want to nag more. Visual ice cream who does not love to eat? After all, Tong Xian's body is really good. So good that rubbing the edges does not need a pee picture. But now set in wide chemical fiber school uniforms, the appeal is drastically reduced. Academics are important. It's all about students. Zhou Rui was about to continue back into the sea of knowledge and take a few bitter sips of seawater. In one corner of the classroom, however, it became more and more noisy, so much so that all the students turned their heads toward it. Zhou Rui was one of them, and when he turned his head, he saw that little fat Songbin was being pushed and shoved to the corner. A tall boy pushed him to stumble, then pointed to the dirty corner of the class where the broomstick was kept and arrogantly said, "Cursing you and you dare to talk back? Give me a standing penalty." That tall boy, I think his name is Guosheng, Guosheng said and even slapped Songbin's face with his hand. Slapping it. Songbin blushing, unusually emotional, then being slapped in the face. This kind of teacher-like behavior, for high school students is more insulting, but also more unacceptable. He was used to cowardice in his daily life, and he might not dare to plead his case in general, but at this time, he felt an anger sticking in his throat. Guosheng seemed to think that this method he thought of was very imposing, pointing to the broomstick and said, "If the teacher doesn't come, you'll stand here for me. Do you hear me? I'll scold you twice CNM and you still dare to talk back." The other students turned their heads again when they saw that it was Songbin. For one thing, Songbin had often acted as the aggrieved person, and everyone was used to it, and for another, Songbin didn't have many friends, and no one was willing to stand up for him. Even the class president, the study committee, didn't say anything. Guosheng in the class is not a figure, at most is a big grin, yells 5 and 6 friends more, in the whole class ecology, just in the level of not slippery. But when he met Songbin, will be through a variety of arrogant behavior, to get pleasure and self-esteem. If the other party did not resist, he earned face in front of his friends, will not go too far. But apparently today, Songbin had rebelled against him, making him very upset. Just when Guosheng thought he had found a good way to humiliate Songbin, he didn't notice that Songbin was holding a hero fountain pen in his hand, and the cap of the pen was nowhere to be found in the push and shove earlier, leaving only the sharp tip. Chapter 10, You're teaching me things? Guosheng was still slapping Songbin's face one by one, oblivious to the possible crisis. Suddenly, he felt a heavy tap on his shoulder. Almost there, and punishing people to stand. "Do you think you're a teacher?" Turning his head to look, it was actually Zhou Rui. In itself, this scene of bullying is the worst place for someone to step in. It will infuriate the abuser. However, this person, Zhou Rui, was in a very special situation in the class, and used to be very close to LV Shubua, something he didn't dare to offend. Guosheng even went to look at Lu Shubua's face for the first time, and found that this person who was the worst person to mess with in the class was indeed looking over here. Zhou Rui, however, didn't care so much and pulled Guosheng away from him as soon as he could, then walked over to Songbin and patted the other party's shoulder. Without moving under his hand, he broke Songbin's fingers and took out the pen. It wasn't until the pen was cupped in his hand that Zhou Rui let out a breath. So close, just now. no matter from which angle. Songbin was in a state of adrenaline rush, about to lose his mind, and the pen in his hand seemed as if it was going to be stuck in Guosheng's eyes the next moment. Although he didn't have such a tragedy in his memory, he didn't want to gamble. Maybe Songbin didn't have a fountain pen in his hand in his previous life, and this time, because of his disturbance, he had one? With this, he saved Guosheng, Songbin, and the class teacher, Huang Dui. But unfortunately, Guosheng wasn't prepared to appreciate it. He only felt that he had no face. At this time, Zhou Ruwei stood beside Songbin. Guosheng naturally felt that Zhou Ruwei was giving Songbin a head start. Zhou Ruwei, mind your own business. He said that he was going to yank Zhou Ruwei's collar. Zhou Ruwei did not want to, and this brainwashed general knowledge. Did not expect to actually move with their own hands, subconsciously raised his leg and kicked it away. He was about to take advantage of the situation and give Guosheng a bit of teaching, but it turned out that Songbin behind him let out a strange cry, as if he wanted to help Zhou Ruwei, who had helped himself out of the head. He also began to charge forward. The dead center of the classroom was a mess. Zhou Ruwei was on guard against Guosheng while also holding down Songbin, so it could be said that his hands were busy. Well, at that moment, Huang Dui appeared at the front door of the classroom and bellowed, "What's going on?" Everyone's breath stuttered, and matters hurriedly lowered their heads. Guosheng and Songbin also froze in place. "You three, come out here." I don't know what Huang Dui saw, but all three boys were called out anyway. The English teacher, clutching her books, brushed home with the trio, glanced at them in surprise, and then went to class. Only Zhou Ruwei, the three of them, and Huang Dui remained in the hallway. "What did you guys just do? The college entrance exam is less than 2 months away and you're fighting? Are you crazy?" The teacher, always the first time to think from the results, from the high school entrance examination. This point in time he does not want to care who is right and who is wrong. He only knows that no one can be hurt. Songbin and Guosheng kept their heads down without saying a word, which was the response of most high school students when faced with a teacher's criticism. Not saying anything and not really taking it to heart. The only one who was different is Chorai. He had the soul of an adult, and had long since stopped being a high school student who got nervous when he saw a teacher. He patted Huang Duwei's shoulder and whispered to him, "Old Huang, let me borrow a step." With this sudden stroke, not only was Huang Duwei confused, even Guosheng and Songbin were confused. What kind of routine is this? Huang Dui thought to himself. I'm disciplining a student. Can you show some respect? No, aren't you a student? Zhou Ruwei, however, didn't care so much and pulled Huang Dui away from the two of them, whispering to his homeroom teacher, like the way he whispered to his leader in the latter days. Zhou Ruwei placed the pen in his hand in Huang Dui's palm and whispered, "Just now this thing, just pinched in Songbin's hand." He himself probably didn't realize how excited he was. "Lao Huang, you're the homeroom teacher. Senior year is all stressful. If the strings in your head were taut, it would be barbecue. I mean that would be the end." Huang Dui looked at the sharp pen in his palm. Cold sweat broke out behind his back. He didn't even have the effort to pay attention to Zhou Ruwei's strange attitude anymore. He only felt a pang of fear. If this not point their own management of the class out of this gear, not to mention Guosheng and Songbin, not even to mention the 7th class, the whole school will have to make a fuss. The consequences are unimaginable. Zhou Ruwei looked at Huang Dui a little bit, patted Huang Dui's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Neither of them may realize the whole pen thing, and you can leave the pen out of it, but the two of them will have to move their seats a bit so they're not so close to each other." Huang Dui nodded his head repeatedly. "You're right. Wait, how it feels. This student is teaching me things." Without waiting for Huang Dui to send a message, Zhou Ruwei has already waved his hand and returned to the classroom, deeply hiding his merits and fame. Brushing up on experience was important, and Old Yellow would do the rest. Seeing Zhou Ruwei leave in style, Guosheng and Songbin's eyes went straight. "That's okay? What did he say?" In their eyes, how did it feel like Zhou Ruwei had educated Huang Dui? What's this called, a handful of eyes? Zhou Ruwei no longer bothered with the matters outside the classroom, and in the eyes of a group of students who were surprised, returned to his own position, seriously took out his books, and honestly brushed his experience. Task word, concentration. Experience value +1. Current progress, 25 out of 100. How come it's 25? Shouldn't it be 24? Where'd you get the extra point? Curious, Zhou Ruwei opened the system and was happy. It turns out that when I was tapping the bricks in the morning, I actually gained a little bit of experience value, probably because I was highly concentrated and careful. That's a real surprise. With that, he stopped being distracted and focused on the lesson. A system message popped up in his head, and he didn't even bother anymore. It was at the end of the first class that I was distracted to check and realized that I was indeed a bit less efficient than yesterday. Task word, concentration. Experience value +1. Current progress, 29 out of 100. Quest word, autodidact. Experience value +1. Current progress, 16 out of 100. Task word, inspiration. Experience value +1. Current progress, 11 out of 100. Undaunted, he pulled out his math textbook and prepared for the next class. Song Bin and Guoshang did not come back. Maybe in the old yellow office penalty. Only Zhou Ruwei, nothing like sitting in his own position. Many students between classes are towards Zhou Ruwei this side to peep. Zhou Ruwei chose to stand out that time just now. Contrast that with the other students who don't listen. It's kinda handsome. Suddenly, an unexpected voice came from the rear. Zhou Ruwei, were you okay just now? Zhou Ruwei looked back and it was Lu Shubua. The two senior high school sophomore relationship is very good, but senior high school after Zhou Ruwei awakening, the relationship is much lighter. Seeing that this guy cared about himself, Zhou Ruwei smiled and said, "What can there be? I'm a persuader." Lu Shubua nodded in silence, averted his gaze, and stopped speaking. Second period. Math. Still high-intensity study. Zhou Ruwei in order to experience value. In order to get the word early to deal with the college entrance examination. Can be said to be two ears do not hear outside the window. The gaze of the surrounding classmates cannot let him distracted at all. Single-mindedly focused on getting money. Ah no. Experience. Even for lunch break, they went to the cafeteria and ate hastily. No one can stop Chow from messing with experience. It wasn't until the afternoon that anything interesting was posted. Chapter 11, Transfer Students. By the afternoon, Song Bin and Guoshang, who had disappeared for most of the day, finally appeared, because the first class in the afternoon was Huang Dui's class, and the two of them were directly brought by Huang Dui. From the two faces, this morning the two are not good, especially Guoshang. The heart is written on the face, and angry and feel no face, just hidden, small-minded. He even glared at Zhou Ruwei on his way back to his seat, only to be glared back by Zhou Ruwei. Switch positions. Song Bin Yu and Lu Shubua switch positions. Originally sitting behind Zhou Ruwei, Lu Shubua gritted his teeth. His face is not very good, but he is the poor student in the class. No matter how his classmates see him, there is really not much of a card in the teacher, and the change of position is not greeted in advance. As for why Huang Dui did so, he also guessed, is nothing more than the fear of Song Bin and Guoshang again dispute. Lu Shubua is considered to have suffered an undeserved disaster. The eyes that looked at Guoshang were somewhat annoyed. This time Guoshang's tablemate was replaced with LV Shubua, who he was most afraid of. While the little fatty Song Bin sat diagonally behind Zhou Ruwei, Huang Dui nodded with satisfaction. At this time there were still a few minutes before the class started. He still had one more thing to take care of. Yesterday I said there was a transfer student in the class. He was supposed to report this morning, but he was delayed because of a little thing. There isn't much time left in senior year, but I still hope that we can all get along harmoniously. And the short-lived friendship of classmates is also valuable. Han Ziyin student, come in and say hello to everyone. A girl, slowly walked in. Many of the boys stopped their timid whispers, their eyes drawn to the figure as if by magic. Clear, crystalline phoenix eyes and a ponytail draped behind her like brocade. Even the plastic texture of her school uniform couldn't hide her tall figure. Just standing there made one word come to mind. Pavilion. The straight nose looks a little overbearing, but the full forehead and fair skin neutralize this aura nicely, giving an overall feeling of valor. Tong Xin instantly felt a great sense of crisis. She felt the throne of her class flower, swaying wildly beneath her ass. It was just that this transfer student, Han Ziyin, had some red eyes for some reason, as if she had just cried. Zhou Ruwei opened his mouth. Isn't this the girl from this morning? Is she the transfer student? No wonder she was about the same age as herself, but she wasn't wearing a school uniform, so she hadn't gotten one yet. No wonder she was looking around as if it was her first time in Qinghai County, and also over-idealizing the policing of Qinghai County. Suddenly, Zhou Ruwei finally understood why. In his own past life, he had no memory of this transfer student who had appeared in his senior year. In her previous life, I'm afraid that this girl, in her previous life, never even appeared in Qinghai No. 1 middle school. She should have appeared shining and amazed everyone, but she ended up in some deserted alley, turning into a faded and aborted flower. In this life, because of Zhou Ruwei, she finally stepped into this classroom, and every day from now on would be Han Ziyin's new life. The tiny butterflies, flapping their wings, had begun to flare. Huang Dui seemed to know that Han Ziyin had encountered something in the morning and didn't make it difficult for her to make any self-introductions. He had saved his place yesterday, having heard that the girl was so tall that she was catching up with him, so he had saved a place near the back yesterday. Han Ziyin, your seat is over there. Zhou Rui, Han Ziyin just came to Qinghai County. Take care of her. The surrounding boys all cast envious glances towards Zhou Rui, and when Han Ziyin looked up and saw Zhou Rui, the whole thing froze. Underscore. A wall. Senior class 6. Front row against the wall. The Queen's hometown. Some mushroom head with his face sealed off doesn't know what's going on next door. She took a small bite of the fruit tangerine peel that Zhou Rui gave her, thinking that this one was a little sweeter than the one she usually bought. Yummy! The boys on the side were holding their cell phones, watching game commentary videos, and due to the slow internet speed, the 10-minute videos took a whole class to download. I think it's called CF, and it's just become popular recently. Home stolen. Home is stolen. Li Wenxian thought calmly, what a game. And home? Is it a gardening game? Fruit leather is so sweet. Whose house has been burglarized? Underscore. Class 7 next door. Zhou Rui's two eyes stared straight, his forehead sweating, his heart on fire, staring at the marvelous back of Huang Dui on the podium. Huang Dui, the exam must test this knowledge. It's a giveaway question. Zhou Rui nodded heavily. A small note was handed over, but Neri was too highly concentrated to respond. Another small note was handed over, and the slender fingers placed the note directly in front of Zhou Rui. Yet someone remained unmoved. Zhou Rui actually saw the note and knew that this girl named Han Ziyin must have a lot to say to him. Can you say nothing? How about a lifesaver? Unfortunately, all things have to step aside in front of the word experience, and at this moment, Huang Dui is the most charming person in his Zhou Rui's eyes. Han Ziyin, however, was unmotivated to attend class. For any girl of that age, the things she had experienced in the morning were much more important than a mediocre physics class. This once-in-a-lifetime experience was bound to carve an indelible mark in her heart. Zhou Rui is looking at Huang Dui, so Han Ziyin sneaks a look at Zhou Rui. The short hair is somewhat long and deformed, and the face is not considered handsome, but the skin is good. The features are decent, especially a pair of eyes, very clear and bright, so that people cannot help but want to see more. It's hard to imagine such an ordinary person of the same age being able to do something as awesome as slapping a thief unconscious. After Zhou Rui left in a hurry in the morning, the police arrived quickly, and even Han Ziyin's father put down his work and ran to the scene, which made quite a commotion. Han Ziyin described what had happened with red eyes, and both her father and the police looked at each other in disbelief. Han Ziyin's father explained that he must find this brave teenager. Unfortunately, there was no surveillance around. They couldn't find Zhou Rui through a belt. Could they? The only clue is that Zhou Rui is wearing the uniform of Qinghano, one middle school. Only Han Ziyin never expected it. The person who saved himself was actually his own classmate. Just very. Destiny. At least that's what Han Ziyin thought. Zhou Rui took advantage of Huang Dui's effort to drink water. His eyes were not slanted, and he whispered with a crooked mouth, "Is there a flower on my face?" "There's." "Ha? No." He was really getting a little hairy from the girl's stare, and her straight gaze looked like she was trying to eat him up. "Suggest class first then. Half a class has passed and you haven't even opened your textbook." Ah. Han Ziyin looked at her textbook that was welded as if it was dead. Her cheeks fluttered red rapidly. She was also a goddess schoolgirl level in Shanghai, and her own personality was relatively proud. But this also meant that she didn't have any experience in deep contact with boys. Feeling downright humiliated at this point, will it make Zhou Rui think I'm the girl who is shameless and still doesn't love to study? However, Zhou Rui didn't notice that another person had also been staring at him since the beginning of class. It's still a guy. After all, he didn't have eyes in his back. Between classes, Zhou Rui felt a little hungry and tired and took out the Snickers bar he bought in the morning. Snoopy, sticky teeth, but the body is honest, and a thrill of consuming tons of calories and sugar in the midst of exhaustion wells up. Han Ziyin was already embarrassed to stare at Zhou Rui because of the previous reminder. But Zhou Rui was curious about this girl. "Don't bother me with experience during class time, but you can nag me between classes. Where did you go to school originally?" Han Ziyin hurriedly said. "Shanghai." "Shanghai." Zhou Rui wondered. Isn't the pressure of the university entrance exam in Shanghai less than this side? Why did you change schools at this point in time? Han Zi'in's situation, no matter how you look at it, should be high school immigrants. The family either have money, or have connections, or both. That fashionable outfit in the morning also shows that this girl is not from an ordinary family, but from Shanghai to Qinghai County to do the high school immigrants. In the eyes of Zhou Rui belongs to the typical reverse operation. Shanghai schools teach simplicity, and there are so many top-notch colleges in the city that coming over here with the same score is purely asking for trouble. Han Zi'in hesitated, seemed unsure whether to say. Zhou Rui guessed that may be embarrassed to say that the family has a relationship, and did not pursue. Zhou Rui was about to say something else when he felt several gazes cast at him and closed his mouth. Good show. 5 or 6 nearby girls surrounded them and opened a frenzy of bombardment on Han Zi'in. Zhou Rui's seat was inside, and he hurriedly propped himself up on the back row of tables and jumped out before he was closed in. When a transfer student arrives, or a girl, she is bound to be surrounded by girls asking questions. Zhou Rui ended the chat on his own, gave Han Zi'in an expression that said, "Seek your own happiness," and left in style. Give the girls a chance to communicate their writing and assess their reading. Although some curious about the follow-up of the thief incident in the morning, but Zhou Rui is not in a hurry. Have become a tablemate anxious? Why? For his tablemate to be a human high-quality beauty. Zhou Rui was naturally happy in his heart, but at this stage everything had to be ranked behind word experience. When he relied on being reborn, on the golden finger, gradually growing up and arriving at the peak of his life, he believed that he wouldn't miss anyone and was qualified to have anything. So at this stage, it was impossible for him to take the initiative to put his energy and devote it to that kind of hazy sentiment between boys and girls. Delineate the focus. It's impossible to be proactive. Chapter 12, it's hard to guess what's in a little girl's mind. Zhou Rui left Han Zi'in alone to be surrounded by the girls and ran to the playground himself, ready to move his body. Slightly run 200 meters. Feel a bit of stamina emergency. High school in their own physical health is not bad, but really lack of physical exercise for a long time. After all, the last time I took gym class, the gym teacher wasn't bedridden, and even morning exercises were cancelled in the second semester of my senior year. He returned to the classroom at the beginning of the second period in the afternoon, and the area around his seat was really clear. The girls seemed to have finished their assessment, but their faces were not very good, and Han Zi'in sat quietly in her seat, casually flipping through her books, her upturned nose and delicate features combining to form a perfect side face. To be fair, she's one of those star-crossed beauties. Even if limited by age, temperament is a bit green, but in any place will be a crane-like existence. Turn rate gaga high. The original class flower, Tong Xin, was hardly the same level of existence as Han Zi'in, at least when she was wearing her school uniform. Look, a lot of the boys around are sneaking glances at Han Zi'in, and she's just fiddling with her textbook as if she doesn't see it. But when she found that Zhou Rui came back, her heart panicked for no reason. The original smooth and cold breath steeply became disorganized, and the action of flipping through the pages of the book became perfunctory and pretentious. When Zhou Rui approached, Han Zi'in hurriedly made way for Zhou Rui to enter. Zhou Rui scooted his ass inside and could still feel the residual warmth under Han Zi'in's seat. Han Zi'in looked at the fine beads of sweat on Zhou Rui's neck and handed over a scented wet wipe. Zhou Rui froze, took it and said, "Thank you. The girl is quite attentive." Han Zi'in bit her lip and said, "I'm the one who should say thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have dared to think what would have happened afterward." Thinking of the morning's thrill, Han Zi'in subconsciously grasped her school uniform with both hands, and her long, slender fingers lost their blood color. Zhou Rui shook his head and said, "You may have just come to Qinghai County. It's still not quite the same here as in the big city. You're so pretty and dressed so beautifully. You should be a little more vigilant not to head down the alleys." Hearing Zhou Rui boast about her beauty, Han Zi'in's face changed from white to red again, similar to a Sichuan opera face change. What happened to the thief? How did the police handle it? Han Zi'in lowered her head and said, "It seems that because he's a recidivist, he's been locked up straight away. We don't know exactly how he'll be sentenced yet, but it won't be light anyway. By the way, the police want to find you and hand out certificates of bravery." Zhou Rui's eyes lit up. "Is there a bonus?" Han Zi'in, "I don't think I've heard." Zhou Rui's interest waned. He had just been reborn and returned, so he didn't want to show any chicken feet, and besides, there was no substantial reward. At such a tense point in time now, it's better to brush up on your experience. There's no need to make a spectacle of this. It's too much trouble. Just keep it a secret for me and the police. What happened this morning? As a little secret between the two of us. The police won't be looking for him much more seriously. and after a few days they probably won't remember. Han Ziyin thought about it and nodded solemnly. As he was talking, the language teacher came in, and Zhou Ruwei collected himself and went back into focus. Brush up on your experience. Brush experience. Han Ziyin looked at Zhou Ruwei's serious side face and whispered, "Thank you for saving me. Too bad someone didn't hear it." Nothing interrupts his listening except system messages. At the end of the school day, again, there is an extra study period after school, and again, it's almost dark before school ends. After another day of intense study, Zhou Ruwei is one step closer to getting a new word. Task word, concentration. Experience value +1. Current progress, 37 out of 100. Quest word, autodidact. Experience value +1. Current progress, 25 out of 100. Task word, inspiration. Experience value +1. Current progress, 15/100. The pace was a bit slower than the day before, but steady and still pleasing. Slowly climbing up from the sea of knowledge, Zhou Ruwei slapped his face. It felt like my brain was filling up. Since working. No, he hadn't. Since college. Crammed so much into his head in a short period of time. If it weren't for the system message that popped up one by one, giving him certainty in his direction, he wasn't sure he would have lasted. In my previous life, I wasn't even this tired from a day of meetings, because most of the time in meetings was bull ********, and I couldn't walk away from every second of class. Zhou Ruwei turned his head to see that Han Ziyin's desk was clean and tidy. Or maybe the girl hadn't really looked at her books all afternoon in class, either sneaking glances at Zhou Ruwei or pretending to flip through them. It seemed that she had finally recovered from the morning's shock, and a high and cold aura gradually returned to Han Ziyin's body. Even if she didn't say anything and sat there, she gave off a feeling of rejecting others. Of course, that was for everyone else, except for Zhou Ruwei. I'm pulling out then. See you tomorrow? Han Ziyin nodded. Her height of 172 gave her excellent body proportions, her slender neck white swan-like. Then he sat in his seat, his eyes following Zhou Ruwei's back. She was very curious about Zhou Ruwei, but didn't yet have the courage to leave school together. It was hard to make rational judgments when the magical experience of the whole day was about to burn her CPU out. It may take a while for the mixed feelings about Churi to settle down, or maybe a period of time to sublimate. Looking out through the window, it was easy to recognize Zhou Ruwei in the crowd of school drop-offs, and then his eyes kept following this teenager, whose hairstyle had changed a bit, toward the school entrance. Seeing that Zhou Ruwei didn't leave directly after leaving the school gates, but went to the corner, seemingly looking for someone, Han Ziyin was curious when the cell phone in her pocket shook lightly. Han Ziyin retracts her gaze and realizes it's her father's call. Ziyin, Daddy has another meeting that he can't get away from. There will be an uncle policeman picking you up. He'll take you home, and I'll have dinner brought back to you. Han Ziyin's eyes darkened a bit, whispering, I know. Underscore 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 underscore. Zhou Ruwei found Mushroom Head, who was swiping his cell phone, at the corner of the school entrance, and then directly drew a hand to say hello. Li Wenxian wasn't angry. Instead she laughed. Let's go. Go home. Zhou Ruwei said as he walked toward the front. Is the fruit tangerine skin good? Yummy. Better than the ones I buy myself. Where did you get them? It's the kiosk on the way to your house. I can still get it for you tomorrow. Li Wenxian said suspiciously. Is it so kind? Do you have a request for me? Zhou Ruwei touched his nose and said. It's meaningless to talk about begging. Do me a favor and lend me your cell phone for a night. His cell phone was handed over to Yao Pei because of his naivety. But now that he's back from his rebirth, he desperately needs to go online to find out more about this 09 and find a point of entry. What's more, the morning I saw the for sale ad on my doorstep, an opportunity that came to my doorstep and required a little startup capital. Although Yao Bailey is a civil servant, but the level is very low, relying on the unit's various benefits. Raising Zhou Ruwei still have some savings left has not been easy. If you sell the old house, add some money to do the replacement is still within the ability of Yao Bailey. But if you rely on savings to buy another set, it is not enough. If you don't want to miss it, you have to get money. Although taking out a loan, or borrowing money from relatives is not impossible, Zhou Ruwei wishes there was an easier way. Otherwise with her mother's character, she is afraid that once she is in debt, she will be scared and suffer. As for going to the internet cafe to use the computer to check, Zhou Ruwei did not have time. Every minute of the senior students are scheduled. He does not and do not want to be in because of this kind of thing. To lie to his mother. Li Wenxian subconsciously protects her cell phone. It is not that she is not willing to lend it to Zhou Rui, but there are a large number of her chat records in it. As a person whose grades are in the top 3 of the whole school, and who often does not do her homework, guess where she spends her time? Internet. Of course. But the one who opened his mouth was Zhou Rui, and Li Wenxian didn't want to refuse. She felt that Zhou Rui must have something important. After a long time, "Can only Milk Ferocious said, "Then you are not allowed to peek at my text messages in QQ, and 2 fructan skins are not enough. I want 4. No. 5. Zhou Rui lifted the pendant and took Li Wenxian's cell phone that was covered with crystal stickers, and laughed. "Don't worry. I absolutely do not look at your little secret. In case you see what should not see how bad." Li Wenxian's cheeks flew red. "What do you mean you shouldn't look? Talking as if I have something. You open it for me right now and see that there's nothing inside. One moment you're allowed to see it. The next moment you're not. It's pretty hard to guess what's going on in a little girl's mind." Chapter 13, The First Song. How about a red song? Zhou Rui carried Li Wenxian's little girl's cell phone and returned home. Mother was still busy in the kitchen, and when she heard the movement at the door, she immediately shouted, "Rice will be ready soon. Go wash your hands first." Yes. After washing his hands to do back to the table, Zhou Rui obviously feel that his mother's mood is very good. The table is a big bowl of ribs such as hard food. Zhou Rui asked, "What good hair what?" Yao Peili ruffled her hair in a dashing manner and pretended to be relaxed. "Can't you eat something good without good news?" Not more than a few seconds later, Yao Peili herself couldn't hold it in first and whispered to her son, "Yesterday I did not give your great uncle made a phone call it? Today he looked for acquaintances to ask. There really is this matter of demolition and relocation. And even the above do not know a few people. Your uncle went to ask when people thought who leaked it." Zhou Rui quirked his mouth, thinking, reborn people leaking out. Yao Peili continued, "It is said that it will be announced in the second half of the year or next year. Xiao Rui, you have made a great achievement this time. Turn around and you have to thank that classmate." "What's his name? Zhang Quandan?" Zhou Rui hurriedly said, "Thank you for what and he is not familiar. Just overheard an ear. And you also said that now is still confidential stage. I go to thank is not to pit him it. Especially his parents." Yao Peili thought to herself that this is the reason, also right. Your great uncle also specifically said this thing before the official announcement above. Let us never disclose it, especially the surrounding residents. Otherwise it will bring a lot of resistance to the demolition work. Yao Peili is a civil servant. Give more she is happy. Give less she will not make trouble. Peace of mind and so on the line. But others are not necessarily. Sitting on the ground, asking for money. Open mouth tens of millions of hundreds of millions of nail households in the country is not uncommon. It is because of the demolition work of public opinion pressure is growing. Many nail households have the courage to lion's share. And those who want to make a fuss will develop those who don't want to make a fuss in order to increase their confidence. So now there are any plans for demolition are first hidden, and then quickly mobilized. Quick and easy. Zhou Rui's great uncle entrusted people to inquire. The Housing and Construction Bureau froze. Do not know where the leakage of information. Thousands of instructions to Zhou Rui great uncle never spread the news. Otherwise the time may directly not demolition. But even if an itchy head grows a second brain, there's no way they could have thought it was the reborn who leaked it. All in all, the family is considered to have encountered a happy event. And it's a happy event that is secretly happy. So Yao Peili is in a good mood, and made 2 good dishes to make up for her son as well. Zhou Rui ate his ribs while thinking about how to get a sum of money as soon as possible. Since his mother's side confirmed the news, the idea of buying another suite should be supported. The prerequisite is money. As of now, starting with music was the most reliable. He possessed the green phrase, absolute musical sense. And as long as he could supplement his knowledge of basic music theory, such as pentatonic scores, he would be able to recreate in his mind those songs he had heard in his previous life. I can't say it's exactly the same, but 95% is absolutely no problem. But not having been exposed to the business in a previous life, it wasn't clear exactly how it had to work in order to exchange songs for money. Writing the things in your head into a score is just the first step, and there are still very complicated steps to getting a reasonable payment of real money. So it's normal for an outsider to accidentally pit even the person with the song all over again. The only way he understands it is to write it and register the copyright later, then send it out one by one like a resume and wait to be picked. But this is, in his opinion, one of the dumbest ways to go about it. Even if the song is good, it's not a certainty that he'll be chosen, and if he is, he won't necessarily make any money. He had neither music industry contacts nor an agency. and would have to plan well to make that first bucket of money. After dinner, Zhou Rui returned to his room, and instead of directly writing his homework today, he took out Li Wenxian's cell phone that was covered with crystal stickers. When school is over, it has already made an appointment with Li Wenxian. Tomorrow morning he will copy her last night, so tonight Zhou Rui is ready to make good use of this rare cell phone to plan the first bucket of gold. The cell phone slightly carried some aroma. Zhou Rui sniffed. As a man, not quite sure how the phone could be stained with Li Wenxian's aroma. It's not as if it's marinated in flavor, is it? The first thing I did was to go to the news homepages of websites such as Xinlong and Net also, and look through the various news of 2009 to understand the state of affairs in front of me, and try to see if there was any inspiration. In this era, the mobile internet has just begun to emerge, but the main battlefield of the internet, or in the web page PC side, especially the news segment, in the whole internet occupies an important position. The various portals have invested a lot of energy, compared with the latter kind of traffic news. What shock! What a woman XXX and other garbage news. At this time the news content on the various websites is still on the serious side. The quality is also more reliable. There is too much information on the internet. Cell phone network speed and card. Zhou Rui looked very tormented. At this time there is no such thing as Wi-Fi. 3G network are not yet popular. Sometimes a web page takes more than 10 seconds to open. And even more outrageous is the news or Zhou Rui have finished reading. The picture is still layer by layer down the brush. And Tetris-like. The most news on the internet at the moment is still the economic crisis of last year, which was all over the news and affected every industry. The subprime mortgage crisis erupted in the United States in 2007, spreading globally in 2008, and this economic crisis, still powerful in 09. As the saying goes, when other countries have a thunderstorm, the U.S. reaps the rewards, and when the U.S. has a thunderstorm, it dumps the world. At this time, the domestic GDP has not even exceeded the RB, completely lack of the world's second base, still seeking international recognition. Most people do not recognize the foreign adults' moral camouflage and flexible double standards. On the whole, the country is still in a stage of searching for itself, to prove itself, such as last year's Beijing Olympics, next year's Shanghai World Expo, is to want to make a big fuss, to improve the international image. The nation will always run the most licensed and serious when it comes to these kinds of things. In other areas, cars are still the world of foreign brands. Joint ventures for so many years the country has not learned advanced technology. Foreign adults make a lot of money, but refuse to share technology. The idea of the market for technology gradually realized that it is a failure. In terms of spaceflight, it is only in its infancy. Chang Yi-1 has just landed on the moon not long ago, but due to the immaturity of the technology, it is a one-way ticket, and it is still a long way away from having an independent and autonomous space station in the later generations. On the internet, Japanese, American, German and Korean blowing are the hottest contents, and every time they can cause unconditional reflection in the country, which is not good and that is not good, as if the air reveals the original sin. What to give a cup of water to the children of China and the United States? What Qingdao sewer grease paper wrapped screws? What gifted human rights perfect system? What RB toilet water can be directly drink? Publicists but dare to blow. There are people dare to believe. Even publicist is a good word at this point. Zhou Rui felt the jaggedness of the times and couldn't help but lament that the country was developing really fast. I remember when he just went to elementary school, how material scarcity, the lack of vegetables in winter. Summer cannot afford to eat fruit. Many people a month's salary is only $100 or $200, are not enough to go out to the restaurant. And by the time he was in high school, basically most of the region had been freed from material scarcity, and the eastern region was in full swing. Vegetables and fruits were no longer scarce, and cola juice milk yogurt was no longer a luxury item but a daily drink for children. And by the time Zhou Rui was in his 30s, the country was already sitting firmly on the second place in the world, or even sitting on the second place, gradually solving poverty internally, and demonstrating the style of a great nation externally. And all of this, can you imagine it happening in one generation? While some people have come to the forefront and widened the gap between the rich and the poor in the short span of some 30 years, some have fallen behind and sunk into the social quagmire, and some have even violated the law and challenged the bottom line of morality. But it was truly a time of high speed and waves. Unfortunately, at this point in time in 09, self-esteem and self-confidence are not the mainstream thinking. Praising foreign countries and reflecting internally are the mainstream consciousness. The idea that the best way to grow up is to study abroad. that the best way out is to go abroad, that you can breathe sweet smell even if you have to scrub dishes, and that giving to foreigners for nothing is called free and true love are all prevalent. People who write publicists and red traders are hiding behind the internet, manipulating public opinion little by little, trying to hinder the rise but desperately trying to encourage the awakening of the Chinese people. Awakening. This is Zhou Ruwei in 9 years on the internet. Feel the breath. A lot of messages between the lines of things. The flavor is very punchy. Suddenly, Zhou Ruwei saw something different in the bewildering array of news. This year is the 60th anniversary of the founding of the country. Now the Ministry of Literature and Art face-to-face with all sectors of the community, launched the National Day Tribute, singing 60 years collection of activities. Welcome to the literary and artistic community. Everyone enthusiastic life protection to participate in. A very deadpan, official, no frills news story with just an email address underneath, but its location, but in the home page in a more conspicuous place. In this era of major portals to the news section of the importance of, should not be a fraud. Zhou Ruwei looked at the news. The publisher directly wrote that it was the 60th birthday literary and artistic guidance working group. This is Red Song, ha? Zhou Ruwei skimmed his lips, thinking that it was kinda dated. The year 2009 is already the world of pop music. The collection of red songs is destined to be just a promotional department of self-importance. Just as he was about to paddle away, Zhou Ruwei suddenly remembered. Seems like there really is an extremely good song with crimson undertones, or rather, a pop song, relying on the red color, the fire. In his previous life, Zhou Ruwei had been quite surprised when he learned about the events behind that song, a melody that emerged from Zhou Ruwei's heart. Go through the sea of people and don't stop, while there's still something to look forward to. Chapter 14, A Sea of Stars. The more Zhou Ruwei thought about it, the more he felt the song was appropriate. Lilting and stirring, especially the melody is extremely catchy, even in the era of short videos with fragmented music. It still kills and is all the rage. That would be A Sea of Stars. Many people first heard this song in a short video and would understand it as a song celebrating love. But in reality, the song didn't hit the big time after its release. But it was only after pitching a certain Centennial Journey celebration that it gradually hitched a ride and exploded all over the internet. And it's also the theme song for the record series of the Moon Exploration Project. It's a perfect blend of pop music and mainstream values. Zhou Ruwei at that time, after knowing the story behind the song, deliberately went to find all the two versions, especially on which the lyrics of the speculation, but also really from the melodious female voice, listening to the atmosphere of the changing times. In his head, he began to recall the melody of Starry Starry Night, which was very familiar to him since he was still singling it out last week, if not for the whole rebirth thing. With the addition of the absolute sense of music phrase, many details of the song surfaced in Zhou Ruwei's mind. What the background sounds of the main song were, what instruments were used, the chord transitions of the chorus, and even some of the singing techniques, all of them surfaced one by one. The arrangement is not complicated and can be done with just piano and bass. The singing is a little difficult, but the main test is the tone rather than the technique. It needs to be soft yet atmospheric sounding and a little more emotional. With a general pulse, Zhou Ruwei no longer hesitated and began to fire, learning the pentatonic. Yes, he is now the equivalent of a musical illiterate with top-notch talent, wanting to express the melody in his mind and transform it into a musical score to register the copyright. He couldn't just hum a section and send it out himself, could he? There had to be a score that conformed to the rules, and he hadn't experienced any learning in this area, only a rough idea of the laws of pentatonic scores from his junior high school music class. The thing about pentatonic music is that it's hard to say it's hard, and it's easy to say it's easy. Many people have said that it only takes half an hour to master the basic rules of pentatonic music. After all, it's not that hard to understand how to label the notes according to the position of the lines, but to become proficient in using it, or even to use it for playing, and to recognize it with a sweeping glance, takes years. It was good that Zhou Ruwei didn't have to pursue this realm. He didn't need to reach the level of recognizing the pentatonic score by glancing at it, at least not for the time being. He only needed to write out the melody in his head within the rules of the pentatonic score, note by note. It's like he was given a math formula and he substituted numbers into it. Even if it takes him all night, as long as he can write it while conforming to the rules, and even if he stumbles when he writes it himself and rereads the score. But what's the point? There are actually two versions of this song. One is the popular version. The other is the Centennial version. The Centennial version Zhou Ruwei also heard, but felt that the lyrics are a little too straightforward. rather than the original version of the kind of implicit praise evocative. So Zhou Rui lyrics used the original version. Since the subject matter and lyrics were too relevant, Zhou Rui basically didn't change a single word. Even the simple yet forced English parts of the lyrics were kept intact. In this era, when all people are united in seeking a positive international image, it may be a plus to have some of the lyrics in English for this Red Song contest, which is only 2 lines long anyway. When Zhou Rui had finished all of the song, he looked at the 5-line score drawn with a ruler on his hand and felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. There are a lot of handwritten scores. I guess there aren't many composers who hand-scrawl their pentatonic scores, are there? Taking a picture with Li Wenxian's cell phone, Zhou Rui looked at the time. It was actually already 2 o'clock. Hurry up and get cleaned up, before going to bed. And tiptoeing around, he pulled out his ID from under the TV stand. This is Yao Pei hid, in order to avoid Zhou Rui to the internet cafe. But in fact Zhou Rui has long known where to hide. Tomorrow he'd have to figure out how to get a scan of the sheet music before he could deal with registering the copyright stuff. An ID was essential. It's only one day. It shouldn't be noticed. Zhou Rui also has a bank card of his own. Is the former in order to appear to be independent? Asked his mother to do for him. Used to store the New Year's money. In fact, not much use at all. His family relatives are not many. Simply cannot receive a few money. And before the end of the Spring Festival, the New Year's Eve money will be Yao Pei and all sorts of names to take by trickery. Not to go to the deposit. This process is gone. Getting everything ready. Zhou Rui laid down on the bed and hurried to sleep. Sleeping later and later each day. He had to save his hairline. Early the next morning, Zhou Rui still went to pick up Li Wenxian. The cell phone might be needed for a while. Why don't I hold it for you for a little while longer? Li Wenxian wrinkled her nose and expressed her little emotion. But she didn't object because the fruit tangerine peel in Zhou Rui's hand had already poked her delicate little face. He gave just too much. Okay, you use it then. Who let you surrender your cell phone on your own? Auntie Yao is probably overjoyed. Zhou Rui laughed bitterly. Don't say it. Your face already hurts. By the way, what the hell are you doing being so secretive? It was only then that Li Wenxian remembered that she hadn't even asked Zhou Rui what he was doing with his cell phone yesterday. Is one too obedient? As soon as you ask for it, you give it too. One fruity skin was fooled all night. Zhou Rui wasn't prepared to hide it from Li Wenxian, because the next plan was definitely without her. And the recording of the demo for Starry Starry Night still needed the help of this future diva. Straight up, write a song. Li Wenxian suspected that she had heard wrong. Writing songs? You? Seriously? It wasn't that she looked down on Zhou Rui, but Zhou Rui, like her, hadn't received any musical training since childhood. Zhou Rui used Li Wenxian's cell phone, showing the photo of the handwritten sheet music, and said, "Look, the result of one night, the real deal." Li Wenxian's eyes widened. It's still pentatonic. When did you know this? The future last diva can't even read music in 5-string notes at the moment. All she could feel was Choyuri glowing. Zhou Rui Rua a handful of mushroom head. Do not say. Small hair is quite smooth. Is the kind of dry with a fragrance of smooth. The hairstyle was a bit earthy. But Li Wenxian was not an unkempt girl. The rules of pentatonic music aren't complicated. I usually take the time to study them. Don't just stare. Your eyes are already big. Back when the copyright is registered. You'll have to record a demo for me. Li Wenxian shook her head straight. Me? No way, no way. I don't even know pentatonic music. And I haven't sung much. She knew nothing about her talent at the moment. And the one person in the world who had the most confidence in her was Zhou Rui. It wasn't even necessary for her to know how to read music. Zhou Rui would hand her one line at a time on how to sing. Li Wenxian's vocal line would have been very suitable for the song Starry Starry Night. Even if it was an untuned white voice, it was enough to blow away many professional singers. How can you drop the spoon on the floor when the Lord is feeding you? What's wrong with God? By the way, I heard there's a transfer student in your class? A high school immigrant? Li Wenxian suddenly said. Zhou Rui didn't hide it and said frankly, "Yes, I just arrived at school yesterday afternoon." Li Wenxian nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The main reason was that she still didn't know that the girl who was wildly rumored to be able to directly ask for the throne of the school flower was Zhou Rui's deskmate, and a lifelong friendship. She doesn't know yet that her home is being burglarized. As usual, the two parted in front of the school gates and went to their respective classes. When Zhou Rui came, Han Ziyin hadn't arrived yet, and he casually opened his book bag and prepared to organize his table belly. The result was that his hand hit a hard object. Take it out. A new cell phone. The clean white, yet textured hardbox with the Nokia logo on it is packaged with a photo of a unique phone with a side-sliding flip cover in both a full touchscreen and a full keyboard. It was Nokia's last madness, the famous N97. If I remember correctly, this phone has not even been officially released on the mainland, but the unique design, as well as the top of the line in this era of various configurations, has already given the N97 a great name. It has been called the king of the generation. Zhou Rui remembers that in his previous life, when he was a freshman, there was a rich second generation in his class who used the cell phone, and at that time, Nokia had not yet fallen to the altar, and the moment this cell phone was taken out, it was a proof of financial strength. After all, in '09, this phone was going to be over 6K, and now, in the belly of Churi's desk, a brand new N97, not publicly available for sale, has emerged. He looked around and couldn't figure out who would leave this in his desk. What is this? A gift? Or misplaced? Isn't it a little too expensive for a high school student? Just as Zhou Rui looked around, his mind speculating, he saw Han Ziyin walk in with her slender neck, her eyes unblinking. However, when she locked eyes with Zhou Rui, she subconsciously avoided her gaze, seemingly somewhat while embarrassed. Zhou Rui thought to himself, could it be Han Ziyin? Chapter 15, an overly expensive gift. Could it be her? Zhou Rui pushed the unopened cell phone box into the belly of the table, observing the face of the suspect Han Ziyin along the way. Looking at Han Ziyin, her cheeks flew red and she even subconsciously lowered her head. What? Staring at her like that. By the time Han Ziyin sat down next to him, Zhou Rui still didn't see anything. One can only say tentatively, do you have a present for me? Han Ziyin felt like her CPU was burning up. How does he know? Is this a heart-to-heart? Being told off to her face, Han Ziyin could only turn red and pull out a whole box of Snickers from her pocket, quickly stuffing it into Zhou Rui's table belly. Han Ziyin saw Zhou Rui eating a Snickers bar between classes yesterday. As a lifesaver, she should thank Zhou Rui on all levels. But she, who seldom comes into contact with boys, doesn't know what she should send. And this box of Snickers, although it's not worth much, requires her to muster up a great deal of courage to take it out. I thought I would hide it in my book bag all day, and even prepared my heart for not being able to give it away because of my shyness. But then I just came to school, and I was told by the right person. Han Ziyin couldn't think of any other reason other than her heart being in the right place. Zhou Rui froze. A real gift? But not a cell phone? Seeing Zhou Rui's surprised expression, Han Ziyin was sad. It's really strange. People saved themselves and they sent a box of chocolates. Han Ziyin, you're so stupid. Seeing that the little girl's face was a bit untenable, Zhou Rui hurriedly made a harumph. Can. I like it very much. These days the rations have fallen. Thank you for the gift. Han Ziyin gave a soft It was the first time in her life she had ever given something to a boy. Although the process and the result were completely different from what she had expected, her little heart was still pounding. It just so happened that Zhou Rui had slept too late yesterday and was a little groggy, so he took one out on the spot and nibbled on it while class wasn't in session. Gotta find a way to get some coffee next time, even if it's instant. In his previous life, he was a blessed hitman, plus Shanghai had its own coffee culture, so he was half a coffee star, the kind that relied on caffeine to renew his life every day. But now, with the condition that his pants pocket is cleaner than his face, or in a small place like Qinghai County, it's kinda troublesome to get a cup of coffee. At least I didn't see any kiosks selling it. The origin of the cell phone had yet to be revealed, so Zhou Rui decided to brush up on his experience first. Zhou Rui continued to listen very attentively during the 2 morning sessions, and he was finally halfway through the progress of one of the experiences in his assignment. Task word, concentration. Experience value +1. Current progress, 54 out of 100. Quest word, autodidact. Experience value +1. Current progress, 38 out of 100. Task word, inspiration. Experience value +1. Current progress, 20/100. At the current rate, another 2 to 3 days would be enough to get his hands on the new phrase, concentration, which would also be the first phrase Zhou Rui had obtained on his own, through a quest. By that time Zhou Rui believed that not only would he be able to do everything a whole lot more efficiently, he would also be able to hang on to a whole new task. By the way, Han Ziyin still looks like she hasn't turned over her books much, and Zhou Rui seriously suspects that she's a scum who ran from Shanghai to Qinghai County, probably because her family has energy and a small place like Qinghai County is more convenient to operate. He's not a defender of justice, but more of an adult soul who doesn't recoil from it, but is just guessing what the other person's family composition is. It was business as usual in the afternoon. but the cell phone in the belly of the table Zhou Rui never got a chance to unwrap. For one thing, the new phone box is pretty big, and with all the spare parts and stuff inside, it's hard not to notice. Secondly, he still didn't know who it was from, and didn't even rule out the possibility that someone had misplaced it or something, so he didn't open it. Thirdly, with very little probability, could it be that someone is trying to plant him? And when he dismantles it he will say it was stolen? For example, Zhou Rui looked at Guo Shang, but this guy is so poor that he shouldn't be able to do this. Besides, we're all just high school students, so it shouldn't be like a spy movie. Unfortunately, no one came forward to claim the gift until the end of the school day, and until he figured out how it came to be, Zhou Rui wasn't going to unseal it. So as not to change, Zhou Rui said to Han Ziyin, "Then I'll withdraw. See you tomorrow?" Han Ziyin nodded. She seemed to leave a little later than the others every day, but Zhou Rui wasn't curious at all. Zhou Rui carried his backpack and left the classroom. After dropping off Li Wenqian today, he had to find a print store to scan the handwritten song sheet and then send an email to register the copyright. On time, on target, with a precise rua to the smooth mushroom, Zhou Rui said, Go home." Li Wenqian nodded and naturally followed behind Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui returned that cell phone of Li Wenqian to her and said, "Thanks for the cell phone. It didn't suffocate you, did it?" Li Wenqian shook her head. "No, but I'd been thinking about you today. You can actually write songs? It's unbelievable." In her eyes, this was equivalent to Zhou Rui suddenly telling her one day, "I am an urban special forces soldier, and now the Dragon King is returning to his throne." It caused her to be unable to concentrate in class all day, and all she could think about was Churi. Zhou Rui laughed. "What's so surprising? Writing songs isn't that hard. Maybe you can learn it later." Compared to the reborn Zhou Rui, Li Wenqian is a bit of songwriting talent in the body, the future of the last diva. But there are a lot of famous songs are written by themselves. Li Wenqian said excitedly, "Then what are you going to do next? Are you going to release an album? Are you going to become a big star? Are you still going to take the college entrance exam?" Zhou Rui was speechless for a while. This girl was thinking too far ahead. It's a big difference. My mom could break my legs in 2.5 if I didn't take the entrance exam. And I just composed the song. I neither recorded a demo nor arranged it. I don't even have a computer. And I'm still in trouble behind the scenes. Said Zhou Rui is also a bit of a headache. He now want money no money. Want equipment no equipment. Want contacts no contacts. This song Star Ocean, although the quality is very high, but really want to earn money. Inside the doorway can be too much. Just as the two were contemplating, a third voice suddenly emerged from behind them. "That, if it's a computer, I have." Zhou Rui was shocked. When did the third party show up? Li Wenqian also shivered and tightly grabbed Zhou Rui's school uniform, fearing that she would be abducted. Zhou Rui looked back and saw a short, fat boy, cowering behind the duo. "I can't believe it's the same classmate. Songbin." Songbin was less than 1.7 meters in height, but probably weighed more than 117, and his long history of being bullied had given his entire aura a somewhat somber and cowardly one. "When did you show up?" Songbin lowered his head and kept apologizing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I'm going home and you guys are a road. I've been at the back since just now, and I heard a sentence or two. Just 1 or 2 sentences." Zhou Rui suddenly thought of something, took out the N97 from his school bag and said, "Is this the one you put in my desk?" Songbin spun his fingers, his voice getting smaller and smaller. "That. I was behind you guys yesterday too, and really didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I heard that student Zhou Rui needed a cell phone, so I took matters into my own hands. I'm sorry. I won't next time." The person who obviously gave the gift is apologizing at this point. Zhou Rui patted Songbin and said, "It's not for you to apologize, but I think it's a bit too expensive." Songbin hurriedly said, "That is for Mr. Zhou Rui. Thank you for helping me yesterday." "Ah, I'm not saying it's because I helped me out yesterday. It's not right either. I mean." Looking at the appearance of Songbin's discourse rounds, Zhou Rui sighed and waved his hand. "Come on. I'll take the gift first. I really need a cell phone lately, and so on. I'll send you a better one later. In addition to all of them are in the same class. Don't call Zhou Rui classmates. Directly call me Zhou Rui." It took a few more minutes for Songbin to speak sharply and stop stuttering nervously. He's at the bottom of the school ladder, doesn't have any friends at all, and never has anyone to help him out. And only Zhou Rui stood up for what happened yesterday in the whole class. Although the motive may not be what Songbin thinks it is, Zhou Rui is worried about the mess with the pen. But it was enough to move Songbin. Chapter 16, Becoming a Light in Someone Else's Memory. Zhou Rui motioned for Songbin to follow as he walked. Rai said, "You said you have a computer? What kind?" Songbin was eager to help Zhou Rui and immediately enthusiastically said, "One desktop and one laptop, both with good configurations." Zhou Rui, did you write a song and need an arranger? Zhou Rui, are you writing songs that need to be arranged? When I was browsing the forums some time ago, I heard that they all take software to arrange songs. It seems to be called something like Coolbase. I can download one for you. I have a fast internet connection at home. Despite being a quiet sufferer in class, this guy seems to be pretty good with computers. It's not surprising. If you feel depressed at school, you will subconsciously look for other areas of pleasure. You can say he is escaping from reality. You can say he is a nerd, but it is undeniable that in this day and age, he is better at playing with computers than the majority of his peers. Not about playing games. In fact, Songbin even knows a little bit of simple programming. Of course, from the various words only, I'm afraid that Songbin's family is very rich in order to support him against such a specialty. Zhou Rui and Songbin in his previous life is not familiar with. After graduation, this has been bullied by the angry bag, but also completely disappeared from the classmates. Did not come to participate in any of the reunion. So Zhou Rui on the situation of Songbin's family is not a very good understanding of the situation. But it didn't matter. Songbin had a computer. Just what Zhou Rui desperately needed. Zhou Rui said that today's task was to get a scan and that he might borrow Songbin's computer afterward. Songbin said directly, "Why don't you just go to my house? My dad has a scanner in his office and he doesn't come back often." Zhou Rui thought about it and shook his head. Even if it's too late today, it's not too much trouble to find a print store. We'll see what happens on the weekend. The three of them walked together for 2 blocks, after which Songbin reached the place where they parted ways and turned into another road. After Zhou Rui with Li Wenqian, to a print store, scanned the ID card, sheet music and other content, and then N97 out of the box inserted card, Li Wenqian's card. Logging onto the copyright registration site, submit an application and send mail. Internet interaction these days is not quite the same as it is in later years, and almost everything that goes on revolves around an email address rather than a cell phone number. Up to the company things, down to the netizen exchange, as well as register a variety of accounts. Mailboxes are indispensable things. Zhou Rui before also registered a free mailbox. At this time just come in handy. There is also a sky-high fee of $200 for copyright registration. And this money has also emptied all the balance on Zhou Rui's bank card. That's the old money he's saved from all the years he's had his New Year's money. From today on, he's a poor man. When Zhou Rui sent the email out, Li Wenqian all still had a sense of unreality. Watching Zhou Rui dashingly close the side flap in 97 with a crisp ringing sound, Li Wenqian murmured, "The song just went out? I haven't even heard you sing it yet." The girl in charge had already repeated the confirmation countless times, just wanting to know if she was dreaming. Rai said, "It's not sent out. It's registered for copyright." Zhou Rui, "Can you sing for me then?" Zhou Rui shook his head straight while walking. "On the main road? Hard singing oratorio? How embarrassing. How embarrassing. Please, just sing it for me, or I won't be able to sleep all night." Li Wenqian shook Zhou Rui's sleeve, her voice milky. Zhou Rui really couldn't stand it and could only cover his face and say, okay, I'm afraid of you." Looking around to see that no one happened to be around, Zhou Rui held back his embarrassment and cleared his throat. "I would like to become a star." Zhou Rui softly sang the first line. His natural tone wasn't very impressive, and even carried a bit of childishness, but the biggest characteristic of him, who possessed the absolute musicality, lyric, when he cleared his voice, was accuracy. Extremely accurate. The length of the breath, the bite and pitch. The top tuners couldn't pick out a single melodic flaw. Only the technique was slightly juvenile. With just one sentence, Li Wenqian froze. Listen well. And after 2 short English lyrics, when the chorus appeared, it was only when Li Wenqian finally realized why the song was called Starry Starry Night. Through the sea of people don't stop. While there's still something to look forward to, will our love. It'll be blown out to sea by the wind. Never return. Whenever you come to me, tell me about the stars. After the first chorus, Zhou Rui decisively stopped. Just now a big man riding a battery car passed by, all the way to turn his head to look at him. He almost did not tense up. Singing clean on the street tests not skill, but cheek. Chaori's song came to a screeching halt. As for Li Wenqian, her eyes were already sprouting little stars. Zhou Rui, you're a genius. You will definitely become a big star in the future. You'll be a songwriter like Jay Chuan. Zhou Ruwei felt his cheeks burning, low and low. I'm not worthy to be compared to him. Li Wenqian felt herself trembling with excitement. The people who spend time together suddenly began to write songs, and they are such beautiful and melodious songs. Zhou Ruwei's behavior opened a door in Li Wenqian's heart, the gateway, called music. She became interested in music. In her previous life, Li Wenqian only discovered her talent when she accidentally participated in the top 10 campus singers competition. And in this life, this door was pushed open by Zhou Ruwei's own hands. And behind the heavy door was the little girl who shone like a jewel, and the terrifying talent. Looking at Li Wenqian, who was bouncing and jumping and too excited to stop herself, Zhou Ruwei was inexplicably happy as well. The embarrassment of clear singing in the street dissipated. He had missed many things in his previous life, and one of the things he regretted the most was his years of friendship with Li Wenqian. As far as I could remember, it seemed like I had never made this girl so excited and happy. He wasn't surprised. Although growing up together in an uneventful manner was also a warm passing, his former self never left any vivid traces in Li Wenqian's life. If you don't shine enough, if you can't be a light in someone else's memory, what reason is there to demand that the other person can't forget you all the way through their life? At this moment, Zhou Ruwei was shining in Li Wenqian's eyes. Zhou Ruwei habitually once again wore a mushroom, but also the heavy hair up, revealing Li Wenqian's delicate features, and those bright eyes. This girl, who was clearly no less than a great beauty, was covered up too much by her mushroom head. Sealed well. Let's just keep it sealed for now. For now, at least, it's good to know that only you know. Li Wenqian has long been accustomed to Zhou Ruwei her little mushroom, at this time still immersed in excitement, until she heard Zhou Ruwei said, "It's more for female vocals, so I'll think of something later, and you can record a demo for me," which means a demo. Li Wenqian immediately tensed up, suffering from a loss. "Can I do it?" Zhou Ruwei comforted. "Of course you can do it. This song is not difficult. The lyrics are also relatively high in repetition. The only thing you need to pay attention to is only to sing when the emotions to grasp in place. Of course the most important thing is that I have confidence in you." Levinson was unsure too. "Why would you have faith in me?" Zhou Ruwei scraped Li Wenqian's pretty nose and said seriously, "Because I've heard you sing the most times in the world. By far." Zhou Ruwei's expression that tacked on a hint of a smile and a doting look in his eyes made Li Wenqian a little giddy. Chourai waved and took the lead into the glow of the streetlights, as if stepping into the spotlight of some stage. "Let's go. Your mom is going to be in a hurry." Li Wenqian's small steps fell tightly and caught up with Zhou Ruwei's footsteps. "Coming. Wait for me. Go through the crowd. Don't stop. While we are still young and have something to look forward to, be a light in someone's memory." Chapter 17, Songbin's Selfishness. Tomorrow is Saturday, but unfortunately it's still a full day of classes for the seniors, who only have a single week off. Zhou Ruwei did not get distracted again at night, put the ID card back secretly, and then seriously write the paper to get the experience. The next day Zhou Ruwei everything as usual. Pick up Li Wenqian School. Take experience. Copyright registration website progress has entered the acceptance stage. On the contrary, it was Han Ziyin who seemed to have been trying to say something to him. Only this tall girl seemed to have a slender heart, or had never spoken much to a boy at all, and all day long, she had looked like she wanted to say something. It wasn't until the end of the school day, before Zhou Ruwei left, that Han Ziyin finally mustered up the courage to say the words she'd been holding back all day. "That, Mr. Zhou Ruwei, do you have time tomorrow? My father would like to invite you to his home for a meal and a sit-down." Zhou Ruwei was stunned, but soon felt that it was normal. It was normal for his daughter to want to be called to the house to meet with him after such a big event. "It's a shame though. I'm sorry, I've got so many things scheduled for tomorrow that I might not be able to do it. So don't go to all this trouble by talking to your uncle about how much I appreciate the thought." Hearing Zhou Ruwei's voice of rejection, Han Ziyin couldn't help but feel a loss in her heart. No, a great loss. However, he did not dare to show it on his face, and could only force himself to say, "I know, it's my problem. I should have told you in advance." Zhou Ruwei nodded. "Then I'll withdraw. See you tomorrow?" As he descended the stairs, Zhou Ruwei opened the system panel to check the word quest situation. Task word, concentration. Experience value +1. Current progress, 78 out of 100. Quest word, autodidact. Experience value +1. Current progress, 50/100. Task word, inspiration. Experience value +1. Current progress, 25 out of 100. If nothing else, the word concentration will be available on Monday. Punctual. Accurate Rua to the mushroom head. Zhou Ruwei took Li Wenqian toward home. Songbin took leave from his afternoon self-study and left early, as if he had something to do, but he had already made an appointment to meet up with Songbin tomorrow. Li Wenqian while humming Star Ocean. This guy talent is not cover. Just listen to Zhou Rui sang half a song. The melody and rhythm is already familiar. Only the lyrics do not remember all. From time to time we'll ask Zhou Rui 2 sentences. And the singing is excellent over and over again. Since Zhou Rui insisted on letting her record the demo, she didn't want to disappoint Zhou Rui. And even more so, she didn't want to spoil Zhou Rui's big event. Zhou Rui, on the other hand, walked while thinking about what new quests to hang on the empty quest bar when the concentration phrase arrived. In the evening, Zhou Rui honestly did his homework and got a few more points of experience in his hands in one night. Concentration. Current progress, 81 out of 100. Self-regulator. Current progress, 53 out of 100. Inspiration. Current progress, 26 out of 100. The next day, the miserable seniors finally had a precious day off. Although he had a ton of homework to do, Chourai had other plans today. Instead of wearing his school uniform again, he pulled on a short sleeve and jeans. After Zhou Rui received Li Wenqian, he went to the neighborhood where Songbin's house was located. Serenity Villa. As you can tell by the name, it's a villa area. Property development is in full swing these days. Even a small place like Qinghai County has a villa area, and it is said to be developed by the local leading enterprises, so the specifications are very high, not worse than those in big cities. The security guards standing guard at the entrance were of the early 30-something variety and meticulous. Let's just say that Songbin's family situation is both unexpected and reasonable. At the entrance of the neighborhood, little fat Songbin was waving cheerfully. Zhou Rui, over here. The houses inside the neighborhood were sparse, with a villa only a few dozen meters apart, each one not quite the same shape, but all with a white background. It may be a bit outdated when put in a decade or so, but when put in the present, it's an excellent design. And in a place like Qinghai County, the developer doesn't know how much it will take to sell it for a return on investment. Little fat Songbin parents seem to be very busy. Anyway, is not at home today, or not a few days a week at home. Do not look at him to live in the villa area. Affection and left behind children, not much difference. His cowardly and self-absorbed character may also have something to do with the unique family environment. He thought that he was just borrowing Songbin's computer, but as a result, when Songbin opened the door to the room, revealing a large pile of messy equipment inside, Choyuri froze. Songbin rubbed the back of his head and said, I've already downloaded Cool Bass, tried to learn it last night, it wasn't too hard, and bought a few basic sound effect libraries. I also bought some basic sound effects libraries. I also thought about Zhou Rui. Don't you want to record songs? The computer alone won't work, so I bought 2 monitor headphones, a microphone and so on. And yes, a sound card. Zhou Rui looked at the cluttered wires and rubbed his brow with a headache. Xiao Sona, how much did you spend here? As soon as Songbin saw Zhou Rui mentioning money, he tensed himself instead. No. That what? Not much. Zhou Rui looked at Songbin. Do you believe this yourself? It wasn't as if Songbin didn't actually have a concept of how much money there was, and he knew that his family was relatively wealthy. However, his long-autistic school life and weak character made him not realize what kind of power the power of money has in the society. He was now desperate to be friends with Zhou Rui. Instead, he was worried that Zhou Rui would ignore him because he had spent too much money. Zhou Rui is not very familiar with the price of these devices, but a rough estimate, 30 or 40,000 must be there. If this little fat man bought a high configuration device, it may be more than that. Even the Cool Bass software costs a few $1,000s a year. But Songbin's self-initiated behavior did solve a lot of Zhou Rui's problems. If not for this, then Zhou Rui wants to record will be very troublesome. The quality will also be much worse. For the early vein difficulty, Zhou Rui thought about it and could only say, you've already bought it, so let's use it. The sound card, microphone, and monitor headphones are all there, and I'll try to record the demo today as well. Songbin nodded excitedly, but Zhou Rui painted a different picture and said, but we are all classmates. I do not want to take advantage of you for nothing. These equipment as your investment. When you hang a tuner or producer, the name is also written up. Li Wenqian is the singer. I am the lyrics, composer, arranger, producer on one shoulder. I'll take 80% of the proceeds of this song, and you two split the rest equally. Of course, it's if there's a gain. If there isn't, it's as if your investment failed. Songbin was a little embarrassed. He felt that he was merely helping and making friends. Talking to teenagers about revenue sharing can make them very rushed. Li Wenqian felt even more unworthy. Zhou Rui clapped his hands and said aloud, "It's settled. The workload has increased all of a sudden. We have to hurry up today. It is not the style of the reborn to shy away from the world. It's called youth when you say you'll do it. Get it up." Chapter 18, Focuser, Words and New Paths. This pronunciation is not quite right. The English inside the song should not be so biting. It should be rhythmic, just like Chinese in music. It's not just 4 voices. At Song Bin's house, Zhou Rui was mouth to mouth. Ah no. It's teaching the little mushroom head by hand, almost a sentence by sentence fine button. And Song Bin is debugging the equipment. The busiest is still Zhou Rui. He taught Li Wenxian, but also to familiarize themselves with the arranging software. Song Bin, although the computer plays slippery, but no vocal knowledge, but also have to Zhou Rui a paragraph by paragraph conductor. They were busy in the morning, and at noon someone delivered a 3-person takeout that seemed to have been sent by Song Bin's parents. Something from a large restaurant. Delicious is delicious. Big fish and meat. But look at Song Bin's body type. Zhou Rui cannot help but lament, "Every day so eat, you do not fat who fat?" Even his height may have been affected by a long-term diet high in salt and oil. Song Bin's parents may have been good at business, but they definitely weren't very good at raising children. After eating, the 3 continued to work hard in the afternoon. Li Wenxian's side of the one pass no longer need Zhou Rui guidance. Slowly practicing on it, Zhou Rui will put most of the experience on the arrangement of the song. The progression isn't really fast, so it's good to see that the arrangement isn't too complicated. Focusing on mood and melody. Toward the end of the night, everything was finally ready. Li Wenxian walked apprehensively to the microphone with big, black monitor headphones that wrapped around her entire mushroom head. Since Song Bin had forgotten to buy a stand, and to sing you needed to stand if you wanted to have good breath, Zhou Rui transformed into a human-sized stand, holding the microphone in his big, steady hand and pointing the side with the sprayproof netting clamped on it at Li Wenxian's small face. The 2 were at arm's length, standing face to face. Zhou Rui even saw Li Wenxian's slender eyelashes clearly. Li Wenxian's small face do not know why began to redden. Zhou Rui also cleared his throat. Instructed, pay attention to mobilize the emotions. The emotions are the key to this song. Failure is not to be afraid of. Small samples only. How many times can start over? Li Wenxian nodded. Zhou Rui also put on the listening headphones that belonged to him, and then gave a gesture to Song Bin in front of the computer. 3, 2, 1, start. The lilting intro plays with gentle sweeping strings, as if placing one under a quiet night sky, looking up at a vast river of stars. Suddenly, there was a strong main theme and the quiet night air, as if focusing one's attention to a point. It was a piano riff. Li Wenxian closed her eyes and her small mouth opened lightly. "I would like to become a star, guarding the bottom of the sea." The beeping. It was a solid start. The voice was extremely catchy, a gentle female voice, but it revealed the power of life. It suddenly occurred to Li Wenxian that Zhou Rui said he wanted to mobilize emotions. Subconsciously, she opened her eyes and looked closer. "Eyes serious Zhou Rui. It's my dream. It's magic. 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 To your eyes how far is the distance?" Zhou Rui sensed that there was something extra and very unique in Li Wenxian's gaze. But he, being a human-sized brace, could only move one way or the other. The corners of Li Wenxian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sweet smile, and her eyes became a charming curved moon. Could it be that our love? It will be blown by the wind to the sea and never come back. Li Wenxian's talent was truly terrifying. The sound processing was not much worse than absolute sense of music, Zhou Rui, and the timbre was extremely beautiful. The future last diva, just staring at Zhou Rui's face, will be all the emotions into the song, more and more fluent. Not a single one of her gazes left Zhou Rui, as if Zhou Rui was the only star twinkling in the entire starry sky. When the song ended, Zhou Rui and Li Wenxian stared at each other as if they were still immersed in the song, until it was interrupted by little fat Song Bin's cheers. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Success! This song is fantastic, and it's one time over. Zhou Rui and Li Wenxian both averted their gazes, and Zhou Rui moved his sore arms and said, "I'll check again." 10 minutes later, Zhou Rui confirmed that the first song in his life, his first recording, was such a magical one-off, and he couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction. But looking at the high and low buttons on the software, and the folded lines representing the audio, he felt that something was missing from the song. With just the audio, it always felt like something was missing. "What's wrong Zhou Rui? Did I not sing well?" Li Wenxian said nervously. Zhou Rui thought about it, slowly shook his head and said, This song I'm going to submit first. If the purpose of the submission, I think it's still a little bit short of infectious and persuasive. Songbin was curious. How so? Chorai said. 1 MV short. Now Songbin was at his wit's end. I'm sure we can't do it today. How about next week? I can buy a DV, but can we make a music video? Zhou Rui, however, shook his head and said, not shoot one, but cut one, even if it's rough. No, this music video is destined to be rough. The rougher the better. Edit 1? With what footage? Footage of us recording a song? With those departed stars. Songbin's brain is spinning. Ha! Is the music video going to be space sci-fi because it's called Starry Night? Underscore 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 underscore. After getting everything done, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and Zhou Rui sent all the songs, music videos, and other things to be pitched, after which he let out a long breath. Then he got up, looked at Li Wenxian and Songbin beside him, and laughed. Everyone. Done. Both of them jumped up in excitement, and Li Wenxian even directly hugged Zhou Rui's arm. Songbin did not have a good time, holding a bookcase aside and shaking madly, like one of the fat monkeys. For teenagers, accomplishing a task that was thought to be impossible is already worth cheering with excitement, regardless of the future outcome. A full day's hustle and bustle culminated in a successful finish. Zhou Rui also let out a long breath. This day was not easier than classes. And it also resulted in the trio owing a ton of homework that they hadn't done, so they'd have something to copy tomorrow. He and Li Wenxian, speaking to each other and their respective moms, both went to each other's homes to review, hoping that they wouldn't reveal themselves. Thinking about his homework, Zhou Rui suddenly rang up that when he was busy earlier, there seemed to be a message popping up from the system, only he didn't bother to read it. So Zhou Rui opened the system panel. Task word, concentration. Experience value +1. Current progress, 88 out of 100. Quest word, autodidact. Experience value +1. Current progress, 53 out of 100. Task word, inspiration. Experience value +3. Current progress, 28 out of 100. It's not over yet. A flurry of news of his experience took up most of his vision. Good man. So many. Pulling it all the way to the end, he realized that a day's worth of creative work, his hardest to get experience, inspiration, quest, had actually gained nearly 7 experience points, bringing his total progress to 33 out of 100. Autodidact, normal experience progress, but got a dozen or so points for a total progress of 70 out of 100. And the centralized mission was flashing with a golden light at this moment. Task word, concentration. Experience value +1. Current progress, 100. Please collect the word. Zhou Rui gulped and excitedly chose with his consciousness. Claim it. Only to see a strong flash of light from the quest bar. A series of words disintegrated, combined, and eventually became something completely new. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the white word, focuser. Word effect, obtaining the brand new attribute focus. Actively using focus to enter focus time, significantly increasing the speed and efficiency of thinking. Improving body control, improving the ability to cope with crises, and increasing the possibility of inspiration. So powerful. The word focuser evolved from concentration, which is not only limited to learning, but can be said to be strengthened in all aspects. Focuser is an upgradable word. No need to occupy the quest bar. Rely on the consumption of focus to upgrade. The higher the level, the more focus capacity. The current capacity is 3/3. Each unit of focus can be strengthened for 1 hour. Good rest. The next day can restore all the concentration power. Insufficient rest will be scaled down according to the situation. After reading the entire introduction, Zhou Rui knew that he had made the right bet this time. This is exactly what he desperately needs. Words. The host has been given an autonomous quest word for the first time, and is now issued a reward for revealing a synthesis path relevant to the host. Path revealed frowny face focuser, plus, perseverance, plus, luck, equals, chosen one. Zhou Rui's eyes lit up. Not sure exactly what effect, but it sounds pretty dang good. The chosen one. Zhou Rui thought about it and put the perseverance phrase hanging on to the empty quest. The chosen one. I'll be the one. Chapter 19, The Blazing Star. Shining on me in the long night. Monday, early morning, north of the capital. Sweating profusely, Zhu Yaoqing squeezed out of the subway. There is no air conditioning on line 1, and the electric fan was smoking as it spun. and the car was sweltering as usual. It's hard to imagine that it's 2009 and the capital's subway is still this torturous, bearing in mind that it hosted the Olympics last year, and Xu Yuqing is more tired of riding the subway than going to work every day. Coco can't help it. Driving is still more tiring than taking the subway. After leaving the subway station, Xu Yaoqing loosened his collar and walked in the direction of his unit. As a civil servant from the north of Beijing, his responsibilities in the propaganda department were not complicated. Mainly, he was in contact with people in the literary and artistic circles, and put on performances a few times a year. Various TV stations, movie studios, and agencies are his contacts. Basically, no one will turn down an official phone call, as long as they don't really have the time. Even if these shows don't generate much financial benefit, and many of them are even in-house shows, the kind that don't even get exposure. On the flip side, being contacted by him for an invite just shows that it's not a bad time to be in the literary world. Recently, however, he has taken on another task, which is to collect commemorative songs for the 60th anniversary from the literary world. The so-called 10 Big Events is a national tradition, and this 60-year celebration is very strong and can be said to involve all aspects. To a large extent, military parades, dedication, a variety of melodramatic films, thematic activities. To a small extent, Xu Yaoqing Han this job is also one of them. He's no stranger to this. He did it last year as well, just on a larger scale this year, in accordance with the usual practice, to the community widely heroes post. As for the final community to collect songs, in fact, is not the big head. The real big head is still the professional singers who have become famous, and the popular stars provided by the entertainment company, and the local cultural and labor groups must also have a place, right? Xu Yaoqing's position, although in the government is only a small role, but in the entertainment industry, it is a bit of a weighty figure, and has nothing to do with his own talent, but only to do with what is represented behind it. This is not. Some time ago, in the world have extraordinary influence Big Brother, also was called back to record a song. Is Xu Yaoqing contact? He refilled his thermos with some hot water, made it to the old computer, and against the extreme lag, began to look through his email. Although the social side of the collection is difficult to produce any good works, and even not many people submit, but as an official activity, it is still necessary to deal with it in a timely manner. Otherwise it will appear that he Xu Yaoqing work on the surface. Logging into the call for activity email, there are only 7 or 8 emails. Xu Yaoqing is not surprised. This is normal. 4 of them were asking for information about the event, which Xu Yaoqing briefly replied to, leaving only 3 emails that were submissions of work. His ability to take charge of this type of work was not unrelated to his previous music studies, and with a slight scan of the open sheet music, the approximate melody and style was recognizable. A mountain song? What's another one? Oh, 5 sexual tones, Chinese singing. According to the requirements of the submission, both the score and the recording files are required, and after listening to half of each, Xu Yuqing felt that they were not quite right. The tunes are old, the singing is old, and it's a little too blunt. The lyrics are basically just hard on the pageantry, neither rhyming nor too revealing. The level is very average. Xu Yaoqing looked at the contributors, and sure enough, one is a little-known mountain song contestant who has participated in a few programs, and one is issued by a county-level cultural troupe somewhere. Xu Yaoqing silently played poorly in his heart. That's when the third pitch song caught his attention, because the email, in addition to the score and recording, actually contained a video file. Xu Yaoqing curiously clicked on the video and thought, it can't be a music video, can it? Contributed by Ari. Never heard of. 4 words, a sea of stars, slowly appeared on the screen. Xu Yaoqing was a bit confused. The name didn't look like a red song. Voting in the wrong place? The next scene, however, made him freeze. It was a black and white photo. The great man. A lilting intro plays, not that old melody, but an extremely pleasant pop song feel, with the extremely scratchy female voice. Xu Yaoqing realized why the video used that great man's picture. I would become a star. The photo slowly defocused and was replaced by another face, the great housekeeper who had worked all her life. These, the stars of the Republic, through the sea of people, don't stop, while there's still something to look forward to. By the time the chorus started, Xu Yaoqing's hair stood up when he saw the photos of the 2 bombs and 1-star scientists. Will our love be blown by the wind to the sea never to return? It's a song that looks to the future and remembers our forefathers. Will the efforts of those who have gone before, the burning hearts of those who have died, be passed on? Will it illuminate the future generations? Will the hardship they endured under those hard conditions, and even their lifetime of suffering, lead to happiness for future generations? The anonymous scientist, the brave soldier, the martyr who fell before the dawn and never had the chance in his life to witness the fulfillment of his ideals. Did they ever know that they were making the right choice? Could it be that their faith will be blown by the wind to the sea? It's a poorly made music video. It's almost just a matter of taking a photo that's readily available on the internet, stitching it together in a PowerPoint format, and adding a fade-in and fade-out effect. But when they appeared together with the starry night, Zhu Yaoqing felt a shiver run along his spine and up to his brain. The lilting female voice was even more excellent in tone than he had ever seen in his life. Will it be our love? Like the stars guarding the sea. I came running like you, and you were starry-eyed. The blazing star in my eyes. The long night shines on me. Awesome. Fantastic. Like a child who had found a treasure. He jumped straight up, drawing strange looks from his colleagues all around. Zhu Yaoqing disregarded the other, hurriedly took out a USB flash drive, copied the song file into it, and then went to find the leader in a hurry. He's going to make this song spread all over the world. Underscore 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 underscore. On Monday, Han Ziyin clearly felt that Zhou Ruwei was different, much more exhausting than last week. His lips were dry and cracked, his voice hoarse and full of sleepiness. It's like, screamed all night like. Han Ziyin, who was not sure of Zhou Ruwei's whereabouts over the weekend, was very curious. Before class, Han Ziyin took out an unopened bottle of Kool-Aid from her book bag and secretly handed it to Zhou Ruwei from below. Zhou Ruwei took it and took a sip using the book to cover it. Ah, thanks. The voice was still a little muffled. When he recorded yesterday, he didn't sing a lot in order to guide Li Wenxian, and he ate hard food with high oil and salt from a big restaurant. He didn't think anything of it that day, and when he got up in the morning he realized his voice was hoarse. This voice talent is really not good. Look at others. Li Wenxian, singing more than him, today and nothing. Zhou Ruwei thought to himself that he wondered if the starry night had been seen, and that it wouldn't be blown out to sea by the wind. But on second thought, he still had faith in the song. For one thing, this song is highly suitable for the topic and intention, and is itself a read song in a previous life. Secondly, the quality and ear-grabbing degree of the original song, put in 09, is definitely a super capable degree. That's a short video era to kill the song. It's all about an instant ear-catching. The third, Li Wenxian's singing also added a lot of points. It should at least be noticed. As for now, it's more important to get to class. Just trying out the power of the focuser phrase, slightly closing his eyes, Zhou Ruwei put in a little concentration. In his mind, turn on focus time for 1 hour. Concentration stock has also become 2/3. When he opened his eyes again, Zhou Ruwei felt that the entire world, as if it was a little different. All sorts of sensations are strange, like feeling in a trance about something else after staring at something all the time. Zhou Ruwei was feeling this way right now. He was able to easily focus his attention completely on a certain thing, a certain thought, or even a certain person. But when he has chosen his goal, there is an extra haziness, like a veil, to other things. It was as if originally his divine sense was evenly distributed, and when he became a focuser, it was clustered together and naturally became less elsewhere. It seems that focus time, and a little side effect, it reduces perception and reaction to secondary things, rather reasonable. However, it seems that the use of focus time should be paid attention to, so as not to be too focused on what's going on in your head and ignore the environmental dangers, like being sent to the other world by a dump truck or something. Applying concentration in the classroom, Zhou Ruwei obviously felt that he was more agile in thinking, absorbed knowledge faster, and it was almost impossible to lose focus, and would automatically ignore some minor conditions of the body. Little things like where it itches, dry mouth, and so on, don't bother him at all. Previously, you could only understand 30%, but now with focus time, it directly soared to 60%. Don't underestimate this boost. An adult that can understand a good portion of a senior class, which if you're not hungover, would you dare to think? Give him some more time. Won't he go straight to heaven? Unfortunately, the first session was over, and Zhou Ruwei hadn't had the time to check how much experiences he had gained. Huang Dewei's words sent chills down his spine. Starting tomorrow, there will be an accompanying quiz in each subject, so remember to bring your 2B pencils to color your answer key. Zhou Ruwei felt a tremor go straight from his tailbone to his brain. It's over. BBQ'd. Chapter 20, A Quiz to Kill? Though Zhou Ruwei has been reborn for a week, This week can also be said to have never been lazy. The degree of hard work in the high school students is also the top. After all, the self-disciplined person experience has always got. But can an adult who has returned most of his knowledge to the heavens rely on a week's worth of effort to catch up with a senior? Do you think high school students are college students? Especially if the new words have just been obtained and the scholastic words have not been in the hands. This hang is not even running yet. It is going to be a small test? Zhou Rui knew very well that for this kind of quiz, the teacher was going to grade and criticize it, and even rank it. Can he over the bottom one now? Ha! You're at the bottom of the list? That's okay. Han Ziyin noticed that Zhou Rui's face was a bit ugly and said thoughtfully, Zhou Rui, are you worried about the quiz? Zhou Rui smiled bitterly. Recently, I've been a bit out of shape. Han Ziyin clenched her fingers, her long legs screwed under the table, and squeezed out a sentence after a long time. Or, you copy me. Zhou Rui laughed dryly. Ha ha ha. We'll see when the time comes. You haven't looked through your books in a week. Copy you. Are we going to be side by side at the bottom of the table? A one-word side-by-side king? Han Ziyin was a bit nervous. She had never done this bad student thing before. But if it was Zhou Rui, she can. Knowing that tomorrow is the day of execution. Ah no, is the day of the test. Zhou Rui dare not use the precious focus. He can only redeem 3 hours a day focus time. And just now one has been used for an hour. The remaining 2 hours he was going to use in the evening when he improvised. Hopefully it will be of some use. Or at least not make him look too bad. After all, the first few times he scored up or down in the 10-15th percentile Ophi's class. This time he came out. Don't make your grades look like you jumped. In that case, both the teacher and mom would have to blow up. At noon, Zhou Rui and Songbin ate lunch together. The little fat man followed behind with a red face. In the past he was all alone in school. Now he finally had friends. Guo Sheng, who was in the class, looked at the duo's figures with somber eyes. He had not forgotten the embarrassment of that day. However, turning to see his new tablemate Lu Xiubua, is looking at him with a warning look. Guo Sheng can only skim his mouth to move away from the gaze. Lu Xiubua overpowered Guo Sheng with his gaze, then plopped down on the table and went to sleep. He has given up studying. In the cafeteria, Songbin asked about the submission of the Star Ocean, and Zhou Rui said, this kind of official activities, the feedback will not be too fast, and this is just one of our channels. If there is no result is not afraid. Find a way to send their own is also okay. I checked. QQ Music, Kogu Music, Shrimp Music can be registered independent musicians to release their works. Zhou Rui also counted on doing some homework. The official call for activities is just a window to open the situation, but not the only window. Other places may not be no door. Besides, even if the song flopped it would be fine. He had plenty of quality songs in his head, and there were plenty of ways to open things up when he had more energy to put into it after his senior year. Stars and Stripes isn't going to be silenced forever because of this. Except that the purchase of the demolished house may have to be rethought. He didn't know that Starry Night, with its superb quality, near-perfect singing, and the power of the music video, had shaken someone in Beijing to the core. Songbin secretly said, Boss, you and Li Wenqian, are they in love? That day when we recorded the song, you two felt like hugging and chewing on each other. It was a deep look at each other. Zhou Rui choked. Cough, cough. School is important. In the afternoon, Zhou Rui is still serious, mainly to get experience. Zhou Rui do not dare to use the focus time again. I'm pulling out then. See you tomorrow? Zhou Rui, who turned around to leave, was suddenly stopped by Han Ziyin. Zhou Rui, do you have time this weekend? My father would like to invite you to sit at home. Zhou Rui was a bit embarrassed. Last time he was told temporarily, and his refusal was justified. This time the little girl asked 6 days in advance. After such a big thing happened to her own daughter, it was quite understandable that she wanted to meet this Zhou Rui person, and it was expected that after the second refusal, there would be a third. Then, shouldn't be anything. Lunch? Han Ziyin's expression immediately brightened up a lot as she smiled and said, Aha! Then let's make a pact. Pull out. See you tomorrow. He's going to Rua mushrooms. When Zhou Rui left, Han Ziyin's expression immediately became high-strung and she tidied up her desk by herself. Zhang Xin, the first place winner of Class 7, saw that the classroom was getting smaller and smaller, and did a long preparation in his mind before taking a deep breath and walking over to Han Ziyin. Han, it's been a week since you transferred here. Are you still adjusting? Han Ziyin frowned slightly and said without looking up. Adopt. Just 2 words, not one more. But Zhang Xian's heart shuddered indisputably. I thought, Han's voice is so nice. Especially when he saw Han Ziyin's perfect side face, he was even more apoplectic. As for Han Ziyin's coldness, Zhang Xian was not discouraged. Although it had only been a week since he transferred to another school, Han Ziyin was already famous in Xinghano, one middle school, especially in the boys group, and everyone knew that Han Ziyin had a high and cold personality, and she didn't have a good face for anyone. But not me, Zhang Xian mumbled in his heart, cheering himself up. I'm the study committee member of the class. I'm afraid the textbook is different from the one here in Shanghai before Han. If you encounter any difficulties in your study, you must talk to me. The teacher asked me to take care of you. Zhang Xian moved his position out, and then moved the teacher out. In fact, the teacher did not even talk to him about this. It is entirely he who is adding drama to himself. I'm kind of confident in my grades. I can explain most of the questions. Why don't we do it today? It just so happens that I don't have much to do. Have you done a few of the big questions in math yet? Do you want me to give you a lecture? Saying that, he also gestured for Han Ziyin to sit inside, and he was going to speak about the topic in a down-to-earth manner. Zhang Xian tried his best to use what he thought was a calm and elegant tone, but his heart was pounding. It was almost time to jump from the 7th class of seniors to the principal's office upstairs. The result only got Han Ziyin's "No, not interested," and "We're not familiar." Then this tall girl put on her book bag and went out around the back door of the classroom, leaving only a beautiful back to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian feels like his heart to fall from the 7th class of seniors to the 7th class of sophomores. It doesn't matter if you don't know each other well. Just get acquainted slowly. Mr. Han, why don't we talk about physics? Physics is my specialty. Chemistry is fine too. Unfortunately, no answer. Underscore 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 underscore. On the way home, Zhou Ruwei took out his cell phone to confirm the mailbox, and there was not yet any reply, and then he no longer cared. Tomorrow's quiz is the key. Li Wenxian was shaking her head in disbelief. She had copied the song she sang Starry Night into her cell phone, and had secretly looped it dozens of times today, and still didn't know enough. Zhou Ruwei suddenly said, "Our class has a quiz tomorrow. What about you guys?" Levinson took off her headphones and said, "We have them too." Why? Looking at this niece's unconcerned appearance, Zhou Ruwei heart speechless. Good grades is to do whatever you want, huh? Zhou Ruwei wanted to see what insights the god of learning had to offer. He wanted to clasp the Buddha's leg, but if it was spiritual, clasping the Bodhisattva's leg would be fine. Dryly coughing. So what? I'm assuming it's all one set of papers. And I was wondering if you had any insight into the scope of the exam? Li Wenxian didn't understand what Zhou Ruwei meant and froze. The scope of the exam. Isn't it those things in the book? Forget it. Forget I said it. For the scholars, where is the scope of the exam? It's all in the scope. Let's go back to using focus time to salvage it. Chapter 21, I'm always improvising. Zhou Ruwei came home in the evening and instead of brushing up on his papers straight away, he chose the most unpretentious way to perform the promising task of improvising. That's reading the textbook. 2 hours of focus time spent brushing up on his papers without betting on a question wouldn't give him any sizable improvement. And the gap between him and the other seniors right now was all-encompassing. What's the point of doing papers when you haven't mastered everything in the books? After Zhou Ruwei finished eating, without Yao Bailey's urging, he entered the study by himself, meditated and adjusted his breathing, saw his nature and mind, and adjusted his body and spirit to the best state. Then with a pilgrimage-like feeling, the textbooks of each subject were lined up in front of them, from hard to easy, in a rather spectacular manner. Not only did he have to clasp his hands, he wants to hug the feet of all the Buddhas in the sky all over again. Focus time. Launch. That feeling of the brain telling to run and becoming hazy about everything outside resurfaced. Even gazing and perceiving, there would be a slight sense of vertigo. Zhou Ruwei took a deep breath and lifted the skirt of the first Buddha. The name is Math. After that the only sound left in the study was the turning of pages, accompanied by the occasional salsa of writing. After 2 hours of focusing time, Zhou Ruwei was still dissatisfied with the desire, and finally tried to sleep until 2 o'clock. Woke up on time in the morning. Due to insufficient rest, focus only recovered 2 points. Zhou Ruwei once again used a little focus. Last night did not finish lifting the skirt. He used a bit of concentration to lift the skirt that he didn't finish lifting last night, and the Buddha's foot that he didn't finish hugging. A little bit of focus was reserved at the end for the most difficult and still heavily graded math test. With a sad mood, Zhou Rui ushered in a full day of exams. Dewey Wong was the first to invigilate his subject. Come on, all get up, change seats and listen to me read the names. Good man, you're serious about this. Zhou Rui looked helplessly at his spare tire of spares. Han Ziyin didn't intend to copy this girl though. Well, on the bright side, in case Han Ziyin pulls his crotch even more than he does and takes the bottom spot, will he be less stressed? For example, I was going to get 100 lashes from my mom. Turned into a smoke until you die? Underscore 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 underscore. In the meantime, director, not only is this song going to be included in the Singing for the Birthday of China catalog, we're also going to publicize it heavily. First of all, he's pop music. You're well aware of what the state of melodic songs is nowadays. Even if we get a big star to come in, it won't be watched by many people, and it can even backfire at times. But this song is different. The melody will definitely be widely circulated. In an office in the north of Beijing, Xu Yaoqing was talking in a sputtering manner. Director Liu silently covered his enamel teacup to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The more Xu Yaoqing talked, the more energized he became. The quality of this song, not worse than those big fire songs in the music industry, when the time not only to be included, but also can be vigorously promoted, such as various schools, various enterprises and institutions. You let them sing those old songs, mountain songs, certainly not high interest, especially young people. This song is exactly our work deep into the young people's group of opportunities. Director Liu knocked on the table, signaling Zhu Yaoqing to be at ease, and then said, I've listened to the song. You're right, it's really a high-quality song. You're the expert when it comes to music. I believe in your judgment. But the lyrics are all about love and such, and there are also 2 lines in English. Isn't it not quite appropriate? Should we let the author change it? Xu Yaoqing shook his head and said, Director, we are engaged in publicity work. Publicity work is not closed door to self-high. Want to let the public accept? Let the public participate. We have to use this way. 2 blunt melodic lyrics will only make the song annoying, and love is not only a small love between men and women. There is also a big love. And love isn't just the small love between a man and a woman. There's also big love. As for the English, aren't we trying to internationalize and create a new style? Director Liu nodded. He actually does not care too much. The face of the community to collect the 60th anniversary celebration song is not what the focus of the work, compared to the several large production melodramatic films, cultural and artistic evenings. The song's importance is slightly less important. The investment is also not big. Besides, there are dozens of songs, so it's no big deal to give Zhu a chance to reflect his preferences. In the end is still too young. Look at the excitement. As if Xu Yaoqing when learning music literati soul to blow out. If it wasn't for Xiao Zhu's overexcitement, he wouldn't have bothered to ask about this personally. Okay, let's get it as you said. By the way, Xiao Zhu, how is your father's health? Xu Yaoqing froze, but still said, it's not bad. Thank you for your concern, Director. That's good. Okay. Go get busy. Director Liu lifted his teacup and signaled to send off the guests. Just pointed out, there are some things that you can't be too blunt about. Sipping a cup of tea. Yuck. Why does this tea smell like haram? Underscore 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 underscore. The day's quiz is over. 4 exams in a row. And the science exam was nearly 3 hours long. Zhou Rui felt like he only had half a life left. And with the high intensity of brain use coupled with the lack of sleep, his entire body was drifting a bit, the fast ascending kind. Everyone returned to their seats, and Han Ziyin looked at Zhou Rui's haggard appearance and said with concern, Zhou Rui, did you do well on the exam? Any questions you couldn't answer? Zhou Rui smiled miserably. Oh, yes, greatly, yes, despite his best efforts. Today's quiz still wasn't ideal. A week really wasn't enough time for him to catch up with his senior year as an adult. And the hang-ups had only just kicked in, and weren't quite ready to take off completely yet. He felt that last night he might not have hugged the Buddha's feet, but rather the Buddha's foot odor. As for the exact score, he couldn't say. Many questions were blindly answered. Han Ziyin stared at Zhou Rui, hesitated for a long time, and said with a red face, why don't we help each other with our studies? Usually, we'll talk about the problems together or something, and exchange what we don't understand with each other. Zhou Rui glanced at Han Ziyin's perfect side face and thought, we're helping each other? Or do we go to hell together? Almost simultaneously, There is a lot of pressure to correct the mini exam papers as each teacher has to take 3 classes. The teachers of the subjects that were finished in the morning were already correcting them in their offices. That Li Wenqian from class 6. Her grades are still so excellent, close to perfect in math. Probably number 1 in her grade again. A math teacher couldn't help but appreciate the beautiful test paper in his heart. The chemistry teacher on the other side of the room said, "I still see that kid secretly playing with his cell phone sometimes. I don't even want to control it. I can only say that talent still occupies a very important factor in such things as learning." In the corner of the teacher's office, Huang Dui is correcting the physics part of the science paper. He happened to be grading the papers of his 7th class at that moment, and concurred. Talent is important, but attitude is also important. Our class that Zhou Rue, freshman and sophomore year of high school, is basically blind play, but also fights. Not a day to let me save my heart. Senior 3 the prodigal son returns. The results of a day a kind. Now basically in the class 10 or so, which fully explains the senior year to put up a fight, or useful. Several other teachers also had a good impression of Zhou Rue, especially in the recent period of time. Every class Zhou Rue listened extremely carefully and attentively. Those eyes, as if they were going to eat them up, Huang Dui said, then saw that in his hand was Zhou Rue's paper. The corner of his mouth curled up. Ready to touch this kid this time. There is no further progress. The kid should still have potential. Maybe even a little more up the ladder. Then gradually, the corners of his mouth went from an upturn 30 degrees. It becomes a flat angle of 180 degrees. It ends up being minus 90 degrees downward. What the hell? Huang Dui bang. With a bang. Slamming on the table. It caused the surrounding teachers to look sideways. Which student had messed with Mr. Huang? Chapter 22, The First Income of the Future. On the way out of school, Zhou Rue brought Li Wenqian with him, checking the system messages as he walked. The quiz is over and no amount of panic will change the outcome. So why not look at the experience? The most important thing about being a centaur is to have fun. Task word, autodidact. Experience value +1. Current progress, 80 out of 100. Task word, inspiration. Experience value +1. Current progress, 34 out of 100. Task word, perseverance. Current progress, 1 out of 100. The self-disciplinarian quest experience value, still steadily increasing. Zhou Rue was indeed very disciplined now, and had acquired quite a bit yesterday and today. And the inspiration word experience continues to be one of the unattainable. But what made Zhou Rue most speechless was the perseverance word quest. Been hanging out for 2 days now and have only gained a little bit of awesomeness. It's what Zhou Rue acquired yesterday when he was reviewing until 2 o'clock at night and close to running out of gas. If anything, the inspiration experience value is unattainable. Then the perseverance experience can only be called a little work is good for the heart. Big work hurts the body. A close to stay up all night review. Zhou Rue's CPU are burnt, but also open the focus time, only to get a poor little experience. I'm afraid that this entry will have to take their time. If you mess with it too much, I'm afraid you'll have to go to the hospital. In other words, if you want to gain perseverance experience value by learning, it's not very efficient. So when you have time, you can try physical exercise, which might be a better fit. After confirming the progress of the system, Zhou Rue pulled out his cell phone and opened the full keyboard of the N97 with a dashing side slide. The unique construction drew sideways glances from the few Qinghe first high school girls around. Without caring about anything else, Zhou Rue logged into his email. I can't believe there's mail. Zhou Rue's eyes lit up. After being tortured by the quiz for a day, was there finally good news? The only time he'd used this email address was to submit a manuscript for the Starry Night. So in all likelihood it was a reply from there. When I clicked on the email, the content was very long, and the first half of the email was in some official language. Something like thank you for participating in celebrating the birth of a child together. The second half is the point. With high quality, Starry Seat was successfully selected for the National Day gift, singing for 60 years activity, and became one of the repertoire of the motherland's 60 years birthday celebration. Of course, together with the selection, there are about 30 songs. Zhou Rue was not too excited in his heart. In his opinion the song was selected as it should be, just like the latter. It would have been an extremely fitting song. The musical concept and presentation of A Star is ahead of its time in '09, which means it's a good way to catch the eye, but it doesn't go too far towards the front, still focusing on emotion and melody, attached to the prevailing aesthetic of the current era, ahead of its time, but not so far ahead as to be incomprehensible. This also means that it is a stunning piece of work. If Zhou Rui took out a similar later generation of rap songs and electro songs, it would probably be treated as a deviation from the norm. And the emails don't end there. It's the dry run at the end. First, the other party wanted Zhou Rui to prepare all the copyright documents for the purpose of confirming whether they were original or not. Secondly, Starry Starry Night will be included in the Singing for the Birthday of China's CD-ROM that will be put on sale all over the country. This is not considered a record, but is basically digested internally and accompanied by some souvenirs and other things that will be sent out to various enterprises and institutions together. This will incur a one-time royalty fee, but not much. Thirdly, although the level of the submission is very high and perfect, I still hope that Zhou Rui can find the time to go to the top recording studio in Beijing North and perfect the song even more. Round-trip airfare, hotel, food and lodging can be reported, including the singer Ah Qian and producer Ah Bin can also come along. Fourthly, Starry Night will be promoted to enterprises and institutions all over the country in the next few months, together with other songs, to become the repertoire of related activities, such as the choirs of various state-owned enterprises and local departments, or simply local celebrations, played in shopping malls, etc. All of these will incur royalties, which are not high per unit, but the volume will be extremely large, and it's not too much of a stretch to say that the phrase is all over the place. Fifth, I hope to be able to communicate with Zhou Rui face-to-face. It is best to go directly to the north of Beijing, followed by many matters to discuss. The person who sent the email implied that Zhou Rui above the 4 is just the beginning of the takeoff of the Starry Night has just begun. In addition to the expression of interest in the other works of the Rui. Signed, 60th Birthday Literary and Artistic Guidance Working Group. Zhou Rui stroked his chin. A few of them in a short time. It is unlikely to go to the north of the capital. But when he saw the table below about the cost of usage, Zhou Rui's eyelids jumped. It's no trouble. It's just a matter of making money. All over the country, at all levels of government, all enterprises and institutions. At this point in time of the 60th anniversary, they will have some celebrations. Some are tasks from above. Some are self-organized. And music, the art of the widest audience, naturally hit the head. If you let some large state-owned enterprises to organize painting, I'm afraid not many people can come. But if the organization of the chorus, minutes to pull hundreds, even neighborhoods can pull together an overstuffed senior choir. There are also various malls and plazas that will be playing the celebration tracks on a loop from now on, with increasing frequency the closer we get to October. All of this, including being in public promotional videos produced by subjects who are being units at all levels. In short, whenever Starry Night is used, a royalty fee of a modest unit price is incurred. $1,000. No timekeeping, no counting of the number of times it is used. One subject at a time, valid for 1 year. It may not seem like much, but it's actually quite impressive. Mainly other songs can't collect that royalty, but celebration songs can. In the past few years, China has been advocating the issue of intellectual property rights in a high-profile way. In order to enhance the overall competitiveness and international image, music copyright is also one of them, especially in the 60th anniversary of the proposition. The users are enterprises and institutions at all levels. There is no need to save the money. It is also an example to the community. And this amount of money is still affordable at all levels. But I'm afraid the total number will be extremely large. Just think, the street senior choir is going to perform in the neighborhood, and Chorai gets $1,000, before taxes. And this is the type of behavior that goes on for almost half a year. Zhou Rui couldn't estimate what the final total gain would be, but it shouldn't be a small number. The most important thing is that the copyright is still in Zhou Rui's hands, not sold to the official. After Starry Starry Night was sung in this particular way, it was sung all over the world. Other incomes, too, will pour into Zhou Rui's pocket like a tidal wave. The cost of the platform, the cost of the commercials, the cost of other TV programs that want to use it, and even other stars that want to sing it, all incur significant costs. A street choir sings it once for $1,000. A TV program that puts on a program can't be that price. Stars trying to sing it would be even more watered down, because by that time the Starry Night rumor mill was already pulling out all the stops. For one song, not a drop of oil was wasted, taking off on the wind and squeezing it all out. Zhou Rui immediately told the good news to Li Wenxin beside him. The little girl didn't have enough understanding of the subsequent development. Only knowing that her singing of Starry Starry Night had been selected was enough for her to jump up and down with joy. The small thin legs flew backward and flung, and the whole person bounced around Zhou Rui's arm like a small rabbit. Zhou Rui, it worked! Your song was chosen. Zhou Rui scraped her agitated nose and corrected. It's our song. Me, you, and Song Bin. I'll send a text message to little Fatty to tell him the good news. Without realizing it, there's a little hiccup ahead. Chapter 23, Stopping the Road. Zhou Rui finished editing the text message and sent it to Fatty Songbin, then sent a short email to the working group, stating that the copyright-related documents would be prepared as soon as possible, but other matters such as going to the north of Beijing needed to be discussed. How pointless to turn it down. In case you want to go to the north of the capital to have some fun after the entrance exams? Closed the N97 with a crisp sound. To be honest, flip phones have their own charm, although gradually marginalized in the latter smart era, but at least for Zhou Rui's era, the feel of the hand has a unique magic. The system is very Symbian though, with delayed response and little intelligence, but it's a great sound. 09. What bike do you need? Just about to say something to Li Wenxian, an arrogant voice came from around the corner. Just you are Zhou Rui ah? A figure suddenly flashed out from the side in the shadows, blocking the way of the two. Gangly jeans, fancy short-sleeved shirts, non-mainstream hairstyles more than 10 centimeters taller out of nowhere, and tattoos on his arms. Zhou Rui frowned, and without moving, he pulled Li Wenxian behind him. The man had the word punk practically etched on his face, and not the kind of delinquents you find in school, but gangsters who have gone out into society. Zhou Rui's face remained unchanged as he said in a deep voice, "No, my name is Guo Shang." The punk was visibly stunned for a moment, but immediately his expression became irritated. "TM playing me?" Zhou Rui thought to himself. "You figured it out so quickly? It seems that the purpose is very clear." Knowing his own looks. "Who are you? Who am I? Keep your eyes open from now on, and bow and greet brother Hao when you see him. I'm in charge of this area." Zhou Rui heartspit. "Who ing heard of what Hao brother? You are afraid not too much to see the old man? You're in charge? Will the police recognize you? Does the principal recognize you? Does your mom recognize you? And then what? And then? Are you ing brainless? And then?" This guy is foul-mouthed and arrogant as hell. In an instant, Zhou Rui's temper bubbled up. He was not a good student before. He often fought in his freshman and sophomore year of high school, and was never a fearful master. He was subconsciously about to go up and give the guy a kick in the ass, but behind him, Li Wenxian pulled him back with a deadly grip. "Zhou Rui, it's senior year. You can't fight. You promised Auntie Yao and took an oath." Zhou Rui sighed. There was a pang of helplessness in his heart. It's not far from the school, and he's not one of those lousy kids from across the street. Instead, it's a student who is only 40 days away from a college entrance exam. Fighting, winning and losing, both can cause trouble. Seeing that Zhou Rui didn't yell, Hao just assumed that he was shocked by himself and pointed at Zhou Rui. "I heard you've been pretty cocky lately. Messing with the wrong people? Kid, you're so jumpy." "Ha? This kind of rotten kid does not have half a bit of ink in his stomach, and he can't even organize his language. Just all kinds of dirty words, harsh words, and cartwheels." Zhou Rui, however, had gradually calmed down. "I get it. Someone at school is pissed off at me, and they're looking for you to take them out, right? But you have to tell me who it is. Otherwise how do I know who to be afraid of when I see them in the future?" Hao was satisfied with Zhou Rui's attitude and nodded. "Have an eye. When you see Sheng in the future, step aside. Do you hear me?" And at this time, voice Sheng, who was hiding in the corner on the side, "Cam, brother Hao, he's setting you up. So you sold me out? Didn't we agree on an anonymous humiliation?" With a twinkle in his eye, Zhou Rui realized what was going on. "So it's Guo Sheng's big brother. Long time no see. I'll talk to Guo Sheng tomorrow. Brother Hao is really righteous for his friend. Can I take a video? Back to let the class know brother Hao's righteousness, but also let everyone know that Guo Sheng is covered by brother Hao. In the future you cover this area can also be recognized." Hao scratched his head. "Make a video? Right. The school is so big. Don't know Guo Sheng is how brother cover too much. Have to let them know how bad Guo Sheng is not to be messed with. To say it is also how brother faces big right. Come on, I will give you a shot. You say, I am how brother. I cover Guo Sheng." Before Hao could think clearly about the key inside, Guo Sheng in the corner couldn't crouch any longer and hurriedly shouted, "Don't! This Zhou Rui is trying to play him to death." If the video was taken and passed out, his whole person would be ruined. He just liked dealing with these punks to look respectable, but he didn't want to become a punk, much less get expelled, much less have his parents know about it. "Zhou Rui, you're so mean." Seeing Guo Sheng jumping out on his own, Zhou Rui's originally curled up corner of his mouth slowly disappeared. and his tone became playful. Guo Sheng, a classmate. Isn't it too much to do so? This dumbass couldn't hold himself back from jumping out at me. That day he was not intended to sweep Guo Sheng's face, and even from a certain point of view, it is not too much to say that Zhou Ruwei saved his life. After all, that pen if it did not enter the hands of Zhou Ruwei, it is likely to be in the eyes of Guo Sheng. But this guy was so gracious that he got social workers to block him. Regardless of how tonight ends, Guo Sheng the enemy is made. Guo Sheng had already come out, so he no longer hid his intentions, pointing at Zhou Ruwei. Zhou Ruwei, don't be too arrogant. Weren't you bullish in school? Still dare to kick me? Zhou Ruwei glanced back at the surveillance on the streetlight and thought about it, his mind already having a good idea. Then pulled out his brand new shiny N97 and captured the two standing together and still on video. You are truly brainless. You haven't thought about the consequences of doing this. If I send this video back to the head of the teaching staff, do you think he will make an example out of you at this point in time? Adults may not be able to think clearly about the consequences of their actions, let alone a high school student. Guo Sheng originally just wanted to call how to humiliate Zhou Ruwei a bit, but when he heard Zhou Ruwei's words, his face suddenly turned white. Unfortunately, Hao sucks and he doesn't give a. He only felt that this Zhou Ruwei was arrogant. You're so cool, aren't you? Treating me like air? With that, he made a move to walk up and slap Zhou Ruwei. Punching in the face has always been a favorite way for punks to get their hands dirty, extremely humiliating and satisfying their need to save face. However, the hand didn't swing down, because Zhou Ruwei then put the N97 in his hand and held it up in front of his eyes, smiling sincerely. I do not know how much benefit Guo Sheng gave you, but I can take the money to eliminate the disaster. The latest Nokia N97 cell phone, the domestic, are not even officially on sale, valued at more than 5,000 yuan. You poor hands also have 4,000 yuan. I change a peaceful Hao. The corners of Zhou Ruwei's mouth curled up again, and there was sincerity in his smile. In the back of his mind, he was sneering. Hao looked at the obviously very high-class N97 cell phone. His heart involuntarily moved. $5,000. That's a big number in '09. At least for a bottom-feeding lousy kid like him. It's a big number. Enough to make him look good for a while. Guo Sheng is just the same neighborhood as him, and not his own brother. Let him to come out of the head is also just invited a meal. What's a meal in front of 5,000 bucks? And Guo Sheng, who was behind Hao, was jittery. Instinctively, he felt that the mess had escalated a bit from threatening humiliation to grabbing Zhou Ruwei's cell phone. But when he thought, Zhou Ruwei's cell phone had a video of him and Hao standing together, but he felt that he should grab the phone to be safe. Without realizing it, this was supposed to be Zhou Ruwei's purpose, including taking the video in front of the duo before, only to give Guo Sheng an incentive to grab the phone. Grinning like a devil, Zhou Ruwei turned his back to the camera on the streetlight and placed his cell phone almost on the verge of being placed in Hao's hand. Make a friend, brother Hao. How about you cover me from now on, along with other filial piety, and that I won't mess with Guo Sheng again? On camera, the evidence is overwhelming. A person who commits a robbery of $5,000 or more, depending on the severity of the case, the sentence shall be not less than 3 years and not more than 10 years. Accessory is a little less serious, but still a criminal offense, and everyone is a senior. Guo Sheng, coming of age, Zhou Ruwei held in his hand, not the latest model of cell phone, but Hao and Guo Sheng life, at least the life of Guo Sheng. High school entrance exams? In another life. Hao, on the other hand, has a lousy life and nothing to lose. The new cell phone Zhou Ruwei quite like, but to exchange it for Guo Sheng's life, it is not a loss, is not it? If you have a grudge, you have to avenge it right now, and you have to make him regret it for the rest of his life. Get out of here and report it first thing. 24 hours tops. How the phone was taken. It will be returned to him. The difference is just that two clueless guys are going down. Just as Hao was about to grab the cell phone with one hand, while Guo Sheng was hesitant, an angry shout came from the rear. What for? Come to first grade looking for trouble? Chapter 24, there's surveillance here. Go to the alley. A sudden angry shout interrupted Hao's hand reaching for the N97. Zhou Ruwei looked back as a familiar and unfamiliar figure ran this way. LV Shubua. He had a ferocious expression on his face at the moment, and he was followed by several boys. LV Shubua blocked in front of Zhou Ruwei, tilting his head to meet Hao's eyes. Undaunted. Who do you hang out with? Come to know. One middle school to look for trouble. When Hao saw that Lu Shubua's group was tall and aggressive, he was even a little afraid. He was okay with scaring good students, but he himself was nothing more than a rotten kid on the road, and bullying was written in his bones. Even more, several boys behind Lu Xubua surrounded Hao and Guosheng. Zhou Rui sighed and somewhat regretfully put back the N97 in his hand. It's actually a bit of a shame that it wasn't robbed. Hao was timid and stiff-lipped. I hang out with Bo. Don't be too cocky, student boy. LV Xubua glared at Guosheng, then slapped Hao's face and said, I don't care who the hell you hang out with. Don't come to know one middle school looking for trouble or I'll beat you up every time I see you. So get the hell out of here. Hao saw the opposite side of the crowd, but also every one of them is taller than himself. Can only a turn around while letting out a vicious words? If you have the guts, you do not leave after school. Lu Xubua disdained. Now is the end of school. Zhou Rui was a bit sad that he didn't send him in and gave him a kick. Hao fell on his ass but didn't dare to look back. Guosheng also want to run. Lu Xubua is he in every sense of the word, do not dare to mess with people. Before the fear of Zhou Rui, 3 points are also because of the Lu Xubua, which makes him Hao not to soft legs. Hao was slapped in the face to talk. He mustn't be slapped in the face? Unfortunately, Guosheng was pressed down by LV Xubua's shoulder and didn't let him run. Not to mention how desperate Guosheng's side was, Lu Xubua turned his head to Zhou Rui at the first opportunity and said in a deep voice, Are you alright? Zhou Rui spread his hands and said helplessly, It's fine, just badgered by you. Lu Xubua thought that Zhou Rui said good thing, meaning that he was ready to pick 2 anti-kill, but did not think too much. Zhou Rui pointed at Guosheng and said, This guy usually do not see. I did not expect to wilt very bad, so a little fart actually also look for people outside the school to block me, but also really let me impress it. Guosheng was surrounded by several tall and strong boys at this time, his face as if he was dead, but he didn't know that Lu Xubua's appearance was what really saved him. Zhou Rui saved him in the first place, but he hates Zhou Rui. Now that Lu Xubua saved him, he might hate Lu Xubua in his heart. Some people, from childhood, are villains. Lu Xubua said, What do you want to do about it? Beat it up? Chourai looked at the camera behind him and shook his head. It's all been reborn, so don't be so reckless with your teenage ways. There's surveillance here. Drag it to the alley and hit it. Underscore 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 underscore. Half an hour later, Zhou Rui sent Li Wenqian to the door of her neighborhood. Looking at Li Wenqian's hesitant appearance, Zhou Rui drew a handful of her mushroom head and said, Go back. Don't worry about the rest of the matter. I'll take care of it. Li Wenqian nodded and turned her head to run into the neighborhood. Zhou Rui watched Li Wenqian enter the door of the unit before he turned his head and walked back, then found the waiting Lu Xubua in the alley. Before that, a large group of people are gone. Guosheng taught a lesson and also let go. LV Xubua slung his school bag. His school uniform was a little loose. Looking at Zhou Rui, he felt a little strange. During their freshman and sophomore years of high school, the two had been on good terms, arguably even best friends, and often got ridiculous together. But by his senior year, Zhou Rui chose to work a little harder, while Lu Xubua seemed to choose to maintain the status quo, and gradually the relationship faded. There was no such thing as a slam dunk cutoff, and there was little conflict or resentment, pure and simple, just by choosing a different path. Naturally, separated on 2 different trajectories, Zhou Rui glanced at Lu Xubua. Although it disrupted a good play of his, Lu Xubua did help him, fisted Lu Xubua's shoulder and said, Thanks for today. Lu Xubua seemed to be a little uncomfortable with this kind of thanks. Between teenagers, it was rare to say thank you solemnly. He thought to himself that Zhou Rui had changed so much. That Guosheng guy. I've been feeling not quite right for the past few days, always staring at you between classes. I didn't expect to be so bold as to find someone outside to block you, and try to grab a cell phone. Zhou Rui didn't point out that blocking him after school was a real thing, but grabbing the cell phone was something he guided, although it was eventually interrupted. Guosheng was lucky that he only got beaten up. Thinking of Lu Xubua's family, Zhou Rui said, Have you eaten yet? Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. LV Su wavered and moved his mouth, but still followed. LV Xubua was born into a working-class family with an alcoholic father, and when he came home at this hour, cold food was not always available. Zhou Rui also has little money. The two sat in the alley at the wonton stall. Zhou Rui ordered 2 bowls of wontons. Tired commuters, greasy floors. The boss's wife can wrap 10 small wontons with a single swipe of her chopsticks on the meat mixture. The alley may not have great food, but it's never short on fireworks. Evening back to the mother that there is a meal. So Zhou Rui himself is not ready to eat more. To Lu Xubua called the kind of big wontons. He called a bowl of almost all the pasta skin of the small chaos. Joe Rue wiped the table while casually chatting. How is Uncle Lou doing these days? In his first and second years of high school, Joe Rue also went to LV Shubo's home, the 24 hours a day microbrewed Uncle Lou. He was very impressed. Lou Zuave moved his mouth and whispered, drinking and causing trouble, detained for 7 days, not out yet. Joe Rue had a movement in his hand. Before rebirth, after the college entrance examination, he and LV Shubo no longer have any interactions. The other party does not seem to have been admitted to the university. Junior college also did not. Stayed in Qinghe County, and after that, all the classmates' reunions never appeared. Basically considered to have disappeared in Joe Rue's life. I heard someone mention it later, and it seems that they committed something and went in. The wontons were served quickly, and when the boss brought them up, Joe Rue suddenly said, there are still 40 days to go before the college entrance exam. What are your plans? LV Shuboy is adding vinegar to the wontons in the hands of a beat. Did not raise his head. Vinegar continued to pour. I know a friend who's got a car wash over on Jangwo Road, as well as auto body repair, and I've agreed to go over there after graduation to help out and learn a trade as well. Joe Rue stirred the small ravioli. No friends? Friends from the road, right? Lu Shubois hesitated for a moment, but still nodded, then sucked and ate. Some burned my mouth, but still ate it in a hurry. In fact, I don't taste any flavor at all in my mouth. It's all bitterness. Joe Rue looked at him and had a sip of wonton soup. Lu Shubois isn't stupid. In fact, he's smart. One might even say sober. It wasn't that he didn't know that missing the entrance exam himself would be a problem in the future. It's not that I don't realize that going to a so-called friend to help is not a good way out at all. Due to his family, he was actually much more sober than the so-called delinquents around him. Being awake, however, does not mean having the ability to break free. Joe Rue clearly knows that Lu Shubois is not unable to study, but there is no environment. The first 2 years of high school when he occasionally still study a little, and even used to give Joe Rue lectures, but after entering the 3rd year of high school, LV Shubois completely give up, and even the time of the small test, Joe Rue noticed that he had 2 classes in the afternoon test simply sleep over. Teachers don't bother with such students either. Lu Shubois gave up his studies and his teachers gave up Lu Shubois. He also doesn't bully the class and never picks on things. Gradually, it's like a transparent person in the 7th class of senior high school. A silence fell over the 2 men at the ravioli stand. LV Shubois' situation can only say that the creation of the people, the accumulated evils cannot be reversed. Joe Rue said, maybe you could consider, try going to a big city, like a real estate agent, salesman or something like that. They don't really look at education. I think it's at least a bit more reliable than going to help out at a friend's auto body shop. But of course, it's better if you can get a 3rd degree or a junior college. Lu Shubois frowned, finished the ravioli in 3 or 2 bites, wiped his mouth and said, I'm leaving, bye. Joe Rue didn't say any more and smiled. Be careful on the road. Chapter 25, Teacher Talk. In one's life, one meets a lot of people. Most of them are nothing more than passers-by, and only a tiny fraction of them manage to leave a trace in the memory. But even these people can often only walk you a short distance. Now, for example, leaving from the wonton stand, the 2 men had only traveled the same way for one intersection before they waved their hands under the streetlight and went their separate ways. Joe Rue was ready to go home and continue to study hard, aiming to take down the self-disciplinarian phrase in the next 2 days. He'd conceded today's quiz, but the long-term plan couldn't change. He needed to synthesize the Yit scholar phrase as soon as possible to solve the high school entrance exam problem. Back home, to his surprise, Yao Bailey was not at home, and a note was placed on the table. Mom has to work late at work. There's $20 on the table. Go downstairs and eat some, then study hard. Since she didn't know that Joe Rue had gotten a new cell phone, Yao Bailey could only leave a message with Joe Rue in this way. Joe Rue felt the pit of his stomach. A bowl of small wontons could barely cover it, and there was a Snickers bar in his book bag that Han Zien had given him. 20 for nothing and a little bit of blood back. Collecting his pocket money, Joe Rue didn't waste any time and went straight back to his study, wanting to try and see if he could squeeze out a little more experience tonight. But it seemed that he had stayed up too hard last night and had extremely insufficient rest, and had also gone through a day of exams, so Joe Rue had never been able to concentrate. You can even wander off at the drop of a hat, and when you react, you forget what you were just thinking. Joe Rue opened the system, looked at a drop of no concentration, no longer struggle, simply lying in bed to make up for sleep. A dreamless night. It was after 6 in the morning when I woke up again. This sleep Cho Yuri didn't have too much quality sleep, but it was long enough. Opening the system, the value of concentration has been fully restored, 3/3. Zhou Rui has recently discovered the additional small effect of this value. That is, it can roughly estimate the degree of rest of the previous day. Mother still did not come back. Zhou Rui with the home landline to Yao Bailey unit made a phone call, only to know that it seems to be a big leader to come to inspect. Mother where the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. The need to the west of Qinghua County Chiyun Mountains scenic spot urgent rectification. So only to stay up late to work overtime. But Yao Bailey will soon come back to rest for a day. Zhou Rui and his mother briefly said a few words, then hung up the phone and went to pick up Li Wenchen from school. Breakfast used yesterday's 20. One in and one out did not have anything left. Poor to the depths of the soul of Zhou Rui. Cannot help but begin to think about the gains brought by the Star Ocean. Buying a house or something can be put off for a while, but it's good to have plenty of pocket money first. Arriving at the school, Han Ziyin sat in her seat in a regular manner with a somewhat impatient expression. While Zhang Xian gathered around and said something, Zhou Rui went over and patted Zhang Xian's shoulder, signaling him to get out of the way. And Han Ziyin changed her face for a second when she saw Zhou Rui and greeted him with a light smile. Zhang Xian did not know what was being said before, but at this time to Han Ziyin's Sichuan opera face change reaction, face a burst of green and white. He wasn't stupid, so he could tell that Han Ziyin wasn't interested in him at the moment. The word present is the key word. After several encounters, he had always believed that Han Ziyin was just born with such a personality, which made him feel better. But at this moment, seeing the change in Han Ziyin, how could she not be mortified? Zhang Xian stood up straight violently and glared at Zhou Rui. Cho Yuri raised an eyebrow. What? What's wrong with you? Zhang Xian couldn't find an excuse to have a seizure for a moment. He usually didn't even know Zhou Rui well. But then the thought turned to the fact that I had heard 3 words in the teacher's office this morning. Zhou Rui, have you encountered any problems lately? What happened at home? Zhou Rui frowned. What is this guy going to do? Zhang Xian sneered and deliberately raised his voice a bit. I heard that you didn't do very well on your quiz yesterday, and several of your teachers wondered if you were already planning on repeating it. Now the people around them, including Han Ziyin, Song Bin, and the other half of LV Shubua and Guishang, all looked at Zhou Rui in surprise. Zhou Rui's face remained unchanged. Do I know you well? Care about me for this? Zhang Xian, of course I don't know you well. Do you think I'm willing to take care of it? But I'm the study committee member. If a classmate has difficulties, I always have to ask, what are the difficulties? Remember to talk to me. Saying that, he also pretended to be friendly and patted Zhou Rui's shoulder before walking away. Zhou Rui mentally rolled his eyes. Courtship males, with their brains taken over by hormones. Childish. Then while Zhang Xian was looking back, in front of him, he reached out and lightly scraped Han Ziyin's face. Han Ziyin, like a fireplace, instantly turned red. There's a hair. You have a cat? Han Ziyin said in a mosquito-like whisper. The wildcat I fed on the way to school. Zhang Xian's face was crooked, and he directly broke the big defense. Zhou Rui threw a provocative look at Zhang Xian. Does it hurt? A goddess so close to me? Boiling goat, don't push it. Unfortunately, though, although Zhang Xian's taunts were doubled back by Zhou Rui, they didn't solve the specific problems he was experiencing. The quiz, it's true, was a failure, though he did his best. Autodidact, the word quest arrives at a later stage, and the experience gained becomes more and more difficult, with only 4 points gained in the 2 morning sessions, reaching a progress of 84 out of 100. Inspiration, the word quest is also slowly progressing, with only a little bit gained, so there's no rush on this one. Perseverance, word, don't mention it. As for the focuser entry, which can be upgraded by consuming focus, the progress is not clear due to the fact that the specific data is not displayed, but I guess it's not even close. Chorai looked at the 3 hours of focus time he still held in his hand, ready to enable it this afternoon. But at noon, while drinking Han Ziyin's cooler juice, he was called to the office by Huang Dui with a serious face. Zhou Rui sighed. It was time to come. Amidst Han Ziyin's worried eyes, and Zhang Xian's gloating gaze, Zhou Rui calmly got up and went to face his miserable life head-on. Office of the senior faculty group. Huang Dui had a blank face, exuding an aura of don't let anyone in as he sat at the office desk. The eyes constantly swept Zhou Rui, as if a cold Terminator T-800. Zhou Rui gave a dry laugh and honestly stood next to Huang Dui. Huang Dui, is it funny? What's so funny? Tell us. Zhou Rui quickly waved his hands. No. Huang Dui scanned Zhou Rui up and down. This student he was originally familiar with but had changed a lot recently. It's become mature and mellow, but no matter what changes are made, they are less important than changes in grades. Thinking about Zhou Rui's score on yesterday's quiz, Huang Dui deliberated on what he should say. In fact, very often, the teacher's anger, just posed to the student's attitude, because they know best. They are angry is useless. Angry students do not see will change, especially at this point in time. With only about 40 days before the entrance exams, students are under a lot of pressure to take care of their emotions. Zhou Rui, a student who was little known in the teachers group as a typical case of the prodigal son returning to his senior year of high school, can be described as a mess on this quiz. With the exception of English, where grades were basically flat, every other subject fell behind in a big way, some by tens and tens of points. Huang Dui as a class teacher is considered to most of the students in the class performance level of knowledge. At this point in time, the performance decline so serious can be said to be the only one he has seen in his life, especially when he asked the teacher supervising the exams of various subjects. Zhou Rui was not lazy or perfunctory during the quiz. On the contrary, he was still very serious about doing the questions. If this is Zhou Rui's true level, then it is a pity that a student who originally had a chance to go to a second university is now feared to be in danger of junior college. Must find out what happened to Zhou Rai. Chapter 26, Your kid stole Ching his first middle school home? Huang Dui maintained the T800's icy aura, locking the tone of this conversation in place before taking a sip of tea with an expressionless face and poo-pooing 2 mouthfuls of tea dregs before saying, "Do you know why you were called here?" Zhou Rui could only nod. "I know." Huang Dui dumped a bunch of papers in front of Zhou Rui and said, "It's close to the college entrance exams, so I won't allow rankings, but I have to let you know how serious the problem is. When you took the last monthly exams, you were 12th in your class, and after a month's interval, you're now 46th in your class, which is the 9th from the bottom." Zhou Rui froze. There are 8 others who pull their crotches even more than I do. Thank you brothers for lifting a hand. He had thought that he would be the bottom 1 or 2. An empty-headed adult who goes back to high school and gets such great grades in a week's worth of study can brag about it for a year. Unfortunately, the joy that had just surfaced on Zhou Rui's face fell silent under Huang Dui's murderous gaze. Can't skin. He didn't have much to worry about because he knew very well that he was an open player, and that his poor performance in the primary exam was only temporary. And no matter how much he pulled in the primary exam, it was enough to be able to turn things around in the real college entrance exam. But Huang Dui and all the teachers were unaware of this. They only felt that they were witnessing a student being left in the dust. This is a serious, urgent matter. It just so happened that Zhang Xian walked into the office holding a stack of homework, seemingly running errands for the teacher, and smiled like a child when he saw Zhou Rui being reprimanded. Huang Dui heavily knocked the test paper on the table and said, "There are many questions that you got right on several previous exams but got wrong yesterday, as well as knowledge points that you mastered before but now you can't write a single word. Zhou Rui, haven't you realized the seriousness of the problem yet?" Zhou Rui stood upright, unable to refute it. Huang Dui opened his mouth. Would like to ask Zhou Rui is not a big deal at home, but afraid to touch Zhou Rui's sensitive nerves. He knows Zhou Rui is a single-parent family, with the college entrance exams approaching and countless students having their strings broken by the pressure. He didn't dare ask too deeply. Thought for half a day, or Zhou Rui said some let him go, and then Huang Dui himself took out a small book, felt to give Zhou Rui's mother a phone call. Even at this point in time, there is still a chance to save a student. When Zhou Rui returned to the classroom, class had already begun, and the first thing that greeted him was Zhang Xian's mocking gaze. "Ha, childish." Zhou Rui stepped on his outstretched new shoes as he passed by, then returned to his position as if nothing had happened. Han Ziyin worriedly said, "Zhou Rui, is the teacher looking for you to talk about grades?" Zhou Rui thought to himself, "Girl, you can't help much. Why don't you let me take lessons and get experience in peace?" "Don't worry, I have my own plans. Listen to the lesson first. I'm going to sneak on and wow everyone. Underscore. On the other hand, Zhou Rui's mother, Yao Pei, was putting on her makeup to cover a tired face, locking the door and setting off for Qinghano 1 Middle School. Yesterday afternoon the Cultural and Tourism Bureau received a temporary task, a leader to come to inspect the need to Qiyun Mountain Scenic Area to rectify some. In order to rush to catch up with the progress, the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of the people simply live in the Qiyun Mountain Scenic Area to go. As the oldest sister in the office, she normally wouldn't be allowed to do this kind of work. But this time, she was really strapped for manpower and there was no room for adjustment. Yao Pei was posting slogans and inserting signs all night, and her back hurt from exhaustion, and she returned home only after 9 o'clock in the morning. Luckily, the unit was humane enough to stay up all night and grant them a break the next day, but did not sleep for a few hours. Yao Pei on the phone again woke up, originally thought it was the unit again, do not want to pick up, but saw the small Rue class teacher a few words, rubbing up. 20 minutes later, she hurried to the school. Yao Pei went all the way directly to the teacher's office without telling Zhou Rue, so someone doesn't know that his house has been stolen yet. After Huang Dui told Yao Pei about Zhou Rue's primary examination results falling off a cliff, Yao Pei was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Huang Dui comforted Zhou Rue's mom. This kind of drop in grades can be said to be extremely rare in all the years I've been teaching. That's why I hid Zhou Rue from you and called you over, just to ask you if there's been some kind of change in the family that's affecting the child's learning. Can it not be rare? The drop is catching up with the stocks he bought. Yao Pei panicked. No, there's nothing going on at home lately, and Xiao Rue studies quite hard every day. Mr. Huang, could this paper have been corrected incorrectly? Yao Pei was simply baffled. She even felt that Zhou Rue had been studying more seriously than before recently. Huang Dui shook his head. Huge drop in almost all subjects. Well, a huge drop. It can't be a correction. And the teachers responded that he took the test very seriously and didn't intentionally perfunctory or misfill. If there isn't some kind of change in the family, then we can only look for the reason elsewhere. Yao Pei desperately thinking, but not much to gain. After the senior year of high school, Zhou Rue understand a lot. She is a single mother, energy is not enough. Really do not know what the problem is. Days are school, home 2 points of a line. The evening themselves occasionally checking in. The room Zhou Rue also all really in serious study. What was the problem? Yao Pei's eyes rolled, suddenly looking at Huang Dui. Teacher Huang. Zhou Rue. He wouldn't be falling in love. Huang Dui froze. Did you remember anything? Huang Dui thought of Zhou Rue's new classmate, Han Ziyin, but on second thought, he thought it was unlikely. It's only been a few days. Even if Zhou Rue was influenced by Han Ziyin and did nothing but dream every day, his grades couldn't have dropped this much. It should be somewhere else. Yao Pei, however, the more she thought about it, the more she thought it was possible. Zhou Rue goes to and from school with Li Wenqian every day. Last weekend there was talk of going to Levinson's house to do homework. If you want to say you're in love, who else could it be but Li Wenqian? In the past, because the two families have a good relationship, Li Wenqian, this child's grades are okay. She is hoping that Zhou Rue can deal with Li Wenqian more, is in favor of the two together to and from school, but now that grades are being affected, or at this juncture before the entrance exams, it's a completely different story. Yao Pei hesitantly voiced her guess. Mr. Huang, if I must say, Zhou Rue has a hairdresser who is also from Qinghano, one middle school. Huang Dui hurriedly said. Then what? They've been going to and from school together every day for most of the year. Sometimes they spend weekends together. Huang Dui felt, the case was solved. Absolutely solved the case. How can this not be a relationship? In his place he talks about it, too. A childhood friend. A child. A lover. This is too nuclear. But it was bad. Affecting two students at once, both from Qinghe First High School. Is that girl a senior too? What's her name? Yao Pei instinctively feel. Say it will not be too good for the little girl. She quite like Li Wenqian, this girl. Have not thought about the future Li Wenqian become their daughter-in-law thing. Is it appropriate to say it? It's just my guess. Huang Dui hurriedly squared his shoulders and said. It's okay, Zhou Rue mom. We mean a preventive. Besides, finding out earlier is good for both children. Yao Pei thought it made sense that at this point in time, there was nothing more important than grades in college entrance exams. That child's name is Li Wenqian. She grew up with Zhou Rue. David Wong. Who? Li Wenqian? Isn't that ing first? The only seedling with a chance to get into a top school in the last 10 years in Qinghano. One middle school. A school with no reputation. The baby of the whole school. Zhou Rue. You kids stole the Qinghe First Middle School home? Chapter 27, Eating Melon to Yourself. Who stole his home, and whose home he stole, was not clear to Chorai. All he knew was that the later the experience value got, the tougher it was to acquire it. In an entire afternoon session, Zhou Rue had only gained 3 points of self-disciplinarian word experience, and his total progress came to 87/100, and the inspiration word experience only went up a little, 36 out of 100. The perseverance phrase didn't even move at all, 1 out of 100. The efficiency was ridiculously low. Zhou Rui even began to consider whether to take it off the quest bar and go hang something else. The only good news was that in the afternoon, Zhou Rui received a copyright confirmation email for Starry Night, and the paper certificate was already in the mail. Zhou Rui backhandedly forwarded the email to the 60th Birthday Literary and Artistic Guidance Working Group, filling in the last piece of the puzzle. In between the evening mini-study sessions, Han Ziyin fished out a handful of candies from her book bag and secretly handed them to Zhou Rui. Taste? It's kind of a Shanghai specialty. It's heck of a big white rabbit. Zhou Rui grabbed the milky white yuko. Ah no, it's a milky white rabbit. Casually unwrapped one and said, "Didn't the teacher ask you to talk?" The thing about the quiz grade. Han Ziyin subconsciously took the candy paper in Zhou Rui's hand and then placed it in the small trash bag in her table belly. This girl loved to be clean and tidy, sometimes even helping Zhou Rui clean up the table. No, my situation is a bit unique. Teachers shouldn't be looking for me to talk about my studies. Zhou Rui passed over a I get it look. The teacher probably doesn't want to be bothered with the connections, and they're the hard kind. 2. Do you have relatives in Xinghai County? Where do you live? He was usually so busy with experience brushing and music that he hadn't really talked to this girl much outside of school. I'm asking today, mainly because I promised to go to Han Ziyin's house for dinner over the weekend, so let's find out what's going on ahead of time. Han Ziyin said, "It's just me and my father. Living. No. 200, Renmin Road, Kongming New Village." Zhou Rui silently memorized the unfamiliar address and said, "Then after your college entrance exam, your goal must still be to go back to Shanghai. You know what I mean, right? It's the kind that's been set in stone for a long time." Han Ziyin looked at Zhou Rui's raised eyebrow and thought, how did he know? Yes, it's definitely still back to Shanghai. What about you, Zhou Rui? Where do you want to go to college? Zhou Rui clasped his hands behind his head and thought for a moment. If you want to go to college, you should still choose a school in Shanghai. For one thing, more than 10 years before he was reborn, he had been floating in Shanghai, and although he hadn't achieved much, he was more familiar with that city after all. It was only when he went there that the advantages of his rebirth could be maximized. Otherwise, when he goes to the north of Beijing, he will only have some foresight in the general direction, specific to individual events, will greatly weaken his foresight advantage. As for the other cities, it was the same thing. Shanghai was his best bet. Only in this life he was going to a better university. There is no shortage of excellent institutions in Shanghai, although the reputation is inferior to the two in the north of Beijing, but it is more suitable for Zhou Rui. To be honest, Shanghai floated for more than 10 years, suddenly reborn within the small county. Actually a little miss Shanghai's traffic and bustling bustle, and Han Ziyin chat. What district of Shanghai is your home in? Supu. You know about Zhou Rui? The vast majority of small-town young people have no idea what districts are in Shanghai. Zhou Rui looked as if this was the case. Supu ah, that's a good place. Expensive housing prices and cadres piled on top of each other fit well with Zhou Rui's picture of Han Ziyin's family. Han Ziyin's eyes lit up. Shanghai was her hometown. It was impossible to say that she didn't want to after coming here, and she didn't expect Zhou Rui to actually know something about Shanghai. You've been there? Was it a trip? Sort of. Shanghai's pretty nice. A couple of hotels on the Bund. I mean hotels. Very grandly restored. As he was chatting with Han Ziyin, Huang Dewei walked in like a gust of wind. If Huang Dui's expression was like a T-800 at noon, then at this moment his face had evolved into a T-1000. It was so ugly that it scared all the students to sit down immediately and be silent. Zhou Rui had some bad feelings in his heart. It couldn't be directed at himself. At noon, he confessed to his mistakes in a very sincere manner. Is the aftermath of the KO punt that big? Old Huang, you have to have faith in me. I've got the hang of it. Really passed the exam. Just saw the old yellow face, in front of the podium, said, there are still 40 days to the college entrance examination. Some things I said many times, but today I want to say it again. Everyone stared at their ears, waiting for the following, curious about why Huang Dui was so angry today. That is, no love affairs. The classroom exploded at once. Who's so hot? You're in love and you've gone to the homeroom teacher. Many people exchanged words, wanting to see whose ministry was so fierce. Zhou Rui let out a long sigh of relief. Turns out it wasn't about me. Nothing to do with me. Lands safely. Immediately afterward, he also began to wonder who Old Yellow was talking about. In fact, high school students fall in love. Not new, but secretly talk about it even if, is to poke out how big a basket, only to get Huang Dui play public criticism? This is a conversation with David Wang's daughter? Huang Dewei continued with an iron face. You guys still have 40 days before the college entrance exam. When it's over, it's okay with me how crazy you guys are willing to be, but during this last period of time, your mind must be focused on your studies. What follows is a whole long paragraph. The students of class 7, however, were no longer interested in listening and were guessing who it was. Zhang Xian's nervous palms were sweating, and his heart was in a batch of panic. Could it be that the teacher found out about my approaching Han Ziyin? Tang Xian puffed out her chest, a little surprised. Can anyone else in the class fall in love? Don't all the boys like me? Han Ziyin's brain went blank. She didn't know anyone in the class well enough to know the gossip. Zhou Rui also began to drift off and began to think about when the first proceeds from the Star Ocean would arrive and how he should spend it. Then I heard Huang Dui suddenly shout at a high octave. The last 40 days. Hold it for me. Looking around, he finally looked viciously at Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui and I will come out. The rest of you study on your own. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of gazes simultaneously looked at Zhou Rui who was walking away. Eat your own melon? Zhou Rui pointed to his nose. Me? Han Ziyin's face instantly turned red. Thinking, could it be that the teacher found out that I wanted to get close to Zhou Rui? Zhang Xian watched Han Ziyin blush and thought, what? The two of them are already in love? So soon? Songbin behind Zhou Rui, boss. Recently there was an anime on fire, in which those who stepped on two boats ended up going away in a boat. What are you looking at? It's you. Come out here. Chapter 28, the first bucket of money arrives. No, teacher, are you mistaken? I'm in love? In the teacher's office, Huang Dui was expressionless, thinking, little man, you can still fool me? Your mom has told me all about it. You don't have to explain yourself to me. Do I have your name? What? Are you nervous? It's not like he's a young teacher who's just been on the job for 2 years and has had enough lovebirds on a stick in his life to make an iron pot of stew. Anyone who is in love, when caught by a teacher, will simply confess, you're right, teacher, I'm in love with XXX. Is that possible? You can never hear from the student's mouth the sincere words. This is the experience summarized by Huang Dui's many years as a teacher. In truth, it is up to the teacher to judge for himself, and then to enlighten the students through a veil. Obviously, Huang Dui was now certain that Zhou Rui was just in love. Zhou Ruiqi said, you didn't think I was in love, so after you finished that speech, you ordered me out alone? Huang Dui gave him a blank look and said, do I need a reason to call you out? Your grades have slipped so much. What's wrong with calling you out? Zhou Rui was powerless to retort, mainly because he was also bottoming out. Old Yellow clearly misunderstood his grades were dropping because of a relationship, but a big jump in grades is an indisputable fact, so there has to be an explanation, right? What else? Tell Old Yellow he's not in love. He's just born again, so he can't do anything? Zhou Rui could only acquiesce to the misunderstanding. Huang Dui hung out Zhou Rui for a while, feeling that the fire was almost ready. His tone suddenly eased up, and also brought a hint of sincerity. Zhou Rui, I've brought you up for 3 years. What you were like in your freshman and sophomore year of high school. You know it well yourself. Senior year of high school was not easy to work hard for a year. There are some results. How rare these results are. I know it better than you do. I've taken 7 classes of students, and there are very few who can change their lives just by relying on the prodigal return of their senior year. Huang Dui rested his glasses. Long-term overuse of the eyes. He was a little myopic plus presbyopia. From the test paper turned out Zhou Rui S1, placed it in front of him, and said in a serious tone, you don't believe adults a lot of the time. In fact, everything you think is more important than learning right now is unimportant or even meaningless in retrospect. It doesn't have to wait too long. When you go to college, all the past of high school immediately fades. Emotions, moods, including me as a teacher as well. And only the grades will be carried along by you all the way to face the rest of your life. Zhou Rui looked at Huang Dui's tired face and thought, no teacher, I actually know very well. Huang Dui's sudden seriousness of speech made Zhou Rui, who originally only wanted to muddle through, have a touch of feeling. In high school, who I was close to, who I wasn't close to, who I had crushes on, and who I talked to. It doesn't take 4 years to become a laughing stock. After 4 years, it's more like not even a laughing matter, but just an occasional thought. Only the college entrance examination that changes the fate and decides the destiny will always affect the whole life, which Zhou Rui knows better than anyone else. The time was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and on Huang Dui's desk, there was an aluminum lunchbox, and under the slit of the half-open lid, the rice that had already cooled off inside was revealed. Zhou Rui suddenly thought of himself in his previous life, also often eat casually to deal with subhealth as a shadow, but then immediately afterward, he shook his head. How can he, a social animal, compare to a teacher, especially in this day and age? Mr. David Wong. Mr. Wong. The concept of overtime may not even exist. Students have problems, students have needs, students do not understand the problem. Huang Dui will naturally choose to extend their own work time. There is no overtime in mind, until a problem is solved, a puzzle is solved, and a group of students is sent away. In his previous half-life, not many people genuinely wished him well, and his high school homeroom teacher, Huang Dui, might have been a. Zhou Rui took a breath and said in a deep voice, "Old Teacher Huang, I know that this time, my performance in the mini-test fluctuated a lot, making other teachers, including you, disappointed, but please rest assured that I will definitely adjust myself before the college entrance exam. Be sure to put the hang on it. 2. Soar to the top schools in Shanghai." Seeing that Zhou Rui had started to make grand wishes from the bottom of his heart, Huang Dui finally revealed a hint of a smile. Good. Attitude has to be there. Actions have to be there as well. Your previous foundation is still there. Mindset adjustment will soon make progress. In the future, you can come to the office to find me at any time during the daily small study hall. Ask me anything you don't know at any time, and I'll help you greet the other teachers for the other subjects. Let's work hard together in the last 40 days. Yes. Here, this paper I'm going to talk about tomorrow. Listen to it first. So many of your mistakes are low-level mistakes. You don't get any of the giveaway questions. So listen up. Zhou Rui also gradually forgot about the oolong just now, and Huang Dui had already begun to give Zhou Rui a small taste of his own medicine. I have to say that the teacher's one-on-one lectures are really more effective than taking a big class. Churi can ask questions on the spot if he doesn't understand something, whereas he can't in a big class. Why are so many families willing to pay a lot of money to hire a tutor for their children? Aside from the added hours of learning, the advantages of one-on-one instruction are the most important reason. But Zhou Rui believed that any physics tutor he could hire in the entire Qinghai County could not be better than Huang Dui. And Lao Huang, as a classroom teacher, never took any tutoring jobs, even though the income from tutoring easily exceeded the salary of the job. Explaining one question after another, the time passed quickly, and Zhou Rui even gained a valuable 3 points of self-disciplinarian word experience, progressing to 90 out of 100, more than he had gained all afternoon. In the middle of the time when Huang Dui went to the toilet, Zhou Rui received a text message from Li Wenxian, saying that her mother came to pick her up today, so that Zhou Rui did not have to worry. Zhou Rui also completely put down his heart and concentrated on his studies, and soon after leaving the school, I received a text message. Dear customer, the bank card in your name, 6222XXX91723, has a real-time account of $57,800. That fast? The first after-tax income from A Sea of Stars, the royalties from its inclusion on the album In Praise of the Birthday of China, has arrived. Zhou Rui's eyes glowed. Zhou Rui was arguably the last non-resident student to leave the school, and even the streets were empty. Looking through the text messages on his cell phone, Zhou Rui's eyes glowed. 57,800 after taxes. For high school students, it can be said to be a huge sum of money. Even if you put it in a decade or so, 23 years of social animal Zhou Rui, it can be said to be a fortune. According to his previous promise to Li Wenxian in Songbin, he could dispose of 80% of it, or about 46,000. It's $10,000 less, but the reborn don't care about that small amount of money. They promise and they do. Besides, Li Wenxian is her own little cabbage, not to mention that the bit that was shared with Songbin was far from covering the cost of his equipment. This guy seems to have gotten some new equipment in the last few days, and the little fat guy is addicted to it. The portion at your disposal is still a bit short of buying a house at 277 Tianhe Road, but it still solves a lot of problems. Zhou Rui is starting to plan how to spend his money. Zhou Rui listened to half a financial management class in his previous life. The teacher who fooled people is full of talk. 3 sentences I hear applause, but there is a sentence Zhou Rui is recognized. Those who can spend money, earn money. There is no point in keeping money in the card. Spend it to make it your own. But this spending doesn't mean spending money on alcohol and club models. It means spending money efficiently, which translates into an investment in yourself. At his age and being born again, what savings do you need? It's only right to invest in yourself. Have you heard of the consumer man? Chapter 29, Misunderstanding? Zhou Rui had been in a state of bankruptcy for quite a while before in order to register the copyright. And if it weren't for Han Ziyin's constant feeding, he probably would have gone hungry. The money, a small portion for food and drink, and a 10,000 set aside, would be enough to cover most of the problems of a high school student, and the last month of high school would be enough for him to live very generously. After all, it's just dinner and everyday life. It's not like you're going to go on a big game. With nearly $40,000 left over, Zhou Rui wanted to buy a laptop. Zhou Rui from 23 years back, really not accustomed to no computer this era of cell phones can accomplish too few functions, even if the current Emperor N97 want to make it easier to copy. Composing, you still need a production tool of your own. As for recording and whatnot, it was better to leave it on Song Bin's side. He really didn't have room for so many things. For another, he wanted to buy a guitar and a keyboard to keep at Song Bin's place to make it easier for him to pick up the music on weekends. With the absolute musicality phrase, he should learn quickly. The self-investment plan, one by one in the cell phone. Zhou Rui checked the mailbox. There is a 60th birthday literary guidance working group sent by email. Zhou Rui read it, except for reminding him that the first payoff had been called and inviting him to the north of the capital once again. I actually asked if Zhou Rui had any other works to submit. It's the equivalent of an invitation to a song. It was stated there that either published or unpublished, as long as the format is appropriate, is fine. If the melody is right but the intention is not, the lyrics can be changed and the working group can still include it, with the same level of honorarium and payment as for the Starry Night. Chorai searched his mind and did have a few suitable ones, but this time, it's still most important to get the scholastic word first. If you can't get this, everything else is a sham songwriting-wise. There's no rush. With money in his hand, Zhou Rui walked with a float and happily returned home. Then he saw the not-so-pleasant face of his mother, Yao Pei. Zhou Rui quickly figured out why. Old Yellow sold himself out and sued his parents. Yao Pei clasped her hands on her chest, sat expressionlessly on the sofa, and said in a deep voice, "Do you know where you went wrong?" Zhou Rui immediately piled up a smile. The small test play is not normal. But Mum, you can rest assured that the next time you must test back. Then it was left to Yao Pei's frenzy. Chorai plays with an attitude and doesn't refute a word the entire time. After Yao Pei had output some, she saw that Zhou Rui's attitude was too good, and she couldn't pick it up. Usually Zhou Rui will at least 2 sentences. Today is full of, good. Mom is right. Next time we'll never. You don't want to be distracted recently. I've already called with Li Wenxian's mom. This last month or so, don't go looking for Li Wenxian, that girl. Save those time. Would rather sleep a little bit more and read a little bit more. In the end, Yao Pei chose to deal with it the same way as Huang Dui. Nod a little, but don't nod through. It's mainly the rebellious period plus senior year, so I'm really afraid of lighting a powder keg and getting rebellious all at once. Zhou Rui hesitated. Then how will Li Wenxian get to and from school, especially at night when school is late? Seeing her son still thinking about Li Wenxian, Yao Pei immediately reluctant. She is a high school student, not a kindergarten, so big after school still will walk by herself. Whose child is not a child? There are male classmates to pick up and drop off? Zhou Rui couldn't find a reason to refute. I guess Yao Pei had already communicated with Li Wenxian's mother, and both parents should have the same attitude in this regard. It's to allow less contact time between him and Levinson first. Zhou Rui pacified Yao Pei and honestly returned to his room, striving to live out some more experience tonight. The self-disciplinarian word experience had come to 90/100. This word, which is so difficult to acquire that it can only be watered down, has finally come to the last bit of progress. Early to get self-discipline words synthesized, school bully words can also be early to clear their wrongdoing. Brilliant. All problems will be solved then. Focus time launched. The night was silent, and Zhou Rui was swimming in the sea of knowledge. But it's better than when I was first reborn and struggled with drowning every day. He's at least learning to doggy paddle now and it's not as embarrassing. In the end, after fighting all night plus 3 hours of focus time, and only getting 2 experience points, the progress came to 92 out of 100. Instead, inspiration took 3 experience points, and focusing time could enhance the probability of a burst of inspiration. More and more difficult, but at most the day after tomorrow, high and low will get it. By then, I, Zhou Rui, will be the school bully. I wonder what color the phrase will be and what the additions are. With anticipation, Zhou Rui laid down on his bed and glanced at it before going to sleep before seeing Li Wenxian's text message. Zhou Rui. I'll have to go by myself tomorrow, _ Also posted a crying face text. Zhou Rui looked at the time. It was already an hour-old message. What are you afraid of? The proceeds of the Starry Night came down a batch. You'll be a little rich girl from now on. And you'll have enough cabs every day to get you to graduation. On the other side of Qinghua County, Li Wenqian has just finished taking a bath. Because she is afraid of waking up her mom and does not dare to blow her head, so she has been taking a towel to wipe it. Dressed in a loose halter and pajama shorts. Half of the halter was spread across her chest. But Ben was in his own bedroom and no one was able to get a good look. While rubbing his head, he cradled his cell phone and waited for Zhou Rui's reply. The phone lightly vibrated. Li Wenqian tapped on it in a second to read it. The corner of her mouth slightly curved, and replied, "Really? Then can I buy a lot of snacks?" Another one was posted immediately afterward. But it seems like the two moms misunderstood something about us. If you know what I mean, Epsilon. With her mother's uncharacteristic attitude today, and also stating that she would pick herself up from school instead of Zhou Rui in the future. Li Wenqian. A girl as delicate as Li Wenqian must have sensed where the problem was. A little bashful, but a little happy. So in the eyes of my parents, are Zhou Rui and I already so close that it looks like we're in a relationship? It's so exciting. Is that how everyone else sees it? So shy. It's always hard to guess what's going on in a young girl's mind. You never know where it's going to veer off to the next moment. After sending the text message, Li Wenqian suddenly felt that she couldn't stand herself anymore and rolled several times on the bed holding her cell phone. And the single bed made a creaking sound. It took 5 minutes for Zhou Rui to reply to her. There are only 4 words. Misunderstanding? Seeing this text message, Li Wenqian felt like her brain was the same as a boiling kettle, and steam was coming out of her head. Chorai, what do you mean? He is not understanding what I am saying. Still don't think the two parents are misunderstanding. A certain little girl with a blank sheet of paper was ruffled to the point where her CPU was burning by just 4 words from the old greaseball Zhou Rui. Li Wenqian looked at the text message with only 4 words and fell into dangling. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that an apprehensive one resumed. It's just misunderstanding that the two of us are in love, isn't it? Unfortunately, after waiting for half an hour, he didn't wait for Zhou Rui's reply. Because over there, already asleep. You can't go to bed too late or you won't get enough focus time. Chapter 30, New Haircuts. Early the next morning, Li Wenqian was about to face a whole new routine of her own. Since junior high school, Li Wenqian is basically and Zhou Rui together to and from school. So many years down the line, has long been accustomed to from every day at the entrance of the district waiting for Zhou Rui to start a brand new day. Occasionally during that time whoever had a headache would go to and from school alone. But this time it was expressly forbidden. And she was more than a little uncomfortable with it. Mother Li Huihua hurried downstairs. She used to be relieved to leave it to Zhou Rui, and rarely got up so early, earlier than even going to work. Mommy will walk with you for 2 days. After that you will still have to go to school on your own, and as far as getting out of school does get too late, Mommy will pick you up. Although Li Wenqian was a little stupid and a little too well protected by Zhou Rui, she was at least a high school student. Not so vegetable that she couldn't go to school by herself. Just a small county town security is not so perfect after all. The evening after school is really dangerous. Parents pick up and drop off a few high school students, especially girls. In the past this job was done by Zhou Rui, Li Huihua idle for several years. Li Huihua's other purpose was also to supervise her daughter and stop her from sneaking off to find Zhou Rui to go to and from school with her again. You think she's giving away her daughter? She's the overseer. For Zhou Rui, Li Huihua's feelings are very complicated. Her daughter played since childhood. She is familiar with friends. Entrusted Zhou Rui to take care of Li Wenqian to and from school. Also shows that she recognizes Zhou Rui's character. But falling in love is another story. Or at this point in time of high school. Especially Zhou Rui and Li Wenqian achievement gap is very large. The two after high school is basically impossible in the same city as school. Childhood friendship should also end here. All the way to the school entrance. Did not meet Zhou Rui. Li Wenqian some disappointment. Yesterday this guy does not return the text message. Let her all night itching. The heart itches. Mom, you go to work? You don't have to drop me off from now on. How old am I to go to school and still drop me off? Shame on me. Li Huihua rolled her eyes. What's wrong? Zhou Rui can deliver. But I can't? This is not a good sign. Li Huihua silently decided to supervise the army for a longer period of time. Waving goodbye to her mom, Li Wenqian walked towards the campus with her mushroom head, and every now and then she still looked around in the crowd, trying to find Zhou Rui. I want to see familiar figures. I want to ask about last night's text messages. I want to share brand new moods. Suddenly, a silhouette passed her by. Half a head taller than himself, slender and upright figure, absolutely beautiful side face. Even the school bag is a bit more fashionable than the surrounding classmates. Li Wenxian was a bit dumbfounded for a moment, thinking, what a pretty girl. Is there this person in Xinghano? One middle school? Compared to herself with a mushroom head, that girl was the most dazzling presence in the crowd, and both male and female classmates cast their eyes and followed her all the way. The girl, on the other hand, didn't look away, as if she didn't care about any gazes, and walked straight into the school building. Li Wenxian retracted her gaze. She is actually not short, 166 height in this generation of girls. It is also considered a relatively excellent level, but it can't be compared to the girl model-like proportions, especially with the mushroom head sealing the face value. The comparison is like a small child. Li Wenxian was a bit envious. Just then, the whispering beside them reached Li Wenxian's ears. Did you guys hear about what happened yesterday? The 7th class teacher went ballistic, saying that someone was in love. Seriously, caught at this point in time? Who's so miserable? Caught in the act? That Zhou Rui from class 7, the one who turned out not to be a good student. Li Wenxian's ears went red. How can pass so fast? And this was known by the others? She thought it was just a misunderstanding between the two moms. How come everyone at school knows? She was tempted to run right over and explain, no, we didn't, only to hear the man say, with whom? It seems to be with that transfer student, the big beautiful girl who just went in. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So powerful. This Zhou Rui can Li Wenxian, hey, confused face, poor little girl. CPU burnt again. Underscore 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 underscore. And at this point, what is Zhou Rui doing? He's getting a haircut. Once the money was in his hands, he thought about how to spend it, and he had been looking at the stupid hairstyle on his head that had grown so long that it was deformed and looked like it had horns for a long time. Even though 7 or 8 out of 10 of the high school boys around him were similar to him, he felt the need to salvage the situation. So early in the morning, I found a barbershop that was open early for a haircut. He didn't go to one of those Tony stores, the kind of store where people don't open this early. He went to the little store in the alley. The barber plus shampooer plus cashier are full of just one person, or an older woman. Young man getting a haircut this early? It's easier to get a haircut for school. Sit down. Just open the door, no need to wait. How do you care? For you to push into a flathead? She's taken care of too many little boys like that. There's nothing to say. Just bulldoze it and be done with it. Zhou Rui hurriedly waved his hand and said, Auntie, bring more or less designs, right? The boss's wife put the broom dustpan aside and clapped her hands together. How is it designed? Zhou Rui showed Auntie the photos he had found. Can you cut it to this feel? The boss's wife took a look. Oh my god, isn't that whoever it is? Who Bing? Zhou Rui came before the belly. Originally he was looking for a picture of the ancient principle, but the face value of this piece cannot be suppressed. But while searching for short hairstyles, photos of this currently most successful male model in the country popped up, and upon observation, the haircut is very spirited and fits both his aesthetic and the school's rules. Auntie got interested and took the N97 and said, this cell phone of yours is quite advanced. I'll give it a try. I haven't cut a big star's hair yet. 20 minutes later, Zhou Rui looked at himself in the mirror. The thick sideburns on both sides were shaved off for the most part, straight from the bottom up like two sharp swords, and the top part of the head was slightly longer than an inch. There was no C, giving Zhou Rui's bright eyes, which were most distinctive, plenty of room to show off, and the broken hair at the back of his head and forehead was finely trimmed, delicate and sharp. Zhou Rui face value is not bad, especially now is still young, own a vitality in the body, and now the hairstyle change. Even the boss's wife are bright. Zhou Rui is quite satisfied. It's a bit off from the photos, but the basic elements are all there, and there's a 90% restoration. You can't ask for too much for a haircut that's only $10 in total. Just set off the brother's own face. By the way, I wonder if the system has a phrase like, handsome. There should be. After all, the system is all-encompassing, but I don't know how to get experience. I think there's still room for improvement, right? Not much more though. The boss's wife left to look and look. A little do not believe that this is their own hair cut out. The young man is handsome on this look, the girlfriend is not happy dead. Zhou Rui modestly said, Auntie, I'm still single. What do you call auntie? Call sister. Auntie, we don't fit. finally couldn't stand the boss's wife's request. Joe Rue was also taken a picture, saying that he had learned a new hairstyle in the future. Give a 20% discount and only charge Joe Rue $8. Joe Rue touched his neat short hair and walked towards the school with satisfaction. The haircut was delayed for a while, and he was stuck at the school gate again. A few students who were almost as late as he was, saw Joe Rue's refreshingly handsome haircut, and obviously looked at him twice more. In this era, high school students are basically all inches, but also often long and deformed. Joe Rue this kind of hairstyle and can pass the examination and look good. Really rare. The security guards at the door checking the grooming looked left and right, but they didn't pick out Joe Rue's faults. No more than eyebrows in front, no more than ears on the side, no more than a collar at the back, no sideburns, no ends, no bangs, no longer than 2 knuckles. How can you be so different from the other kids when you are obviously compliant everywhere? It's evil. It's almost like a TV star. Joe Rue proudly gave the security guard a small look and confidently walked towards the classroom. When they first walked into the classroom, so many people in class 7 thought someone had walked through the wrong door, but when he fixed his eyes on it, it was actually Joe Rue, which was even more unbelievable. Is that Joe Rue? How did he become so handsome? What's with the hair? Will it get past the security gate? My God, how come I didn't realize he was so handsome before? High school students have seen what the world, Joe Rue's current appearance put into society. At best, the turnaround rate is higher, but put in the high school class, it is the same as blowing up the pot. Tong Xin looked straight at Joe Rue with both eyes, as if she wanted to reacquaint herself with this boy. The way she looked today really shocked her. Zhang Xin clenched his fists in death and mentally growled. What's the use of getting a haircut? Does getting a haircut do anything to be first in the class? Several little girls didn't take their eyes off of Joe Rue, only feeling that people from idol dramas had walked out. If Joe Rue knew about it, he would probably advise them not to insult themselves. Idol dramas of this era, is that for people to watch? All non-mainstream pond owners, even the English teacher, who was on the podium and was preparing for class, looked at Joe Rue twice more. This kid, it's a bit handsome. Greeting the gazes of the crowd, Joe Rue came to the front of the seat and playfully said to Han Zien, "Why don't you let me in and take your time?" Han Zien, who was fuming, then hurriedly stood up and let Joe Rue in. Chapter 31, finally becoming a autodidact. Joe Rue didn't realize that he had gotten a new haircut, and although his face value had gone up, he had gotten a negative effect. It's hard to concentrate due to the fact that people are always looking at him, boys and girls alike, even Han Zien at the same table, and Song Bin in the back, and even the teacher. Before, Joe Rue didn't belong to the more striking category inside the class. Even after being reborn, although there was a big change in temperament, everyone was busy preparing for the exams, and Joe Rue wasn't too conspicuous. But today, it can be a few dozen crowds. Han Zien didn't listen to the class much at all, although she consistently didn't listen. But in the past it was because she wasn't interested, and today it was because her mind was on Joe Rue. Joe Rue was already dazzling and special in her eyes, and today's change was extra sparkling. Han Zien handed over a note. Nice new haircut. Joe Rue, who was once again interrupted in his thoughts, looked back at this niece before throwing her a note. Classes are in session. Do not disturb. Han Zien's face turned even redder. Song Bin in the back looked at the boss so powerful. The newest schoolgirl took it in minutes, and his heart rose from respect. But thinking about Huang Dui's lecture last night, and the rumors in the class, he thought before, the boss target is Li Wenchenet. What was the name of the anime that had recently caught fire? The one that gave him a bad feeling? What's on campus? What boat? Between classes, Joe Rue was once again called to the office by Huang Dui, specifically asking about Joe Rue's hairstyle. Cho Rai swore to the lamp that he just wanted to change his hairstyle, start over and focus on his studies. Huang Dui checked around Joe Rue and found that it did meet all the school's regulations on hairstyles, didn't pick out any faults, and could only let Joe Rue off the hook. Underscore 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 underscore. At lunchtime in the cafeteria, Joe Rue sat down with Song Bin and asked him for his bank card number to call him with the proceeds of the Starry Night that belonged to him. Song Bin quickly said that he was in no hurry and that he could do without this money. Joe Rue, however, did not agree, said that the good thing, Joe Rue is not so petty. If you follow yourself, you have to share the benefits. Right? Or else learn from your former boss? When you don't make any money, you make a lot of money, but when you do, you can't afford to share it? That's not enough money to cover the cost of Songbin's equipment. As for Li Wenqian, that girl does not have her own bank card. Give cash and too stupid. Only Zhou Rui first help her save. Songbin was embarrassed and said, then I'll thank the boss first. I've added some more equipment. And I usually practice using the arranging software. You're so talented. Write a few more songs. You're so talented. Why don't you write a few more songs and release an album? Then you'll be a big star. Zhou Rui signaled him to be at ease. You have to eat your meal one bite at a time. Stars and whatnot are too far away. Let me solve my college entrance exams first. Songbin thought that Zhou Rui meant to wait until after the college entrance exams, but he didn't know that Zhou Rui wanted to slow him down for a few days to get the scholarly word. At this time several girls passed by and secretly stared at Zhou Rui, thinking which class is this big handsome guy. Songbin looked at a burst of hot eyes. Which adolescent boys do not want to attract the attention of the opposite sex? Asked in a low voice. Boss, where do you get your hair cut? I want to go too. Zhou Rui looked at the 5 flat features. Flat in a physical sense. Songbin, patting him on the shoulder, he said, you can change your hairstyle, but there's no need to get the same one as me. Ha? Why? I just think you look good in this one. It's a deep water. You can't grasp it. Songbin, after chatting about business, Zhou Rui looked around to see where Li Wenqian was. Unfortunately, it was full of people, so I didn't see it. He did fall asleep last night when he didn't reply to Levinson's message. But waking up in the morning having read it and not returning it was intentional. There are some text messages that work best when you just let them come to a screeching halt. The effort of explaining each sentence for fear of the slightest misunderstanding on the other side actually stifles the imagination. Chow's quotes. What does it mean to tease? There's up, no down. It's what's called a tease. Zhou Rui, is there anyone here? Just as he was thinking about Li Wenqian, Han Ziyin came to his side with a dinner tray. Zhou Rui didn't make a fuss and moved half his ass out of the way to make room for Han Ziyin. Looking at Han Ziyin's dinner plate full of vegetarian dishes, Zhou Rui couldn't help but sigh with emotion. A person with a good figure diet is to pay attention. In his place, all I can say is a plate of veggies. Don't eat it. Han Ziyin saw Zhou Rui staring at her dinner plate and said in embarrassment, what's wrong? Did I eat too much? Zhou Rui shook his head. It's the vegetarian food. Han Ziyin whispered. It's mainly because I'm not quite used to the flavors over here, so I'll just simply eat more vegetarian dishes. Zhou Rui understood in a second. I understand. Shanghai food is sweet, thick oil and red sauce, but the cafeteria occasionally have braised meat you can try. The taste should be relatively similar. The two of them made casual small talk. Han Ziyin with a smile on her face. It was valuable to have someone to talk to about Shanghai and where she grew up. She had heard a lot of rumors that she and Zhou Rui were in love. But strangely enough, unlike her old self, she wasn't angry in her heart this time, but rather a little happy. Even if she knew there was no such thing, she had never refuted it. She wanted to get closer to Zhou Rui, to know him, to enter his life. Whether it would be friends or something else after that, she hadn't figured out yet, but it didn't stop her from pursuing it and getting closer. The events of that morning, the figure holding up the brick, had been etched into her soul and would not fade without a decade or 8. As for Zhou Rui's change in hairstyle today, resulting in a spike in his face value, Han Ziyin didn't feel much of anything, because in her eyes, Zhou Rui Ben was dazzling and unique. The two of them talked and laughed, Han Ziyin smiling ever so warmly and looking adoringly at Zhou Rui. Let the next table Zhang Xin. Dinner plate are almost pinched deformed, yet no one cares. Zhou Rui finished his lunch and inquired about the progress of the system. 2 classes plus early reading this morning, nearly 5 hours, and still got 3 experience points and progress came to 95 out of 100. Despite some distractions due to people watching him all the time, the marathon ran down to the last few steps. If these last 5 points of experience and the difficulty of obtaining them doesn't change, I expect to be able to put up a fight and get the self-disciplinarian word by the time I write my homework tonight. After that, Zhou Rui is also about to usher in the first word synthesis after acquiring the system. Get the coveted, scholastic, phrase. Zhou Rui looked at today's unused focus time, March 3rd, and made up his mind. Synthesize words and become a learner. Become an immortal and become an ancestor. Just this night, starting after lunch, Zhou Rui excluded all outside distractions and became an extremely self-disciplined person again. In class, Songbin hands him a note, which he ignores, and Han Ziyin secretly hands him a big white rabbit, which he also ignores. He has eyes only for the teacher. There was no distraction to even check the experience gain messages, letting them stay within the system. On the way out of school, Zhou Ruwei silently recited ancient texts and poems as he walked, and nothing along the way could distract him. At night, Yao Pei still worked overtime, and Zhou Ruwei cooked himself a bowl of instant noodles, then dove headfirst into the study. Focus time. Launch. Math homework, physics homework, English homework, 1 test question, 1 paper. Zhou Ruwei could barely perceive the passage of time, until 3 hours later, when the focus time had almost been consumed. An unusual voice sounded in his head. Quest phrase, self-disciplinarian. Experience value +1. Current progress, 100. Please collect the phrase. Chapter 32, The Powerful, Scholarly, Word. Autodidact, words. Experience progress, 100 out of 100. This earliest word hanging on the taskbar has finally completed its full progress. At this point it was already late at night at 12 o'clock. Zhou Ruwei didn't click on collect immediately, but chose to get up and go wash his face first before returning to his desk. Making sure his brain was clear, he took another 3 seconds to calm his insides before he mentally chanted, "Claim the word." A pleasant system tone resounded in his head, and the text in his vision shifted for a moment. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the white word, autodidact. Word effect, small increase in willpower. Large reduction in the likelihood of burnout emotions appearing. Large increase in execution. Self-discipline, repeated behavior. The more repetitions, the higher the gains. Zhou Ruwei was thoughtful. Self-regulating behavior. The more repetitions, the higher the return? Interesting attributes. That is, the fire. If Zhou Ruwei insisted on learning this thing, then continued for 1 year, 4 years, or even 10 years, he gained more and more from the study of this thing. The efficiency will be more and more high. Or stick to the iron behavior. The longer you stick to it, the stronger the effect, and in the end, 1 hour of your own workout is the same as a full day of someone else's workout? Also, what is this concept of execution and how is it quantified? Self-disciplined is a more difficult word to acquire, but it seems to be weaker than focused because it doesn't have an active ability like focus time. But when you think about it, the autocrat cap is high. It could be said that with this phrase, in any field, as long as Zhou Ruwei was able to persevere and repeat, he would inevitably be able to enter an extremely advanced level. Lift iron consistently and you're sure to become Mr. Fit. Continuous learning will surely make you a scholar. It is important to realize that these are not a given, and that many people who have practiced all their lives are nothing more than fitness enthusiasts, and have studied all their lives are nothing more than shuesuo. People are gifted in different ways. To a certain extent, the self-disciplinarian entry erases the talent gap, allowing the possessor to simply work hard in order to achieve, although it may take more time than a genius to do so. But alas, for Zhou Ruwei, although the long-term gains of autocrat were enticing, it was still important to synthesize the scholar phrase. Synthesizing words for the first time, Zhou Ruwei wasn't sure if the function of autocrat would remain, or if it would disappear completely. Mentally making up his mind, he could consider acquiring the self-disciplinarian word once more in the future if needed. After thinking clearly about all this, Zhou Ruwei no longer hesitated and took a deep breath to silently chant. Word synthesis. The interface in his mind changed once again, and all 4 words that Zhou Ruwei possessed, emitting different colors of light, flew to the front of his eyes in turn. The green word, absolute musicality. White word, student. The white word, focuser. The white word, autodidact. Please select the words to be synthesized. If the paths don't match, then the synthesis will fail. The words won't be destroyed after the failure, but it will consume the host's spiritual energy. Please use it with caution. Zhou Ruwei nodded silently in his heart, then chose 2 words, student, and self-disciplined, the very paths of synthesis revealed by the novice reward. The other words dissipated, leaving only 2 white words inside the site. Words selected. Retrieving path. Retrieval successful. Path exists. Synthesizing. In his mind, the 2 words emitted a bright light and gradually showed signs of dissolving, turning into a particle and then intermingling with each other. Zhou Ruwei stares at. Finally, a green light flashed. Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the green word, scholar. Green, not white? Zhou Ruwei rushed to see it. More than the autodidact, who is involved in every aspect. The student phrase can be very focused in his abilities, and he seems to have shades of the autodidact and student phrases, but mainly a study. Green word, scholarly boss, effect, drastically increases willpower. Execution, thinking ability and efficiency in learning behavior. Eradicates all burnout behavior in learning behavior. Increases the degree of play in all exams. Increase attraction and persuasion to classmates. Automatically master all high school level knowledge. And can quickly master college level knowledge. Zhou Rui jumped up and down excitedly. Automatic mastery of all high school level knowledge. He bet right. The high school entrance exam is stable. Detects the host's first successful synthesis of a word. Rewarding the revelation of a synthesis path relevant to the host. Revealing path, inspiration, plus, light of the righteous path, equals, flash of light. Zhou Rui hadn't had time to take a closer look at the system message. In the next moment, a large amount of information flooded into his brain like a tidal wave. Math, language arts, English, physics, chemistry. Some of them he had mastered in his previous life, but forgotten. Some of it he wouldn't have been able to do in 2 lifetimes. A massive amount of information washed over his brain, coupled with the lack of sleep and overexcitement he had been experiencing lately. Zhou Rui's head was in a daze, and he fell asleep on the table, or rather fainted. Only the sound of even breathing remained. A text message from someone, which he once again didn't see, led to a certain mushroom head, staying up all night. Underscore 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 underscore. Feeling the corner of his mouth wet, Zhou Rui subconsciously wiped it, and then woke up with a jolt. Outside the window, it was already dawn. Look at the cheap electronic watch on your hand. 6 o'clock. When did you fall asleep yourself? By the way, yesterday I synthesized the schoolboy phrase, can't be a dream, can it? Zhou Rui hurriedly opened the system and was relieved to see the 3 words in the word column, 2 of which were flashing green. 4 becomes 3 when synthesized, but it's much more powerful. Zhou Rui thought of the effect of the scholar's word, and immediately wanted to experiment with it. Picking up the math paper on his desk, he ignored the spit marks on it and looked at a question he hadn't done last night. The center of the ellipse is known to be at the origin. The focal length is 4, and the collinear. Before the questions were read, Zhou Rui's mind had already made the subconscious judgment of what knowledge is this question trying to test, and by the time he'd finished reading the question, he'd already had a general answer after just a brief scan of the 4 options at the bottom. Option B. It's like he's done this type of question 1,000 times before. He knew exactly what the question teacher wanted to test, and even guessed how the other side would set up the smoke bomb option. Zhou Rui suppressed his inner excitement, took out a pen and paper, and calculated a big question. Elegant, short formulas, line by line were written down, and in a few lines the correct answer was proved. Instead of being told the answers directly by the system as if he were cheating, he really had understood everything within the high school scope and had his own judgment and calculations. Those formulas, test points, that were unfamiliar have been memorized. Scholastic, words, really, it's not just math. All the ancient texts and various inflected central ideas required to be memorized in the language. Various grammar tests in English. Word bank. The various laws of physics. All the rules of chemistry. Even the techniques for a large number of exams were already in Zhou Rui's head. He had, now, become a complete and utter school bully. Even more than the general level school bully. More genuine, system-produced school bully. After all, most of the time when people keep using the word on their lips normally, it's blown out of proportion. And what the system calls a bully, that's the bully of all bullies. So this is what it feels like to be a school bully. Studying makes me happy. Zhou Rui carefully studied last night's system message again. In addition to the powerful effect description of the scholar phrase, the rewarding aura path reveal was also interesting to Zhou Rui. Inspiration plus light of the righteous path equals aura of light. Whichever way you look at this synthetic path, it's a bit nonsensical. It seemed that the logic of the system was a little different, or less rigorous, than he had previously envisioned. So that's your system? Chapter 33, this is going to sit in the national team singer. Wake up and become a school bully. Zhou Rui felt refreshed. Instead of rushing to fill the vacant taskbar, he was ready to cool off for a while. A call to my mother confirmed that the other party was still living on Mt. Tsukumo and that everything was fine. Then he packed his book bag, whistled and headed out the door. I'm in a great mood. I'm not even this happy about winning the lottery. In the first floor corridor, once again saw the notice of the sale of the house. Zhou Rui thought that we have become a school bully. To solve the emergency of the college entrance examination, some things can almost start. There is also an invitation to sing for the working group in the north of Beijing, which can also be arranged. From this day forward, studying will never again dominate his time. He, on the other hand, can dictate the time for studying. Having a system is so arrogant. He could not wait to take another quiz today and make Huang Dui's jaw drop in shock. Unfortunately, this is unlikely, and the closer we get to the GCSEs, the more cautious teachers are in scheduling exams for fear of affecting students' confidence. It's like traveling at night in brocade when you're rich and not returning home. You can't bring the rolls yourself and go to see Wong Tak-wai. Can you? Do it in 30 minutes and then fling it in his face and tell him, no kidding? It's kinda cool to think about. Topped with a new haircut and a bright smile, Zhou Rui walked towards the campus. When I'm in a good mood, the birds in the trees, they all look lovelier than yesterday. When passing by the barber store, the boss's wife looked at this handsome young man from afar and greeted him with a smile. Xiao Zhou, going to school so early? Tough. Zhou Rui smiled and responded. It's not hard, go relax and unwind. Schoolboys will work hard? The boss's wife was stunned, but didn't care and turned to the customers in the store. Handsome, isn't it? I cut this head. The guest ponders for a moment and says, would you like to wash the foam off my head first? I'm a little misty-eyed. Oi 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 oi. It's coming. Underscore 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 underscore. Zhou Rui ate breakfast at the breakfast place and came to school refreshed, with a faint smile still on his lips. The biggest problem since his rebirth was solved by him. Relying on his persistent efforts and the help of the system's billion points, he got rid of the crisis of dropping out of the college entrance exam, and even jumped to become a school bully. So how can he not be happy? Good morning, Zhou Rui. Looking sideways, Han Ziyin had a ponytail and was smiling at him. Morning. The two were originally at the same table, and the school gate met. It is natural to walk side by side into the campus. Many people looked over this way, sighing in their hearts at the feeling of a good pair of golden boys and girls. Let's not talk about how much Han Ziyin stands out from the rest. Zhou Rui is also very conspicuous in the school after changing his hairstyle, especially since he is in high spirits, and his whole aura is confident and high-spirited. The two walked into the classroom side by side, again drawing the collective attention of the 7th class. Zhang, the top student in a class, broke the defense again. If every time a defense was broken, it was a small hole in the mind, then Zhang Xian's wound has become calloused. In and out. The first period in the morning was a math class, and Zhou Rui initially listened attentively for 10 minutes, but gradually, I realized that it was really hard to get anything out of the classroom for myself with the scholastic phrase. It's like an 8th grade plumber. You ask him to file iron bars. It's only a waste of time. Most importantly, the knowledge in Zhou Rui's brain was instilled by the system, a word effect, and would not be forgotten, as if it was welded into Zhou Rui's brain groove. There is not even a future situation where you forget and get rusty and need to review. Zhou Rui thought about it and simply took a break from his classroom state, which was not a burnout, but an active adjustment. Time is precious. There's no point in wasting it. There's so much to do. So Zhou Rui drew out a blank sheet of paper and a whole new melody began to ring in his head. He was going to take advantage of this time to write another song out in response to the song invitation from the north side of the capital. Han Ziyin had been reading a miscellaneous book, a novel blocked behind the textbook, quietly reading. After all, she does not need to study. But sensing Zhou Rui on the sidelines, the tablemate who usually took class more seriously than anyone else, unfortunately, his grades seemed to be bad, seemed to be up to something else today. Han Ziyin's beautiful eyes peeked out, and she saw Zhou Rui on a piece of white paper, drawing dense lines with a ruler. What's this? Only when Zhou Rui sealed off the two sides did Han Ziyin react. It's pentatonic. Chori knows the pentameter? But what does he want? When Han Ziyin was in Shanghai, she was also forced by her mother to learn the fiddle for a while, and although her level wasn't too good, she was more than familiar with the 5-line score. Great curiosity made Han Ziyin not choose to interrupt, but instead just secretly watched. Zhou Rui finished drawing the pentatonic score and didn't immediately put pen to paper, but closed his eyes to confirm the familiar melody in his mind. After receiving an email from the 60th Birthday Literary Guidance Working Group inviting songs, Zhou Rui wondered if there were any suitable works. He had several alternatives, but it took a lot of sinking in today to make a decision. There's a song that's very similar to Starry Starry Night and it's from the same time period. Like Starry Night, it was released in a centennial edition and was included in that year's collection of celebratory tunes, which then took advantage of the wind and spread throughout the country. All in all, the song is, in every way, similar to A Star is Born. To say why Zhou Rui know these background stories, or because at that time on the red song background of the Star Ocean interested in searching to realize that the other song actually also has a red song version. In fact, that 100 Years of Journey song list contains many high-quality works, which are also very characteristic of the new era, and there are even rap songs and electric voices. However, at this point in time, it is estimated that those forms of red songs are very difficult to be accepted, so Jo Rue still picked a melodic pop song. By the time the two red songs are released, it is estimated that Jo Rue in the future to sit in the music world national team identity. Although Jo Rue's sense of music is invincible, but picking up the score is still not easy. This is caused by the lack of skill in the use of 5-line score, so the speed is not fast. In Han Ziyin's perspective, Jo Rue drew the pentatonic score, closed his eyes and contemplated for a while. Then at the top corner of the pentatonic score, he drew a beautiful soprano clef, as if it were a pocket-sized cello. Immediately afterward, Jo Rue, one by one, stroke by stroke, without any haste, drew the notes on. The shock in Han Ziyin's heart couldn't be described as shock. He's writing a song? One eye was almost round, and he bit his lip in death. Jo Rue did not realize that someone was peeking. His pentatonic score is still at the level of a bitter hand. Each 8 beats need to close their eyes and contemplate a bit. It also requires recalling the melody and pulse of the song, which then manifests itself on paper through a combination of a top-notch sense of musicality and junk-level proficiency in pentameter. 3 full pages, plus time for underlining. Took him a lot of work. Looks like I'll have to get it on the computer later, or go by paper with the pentameter already drawn on it. The complete score was picked up, the fresh ink on it blown dry, and examined, confirming that there were no mistakes. Jo Rue looked at the watch. There was still time, so he simply wrote the lyrics in the blank interline. 2. Past accomplishments are the bottom line. A new era to win the battles of a new era. If you just look at the lyrics, it's hard to imagine that this is actually a catchy pop song. It is, however, based on the lyrics of the red song version. Like Sea of Stars, this song is a far cry from the mainstream red songs of the current era, but it's even better and more powerful. Jo Rue this time the lyrics did not copy everything, because the original song of the red song version, many of the contents of the 22 years will appear. Jo Rue cleverly converted a bit, such as the opening of the number of years. It was changed to be more in line with the 60th birthday of the year. Instead of the 100 years of journey, 100 years of journey, the rap part was deleted by Jo Rue. To be honest, it's over the top and of average quality. A bit of a raw deal. In one lesson, a red song that follows the famous song of the past life, but with a new structure, appeared in this world. Of course, this is just the score, and the arrangement is also extremely important if you want to have an excellent performance. A good arrangement can turn an otherwise mediocre melody into a top-notch hit, and even more so, an already top-notch melody into an heirloom classic. Going to the print store after school to scan it, going to copyright it. Tomorrow is Sunday. Then again Song Bin, Lee Won-chan called up, recorded a small sample. As for what to do with the song, of course, as in the case of Starry Night, to the 60th birthday literary and artistic guidance working group. For one thing, he cannot leave Qinghe County now. So the use of the most worrying, and not afraid of being pitched. Secondly, to ride on this big ship, to pull the degree of popularity, even if the 60th birthday of the wind is over. The two songs will generate a lot of revenue every year. Why not? Thirdly, these are 2 red songs. Seeing that Jo Rue seemed to have finished his work, Han Ziyin dared to speak. Just now she had not dared to disturb Jo Rue for fear of interrupting Jo Rue's inspiration because of herself. At this point, she especially with a few moments of disbelief, attached her ear and asked in a small voice, "You were just writing a song?" Slightly hot breath. Let Jo Rue ears a little itch. The girl's whisper is almost with air voice said. Jo Rue didn't hide it either, and whispered into Han Ziyin's delicately rounded ear. Right. Han Ziyin felt Jo Rue in her eyes, glowing. Can you imagine how devastating it is that a high school boy can write songs? And it saved your life. What's the song? Han Ziyin was a bit inexplicably trembling with excitement, so much so that the tip of Jo Rue's lips accidentally touched Han Ziyin's cool, pink earlobe. Jo Rue pulled back a few centimeters slightly and said, Junior. Chapter 34, The Boys. The original version of Teenager, the song that killed it in the age of short videos. Many people have commented that the standard of music in the age of short videos has seriously dropped, but actually they misunderstood. It's just that the way people listen to music has changed. In the age of short videos, you may have heard a song 100 times on short video platforms before you hear the full version. The life force of the work is pretty much depleted. That quintessential little piece of melody has long since ceased to amaze and has even become tiresome. Question: even if the song is of high quality, how many people would be willing to seek out the full version after listening to it 100 times? There will always be only a few. How many people, again, are willing to shell out money for a song they've heard orgasmically 100 times? Only a few more. In the era of short videos, most of the works have already been consumed by their first surprise and freshness before they enter the song list. In fact, the Chinese music scene has never lacked outstanding musicians and has always been improving. It's just that those who are good don't have the opportunity to be known by the public. There are a lot of songs that go viral every year, and excluding the ones that are intentionally weird, the quality is pretty hit or miss, but you'd be hard-pressed to remember the singer, the composer, the lyricist of any of those songs, so they became the so-called internet singers. Lack of distribution channels, can only choose to issue in the network, the singer lacks appeal, can only rely on the internet to spread, the whole born in the network, spread in the network, disappear in the network, so it is called network songs. How can a song that can still kill it in this environment not be beatable? So Zhou Rui on the junior song, or more confident, in this listen to the song is not so cheap era. This song should have better results than the previous Life Network songs. Zhou Rui put the sheet music into the book, ready to go to the print store after school to scan the song. He will first make the red song version, and later, if there is an opportunity, you can make the love song version. It's all about eating two fish in one and not wasting a single spine. And the bonus version of Junior is perfect for getting a chorus going. Almost simultaneously, math class ended. Zhou Rui was about to go find Li Wenxian and inform her about the new song. Han Ziyin, however, gently tugged on Zhou Rui's school uniform sleeve and whispered, "Zhou Rui, that song, can you show it to me?" She was just too curious. Although Han Ziyin had received some music study, could read pentatonic scores and play the cello, she was just 10 Zhou Ruis away from composing and writing songs. It never occurred to her that anyone her age could actually write songs. Zhou Rui was in a bit of a bind. There was only one copy of the sheet music, and he had to go to Li Wenxian to talk about Junior. "I'm useful now. This afternoon," said went off in a gust of wind. Along the way once again, because of his face and hairstyle, he was given the attention salute by a number of students, but Zhou Rui was already used to it. What's wrong with having a face and showing it to others? At least this pond, his face still mixes well. It's all about the opposition lining up, walking to the entrance of class 6, but not seeing Li Wenxian in a familiar location. Zhou Rui slightly froze, and then saw this girl on the side against the wall. Looks like the seats were switched. Zhou Rui sked twice, calling out to the little girl. Li Wenxian heard a familiar voice, subconsciously looked up and saw that it was Zhou Rui's face was happy, but immediately face pulled down. They were originally round and lovely portobello mushrooms, but now they have been stretched to become apricot mushrooms. Zhou Rui was puzzled, thinking I didn't provoke her. Zhou Rui does not give up. Continue to tisk. Li Wenxian this time do not even raise their heads. "TSK, TSK, TSK. An understated voice rang out from the back. "What's going on here? Rats in the class? Let me see where it is." Zhou Rui looked back, only to see a boy half a head taller than him and taller than him looking at him with mocking eyes. In addition to height, the most unique thing was the other party's hair, and at a young age, it was actually recognizable that a huge M-shaped hairline had already appeared. Zhou Rui remembered this guy. When he came to Li Wenxian before, there were a few gazes with hostility, and this guy seemed to be one of them. High school students are like this. Young, there is a gateway, their own class. Other classes can be clearly divided, especially when it comes to female students. Boys have a natural protective illusion. Zhou Rui frowned. "Something's wrong with you?" The boy said. "I should be the one to ask. This is the doorway of our 6th class. But you, what's the matter with you? Why are you standing in front of our class?" Zhou Rui laughed. "You run Qinghano? One middle school? Think you're McDonald's? Mech what?" The boy didn't get it. In a place as small as Qinghai County, there's no such thing as a McDonald's, but everyone is online. And with a little brainstorming, they figured out that Zhou Rui was mocking his hairline. "That's a big M, isn't it McDonald's? It's still a black arch." The boy burst into a rage and hated it when people made fun of his hairline, especially since his last name is really Mac. Before he could have a seizure, a figure with a mushroom head ran over and pulled Zhou Rui outside. The boy saw that it was Li Wenxian and shouted, "Li Wenxian, this kid is from class 7. Li Wenxian pulled Zhou Rui and glared back at him. "It's up to you." Ben was the boy who hadn't said a few words in the class, so who was he to care about her? The boy with the name Mai felt a bullet in his heart. Zhou Rui was pulled along, while also smiled proudly at McDonald's, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Like I said, my name was written on this little cabbage a long time ago. Li Wenxian pulled Zhou Rui's sleeve and brought him to the corner of the stairs. Then with his arms folded over his chest and his face turned aside, he said, "Go ahead. What's it to me?" Zhou Rui looked at this niece in a good mood, thinking that she was worthy of being her own cabbage, and she was so cute even when she was angry. With a slight turn of mind, he began to guess the reason for the other's anger. This ninny has been going to and from school by herself for the past 2 days, so I guess she misses herself. But she's been so busy since last night that she hasn't checked her cell phone much. Guess that's what happened. Zhou Rui opened his cell phone and looked at it, and found that there was indeed a text message. The time of sending it was last night. When he was doing the final sprint for the scholastic word, he really didn't notice it and only saw it today. It reads, "Can you bring me 2 fructan skins tomorrow? Greater than over equal to omega less than over equal to." Zhou Rui did not change his face. Directly in front of Li Wenxian's face, deleted the text message, then also emptied the recycle bin, and then deliberately raised his voice and said, "I thought I forgot to reply to your message. And I didn't. So what's the little mushroom head angry about?" Li Wenxian was obviously stunned and quickly said, "How could that be? I clearly sent it successfully." Zhou Rui greatly to Li Wenxian's cell phone interface, "Look, nothing you really sent? What is the content? Just cheat explicitly." Li Wenxian flipped through. Indeed did not see their own text messages. Even the recycle bin looked. Finally can only dismayed, maybe the signal is not good. Transmission lost it. So annoying. Our home signal has been bad. Zhou Rui righteously said, "Operator's problem, right? So what did you send?" "It's not much. Originally, Li Wenxian was just posting a random piece of trivia in order to start a conversation. She just wanted to find Zhou Rui to chat. Since she hadn't received it, she was too embarrassed to bring up such a childish request as bringing a fruit tangerine peel. Zhou Rui heartily laughed, but he fished out a fruit dandelion from his pocket and handed it to Li Wenxian. "Last time you said it was tasty, so I've been remembering it, and bought a little more for you." Li Wenxian's eyes lit up. Could it be that the heart is in the right place? Feeling my thoughts when you obviously didn't get the text? While Zhou Rui had a spring breeze and warmth on the surface, his heart was already beating a gong. The fructan peel, which had been pressed into the bottom of my book bag for almost a week, finally served its great purpose. It's all about to expire. Look at how happy Levinson is. I really admire myself. Boldness, not a problem in the face of danger. Chapter 35, a new round of word quest. After pacifying the little girl and watching Li Wenxian gnawing on the fructan peel like a little squirrel, Zhou Rui smiled slightly and drew out the sheet music that was clipped in the book. Li Wenxian curiously said, "What is this?" Zhou Rui placed the sheet music in front of Li Wenxian's eyes and smiled. "New song." Li Wenxian's eyes lit up. "A new song? You wrote it? When?" Zhou Rui said in a cloudy voice. "I was bored during class, so I wrote one." Li Wenxian jumped up and down and took the song sheet, shouting excitedly, "Zhou Rui, you're a genius. You're amazing." The excited voice drew several sideways glances from passing students. Zhou Rui hurriedly covered this girl's small mouth. "Hush, keep your voice down. The teacher knows that both of us are finished." Li Wenxian stared and nodded, waiting for Zhou Rui to let go of his hand before he pressed his voice and said, "Quickly show me." Zhou Rui had thought that Li Wenxian couldn't read it, but he didn't expect Li Wenxian to actually hum out the first 8 beats, clumsily and slowly. "You know how to read pentatonic music?" Li Wenxian said. "After the last recording of the song, there are secretly learning, but it's so hard. Like you said, the rules are good to memorize, but it's hard to read the music skillfully." Zhou Rui thought about it and said, "Your cell phone to shoot down. You can familiarize yourself with it in advance. Tomorrow Sunday we will go to Song Bin's house again to record a demo. By the way, your Starry Night proceeds of 5,780 is still in my place. You see how I give you?" Li Wenxian didn't care. While taking pictures, she said, "You help me save it first. I don't have a bank card, but can you bring me some fructan peels every day?" This was clearly treating Zhou Rui as his own family. As for the fruit dandies, in fact, she could have bought them on her own, but after losing the opportunity to go to and from school with Zhou Rui every day, the little girl subconsciously wanted to find something to maintain the daily connection between the two of them. Otherwise the heart is empty. This kind of small thing Zhou Rui naturally will not refuse. Buy a little more at a time pressed under the school bag. Every day to the little girl too will be fine. Seeing that Zhou Rui had agreed to her request, Li Wenxian felt happy that her small daily connection with Zhou Rui had been established again, But then he thought of something and hesitated. I heard that 2 days ago. It seems like someone in your class fell in love and was criticized by Mr. Huan. Li Wenqian heard such rumors. Originally thought she was the heroine in it. It's hard to describe what it's like when it turns out to be a big mess and the rumored heroine is the transfer student. She hadn't believed that Zhou Rui had fallen in love so soon since, but there was something special about the other protagonist in the rumor. Transfer student, Han Ziyin. In recent times, this girl has been a popular figure in Xinghe First Middle School. Zhou Rui was either busy brushing up his experience or writing songs, too busy for him to realize that his tablemate had already become famous in Xinghe No. 1 Middle School, highly colorful, tall, and cold, as a 3 high 90 points beauty, or Shanghai such a big city. It can be said that the Xinghe First Middle School down to the first year of high school, up to the senior high school, countless boys know, the school has come to a goddess. If there was no recognized school beauty in Xinghe No. 1 Middle School before Han Ziyin came, then now this title has fallen on Han Ziyin's head. And more than being well known amongst the boys, Han Ziyin also attracted a high level of attention amongst the girls, because she was too conspicuous among the girls in Xinghe First High School. Her temperament, appearance, hairstyle, and figure are all much better than those of a small-town high school girl of her age. Some began to imitate her hair. Some began to imitate her expression, although the East is mostly knit. Of course, Zhou Rui benefited from the recent hairstyle makeover that had caused his face value to soar, and he made a small appearance. But it was still a bit less than the sensation brought about by Han Ziyin. When Li Wenqian heard the rumor that Zhou Rui and Han Ziyin were in a relationship, even if she didn't believe it anymore, how could she not ask? Zhou Rui immediately said solemnly, "There is absolutely no such thing between Miss Han and I. We kiss for nothing." Li Wenqian could only nod her head and said sheepishly, "Well, it's actually nothing. It's just that I'm afraid that you, affecting your studies." Zhou Rui smiled in his heart. From today onwards, the last thing that brother needs to worry about is studying. Li Wenqian, I'm afraid your position as number 1 in the whole school is unstable, because I, Chao, am going to top it from below. Li Wenqian, what time do we meet on Sunday? Is it still 8 o'clock? Zhou Rui 2, it'll have to be in the afternoon. There's something at noon. What is it? Had a dinner date with someone. Not waiting for Li Wenqian to ask more questions, the bell rang. Zhou Rui Rua, a mushroom head, turned to leave. In the following half a day, Zhou Rui from time to time to modify the details of the song Junior, and in his mind to perfect the arrangement, and occasionally mark some. Han Ziyin saw that Zhou Rui was still busy, so she didn't bother asking for the songbook again. Zhou Rui was finally busy before school ended in the afternoon. After stretching, Zhou Rui made an important decision. That would be to reorganize your word taskbar. Of the 3 word taskbars, one was left empty with the acquisition of the self-disciplinarian word, but Zhou Rui hadn't yet decided what to do with it. The current situation is, taskbar 1, empty. Taskbar 2, inspiration. Current progress, 42 out of 100. Task column 3, perseverance. Current progress, 1 out of 100. The perseverance quest has been hanging for a week now, but there is still only a pitiful bit of experience value. The experience gained from this quest is far more difficult than Zhou Rui can imagine, at least with Zhou Rui's current behavioral pattern. It would be difficult to gain perseverance experience. Zhou Rui guessed that this phrase may be more inclined to the direction of physical exercise, but Zhou Rui is now exactly the lack of time and space in this regard. The 2 synthetic paths that have been known so far are focuser plus perseverance plus luck equals chosen one. Inspiration plus light of the righteous path equals flash of light. If you look at it this way, the most recent pickup synthesis is actually aura, but where to be, the light of righteousness. Stay up every night to be a vigilante? Buy a red fishnet stocking to put over your head? Become a good neighbor to the citizens of Clearwater County? Chorai rubbed his temples. Though judging from the power of the scholar, I'm afraid that the true power of this system needs to be constantly synthesized in order to be fully utilized. However, synthesized paths, too, can appear to be inconsistent with their condition, and then there are certain trade-offs to be made. He has neither the ability nor the time, at this time, to do anything, the light of the righteous path. What if, on the contrary, instead of starting from a synthetic path, one starts from one's own needs? Chorai changed his mind. The taskbar is something you can design yourself. There's no need to get tripped up and limited by the system. A month from today, until the end of the entrance exams, what did he have in mind? After a long time, looking at the perseverance, whose progress bar was only 1 out of 100, Zhou Rui had an idea in mind. Get yourself a good body and a good shape. Since the perseverance entry, it may require physical exercise type behavior to gain experience. Then just take the empty task field and fill it with a sports task as well. Zhou Rui thought about it and put up the strengthening body quest in the empty quest bar. Chapter 36, Are your shoes authentic? Word quest, strong body, current progress, 0 out of 100. This description is broad enough to ensure that he can gain experience value more easily. When you have a body that lets talk to you properly, then you can think about what to do, light of the righteous path. Zhou Rui silently made new plans for himself in his mind. Find a way to talk to old Huang about not coming to morning readings and evening mini-studies. A lot of seniors do this in the last month, like hiring tutors to do sprints and such. And teachers are willing to open this door of convenience. Anyway, it's just a little more than an hour in the morning and evening, and most of the time they still have to be at school. Then with the extra time, Zhou Rui was going to use it for physical exercise, brushing up on perseverance and strengthening the body, experience values. And don't waste the class time to learn a little bit about music theory. The presence of the schoolteacher phrase makes it so that he has no boredom with studying and only looks at his own needs. Zhou Rui had actually thought about hanging a music theory or pentatonic score type of quest on the quest bar, but in the end, he gave up because it was a bit of a waste. These were things he relied on his daily use to gradually familiarize himself with, and there was no need to take up a valuable task bar. He has both schoolmaster and absolute sense of music, and learning these kinds of things is several times more efficient than others, and purely self-study can also skyrocket. On the contrary, physical fitness, that is the capital of the revolution, affects both face value and health. In his previous life, Zhou Rui put on weight year by year after graduation, and eventually got out of hand and turned into a greasy body with a beer belly. And obesity can also affect health, and even energy, especially easy to get tired. Resistance is still poor. At that time he also flirted with his colleagues, saying that in the future, if he had 8-pack abs, he would not go out wearing a shirt, and would let everyone see. But in the end, it was only a fantasy, and I'm afraid the closest he'd ever come to 8-pack abs in his life was high school. 8-pack abs, that's kind of his little dream, and he is 179 tall. In his previous life also dreamed of going to college after the fierce scurry section. The results until graduation have not scurry out, but instead of working because of long-term ambulation, resulting in a problem with the physique, shorter by 1 centimeter. With the system in this life, let's take a look at the 180 Club. After determining the direction for the next month, Zhou Rui's 3 taskbars became Task Column 1, Strengthening the Body, Current Progress, 0 out of 100. Taskbar 2, Inspiration, Current Progress, 42 out of 100. Task Column 3, Perseverance, Current Progress, 1 out of 100. Saying that, after school, Zhou Rui decided to go ahead and buy some sports equipment. So he rushed to leave so that the store wouldn't close. To Han Ziyin, he said, "Then I'll withdraw. See you tomorrow." Han Ziyin hurriedly said, "Zhou Rui, tomorrow is Sunday. Don't forget about dinner together." Zhou Rui gave Han Ziyin a don't worry gesture and said, "Don't worry, I won't break the appointment." Zhou Rui left the classroom. First flashed to Huang Dui's office, applying for the right not to come to morning and evening self-study from next week. He said he wanted to homeschool to flush it out. In itself is not a big deal, and not completely do not come to school. Morning and evening self-study is only after the senior year of high school added to the non-residential students on the body. Huang Dui year after a number of orders, but also agreed to. Zhou Rui got permission and was in a good mood. After leaving the school gate, Zhou Rui decided that from this moment on, he would strengthen his body. Running to the store, Zhou Rui adjusted the straps of his school bag, then retied his shoelaces, exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, and set off. Self-discipline sets me free. Life is about exercise. It's an 8-pack abs. 5 minutes later. Phew. 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 Zhou Rui's face was flushed and his eyes were lax. Looked at the electronic watch on my hand. It's only been 5 minutes? We're just saying. An 8-pack doesn't seem so important. A 6-pack is fine. For someone who has lacked exercise for a long time, running consistently for 5 minutes is enough to break down his fitness. Zhou Rui felt ridiculous about this result. Was he already weak to this extent? Usually, I didn't feel it, but in his heart, he was also more convinced that he had made the right choice in choosing strengthening the body as his new quest. The system didn't have any experience value prompts, and Zhou Rui knew that he was afraid that he would have to hold on for a little while longer before he could get any experience. though he felt like he had arrived at his limit now. After sticking in the limit for another 5 minutes and reaching a total running time of about 10 minutes, I didn't realize that the first thing to gain experience was not strong body, but perseverance. Word quest, perseverance. Experience +1. Current progress, 2 out of 100. Hearing the cue, Zhou Rui couldn't hold on any longer, holding onto the sidewalk tree next to him and dry heaving non-stop. Vom cough. It took a long time before Zhou Rui caught his breath. It seems that a 10-minute run doesn't qualify for the strong body experience value at all. But this underdog's achievement, again, did push the limits and tested his perseverance. Oh, 10-minute limit. Simply weak. It's actually not surprising when you take a moment to think about it. In his previous life, when the university, the boys' 1,000 meters examination, older and better developed Zhou Rui, run directly after the people are going to be wasted. The results are also in more than 4 minutes. This time he ran for 10 minutes, more than twice the time. But it's not just running around throwing up. He was physically young, but his long period of inactivity had caused him to pull crotch on his cardio, and he was dried out after 10 minutes of running. Feeling drained, Zhou Rui resolutely conceded and modified his plan to run to the store. You have to eat your food one bite at a time. Brother has a system. There's no need to rush. Self-discipline sets me free, but from the heart makes me happy. That's it. After 10 minutes of walking, Zhou Rui arrived at the busiest commercial street in Qinghai County, Wenzhong Road. There are 2 medium-sized shopping malls here, as well as a large number of stores along the street, and countless roadside stalls on the road at night, which can be said to be the commercial essence of Qinghai County. During his freshman and sophomore years of high school, Zhou Rui often made a deliberate detour after school to come over to play, buy some fried skewers to add a meal or something. The internet cafe down the street is where he and LV Shubwa often go, but after his senior year of high school, when every minute has to be broken up, he hasn't been coming for a long time. There were stores on both sides, all sorts of things, but the most numerous ones were the various ones selling clothes and shoes. Zhou Rui first found an advertisement print store and got the scans of the sheet music of Teenager, then applied for copyright registration online before starting his own shopping trip. He was going to spend what he had to spend today. Zhou Rui first walked into a sports store, ready to buy a suitable running shoes. Just now that 10 minutes, he has been feeling the soles of the feet grinding very. The owner with the eye was about to get up to welcome the guests, but when he saw that a student had entered, he sat back down. It's okay if a parent comes along, but who has money on them to buy things when they come alone? Poor students. Poor students. Is not a blind call. Zhou Rui didn't care and read it himself first. There was a wide array of shoes hanging on the walls. From earthier travel shoes, to expensive-looking basketball shoes, to thicker tennis shoes. It was quite complete. But in this day and age, they are uniformly called sneakers. Boss, is this authentic? The owner didn't even look up and said, guaranteed authentic. Zhou Rui silently put back the abibas in his hand. What the hell is abibas? These days, cottage goods are rampant. Qinghai County, a small county like this, want to buy the genuine goods is more difficult than heaven. But people are not selling it for a lot of money. They say it's authentic, but it's still the price of a cottage, so it's not a ripoff. It doesn't matter to the people because they can't afford thousands of dollars of authentic shoes. Zhou Rui picked up another pair, originally felt that the color is good, but then some cannot feel the system. After all, he has not been very serious sports in 2 lives, not sure if the pair in front of him is a running shoe. In the end, he could only speak. Boss, I want to buy a pair of shoes suitable for running. Help me recommend some. Seeing that he seemed genuinely interested in buying, the owner asked, road or track? Zhou Rui froze for a moment before he realized what the boss meant and said, there should be all of them. The road is the main one. The boss nodded and got up. Just this pair, the latest model. See, you are a student. After discount 150 sell you. Then he took a pair of slimmer running shoes off and handed them to Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui looked at the Adiao's logo on it and fell into silence. Chapter 37, A Mother and Daughter Like Torture. In the end, Zhou Rui still did not get the pair of Adiaos. It's not so much that I'm embarrassed, but mostly that I don't like that color. I ended up having a frank chat with the owner, stating that I knew it was all cottage industry, but sincerely wanted to buy it and asked the owner to pick out a pair of the best quality. There's no way around it. That's the condition of Clearwater County. Even if those logos are printed correctly, who dares to say that the shoes in the mall that cost thousands of dollars are authentic? Zhou Rui, this is equivalent to the fear of buying a mining card. Simply buy the mining card directly. The owner is also a real person. and finally gave Zhou Rui a pair of Atavon running shoes. It's also known as King Adi. It's also considered a high-quality item in the cottage, with really nice materials, 180 a pair. Zhou Rui has money now. This little spending, easy to take. The owner ended up giving 2 wrist guards and grip holders. The wrist guards were purely for pretending, and Zhou Rui didn't think that 2 woolen sleeves would be of any use, but the grips could be pinched in the classroom. It's worth noting that the wrist guards can be printed correctly for once, and the owner patted himself on the back for saying that this must be authentic. After that, Zhou Rui around the corner found a piano store, spent 800 yuan to order a beginner-level guitar, and 1,000 yuan keyboard, electronic piano. The address directly filled in Song Bin's home. The boss said that tomorrow morning we'll be able to send over. Zhou Rui then went and sent a text message to Song Bin, asking him to help sign for it. Finally, Zhou Rui walked into a computer repair place. He was going to order a laptop and buy it offline. E-commerce is not so perfect these days, at least for Qinghai County. There is no professional logistics. It's all a wild goose chase. Yao Pei once online shopping a cosmetic, half a month before arriving. Open the box is only a mass of glass slag. Logistics does not pay. Business does not recognize. A laptop could cost $10,000. And Zhou Rui was not prepared to challenge whether small-town logistics were reliable or not. It may be this lack of service that makes the real economy in small counties still profitable, but not in a few years. On the contrary, this computer repair store has been opened in Qinghai County for several years. Many people's computers are bought here. The reputation of a certain guarantee, but no stock, to wait a few days to transfer goods from the city. Compared to the owner of the shoe store just now, the owner of the computer store was much more enthusiastic, typically the kind of person who goes all out and doesn't miss any sales opportunities. Even if Zhou Rui was a student, there was no slacking off, especially when he heard that Zhou Rui was here to buy a laptop. Laptops are finicky things these days. There are not many real things in the store. The owner relies on a mouth and photos to introduce. It is called a spitting image. Zhou Rui listened attentively. It was a valuable item after all. By and large, there aren't many laptop brands out there, at least not many that have penetrated the small county market, but invariably they are expensive. Qinghai County to buy laptops, basically companies, organizations use, very few individual users to buy, especially a student. Zhou Rui was carefully distinguishing the various parameters in the boss's mouth when another group of customers came to the store. Boss, do you sell computers here? Zhou Rui turned his head to look, not expecting to recognize him after all. I saw Tong Xin, the former class flower, walk in with a middle-aged woman on her arm. It should be Tong Xin's mom. The store wasn't big enough to be seen in plain sight, and Tong Xin recognized Zhou Rui at once. Zhou Rui, why are you here? Zhou Rui first politely said to the woman, hello auntie, before saying, do some shopping. Tong Xin's mom looked Zhou Rui up and down and casually said politely, is Xin's classmate? Hello. Zhou Rui simply told the boss to go ahead and receive Tong Xin's mother and daughter, just as he needed to think about which one to buy. What kind of computer do you two want? Just as Tong Xin was about to speak, her mom jumped ahead. Just the portable kind that you can take with you. Do you have any here? You're talking about the laptop. I'll introduce you to it. He said that he took a few advertisements to Tong Xin's mom, and was more enthusiastic than he was with Zhou Rui. Although the throne of Tong Xin's class flower was snatched by Han Ziyin, it is undeniable that this is still a very colorful girl. With a height of 1.7 m, then Han Ziyin is only slightly inferior. If Han Ziyin is the high-cool department, this one should be considered the pure lust department. It's not the face that's the main focus. You know, especially after school, the wide school uniform was taken off and tied around her waist, her tantalizing figure showing a little bit, and the shopkeeper had to force himself to avert his gaze in order to appear not to be disrespectful. In comparison, Tong Xin's mother is very ordinary, a somewhat off-color floral dress, body type on the fat side. Let's just say that jeans are an amazing thing. Zhou Rui's gaze is quite frank. You dare to show, I dare to see. You don't know where I'm focusing from this far away anyway. This girl is no less proportioned than those pure lust bloggers of the latter days, and she looks that moody. Smiling at Tong Xin, Zhou Rui went on to research which computer to choose. Tong Xin, however, was wondering what Zhou Rui was planning to buy. She reckons Zhou Rui is here to fix his cell phone or buy some accessories. On the other side, Tong Xin's mom was about to do some research with the store owner, but once she saw the average 5-figure price on the advertisement page, her face immediately turned ugly. Frowning in some difficulty, near the college entrance examination. In order to motivate Tong Xin, she said that when Tong Xin finished the examination, you can give her a gift. Her daughter said she wanted a laptop computer. She didn't really have any idea how much it cost and might not actually buy it, and brought her daughter to see it mostly for the sake of the pie. But when she saw the price, she didn't even want to paint the pie. When Tong Xin saw her mother's expression, she knew what her mother was thinking, and was a little disappointed in her heart, but still took the initiative to whisper, "Mom, it's too expensive. Forget it." She was aware of her family's financial resources, and although it was difficult, she knew it was not going to happen. Tong Xin's mother felt that the boss had been observing her face, and for a while she couldn't pull a face, but also could only hold her head, listening to the other side to introduce a variety of parameters that she simply couldn't understand. It had the feel of being racked by a salesman. Tong Xin is even more difficult, feeling that his face is burning. Young people are thin-skinned, and when they encounter a situation of insufficient financial resources, they will feel unusually embarrassed. I thought to myself, with my mother's character, I'm afraid that when I go back in the evening, I'm going to quarrel with my father again. Why do you say you want a laptop yourself? I know it's expensive, but I can't help fantasizing about it. The mother and daughter were so frozen in the store, and the store manager gushed, not giving them a chance to leave at all. The sales ability really belongs to the only one in Qinghua County. Some people can turn around in style when faced with similar events. Some, however, are like torture. Just as it was getting harder and harder for the mother and daughter, sweat was pouring down their faces. Auntie, buying a computer is a big deal. You can take this ad and go back and study it slowly. Finally, a heavenly voice interrupted the boss's continuous output. Zhou Rui smiled and walked over, standing next to the mother-daughter duo, and naturally took the advertising leaflet in the hands of Tong Xin's mother. You probably don't know that there are universities that don't allow students to bring personal computers during their freshman and sophomore years. So why don't we wait until Tong Xin reports to the school? He said and smiled at Toshin. Tong Xin's mom breathed a sigh of relief in her heart and finally found a way out. Really? That's because we didn't think about it. Xin, if the school doesn't allow us to bring it, we can't violate the school rules. Tong Xin looked at Zhou Rui's face with a hint of a smile, and gave a complicated in her heart. The store owner was a little upset. Why are you ruining my business? But immediately after Zhou Rui's sentence, it made the store owner reveal a bright smile and a big turn in attitude. Zhou Rui pointed to a spot in the advertisement leaflet and said, "Boss, I've chosen. I want this one." The boss followed Zhou Rui's finger. IBM high-end business laptop, latest 09 model, for 20,888. What a big order. It's the most expensive one in his store. Zhou Rui is also a little helpless. He is not just buy expensive not to buy the right. Pick this one. The only reason is, this one is the smallest in size and easy to hide in a book bag. When Tong Xin saw that Zhou Rui actually wanted to buy $20,000, she felt as if she was dizzy from a day of classes. How did Zhou Rui get so rich? Isn't he a normal family? $20,000. That was the equivalent of several months of her mom and dad's combined salary, and several semesters of her tuition. The shopkeeper was afraid that Zhou Rui immediately said, "I immediately transfer goods. Tomorrow can arrive." But little brother, you need to pay a deposit first. Zhou Rui took out the bank card in his pocket and slapped it on the table. Swipe your card and get a receipt. Okay. Chapter 38, what did you just call me? Auntie, you guys take care. Xiao Zhou is leaving, and said to his classmates that he would see them tomorrow. Tong Xin's eyes fluttered and she could only grind her toes and whisper, "See you tomorrow." His own mother's attitude towards Zhou Rui was a 180 degrees reversal, and even a blind man could see that it was because of Zhou Rui's large spending. Such a performance made Tong Xin's heart hard, but the mother didn't care what her daughter thought, and smiled that amiable and kindly smile, just short of taking Zhou Rui's hand and nagging her about her family. I don't know if it was because it was dark and cooling or what, but Tong Xin subconsciously put the school uniform tied around her waist back on, covering her proud figure. Tong Xin's mother waited until Zhou Rui disappeared around the corner before she said to Tong Xin, "This classmate of yours, he's quite handsome, and his family's condition is not ordinary. 20,000 yuan of things, said to buy." The adults in the family didn't follow. Tong Xin had wanted to say that Zhou Rui was from an ordinary family, but on second thought, she thought that it was just her own inherent impression and might not be accurate, so she chose to shut up. "How are Zhou's grades?" Tong Xin scowled. "Better than me. This is the truth. She doesn't know about Zhou Rui's Waterloo in the primary exam yet. Excellent young man. You get in touch with people at school. Got it, mom. Get a move on. The computer store owner is looking over again. Go go go. Let's go home. Underscore 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 underscore. The next day, Zhou Rui wore a crisp, clean, regular outfit and headed in the direction of Han Ziyin's house, 200, Renmin Road, Coming New Village. May sun has some power. Walking in the sun to not a moment, will feel the back of the neck hot, but fortunately the street trees on both sides of the more powerful, forming a continuous piece of green. From a distance, he saw Han Ziyin, dressed in a dress, standing at the entrance of Kongming New Village waving at him. Zhou Rui, over here. The white dress moved with the wind, divided by the shade of the trees into leaps of light and shadow, making the young girl even more lively. Other people might be too plain in this outfit, but Han Ziyin's unique temperament and tall body proportions made her look uniquely youthful. Zhou Rui greeted, was about to call and ask for your door number. Han Ziyin gently shook her head. I was afraid you'd get lost, so I came out to pick you up. Zhou Rui laughed. How can you get lost at this distance? The two walked side by side toward the neighborhood and received curious glances from the security guard as they passed through the gate. Han Ziyin was a little embarrassed by the look, but fortunately, she was usually so used to being high-strung that it was hard to tell. Zhou Rui noticed that Han Ziyin had a pair of white Adidas on her feet, which set off her slender ankles. Not as good as my own Adidas. The breeze brought the aroma of Han Ziyin's body to Zhou Rui's nose, which didn't seem to be perfume, but some kind of laundry detergent that smelled good. While walking, Zhou Rui was also surveying the surrounding houses. Compared to the villa area where Songbin's family was located, this place could be said to be very plain, and even a bit old, somewhat not in line with Zhou Rui's previous prediction of Han Ziyin's family situation. There was no elevator. Han Ziyin's house was on the 4th floor. And when the door to the room opened, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and an apron greeted him enthusiastically. Student Xiao Zhou is here. Come in quickly, come in quickly. Zhou Rui was happy in his heart after just one look. As soon as he opens his mouth, there is a familiar flavor unique to Shanghai Mandarin, and his styling and demeanor are even more classic. It's not that every man in Shanghai is a home cook, but the accent, indeed, is unique to many Shanghai men. Even if they are also known for their virtuousness, the men of Sichuan and Chongqing are not of this flavor, which Zhou Rui is not quite able to describe. After spending 10 years in Shanghai in his previous life, suddenly seeing such a person, Zhou Rui found it both nostalgic and amusing. The other party was so enthusiastic. Zhou Rui also smiled politely. Hello Uncle Han, I'm Han Ziyin's classmate. I didn't bring you a gift. Sorry for the disturbance. Han's father looked at the fresh young man and said in a grumbling manner, what kind of gift is it for a child to bring? It's good to come and play at home. Come on in. Uncle will go back to the kitchen to cook. Take care of Ziyin. My pot is drying up. After saying that, he went back to the kitchen in a hurry, seeming to be really anxious about what was in the pot. Han Ziyin and Zhou Rui glanced at each other and couldn't help but smile. My dad is just like that. He's hairy in life. You don't mind, do you? Why? Uncle is very affable. Han Ziyin pulled back her long hair, squatted at Zhou Rui's feet, and took out a pair of still unopened men's slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them in front of Zhou Rui. I bought them yesterday. I don't know if they fit. Zhou Rui teased. Big deal. I'll chip away at it. Han Ziyin's home wasn't big, just 70 or so square feet, and the decoration felt a little old, mostly wood. Not that expensive mahogany or anything like that, but a bright yellow laminate style. It made Zhou Rui even more curious about her family. Looking in, Han's father was in the kitchen with his hands full. After Zhou Rui changed his slippers, the two of them fell into silence, mainly because Han Ziyin, a girl who was rather boring and had little experience, did not know what she should do when there were guests in the house, and Zhou Rui, as a guest, was not in a good position to wander around by himself. For a while, the only sound left in the house was the sound of the hood coming from the kitchen. After a long time, Han Ziyin couldn't hold herself together and said with some uncertainty, why don't I'll show you around? Zhou Rui looked at the sweeping view of the house. 2 bedrooms and 1 bath. What's on the tour? Excluding the living room where they're sitting, that leaves 2 bedrooms and a toilet. Are you going to show me your boudoir? Or your father's? Zhou Rui thought about it and simply rolled up his sleeves and said, don't visit. It's not appropriate for me to sit dry as a guest. Go give uncle a hand. Knocking on the kitchen door, Zhou Rui surfaced his intentions. Han's father heard Zhou Rui's proposal to play the hands of the polite 2 sentences, but see Zhou Rui insisted. Heart moved also did not persuade. Will be some of the work of washing and cutting handed over to Zhou Rui. Cho, then help me wash and peel this bamboo shoot. Can you do it? Leave it to me. Zhou Rui skillfully took out the hairy bamboo shoots. This season's bamboo shoots are not so crispy, but still fresh and sweet. Kitchen knife from the bottom upwards. Bamboo shoots coat layer by layer peeled off, and then the periphery of the old part of the peeling off. At the bottom Zhou Rui pinched it with his fingernails, thought it was a bit old, and chipped a section off as well. Han's father on the side surreptitiously surveyed Zhou Rui and was quite surprised to see him so skillful. When Zhou Rui saw a piece of salted meat, which was not common in Qinghai County, and a bowl of blanched pork ribs on the side, he guessed what Han's father was going to do. Uncle Han is preparing to make pickled dukkha? Han's father froze, surprised. You know this dish? The famous dishes of the local cuisine. Today there are mouth to serve. In front of C is hairy bamboo shoots. I did not react. Usually pickled fresh with spring bamboo shoots. A high school boy. In a place like Qinghai County, talking to himself about Shanghai's local cuisine. Han's father felt that the experience was really fresh. Father Han, spring bamboo shoots are out of season. Hairy bamboo shoots are also good. But you're wrong about one thing. This isn't salted meat. It's Shanghai's specialty wind meat, which tastes better than salted meat. Fresh Han's father was in his 40s, and if Zhou Rui hadn't been reborn, he would have been almost the age of his oldest brother, and the two quickly got into a conversation. In his previous life, he Shanghai floating for many years, naturally learned to cook by himself. The level dare not say how good. Playing the hand is absolutely no problem. Knife work is also good. Han Ziyin leaned against the threshold of the kitchen and watched her father and herself at the same table, chatting about food and doing their respective jobs on their hands. For a moment in a bit of a trance. How long has it been since I've seen my father talk to someone about this? And then there's Chorai. Why he's so amazing. Always an unexpected surprise. Whenever Han Ziyin felt that she had understood Zhou Rui for a few moments, Zhou Rui always revealed more novel unknowns, until Han's father's voice brought Han Ziyin back to her senses. How can you stand and watch when the guests are all playing? Quickly go clear the table and set the dishes, and bring out the old wine from my cabinet. In just 10 minutes or so, he realized that this teenager was extraordinarily chatty with him, as if they had forgotten years of friendship. He has the youthful vigor of a young man, but is not as awkward and fearful as other children, and is also very talkative. Turned his head to Zhou Rui said, Xiao Zhou si laugh. Shanghai little girl wine very, raised well white and clean, is not work well. Zhou Rui cut the lettuce while saying, Han is joking. Aren't daughters meant to be raised rich? Yes. Daughters still need to be raised rich. The kitchen fell into a brief silence. A moment later, Han's father pushed up his glasses and turned his head to look at Zhou Rui. What did you just call me? Chapter 39, Thank you more than once. A lunch, with the joint efforts of Zhou Rui and Han's father, was brought to the table earlier than expected. Pickled sushi, braised fish, boiled dried shredded fish, cold lettuce. 4 courses for 3 people, which is quite a lot. It's also clear from this meal that the Han family's tastes are probably still stuck in Shanghai, so it's no wonder Han Ziyin can't get used to eating at school. Zhou Rui when he first arrived in Shanghai, but also because of the diet is not accustomed to difficult for a long time. The university cafeteria things simply cannot eat. Tomato scrambled eggs are fried with sugar. Most of the dishes in the cafeteria are thick oil and red sauce, a color and a taste. In fact, there is no senior who lags behind in eating habits. Put Zhou Rui to the northwest. Eating the same food is not accustomed to. Dietary differences once too large. Who need time to adapt. Zhou Rui is about 2 years later, only gradually accustomed to. Han's father seemed to be in a good mood. Poured himself a cup of old wine, also known as yellow wine. Said, Xiao Zhou is not adult. I will not pour you Ziyin, you did not prepare a drink yesterday. The refrigerator to take out Han Ziyin stepped on her slippers and went off in a huff. Rectangular table. Han's father sat in the main seat. Zhou Rui and Han Ziyin sat next to each other on the same side, because the other side to empty the place of the TV set, which played the news, as was the custom in previous generations. You don't look, you listen to a sound. This also caused Han Ziyin to sit very close to Zhou Rui, and she could even feel the temperature of Zhou Rui's arm, her heart beating a little faster. Han's father lifted a cup for himself and solemnly said to Zhou Rui, Xiao Zhou, Ziyin told me all about what happened that morning. Whether you did it in passing or not at that time, I, as a father, must solemnly thank you. Zhou Rui hurriedly picked up the coke, but was pressed down by Han's father. Xiao Zhou, listen to me finish. That day when I knew, it was a moment of fear. There was actually a bit of crying as he said it. Zhou Rui's scalp went numb for a moment. Brother Han, aren't you exaggerating a bit? I'm just contributing a brick. You make it sound as if Han Ziyin is entrusted to me from today. Even Han Ziyin was, with red eyes. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were at a wedding and the old man was giving his speech. Zhou Rui estimated that there was something else in the story that he didn't know, but since the father and daughter didn't say anything, it wasn't convenient for him to ask. Knowing that he had lost his temper, Han's father said no more and took a sip. It's Dad who's excited. Eat first, eat first. After that, Han's father calmed down a lot, and resumed his previous amiable and affable appearance, and the meal returned to its normal tone, and Zhou Rui praised every dish, and he also exchanged views with Brother Han. Well, it was Uncle Han who exchanged some food. I can't imagine that Xiao Zhou is so young and so. Han's father wanted to say understand, but felt that this child could no longer be summarized by understand. Anyway, the more he looked at it, the more he liked it, and the change in his daughter. He couldn't see anything before when he was busy with work. Can't he see it today? The maids were made crooked, half-pressed against Zhou Rui. Although he had good senses for Zhou Rui, Han's father felt that there were some things he still needed to ask. Xiao Zhou, you guys are going to take the college entrance exam soon, and calling you to come to the house as a guest at this time now won't delay your studies, right? Zhou Rui, no delay Uncle Han. My grades are okay, just relaxing. Seeing that the topic was successfully led to studying, Han's father naturally spoke. That's good. Is Xiao Zhou sure about the college entrance exam? Where are you going to take the exam? I think it's Shanghai. I've been there before on a trip, and it has good senses. Han's father raised his eyebrows. Oh, ambitious. Young people should go to the big city to see. There are more opportunities, but Shanghai schools enroll in foreign countries. The score is not low. Zhou Rui laughed. It's still a bit of a sure thing. Han's father nodded, and it would be inappropriate to ask any further questions. At least the kid was confident and talked with a sprightly air. Zhou Rui, however, had no intention of being questioned unilaterally, and with Han's father sidestepping him, he was actually a bit curious about Han Ziyin's family situation, especially after coming to see it today, feeling that it wasn't quite the same as what he had guessed before. Zhou Rui, Uncle Han is the one who's usually very busy at work, right? I'm coming home today. I won't disturb Uncle Han, right? Father Han, no. I work a lot during the week and I just happen to relax on the weekends. Wait, why does that sound familiar? Zhou Rui said. That's good. What does Uncle usually do? I have a feeling you are not an ordinary citizen, right? Han's father froze, thinking that he was waiting for himself here, in almost the exact same condescending manner. This teenager, spooky. Father Han sat upright and laughed. Just a civil servant. Zhou Rui smiled. I'm afraid there's no way for an ordinary civil servant to transfer Han Ziyin to Qinghano, one middle school at this juncture, right? Han's father froze, and looking at Zhou Rui's expression, he immediately knew that Zhou Rui had misunderstood. Ha, I get it. Xiao Zhou is thinking that Yin is a high school immigrant, right? Oops, that's interesting. Looking at Han's father slapping his legs and laughing, this time Zhou Rui froze. You guessed wrong? What else is possible at this point of the transfer but high school immigration? Father Han drank a mouthful of old wine and laughed. Yin came to Qinghe County because of me. She actually has long been guaranteed admission to Fudan University, and it does not matter where she goes to school in the last month, or even lie down at home, but I do not feel at ease with her, so I asked her to come. Zhou Rui really froze this time, turning his head to look at Han Ziyin, who was looking down with a red face. Bailed out of Fudan University? You? Aren't you a school dropout? When did you betray the organization? Han father smugly said. Yin has been fighting since childhood. There is no need for me to arrange anything for her. Besides, even if I have great energy, but also do not dare to joke about the college entrance examination. Qinghe First Middle School side. Just for Yin usually have a place where you can go. But the teacher over there said that, in order to not let the other students have the pressure to do not disclose the matter of Yin guaranteed to send for fear that your mentality is imbalanced. Chorai, thanks, it's out of balance. But soon, Han's father seemed to have thought of something sad, and his interest dropped again, and he took a sip of mulled wine to himself for a long time before saying, eat your vegetables and eat your vegetables. Yin, you give Xiao Zhou some fish, he can't reach it. underscore 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 underscore. Half an hour later, Zhou Rui left from Han Ziyin's house. The two strolled through the new village of Coming, their steps neither too fast nor too slow. Han Ziyin's hands were behind her back, her bright face illuminated somewhat by the midday sun. So you always thought I was a high school immigrant? Zhou Rui said helplessly. From the information I've gotten, I can only think so, Han Ziyin said. That's my fault. In fact, I wanted to talk to you a long time ago, but I don't know why. I just couldn't say it at school, and my teacher asked me not to. I won the first prize of the national chemistry competition and was guaranteed admission to Fudan University. The textbooks over here are not quite the same as in Shanghai, so I usually don't read much and would rather read miscellaneous books, Zhou Rui curiously said. If that's the case, why do you still transfer to Tsinghua One Middle School? Won't it be a toss-up? Han Ziyin was silent for a moment and suddenly stood still. Zhou Yuri looked at her suspiciously. I wasn't going to tell anyone, but if it's you, I'd be willing to tell you. Han Ziyin's eyes reddened a bit, and Zhou Rui had a feeling it would be a heavier question. In fact, if you... No, it's not much. My dad came to Tsinghua County 3 years ago to hang around, and I had been living and going to school with my mom in Shanghai before that, but 2 months ago, Mom died in a car accident. My father didn't feel comfortable with me being alone in Shanghai, so he let me come to Tsinghua County. Zhou Rui finally understood why the father and daughter two people, just now at the dinner table mood is always inexplicably low. Why did Han's father, such a talkative and decent person, fall straight to tears when he mentioned the events of that morning? It was hard to imagine that if the timeline hadn't changed, without Zhou Rui's slam, this family had suffered 2 consecutive tragedies, and Han's father was afraid that he would have lost everything. The tears just now were not an exaggeration at all. Han Ziyin sniffled and tugged on Zhou Rui's sleeve and whispered, Zhou Rui, I've said it many times, but I still want to say it again. Thank you. Thank you not only for saving me that day, but also for being there so I don't always think about those sad things. Chapter 40, Patterns. On the way out, Zhou Rui was still thinking about Han Ziyin. This girl, it turned out to be for such a reason to come to Tsinghua County. Cannot help but feel some emotion. Can only say that the fortunate is that she has got a guaranteed place. Otherwise 3 months before the college entrance examination mother died, and then the good grades I'm afraid that cannot withstand the blow of the sudden change of the family. But on the other hand, if there was no reborn Zhou Rui, Han Ziyin came to Tsinghua County, I'm afraid the end would be even worse. And what happened in the alley that day should have completely saved this girl's mother's life. Father is hanging out in Tsinghua County. Did he used to live in Shanghai? Zhou Rui came to the bus station, ready to take the bus to the Serenity Villa and Li Wenxian and their meeting. While pondering, Zhou Rui saw the bus stop behind him, printed with harmonious Tsinghua, open, fair and public government. Several people have their photos printed on a blue background. The first in line among them was none other than Han's father, Han Yongzi. Position, County Commission XX. Zhou Rui froze, then guffawed. Underscore 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 underscore. Zhou Rui arrived at the mid-levels villa. Li Wenxian has been waiting here. The little girl today wearing white 7 pants. The upper body is a loose short-sleeved. See, Zhou Rui hastily waved. Zhou Rui a hand as a greeting. Zhou Rui, I've memorized my song. I'm going to blow your mind today. But immediately afterward, Fox said, what's that smell on you? It smells so good? Li Wenxian came closer and sniffed, especially Zhou Rui's left arm. There was a distinct aroma. Zhou Rui's scent was all too familiar to her, both on a regular basis and all smelly and sweaty. But today, there are circumstances. Li Wenxian sniffed around delicately like a puppy. But in the end, only one conclusion can be drawn. It's some kind of laundry detergent. Well, I guess I was overthinking it. Li Wenxian felt a pang of shame at her behavior. He is not Zhou Rui. What people cares so much for what? Fatty Songbin is debugging equipment. After the last recording, he added some miscellaneous things. This computer room transformed recording studio, more and more like it. And this guy usually have to secretly practice, just to stand up to the song on the producer, Songbin name. When Zhou Rui came in, he saw the guitar and keyboard in the corner, which he had bought earlier and sent directly here. Guitar is more of a test of basic skills, may not be able to use today, but the keyboard to pick up. Recorded in the cool base is still no problem. The material in the library than live recorded. After all, a little less spirit. After everything was adjusted, Songbin took the sheet music to the manuscript and exclaimed, "Compared to Starry Night, this Junior is more like a red song." Zhou Rui nodded. Ben wrote it specifically for submission. "I have a love song version on hand that I'll be releasing later from other sources." Little stars flashed in Songbin's eyes. Was there no upper limit to this man's talent? But immediately, Songbin raised his hand and said, "Boss, I have an objection to the previous share of proceeds from the Starry Sea." Zhou Rui froze and said, "What objection?" Songbin was embarrassed too. "I'm taking up too much. Can it be less?" This wave of reverse maneuvering caused Zhou Rui to freeze. Songbin immediately explained, "I don't think I've done any work. The lyrics and music are all yours, boss. And the singing is also by Li Wenqian. It's just not right for me to take 10%. It's not that Songbin doesn't see the small amount of money. In fact, he is naturally very happy to be able to make friends and make money together. And the process is more important than the amount. But he worries that he's taking up too much of it and will ruin the camaraderie of the group." Zhou Rui shook his head and interrupted. "This is only where to wear. I said you accounted for 10%. It must be said and done. At that time, the song can earn money is simply unknown. But you have invested tens of thousands of dollars to buy equipment. This is what you deserve." Songbin was going to say more. But, what? Investment can only see loss, cannot see profit? Should take the money on the big generous take. Because this is followed by my Zhou Rui earned. I have not been petty to this extent. More will not be so broken promises. Do not say that Songbin now only share 3 melons and 2 jujubes. Far less than his equipment before. Let's say that in the future, even if the two songs have hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars, Zhou Rui will not go to the pit of the district 10%. The little fat man touched not. He does not know in society. Collaborators because of the distribution of benefits become fly on the wall abound. He only knows that the boss is really a word of honor. Just and fair. Zhou Rui told him with practical actions. Those who are born again, do not gouge on this point. Being able to bring people together to make money is competent. Only people who can't make any money keep their eyes on the little profit they have in their hands and refuse to share it with anyone. If you're so upset about this amount of money, how can you talk about tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars of big business in the future? How can you talk to the big businessmen? Did you say, Mr. Ma, this cooperation has made a lot of money, but you're 7%. I am heartbroken, not ready to give you. What a joke. Songbin was touched and flushed. Boss, then this new song, I'll just take up 5% on the line. Compared to songwriting and singing, I really haven't done enough. You can't refuse this anymore. Or else I won't record a song with you guys. Zhou Rui helpless. You kid, really reverse operation. I don't know if Songbin will regret it later, but Zhou Rui couldn't withstand the little fatty's stalking and eventually agreed. Seeing this state of affairs, Li Wenqian said that she also wanted to reduce a bit, but was glared back by Zhou Rui with a glare. In the end, the song Junior was 85% Zhou Rui, 10% Li Wenqian and 5% Songbin. The three didn't sign a so-called contract either. They trusted each other and that was the end of it. After that, the three of them got into the middle of their work, with Li Wenqian practicing alone over there, and Zhou Rui and Songbin finalizing the arrangement over here, much faster than last time. Zhou Rui spent some time relying on absolute sense of music to pick up a few pieces of material on the keyboard, and then added them to the arrangement. I can't help but feel that this hayseed is getting more and more decent. Li Wenqian has terrific vocal talent. One has absolute musicality and extras. Songbin Yu. There's money. This little music studio already has 2 compositions. Songbin said. Is there still a music video this time? Zhou Rui shook his head. No need. The one from last time will work. After everything was in order on Li Wenqian's side, they started the recording of Junior. Li Wenqian found the right range, and Junior needed a more lively and leaping feel than the languid and exciting last time. So, 3, 2, 1, start. Music that is more lively and energetic than Starry Night resonates in this modish studio. The sound represents youth, vigor, and a better beginning. It's called Junior. Chapter 41, Re-Inclusion in Self-Drive. North of the capital. A department. Zhu Yaoqing stretched his back and looked out the window at the dusk sky. The 60th birthday literary guidance working group had a lot of work to do, and as the head of the music and songs section, he was tired. In addition to contacting various artists, finalizing the itinerary of various performances in the coming months, reviewing a large number of songs, and keeping an eye on the production, burning, and release of the album Singing for the Birthday of China. He also has to coordinate the music-related activities of various enterprises, institutions, and functional departments across the country. Big celebration. Big celebration. That really is a big battle. Just 1 week. Each place reported chorus, cultural performances, etc. There are hundreds of times. The social side first, and not to mention the state-owned forces that have to participate in. I think back then he was also the one who stayed up late the next day and still managed to drink with his classmates, with a record high of 48 hours without sleep. Not now, not to the extent of old, but certainly not young. Before leaving, Zhu Yaoqing habitually clicked on the mailbox to take a look, not realizing that there was really a new email. The title is only 4 words, contributed by Ari. Zhu Yaoqing bright eyes. This never met the soulmate, but he was impressed. In the past 2 days, the content of the album Singing for China's Birthday has been finalized, including 60 songs, in line with the 60th anniversary, of which 30 old songs, 30 new songs, but also to confirm the meaning of pioneering. Needless to say, the old songs, the earliest of which can be traced back to the founding of the country, are in there, even the national theme song. And it's the 30 new songs that the working group drew from the literary world this time around, ranging from celebrity contributions, performances by literary troupes, and finalists who relied solely on the quality of their work. Among them, Zhu Yaoqing was very selfish and placed Starry Starry Night at the number 1 position of the 30 new songs. Seeing the email, Zhu Yaoqing was very excited. Could it be that the invitation to sing had been answered? This Ari is very mysterious. It seems that in addition to the submission, all unnecessary communication is difficult to get a response. I have sent several private email, without exception, all sync without trace. Zhu Yaoqing doesn't feel anything about this. Musicians, a little bit of their own temperament and tone. Very normal. I couldn't wait to open the email and see that it was indeed a brand new audio file. It's really a pitch. However, compared to last time when there was also a video file, this time there is only a TXT text in addition to the audio. Zhu Yaoqing tapped on the text. If you want to watch the music video, you can just turn on the Starry Night music video and then turn off the audio. It was then that Zhu Yaoqing focused on the audio file that drew the most attention. The Teenager. It's really in the style of Mr. Ari, and you can't tell it's a Red song at all by looking at the name. He wanted to be impatient to directly click on it, but thinking about that TXT document, Zhu Yaoqing still will be skeptical to open the music video of the Starry Starry Night first, and because he liked it, he kept it on his desktop. Turned the volume to mute before playing Teenagers. It begins with a lilting hum. Woo-oh-oh. The prelude alone had scratched Zhu Yaoqing's itch. That female voice is too good, isn't it? The same singer as Starry Starry Night? And the melody, it's just so ear-catching it's foul. Immediately after the first line of the song, Zhu Yaoqing froze. 194.9. A magnificent chapter opens. Self-improvement. It's got to be a miracle. The lyrics are quite straightforward and can be described as a Red song within a Red song, but with pop vocals and soulful melodies. It's just not the same. When Mr. Ari makes a move, you know if it's there or not. I'm still the same teenager I used to be. The heart has never changed. 60 years is just a test. Past dreams gradually come true. Zhu Yaoqing looked at the MV on the screen and realized Mr. Ari's intention. The 2 songs can indeed share a MV. Those old stars and great men who passed away are not exactly the same as a former teenager. They set their ambition to rise as teenagers, and then that dream was passed on from generation to the new generation of teenagers. The best part is that Mr. Ari has included the country's achievements in the last decade in his lyrics. There are not only the volunteers inherited from the young people of the past, but also the dreams of the new era of the current young people. Following the past is nothing more than that. Chang'e asked the sky. Leading the world in development. Technological innovation. Never let go with the times. 209. A new journey begins. Unforgettable we are together. After listening to one song, Zhu Yaoqing slapped his thigh and immediately dialed the phone. Hello, this is Zhu Yaoqing. Has the Singing for the Birthday of China album burn started yet? No? Help me add a song to it. Add it to the 2nd position. What? No room for 30 songs in total? Then delete one. Delete that Li Er Zhang's. Underscore. Phew. Zhou Rui felt like there was a fire burning in his throat. The watery air at the base of his tongue. All of it evaporated from his rapid breathing, and the dryness made him want to vomit a little. He had been running for half an hour. breathing was as loud as a bellows. But he knew he couldn't stop at this point. Reaching the limit was just the beginning for him in order to gain experience. The only way to gain experience is to repeatedly cross-jump at the limit. Finally, another 15 minutes passed before a line of messages appeared in his head. Word quest, perseverance. Experience +1. Current progress, 15/100. Joe Rue stopped and held onto the tree for a while to catch his breath before calming down. A week has passed since the recording of Junior. This week, Joe Rue every morning and evening self-study do not go. Save the time or used for physical exercise. During class time, she taught herself music theory, and at times, she secretly used her laptop to pick up music. At this point in his mission experience, he had come to a new stage. Word quest, strengthening the body. Current progress, 15 out of 100. Word quest, inspiration, current progress, 52 out of 100. Word quest, perseverance, current progress, 15 of 100. The experience of the inspiration quest, which was basically gained when composing and creating music, was less efficient than before when concentrating on studying, but it was still acceptable. The strengthening your body quest is the most consistent, and you will gain 2 experience points a day for just 14 points a week, as long as you keep exercising. The most special is the perseverance entry. In the beginning, he only had to run for 10 minutes to gain perseverance experience, because at 5 minutes, he had already arrived at his limit. The remaining 5 minutes were purely transcendent, and naturally, he could get perseverance experience. But he is young and his cardio capacity is improving rapidly, and with his gradual rise in fitness, it will take him 45 minutes of running to reach his limit now, and potentially longer in the future. For now, long-distance running increases cardio capacity, which is still useful for a novice who aspires to work out for a long period of time, but it may be time to switch to something more strenuous for the next phase, and find a way to add an anaerobic as well. Joe Rue wiped his sweat as he pondered. The body was his own, and aside from brushing up on his experience to gain words, Joe Rue was not entirely without his own plans. Cardio, endurance, explosiveness, and even sculpting are all important in order to have a perfect physical body. And while words are Churi's primary means of doing so, his own usual planning and efforts are not without significance. He's using some of the health knowledge that was familiar to him in his previous life to make a training program for himself. Before rebirth every day to study how to lose weight, how to fitness. Social animals Joe Rue simulated in the brain hundreds of times. Fitness card has been done several times, but not once really strictly implemented. But in this life, Joe Rue's ego drive was strong, and his young body allowed him to progress extremely quickly. After packing up a little, Joe Rue put on his backpack and left the park. He had fully adapted to the new routine of morning and evening exercise and made his way familiarly to a bathhouse that had just opened its doors, paid the $5 bath fee and went in to take a shower before heading off to school refreshed and rejuvenated. This bathhouse was decent at night, he didn't know, but it was decent in the morning anyway. After a week of persistent exercise, Joe Rue's entire essence is different. Although he has not yet obtained the word, but his skin has become better, and his face is no longer sleepy, which is common among high school students, and he is in high spirits every morning. It adds to the already elevated overall face value. Chapter 42, Volunteer. Cities. Since there is no morning study, so Joe Rue arrived at school every day. Is with the younger siblings? Often look silly, these children. That guy is so handsome. Is he from our school? Seems to be the school girl's boyfriend. The senior's senior. Of course, there were discordant voices, and individual boys would sour a couple of lines. And, at first glance, it doesn't look like you're studying hard. Joe Rue did not mind in his heart. To be able to get the praise of the opposite sex means that you are doing pretty well, and to be able to get the jealousy of the same sex is to show that you are really awesome big time. Hey, Joe, right. Hello again. Joe Rue looked back, but it was the two of them, Tong Xin and her mom. Tong Xin stood on the side of the road in her school uniform, seemingly sent to school by her mother, but looking at her expression it wasn't very pleasant. A few schoolmates were stealing glances this way, and Tong Xin skimmed her head in boredom. Joe Rue thought to himself that in addition to Li Wenxin, that girl piece, there is actually a need for parents to send the high school what? I don't think I've seen it before. Is there something special about Tong Xin today? Tong's mom was rather enthusiastic. What a coincidence, Xiao Zhou. I met you once in a while when I sent Xin to school. Joe Rue could only stop and politely reach. Hello, Auntie. Tong's mother was pulling a family affair with Joe Rue while still looking around as if she was looking for something. Joe Rue could only look at his watch and reminded, Auntie, I'm going to be late. Why don't we talk next time? Ask for more advice from other people's Xiao Zhou on things to learn. Tong Xian lifted her feet expressionlessly and walked into the campus. Only when her own mother was out of sight did Tong Xian let out a breath and looked at Zhou Rui awkwardly. Sorry, my mom likes to drag people into conversation. Zhou Rui was about to wave his hand to show that he didn't care when he realized that Tong Xian was cautiously staring at a corner outside the campus. Zhou Rui saw Tong Xian's gaze and found a figure hiding in the corner that seemed to be looking this way through the bars. Adults? Parents? When the bell rang, Zhou Rui couldn't care less and ran. The first results of the body, so that its speed is fast, up the stairs 1 step 4 sections toward the upward scurry. Tong Xian see Zhou Rui running wildly, inexplicably began to be anxious. Wait for me. Eventually, Zhou Rui stepped on the spot and arrived, while Tong Xian bumped into Huang Dui and was stuck in the corridor to say a few words. After Zhou Rui sat down, he didn't have time to greet Han Ziyin before he heard Huang Dui, who had finished lecturing Tong Xian, say, "Notice, there are still the last 28 days before the college entrance exam. Tomorrow, we will have the last touch test, also in your high school career, the last exam. Everyone prepare well." Zhou Rui's spirit was shaken. Is it finally here? A chance for a hit. Ever since obtaining the schoolmaster phrase, Zhou Rui had been lacking the opportunity to show off his new level to everyone. Whether it's his mother, teachers, or friends like Li Wenqian and Han Ziyin. His impression of Zhou Rui is still stuck in the impression that he's in the top 10 of his class, and has been slipping lately. Teachers on Zhou Rui's expectations. That is, overachievement can go to a 2. High and low can go to a university. But that's all. This was also the state of Zhou Rui's previous life. But he's now, in fact, a schoolteacher. The results of the college entrance examination is a hammer, but also involves the estimation of scores, fill-in volunteers and other matters. There is no saying that hold back to the final report volunteering time, to give everyone a surprise, other not to mention, if not to take a precaution. When he finished the college entrance examination to go and Yao Peili said, "Mom, I estimated score of 700, volunteer to fill in Beijing University Qingda. Do you think Yao Peili will agree?" Probably she would think that Zhou Rui was unable to accept the failure of the college entrance exam and the person went crazy. Zhou Rui has been hesitant to showdown with his mother and teachers, but felt that if he went to say it, it would be far less convincing than this kind of all-year-round quiz, which can be counted on to make him wait. Han Ziyin looked at Zhou Rui's happy appearance, feeling close to humming a little song, and curiously said, "You're in a good mood?" Zhou Rui was indeed in a good mood and laughed. Zhou, am going to be a hit." Han Ziyin forever felt that Zhou Rui could work miracles and didn't speak out to pour cold water on him, but instead asked curiously, "You've been studying well lately? Getting ready to take the number 1 exam?" Zhou Rui compared a finger. "First place?" Han Ziyin subconsciously looked at Zhang Xian in the front row, the one that keeps coming back to annoy her at the top of the class. Of course, Zhang Xian was first in his class, and that was because Han Ziyin wasn't taking the test. Zhou Rui shook his head. No, you don't understand my depths yet. I'm not talking about being number 1 in the class. I'm talking about being number 1 in the whole school. Underscore. Zhou Rui selectively listened to some of the morning classes, mainly because he was curious about what the teachers would be teaching at this point in time. The rest of the time, Zhou Rui was secretly picking up the score. He had a lot of songs in his head, and with the help of the absolute musicality phrase, they could all be recovered. But ultimately there is a statute of limitations. Too much time has passed, and even if he doesn't forget, he may encounter the awkward situation of the original appearing first. That's why it's safer to strip out those songs ahead of time and then register the copyrights as early as possible. It's called prevention is better than cure. In the past week, he had registered nearly 10 songs, and Han Ziyin was getting used to the fact that Zhou Rui wrote at least 1 song a day. Highly productive composer. Sows don't give birth like he does. And as he accumulated his knowledge of music theory with the double bonus of scholarly words and absolute musical sense, as well as the replica songs, his knowledge of music theory became more and more in-depth and specialized. Now Zhou Rui, at least in terms of arranging and composing music alone, is no less than a more professional young practitioner. At lunchtime, Zhou Rui met Li Wenqian. This girl recently in Zhou Rui is almost the same. Also in the self-study of music, was Zhou Rui pushed open the door of talent. The little girl himself is also very interested in this. The difference, however, is that Li Wenqian majors in vocal direction while Zhou Rui is an arranger. The spoon in her hand stirred the tomato and egg soup. Li Wenxian seemed to be a little preoccupied, glanced at Zhou Rui who was picking up his food, and suddenly said, "Zhou Rui, how are you going to fill in your volunteer?" Zhou Rui raised his eyebrows and smiled, thinking that the little girl finally couldn't hold it in. "How are you going to fill it out?" Li Wenxian hesitated. "My mom and teachers both want me to fill in the Beijing University." Li Wenxian knows that Zhou Rui and his own grades are very different from each other. "I'm afraid that it is difficult to be in the same school in the future, but she at least hopes that the two are in the same city." No, it had to be the same city. She couldn't accept 4 years of college without Zhou Rui. Previously, he had not been discussing this matter with Zhou Rui because he was worried that it would strike Zhou Rui's confidence and affect his state of mind. Zhou Rui grabbed a small chicken leg from Li Wenxian's dinner plate and said, "I'm going to apply for the school in Shanghai." Li Wenxian was instantly flustered and almost stood up directly. "Shanghai? Wouldn't that be a doomed separation?" In this life, the bond between Zhou Rui and Li Wenxian was even stronger than in his previous life. Zhou Rui, however, did not directly state his plan, but seriously said to Li Wenxian, "If I choose Shanghai, will you change your volunteer plan?" Li Wenxian said anxiously, "Change the plan. Mom will be furious." Zhou Rui was not disappointed. After all, this kind of big event, Li Wenxian can't just decide on her own. But it's good to be angry, and it's quick for Mom to take the edge off. Li Wenxian spoke with a big gasp and almost choked out Zhou Rui's little chicken leg. After looking Li Wenxian up and down, he said, "That's decided?" Li Wenxian rested her upper hand on her cheeks and said breathlessly, "Who let you decide first? I wanted to convince you to go to the north of the capital, but it feels better to listen to you. It's easier to follow you. The big deal is that Zhou Rui enrolls in a university and she picks the one with the highest scoreline in the neighborhood. There are a lot of famous schools in Shanghai, but she has the strength to pick whatever she wants. As for the impact on life, I'm sorry, but leaving Chourai is the least acceptable impact." Zhou Rui stared at the girl for a long time, then couldn't help but rua a mushroom head in public and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you down." Li Wenxian had an answer inside. Li Wenxian did not panic, excitedly pursued, "So which one are you going to apply for? Have you researched it?" Zhou Rui smiled mysteriously. "Keep it a secret for now, but you can study the enrollment rules of Fudan University." Fudan University. Right. Songbin secretly asked me where you're planning to take the exam. Can I tell him? Zhou Rui guffawed. How can this still be like dragging a family? However, with little Fatty's grades, even if his family had money, he would be far away from Fudan University, and at most he would be in the same city. Tell him it's fate to go to the same city later. Fudan University. That is Zhou Rui's goal. First of all, Fudan University is the best prestigious university in Shanghai, and since you have chosen to return to Shanghai, you naturally want to go to the best university. Jiaotong Universities and Tongtong Universities, please sit down first. But this kind of thing is said now. It is estimated that Li Wenxian will think that he is crazy. It is better to wait for the results of the primary examination to come down. In the official announcement, I'm going to sneak on and wow everyone. Chapter 43, Don't Know Who Covers Qinghano. One middle school? In the afternoon class, Zhou Rui and Han Ziyin read idle books side by side, one reading a music theory book and the other reading a novel. Han Ziyin knew before that Zhou Rui would go to Shanghai, so she didn't panic. She believed that Zhou Rui had his own plan and would definitely be able to do it. In her mind, the two were bound to be in the same city in the future. No panic at all. Han Ziyin rummaged through a box of gum from her bag, poured out 2 capsules and held them in her white palm, secretly handing them to Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui was reading a book and looked down to sip gum directly from Han Ziyin's palm. Han Ziyin's cheeks fluttered red and her palms itched. After getting acquainted, Zhou Rui would always have some special behaviors, but she just wouldn't be offended. And the scene was seen by a certain everyday voyeur. Enraged, when the evening self-study, Zhou Rui had wanted to go to escape to the park to exercise as planned, but was pulled by Huang Dui, saying that the questions spoken today may be tested on the quiz, so that he must stay and listen to it. Although Zhou Rui can cope with whatever the test is tomorrow, the old Huang's face still has to be given. After staying up bored through the evening study period, Zhou Rui said to Han Ziyin, "I'm pulling out then. See you tomorrow." Han Ziyin smiled coquettishly like a flower. "Be careful on the road. I'll be waiting for you to get first place on the exam." Zhou Rui left in a gust of wind, but he didn't notice a figure that had been peering at him. Looking at his watch, he still had enough time to run 2 laps on his own, so he headed towards the park. Zhou Rui had just turned a corner when he heard an unfamiliar voice behind him calling him. Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui turned around, only to see Zhang Xin, the number one in the class, looking at him with a gloomy face. Zhou Rui frowned. He and Zhang Xin were not familiar at all, and usually did not talk much. Putting on this appearance did not feel like a good thing. What is it? Zhang Xin looked around to make sure there was no one else before walking up, his right hand squeezing the backstrap of his school bag with a death grip. I have something to ask you. Hearing this guy's commanding tone, Zhou Rui laughed in anger in his heart. With whom? Zhang Xin's attitude was as if Zhou Ruiren was a level below him. Solely Zhou Rui clasped his hands to his chest, wanting to hear what this guy was going to do. Zhang Xin stared at Zhou Rui, inexplicably feeling that this guy was very underpowered, without realizing that he was the same in the eyes of others. I'm asking you if you're in a relationship with Han Ziyin. Zhou Rui lacked any expression at all. Your family sells plumbing? Zhang Xin was unsure. What do you mean? My parents are both civil servants. Then why do you care so much? You. Zhang Xin's inexplicable arrogance had actually always been there. This mesmerizing confidence makes him talk to anyone his age, especially of the same sex, with an air of commanding authority. There is a reason why people are not well liked. Zhang Xin reached out to yank Zhou Rui's collar. Zhou Rui was not spoiling him and directly slapped the other party's hand away, then pushed Zhang Xin to stagger. His workout during this period of time was not in vain. Zhang Xin was as good as boneless and fell down at the push of a button. You dare to fight? You're the one who started it. Okay? Forget it. What am I talking such nonsense with? Don't come to bother me, and get as far away as you can. Zhou Rui turned around and left. Zhang Xin chased after him but didn't give up yet. Zhou Rui, make it clear. Are you and Han Ziyin in love? You know it's almost time for the college entrance exams. This will affect other people's grades. Your own grades are poor, and you're holding up other people's prospects. Zhou Rui suddenly turned around, poked his finger on Zhang Xin's shoulder one by one, and said in one sentence, What? So you think Han Ziyin should fall in love with you? Your family isn't selling plumbing it's the Pacific as a police officer The pipe is called a wide. Zhang Xin was unforgiving. You're just happy now. Han Ziyin will definitely go back to Shanghai, and I will go to Shanghai. Zhou Rui was completely speechless, really sick of this self-motivated lickspittle. Suddenly, the voice of a third person came out of the alley. Don't you ever come back to me again. Zhou Rui and Zhang Xin stopped arguing and tilted their heads in unison, looking toward the alley. Let's just say that eating melon is a human instinct. Only to see that in the corner on the other side of the alleyway, Tong Xin was pulling and tugging at a man who looked to be 25 or 26 years old, already of an age to join the workforce, was tugging at Tong Xin's school uniform while she struggled to get away. Tong, don't go. I thought we had a deal. Tong Xin, impatient with a little bit of fear, stepped backward and said, What was the deal? It's just chatting online. Tong, you're single too, aren't you? Let's try it out. You let go of me. I have a boyfriend. No way. Who? The man looked over viciously and saw two students looking this way. Who's your boyfriend? Zhang Xin quickly took a step backward. Zhou Rui snorted. Scum. Then take 2 steps back. Tong Xin's eyes were bleary, not expecting to be bumped into by 2 fellow classmates about such things. The man, however, became more and more arrogant. Damn. If you don't want to get into trouble, get out of the way. Zhou Rui took 2 more steps back. 2 more steps back. Then finally finding a suitable brick from the ground, he snapped it up and pointed it at the man. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language. The man was stunned. Is this student that reckless? Zhou Rui's heart was mushy for a while. He didn't want to be some kind of emotional trash can and invite some bull ***** crap. If it had been a male student who had been dragging and tugging at Tong Xin today, he would have owed it to himself to meddle in the matter at all. But if it's a shameless adult, that's a different story. Adults pestering high school kids? Don't you know that my friend LV Shubo is in charge of Tsinghua First Middle School? Zhou Rui held up the brick and took a direct step forward. Which unit are you from? Do you know the price of harassing a high school student? Want to go in and squat for half a month? Come name it. Under the dual deterrence of force and law, the man was forced to take a step back. She's my girlfriend. Mind your own business. Zhou Rui, she's still a friend I just made. Get lost. The brick was thrown forward, several meters away, and the man was scared less and ran away. This kind of person also yells loud, encounter than his ruthless instantly from the heart. Looking back, Zhang Xin, the goon, had long since run away. Zhou Rui's heart burst of contempt. Just this virtue, still want to chase Han Ziyin? He clapped his hands together before looking at the hard-faced Tong Xian. Zhou Rui. That's not my boyfriend. That's just a netizen. Zhou Rui hurriedly stopped. Don't explain to me? You're lucky to have met me today, but you're also a netizen. You don't just grow meat without brains. Emotional trash cans. Whoever is a dog. He could kind of see that Tong Xian's mom sent her to school in the morning, presumably to guard against this adult. And the one peering inwards from outside the campus in the morning should be the guy just now. Tong Xian was ashamed and angry. What like grows meat? I'm not fat either. At least not where you shouldn't be fat. Chapter 44, Zhou Weigang. The school drop-off hiccup didn't affect Chaori's schedule, except that the workout fell through when he was caught studying late today. When I got back to the front door of the house, I wanted to go straight upstairs, but I saw a familiar figure at the bottom of the building. Father, Zhou Weigang. The figure, not yet as old as in his previous life, but still somewhat downtrodden and depressed, leaned against the lower part of the building and smoked a cigarette. Seeing Zhou Rui, Zhou Weigang's eyes regained some luster and said, Your mom had an emergency to work overtime. Worrying that you're hungry. Let me come to take you to dinner. What do you want to eat? Daddy's treating you to something nice today. Zhou Rui gathered his emotions a little. If he counted before he was reborn, he hadn't seen the man in front of him for just over 10 years. Zhou Weigang is in his 40s, but vaguely a little handsome in the body. It is said that when he was young, his face value was much more than Zhou Rui can beat, but now there is a kind of twilight feeling. Just like Zhou Rui, a social animal from a previous life. Zhou Rui thought for a moment and said, There's a stir-fry restaurant just around the corner. Zhou Weigang patted Zhou Rui's back and said fervently, Where is the corner like words? I will drive you to a big restaurant to eat. After the parents divorced, Zhou Weigang is not completely disappeared in the life of Zhou Rui and Yao Peili mother and son, and even can say that in recent years, the frequency of appearing more and more high, in addition to providing living expenses, inside and outside, but also often to help a little bit, and from time to time to take Zhou Rui go to eat a little bit of good, go out and turn around. If you look at the previous years, purely from the perspective of divorced fathers, not remarried Zhou Weigang did quite well, so much so, that there is a vague sign of getting back together with Yao Peili. However, in his previous life, Zhou Weigang's factory, in Zhou Rui's freshman year encountered serious operational problems, and after that it was even more indebted, so the man was very consciously, completely faded out in the world of mother and son. From Zhou Weigang's exhaustion at this time, the factory should have been bad recently, and Yao Peili also said that Zhou Weigang disappeared for a long time. Zhou Weigang drove his somewhat old crown toward the city center. The two divorced when Zhou Rui was in elementary school, not quite remembering, so Zhou Rui's feelings for Zhou Weigang weren't as deep as his mother's, but Zhou Weigang did keep trying to find something to talk about. Dad has been on a business trip in Deep City a while ago. How have you been studying lately, Rui? Chaori leaned against the car window and asked about something else instead. It feels like you're very tired. Is there a problem with the factory operation? Zhou Weigang almost steering wheel did not grip tightly. Surprised, who said that? No matter how hard he suffers in business, how can he show his face in front of his son? Zhou Rui casually moved to savior out. Great uncle. Zhou Weigang was speechless for a while. This great uncle really said everything to the child. It's just a minor inconvenience. Dad can handle it, Zhou Rui said, seemingly unintentionally. Can you tell me about it? What's there to say to you? You're a high school student. I'm about to pick a major and volunteer, so let's see which one you do. I'll avoid the lightning. Zhou Weigang. Zhou Weigang was also a former employee of a state-owned enterprise, a skilled laborer by birth, and is said to have been a skilled person back then, but not long after Zhou Rui was born, he chose to go to sea. In those days, this choice is not uncommon, but also like many people in those days, tasted the sweetness of the changing times. Zhou Weigang brain flexible, and know how to technology, taking advantage of the times, did earn some money. The first few years over that called a prosperous, of course, but also due to too prosperous, caused Yao Peili's dissatisfaction, and eventually divorced. However, in recent years is another picture. The market is changing too fast. Maybe a year before the factory is still making a lot of money. The year after the blood loss, workers cannot pay wages. There are many reasons for this, some of which are declining product competitiveness, and some of which are the result of suppliers dragging their feet on payments, leading to a break in the capital chain. Zhou Weigang is the earliest small household appliances, and then because it cannot do Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Shenzhen and the city's enterprises, turn around and replace the equipment, became an upstream supplier. The production of electronic control panels and other accessories. After switching to the industry, ran into the cottage machine market rise. Zhou Weigang specializes in various cottage machine brand. Do not bad, but also due to change the production line. Replacement equipment. The bank side of the loan back a lot. By the time in 2009, the domestic cottage market gradually out of the savage growth of the state, began to cool down, which makes Zhou Weigang's downstream customers were seriously affected by the rapid decline in orders. The bank and urged the tight. The factory began to go downhill. A day more than a day hard to live. The most important thing is that the original cottage machine customers have no orders, and Zhou Weigang's factory has no ability to open up their own terminals. Only accessories on hand without products. Zhou Rui memory. Zhou Weigang's factory completely yellow. Seems to be in 10 years. After the debt-ridden Zhou Weigang also left Qinghai County. Seems to go elsewhere to do technical guidance. Earn money to pay off debts. Throughout the years Zhou Weigang went to sea to start a business. On the contrary, at the beginning of the small household appliances when the most dashing, and after that has been the state of not up and down. Recalling the memories of his past life, Zhou Rui did not know what he could do for a while. Zhou Weigang is his biological father. If there is an opportunity to naturally want to help, it's just that he has a plug-in no less, but he can only use it to strengthen himself. 09. At least find a way to help Zhou Weigang avoid the lightning. It's like telling your mother not to sell the demolished house. Zhou Weigang brought Zhou Rui to a Dongting hotel. Clang 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 ordered 5 or 6 large dishes. Business and how bitter. Take your son to eat some good cannot be ambiguous. Besides, that's not what he's missing. Zhou Rui's brow furrowed. It's impossible to order so much to eat. Zhou Weigang laughed. If you can't finish it, pack it up. Your mom has been busy with her work lately, so there will be times when she can't take care of you. Dishes a portion was served up. Are Zhou Rui usually love to eat? The recent exercise consumption is not small. Zhou Rui is really hungry. No matter what else, eat first. Zhou Rui ate happily, and Zhou Weigang watched with a smile, but didn't move his chopsticks much himself. Zhou Rui ate an 8-minute full meal, put his chopsticks down, and said, "Dad, you're staring straight at this. It's hard for me not to think that you've encountered something big. Why don't you just say it, so that my mom and I can decide whether or not we should run away?" Zhou Weigang, this child really can't talk. Besides, I've left, so I can't involve you too. Zhou Rui, however, said, "Don't look down on the students. Tell me about it." Zhou Weigang probably did have more pressure recently, thinking that Zhou Rui wouldn't understand anyway. Half complaining, said, "There is nothing. Your father's factory is not to do cell phone accessories it. These 2 years the cell phone industry recession. Many of the old customers before have closed down. To be precise, it is not the cell phone industry recession. The domestic mobile internet terminals are emerging, is moving towards the era of manpower a cell phone. But unfortunately, this market belongs to foreign brands. Nokia occupies half of the world. Ericsson is still a gold standard. Samsung, BlackBerry piggyback. Apple is also ready to go. The huge domestic cell phone market is almost always dominated by foreign brands. And those domestic brands that Zhou Rui is familiar with. What Huawei, Xiaomi, Oppo, Vivo, are not yet shadow. Huge market. 90% of the money is earned by foreign brands. The remaining 10%, a large number of cottage machines to grab and fight. All want to live. Shanghai was scolded this many years. The domestic cell phone has almost become a joke, but all a bit of spending power. Do not bother to buy any domestic cell phone. Who take who lose face. And before and after the 08 Olympic Games, in order to enhance the international image, the country also tightened a lot of intellectual property rights regulation. Once red-hot deep city cottage machine base camp Weiqiangbai, but also no longer the past glory. The blossoming of the cottage machine market quickly withered. Zhou Weigang facing this situation, just a microcosm of the industry, not even the edges, but still the pressure of Zhou Weigang cannot breathe. Speaking, Zhou Weigang gradually forgot that in front of him is his own son. A bit of self-talk, in fact, is also in the de-stressing. But it's okay, the cell phone industry recession. Do something else on the line. When I was so from home appliances to turn, the county's Zijin Group recently ready to enter the air conditioning industry. There is an order lucrative. Is the equipment needs to be changed? And another investment. Zhou Rui thought to himself, Zijin Group I know too much. It's gone next year. Zhou Rui clearly remembers. This Qinghai County's leading enterprises. In 10 years when the financial chain broke, direct military solution to heaven. The whole Qinghai County is in an uproar. And even the chairman of the Zijin Group was caught in because the funds were going to an unknown destination. He, however, did not know that Zhou Weigang was also related to the Zijin Group in his previous life, and it seems that it was that time that he took his last breath. Zhou Rui thought about how to persuade. Curious, Zijin Group is in the county. So what did you go to Shenzhen for? Don't mention it. A friend who used to do cottage machines jumped ship, went to what Huawei. They have been doing communications before. The company is quite big, but I don't know how the brain thinks. Want to start doing cell phones, so they looked for me to work together. It's really unaware of what is not afraid of awe. Now where there is still a market for domestic cell phones, jumping into the fire pit themselves. Zhou Rui, that guy pulled me for a long time. Said there is an order, but the profit is very thin, and said let me join their new team. I guess they still have to hit the water. So I didn't say yes. The era of domestic cell phones is over. Zhou Rui, you're a real industry meditation lamp. Chapter 45, I have a lot of classmates. Zhou Rui dropped his chopsticks in shock, looking at Zhou Weigang's eloquent expression. It was very much like shaking him by the shoulders and saying, you wake up, domestic cell phones, in this day and age, are indeed stigmatized things, but who is not too poor to use a domestic cell phone? The concept of domestic machine equals cottage machine, deep-rooted, that are all domestic crude electronic garbage. Only Nokia, Ericsson, Samsung, such as foreign brands, only called cell phones. In fact, Zhou Rui's previous life is almost the same. Vaguely remember when he went to college. Take a domestic machine, the heart of the self-conscious short layer. Other students are Apple, Ericsson, Samsung, BlackBerry. You take a domestic machine, they are embarrassed to pull out. Cannot say that Zhou Weigang short-sighted. His judgment is very consistent with the mainstream consciousness. 9 years to do domestic cell phones, 15 years to do domestic automobile, 20 years to do domestic chip. That is the top of the scolding. From top to bottom are not optimistic. There is no shortage of successful people, industry bigwigs, who swear the most. We can only say that our eyes are limited. Our interests are bound. We are all mortals, and no one can see beyond the future, regardless of what he had accomplished. Even a bigwig or an expert can't be right in every judgment. But Chorai can, at least for the next decade or so. Zhou Rui continued to ask, that Huawei wants to make cell phones. What are you looking for? Parts supply? Zhou Weigang Sex also talked to his son, all as a de-stressing, half serious and half tested. Said, the electronic control panel, do you have a concept? Zhou Rui said, a little, but not much. Zhou Weigang disappeared after high school in his previous life, when Zhou Rui was nothing more than a student full of mathematics, science and chemistry, and did not know much about his biological father's factory, only that it was biased in the direction of electronics. Zhou Weigang said, in short, it's still the same stuff as the cottage machines, nothing technically difficult, but this industry is going downhill now. In addition to foreign advanced stuff, there is nothing technological barriers in the country. There are a lot of factories that can do it. Zhou Rui wondered, then why did Huawei come to you? Your factory isn't too big, is it? Zhou Weigang proudly said, that's because your father understands technology, and has accumulated some patents over the past few years. They say they are looking for a supplier, but in fact, they want to pull me in to set my development experience. I'm high and low as a boss. Can I jump into the fire pit myself? Right. Yes. 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 Too right. Not even you are right about the piercing. Zhou Rui has been unable to spit, but quickly put away your magical powers. Zhou Weigang's fault, in fact, is not uncommon in the shopping malls of this era. They once made the right decisions and tasted the sweetness. They will establish their own set of logic to examine and understand the market, and firmly believe in it. That's true of most small business owners. Some get lucky and stay right. Some make errors in judgment and get caught in the big waves. Before rebirth, Zhou Weigang was the one panned down. Zhou Rui felt a bit of brain buzzing. This biological father of his can be too a bit surprising. He rubbed his temples and pondered how he could pull Zhou Weigang out of the fire. He is now a high school student in the district. Today Zhou Weigang is willing to say so much. Just his own heart pressure. Want to drain a little bit. Zhou Rui, if there is any advice. Zhou Weigang almost impossible to listen to. In that case, based on the last experience, I'll just have to pull out that I have a classmate trick. Zhou Rui cleared his throat and said, ahem, I don't know much about your business, but I have another classmate, and my family has a little relationship. Zhou Weigang wondered, what relationship? Zhou Rui nodded the table and said in a mysterious manner, Surname Han. Her father is the governor. When I went to her house as a guest, Zhou Weigang froze. Same classmate? Isn't Governor Han a posting in Shanghai? As a businessman, he naturally knows what the situation of the local governor is. This Governor Han has been here for a few years. The overall situation of Qinghai County is stable and improving, but also brought some advanced management experience from Shanghai. The reputation is still good. Zhou Rui said. This is not important. The important thing is that when I went to his house as a guest, I happened to hear, as if to say that Zijin Group has a big problem. It is said that there is serious internal corruption and the capital chain is broken. So maybe the chairman will have to go in as well. Zhou Weigang was completely confused. How is this possible? Zijin Group. That's the star enterprise of Qinghai County. But on second thought, if it is not true, Zhou Rui a high school student and how would know these are it? I can't even make it up. This can only be what he happened to hear. Otherwise Zhou Rui may not even know what is Zijin Group. What is called capital chain? Zijin Group problems is Zhou Rui's previous life established facts. This point in time Han old brother may not know, but does not prevent the move out of Han old brother. To convince Zhou Weigang, Zhou Rui saw Zhou Weigang faltered, and continued to raise the stakes. Han Lao. Uncle Han was angry that day. Uncle Han that day can be angry. This thing you must not go out. Otherwise it does not matter whether the Zijin Group down. Certainly to the death of revenge to pass out the news of the people. Right. When this kind of news spreads out, Qinghai County will have to shake a little. The impact is too great. But I just had a drink with Zijin Group purchasing yesterday and talked about the order. Zhou Rui said step by step. I think what the governor is discussing is bound to be not empty talk. It's best not to choose the road of Zijin Group on your factory side. But on the other hand, Huawei side is much safer. I heard a classmate say that Huawei has good reputation and has state support behind it. Heard from one of my classmates that Huawei has goodwill and has state support behind it. Zhou Weigang interrupted. You have another classmate? What classmate again? Ran Hongmeng, a transfer from Deep City. In fact, no need to Zhou Rui continue to push. Zhou Weigang busy work for half a year, only to find these two ways out. Zijin Group's road is blocked. He only has Huawei this fire pit can jump. Zhou Rui was about to capitalize on his victory when the sound of clattering footsteps came from behind him. Looking back, it was none other than Yao Peili who had arrived. See Zhou Rui and Zhou Weigang are seriously discussing something. Yao Peili's heart is relatively happy. She hopes that Zhou Rui's life can have a father role, which will help the child to grow up, even if it is a divorced father. But naturally the face wouldn't show it, and it was deliberately a little bit conspiratorial. What's wrong with ordering so much food again? Am I usually starving Rui? Or did I abuse him? Zhou Rui was used to it all. His mother was kind to everyone, in addition to Zhou Weigang. This is why, in his previous life, Zhou Rui felt that the two were once very close to getting back together. Zhou Weigang came back from Zhou Rui's shocking news, temporarily put it in his heart, ready to go back to properly combine his thoughts, smiled and said, Zhou Rui grows his body. It's nothing to eat more. Peili, have you eaten? I called 2 more? Yao Peili sat beside Zhou Rui and said, don't call out. Just eat a little bit. It's so late and eating too much and growing meat. Zhou Rui looked at the two of them, only feeling twisted and amused. He's not going to meddle in the love between his parents, or the affection or whatever. That's between them. But he hopes both will get better and better. With the help of the reborn Zhou Rui. Chapter 46, I've traveled? Zhou Rui can't be this powerful. The next day, Zhou Rui had his coveted quiz. It will also be the last official exam for all senior preparatory students at Clear River 1. According to the teacher's experience over the years, this test score, basically, is the majority of people's high school grades, up and down limited. All depends on the field of play. After all, what should be taught has been repeated a million times over. Zhou Rui is very relaxed. He did not like a lot of students like temporary clasp, choose to stay up all night before the exam to memorize a word or something, but as usual to sleep, as usual to use the time saved by the morning study to run, as usual to take a shower before coming to school. As soon as he entered the door of the class, he saw Huang Dui greeting the students to change their positions, but it is customary for the seats to be disorganized in all official exams. But this time, coincidentally, Zhou Rui was transferred to sit side by side with Zhang Xian. When Zhang Xian saw Zhou Rui, he thought of his own fall in the alley last night, and his eyes flickered a little, but then he thought that it was now the exam, and it was the main field of his own strengths, and his eyes were confident for a few minutes. The sky cleared up and the rain stopped, and he felt he could do it again. Moreover, Joe Rue was sitting next to him, and when the time came, he would inevitably be affected by his state of answering questions in a flowing stream, which allowed Zhang Xian to find a little bit of coolness of revenge. Joe Rue, however, ignored this 2B, took out the 2B pencil from the pencil bag and waited for the teacher to hand out the papers. The first course is math. The 150-mark paper is also one of the subjects that can widen the mark gap the most. The Snow White paper was sent to everyone, and Zhang Xian scanned through it. The questions were less difficult, at least the basic questions, should be trying to increase everyone's confidence. Turning his head to Joe Rue, this guy was already making a choice, and smiled sarcastically in his heart. The real schoolmasters will read the paper to see the whole picture first, and then they can allocate their time and energy wisely. He noticed that the last big question had very tedious calculation steps and decided to start with the big question first. That's the confidence of an honor student. Zhang Xian quickly immersed himself in the joy of doing problems. A mathematical formula went through his mind. The beauty of mathematics was reflected. He drew out the threads and layers of derivation, and after a 20-minute battle, he finally solved one of the hardest big questions on the paper. It could even be said that it was the only superlative question on this paper, and he was sure that there were no more than a handful of people in the class who could solve it. It was surprisingly a bit hardy for a while. Suddenly looking up and glancing at the abundant time, Zhang Xian smiled confidently. Turning my head to look at Joe Rue again. This guy is probably still. He wrote it all. Did he finish it all? Did he finish it all? Joe Rue has actually completed the entire paper. Zhang Xian felt like 10,000 little raccoons were stealing dry noodles from his heart. How is this possible? Am I hallucinating? Misread the watch? He looked repeatedly to the clock above the blackboard, then to his wristwatch, then to the light of day outside the window. I've traveled? Did I just enter a time vortex? This is a parallel world? Zhang Xian, don't look around. Look at your own role. Huang Dui's voice came from the front, and at this time, Joe Rue had no distractions, and after checking all the questions to make sure that there were no mistakes, he didn't know what to do. Only half an hour has passed, and the exam is 2 hours long. Schoolboy, words. It's really too strong. Of course, his own billion-dollar effort counts for a lot. High school isn't college, and he had nowhere to go when he turned in his paper early, so he just started solving in the blank next to the big question, using the second solution. When he finally got really bored, Joe Rue simply closed his eyes and began to utilize absolute sense of music to review the songs in his head, adding a little more substance to his copyrighted song library. Joe Rue's condition had messed up Zhang Xian as a whole, and he even really suspected that he was in some kind of parallel world or dream. The Joe Rue in his own world couldn't be this powerful, but the test paper cannot be deceived. Multiple choice questions randomly scribbled can be very fast, but the big application questions are impossible to blindly write, especially in math. Makeup also makeup. Am I crazy? Am I hallucinating? Zhang Xian's second half of the exam was completely spent in the self-checking mental state. The mind is broken. After a few exams, Joe Rue's situation is similar. No matter the language, English, science and general studies, the time used is not more than half of the exam time. The only language exam stuck a little, because of the word school bully. It doesn't cover the essay part. This is a very subjective definition and does not fall within the scope of automatic mastery of all knowledge at the high school level. English composition is simple. It is not a test of writing ability, but rather a test of grammar and vocabulary. Writing fluent on the line. With 4 exams in a row throughout the day, everyone was tired, and Joe Rue was no exception. But he was a little tired from spending time. Zhang Xian had been completely messed up. He felt that none of his doors were playing normally, and every door had been messed up by Joe Rue's over-the-top performance. He even wondered if he was having a nervous breakdown from the stress of senior year. As everyone returned to their original positions, Han Ziyin poked Joe Rue's arm and whispered, "How was it? The future number 1 in the whole school?" Joe Rue said, "Touché." After school, Joe Rue thundered to the park to exercise. Once again received the experience of the system. Word quest, strengthening the body. Current progress, 18 out of 100. Word quest, inspiration, current progress, 57 out of 100. Word quest, perseverance, current progress, 17 out of 100. A day of exams, and the inspiration quest also yielded a good harvest, which was an unexpected blessing. He has gotten a little used to the idea of exercise and feels that even if he gets the word, he will still maintain a healthy exercise habit in the future. What's not to love about strengthening your body and gaining health and dopamine? During the last kilometer, the phone shook lightly. It was a text message from Li Wenxian. Zhou Ruwei pulled out his cell phone as he ran. Li Wenxian, I tried with my mom yesterday about changing my mind about applying to Fudan University and was scolded. Zhou Ruwei is not surprised, although they are both top-ranked schools. But Fudan University is still a bit worse than Beijing University in terms of reputation, and it is not as loud to say. It's probably just the beliefs of the country, and has nothing to do with teaching ability. Zhou Ruwei typed a reply to, there is no hurry. Water drips through stone. Nothing to say more bad things about Beijing North. What sandstorms dry air far from home and so on. Slowly. Li Wenxian, smiley face, you're so bad QB will be furious. Chaori, for what it's worth. We both grew up in the south. And Shanghai is a little more appropriate. Li Wenxian, so I'm off to badmouth you. How was your quiz? Chaori, top flipping you. Li Wenxian, huh? I was about to slip my phone back into my pocket when two distinctive text messages popped up. Dear customer, the bank card in your name, 6222XXX91723, has a real-time account of $57,800. Dear customer, the bank card in your name, 6222XXX91723, arrived in real time at $98,000. Zhou Ruwei's eyes lit up. The first would have been a one-time royalty for Junior. The same amount as Star Ocean was in the first place. Another sum. I think it's the copyright royalties for the various subjects in the country. So soon. Someone's already using Star Ocean? Based on a subject royalty of 1,000 yuan. 98,000 after tax. Which means that so soon, there are already more than 98 enterprises, institutions and departments around the world, using the Starry Night in Junior? Chapter 47, Riding the Wind and Ringing the Earth. The same day as Zhou Ruwei's quiz, a local medium-sized enterprise, a branch in a province, branch office in a city, a large group of female workers gathered in the conference room, where the sounds of gossip and chatter converged, more exciting than a food market. They are the company's choir. Large enterprises, especially state-owned enterprises, a large number of people, the previous lack of recreational life, they are engaged in their own arts and cultural groups, but also to enrich the lives of everyone. This system, too, has been retained to this day. A somewhat balding man walked in with a thick stack of papers. Come, quiet a little. This year's 60th anniversary of the cultural and artistic performance has been determined. All provinces and city branches to engage in. The best can also go to the head office in Beijing in North performances. Everyone practiced well. When the time to travel at public expense, room and board air tickets are all inclusive. This is a blast. And a free trip to the north of the capital is still very tempting. Here's our choral repertoire for this year. So hand it out and familiarize yourself with it. As for the songs, the chorus didn't care much about them. There are just a few old songs every year, and if they sing them over and over again, they can still sing them? But this time, strangely enough, the sheet music was no longer singing a mountain song XX or singing the praises of XXX, but a trendy-looking name. The Teenager. Underscore. A province. A prefecture-level city. A state-owned asset mall. Commercialized society. The mall's in the investment operation. Its own laws, but the property belongs to the state-owned enterprises. In some respects, also has a task. This year is the 60th birthday and the atmosphere of celebration is cascading down. And this mall is no exception, requiring that at least 2 hours of every day's business hours be devoted to playing celebratory songs, a sort of warm-up for the month of October, with various activities and banners and so on in the mall between now and then. As for the playlist, it was naturally selected from the CD-ROM singing the praise of the birthday of China that was handed out. The little girl in charge of playing songs at the service desk, with a disgusted face, opened singing for the birthday of China, and looked at those songs that were one by one older than her own age, and only felt a burst of tiredness. These songs in the mall, can it be good? Don't sing away the customers. Suddenly, she saw two names inscribed on the disc on the right, at the head of the list, that were completely different in style from the rest of the songs. The Starry Sea, Juvenile. Is this a red song? A celebration song? The little girl inserted the CD into her computer with confidence, put on her headphones for insurance purposes, and prepared to listen to it herself first. 5 minutes later, a mellifluous female voice that resonated throughout the mall. Countless people who were shopping raised their heads and looked at the speakers because of the extremely catchy melody in female voice. What's this song? Which star sings it? underscore 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 north of the capital, in a certain nanny car. So sis, that Singing for the Birthday of China album is out, and your songs are included in it. So I took a copy and put it on? The middle-aged woman known as Sister Na yawned, tired from a day of recording, and said indifferently, put it on. The agent inserted the disc into the car CD and soon the machine recognized it and automatically played the first song from it. But the manager pressed next as soon as the intro started, because she knew her sister's song was on the 8th track. Wait a minute, what was that song playing? The intro was pretty good. The agent looked at the package in his hand. Let's see. It's called A Starry Night. Rewind it and let me hear it. The lilting prelude resumed, and Na frowned slightly. A very new approach to arranging, with a kind of toward the feeling of the pre-Christian era. And when the melodious female voice sounded, the oldest sister brightened up. This girl has a nice voice, eh? Her voice is so sweet. Northeastern accents are blowing out. The agent could only echo. It's pretty good, huh? She couldn't actually hear it. She just thought the song was good. After listening to the whole song, that sister spoke again. Who wrote this song? Is it an acquaintance? That's not right. This arrangement is too far ahead of its time. It doesn't look like our group. It can't be a foreigner, right? The agent said as he flipped through the information on the cover. Celebration song compilation. Unlikely to be foreigners. Let's see. I found it. Lyricist, composer, arranger and producer all in one. Called Airy, and sung by Sin. That sister froze. These two names, aren't they a bit perfunctory? Where did they come from? The second song, Teenager, is also a combination of the two of them. Want to hear it? Hurry up and play it. There's 2 more songs in the whole thing. Also in the north of Beijing, Zhu Yaoqing put the CD into his CD player and put on his beloved Audio-Technica headphones. Cycle it 100 times a day for a good mood. Overtime isn't even this tiring. Sure enough, one's own music aesthetic is no problem. The national enterprises and institutions, various provincial, municipal and county departments. The first round of response up to the use of the copyright of the song. It is the Starry Starry Night is the hottest, the most frequent use. The junior is followed by comparing the album to a host of established veteran singers and contributing stars. It's not really surprising. It's all paid for, so it's only natural to put on something that sounds good. It's natural to pull a large chorus of people and sing something pleasing to the ear. Those established singers and contributing stars are famous, but their works may not have much heart, and many of them just bought a random song that's not bad in order to participate in the official activities, and then relied on their out-of-this-world tuning to make the cut. Do you think all those actors can sing? Moreover, the songs that really have the potential to be a hit, those celebrity singers will not be used to submit, are hiding and waiting for the release of the album. So how can anyone else's songs compare to Starry-Eyed and Junior? At the same time, Star Ocean and Teenager also threw the songs for China's birthday album, widely known to the industry. Some are curious about the composers, some are curious about the singers, some established singers, seeing that the singer and songwriter are newcomers, hit up the idea of going to sing the song themselves, asking around for royalties and trying to pick up the tab. Some record labels were amazed by Ah Qian's voice and wanted to sign the newcomer. Some celebrity teams, marveling at Airy's talent, want to invite him to sing. Because of the circle Arue Qian are not found, does not seem to be any of the artists. The only way for them to find Zhu Yaoqing was through the 60th Birthday Literary and Artistic Guidance Working Group. Zhu Yuqing said in response to these people's inquiries, well, let's blow this Airy out of the water. He's too nerdy. He's been invited a few times, but he won't come to the north of the country. So, Chaori's mailbox blew up. Over the course of the night, Zhou Rui's scalp went numb as he looked at the densely packed emails in his mailbox. An invitation to a song. Signed, ask for a quote to buy the rights. There are even commercial walk-ons, as well as simply wanting to make a friend. In one night, there were dozens of emails. Most people were polite and the main theme was one. Cooperation. There's money. Of course, there must be quite a few pitfalls in there, such as companies whose names you've never even heard of coming up and saying they're ready for a premium signing contract with top dollar and up to 10 years of pay. The kind where you sign up for 8 years and get 2 free. Most of Chaori's didn't care. Only the commercial walkouts made him a little bit interested. 3 invitations, the cheapest $50, 000, the most expensive $100, 000. Although there are 2 crazy songs of high quality, but also riding on the 60th birthday celebration of the East Wind. But Zhou Rui after all is not a famous singer for many years. No exposure and no fame. The price is entirely in the quality of the work. And the celebration of the song on the plus side is quite reasonable. Nah, 3 commercials south of the sky. This money can't be earned. In addition, a person named Chu Yuqing, with a private email address, sent a separate email explaining the situation. He claimed to have been the one who had been liaising with Zhou Rui, which roughly means that the song was well received and fed back tons of business opportunities that found their way to him from the working group's channels in reverse. He had no right to decide these things for Zhou Rui, so he turned over all of them in his head, and it was up to Zhou Rui himself to decide how to judge them, as well as to follow up on the connection. Zhou Rui for Zhu Yaoqing to reveal their own mailbox thing, but did not care too much. After all, in the eyes of a normal person, this is money. Can Zhu Yaoqing still bite the bullet not to disclose it? That is not the pit of Rui. Unfortunately, no one knows that this money for the senior high school student Rui belongs to the carrot on the top of the head. Really can only look at it, cannot eat, at least until after the entrance exams. Zhou Rui closed his cell phone and suppressed his desire to walk around and make money, because he had an upcoming issue at hand that needed to be dealt with. A special situation that he intended. For example, knowledge that is welded into his brain gutter will cause him to get an outrageous score on a test. Chapter 48, It's better for everyone if we explain things clearly. While Zhou Rui was being bombarded by emails, the group of senior teachers at Qinghano, one middle school, were working overtime. It was close to late night outside, but all subject teachers were working overtime to correct this quiz paper so that they could talk about the paper as soon as possible. Huang Dui took a sip of chrysanthemum tea and suppressed the fire. Recently too tired to fire seriously. His mouth is full of bitter taste. Wiping his glasses, Huang Dui placed his Class 7 science composition paper in front of him and prepared to correct it. Your own class, ultimately, is a little more attentive and knows the level of each student. Since he had already changed 2 classes, he was fast, crossing his red pen in one stroke. Lu Xiubua. Well, it's still a mess. This kid. Pity. Wang Xiaoju. Slightly improved. Play well in the college entrance exam and you should be able to get into a 3rd grade. Song Bin. What is this writing? Xin Zhang. Ha? The first in the class. Huang Dui naturally concerned. The result is a big drop. Science 300 points. Physics accounted for 110. In the past, physics is Zhang Xin's strong point. Usually get more than 80 points. This last quiz actually fell off a cliff with only 60 points. This kid, shouldn't he? Did he get diarrhea during the exam? Huang Dui was puzzled. It even reminded him of Zhou Rui from the last quiz, who also saw his grades drop like a jump. The heart made up his mind to find Zhang Xin and his parents to chat. This point cannot be sloppy. By the way, it seems that Zhang Xin sat with Zhou Rui for the exam. Huang Dui turned over Zhou Rui's test papers and began to correct them, wanting to see if the boy had made any effort to catch up recently. And then the more it was criticized, the deeper the frown. Multiple choice questions. Alright. Fill in the blanks. Alright. Judgment questions. Alright. Applied questions. Alright. Ha? Huang Dui's body froze. Wait. Am I seeing things? Huang Dui hurriedly checked again. It's really alright. How is this possible? How is this possible? Huang Dui even wondered if he had been on fire too badly and was hallucinating. Almost simultaneously, on the other side of the room, from the math teacher, came an exclamation of surprise. Hey! I got a perfect score out of this. Let's see. Class 7. Zhou Rui. Is this kid among the top students in Class 7? I don't remember. Huang Dui stood up at once and asked hurriedly. Wait, a perfect score in math? Zhou Rui? The math teacher stroked his chin. He also felt outrageous. This last quiz, the difficulty, scope, the idea of the questions, and the college entrance exams cannot be too much difference. Can test full marks what concept? With nearly 10 million people taking the national college entrance exam each year, there are no more than 40 perfect scores in math. Every province can come out one. That is going to be on the news. And basically, they are all super top students from super prestigious schools. Whereas a small place like Qinghano, one middle school can come out. This is too good to try to get a perfect score in math. It's hard for me to take the test myself. No mistakes at all? There's no carelessness? Huang Dui took the test paper with a hand. A red check mark, which is particularly conspicuous. There is no second mark throughout. The most outrageous thing is that there are 2 different solutions written on the big question. Huang Dui hurriedly pulled out Zhou Rui's science paper and handed it to the chemistry and biology teacher. Gentlemen, please correct this one first. The two teachers also knew what Huang Dui meant and immediately started correcting Zhou Rui's test papers. Huang Dui also approached the language and English teachers and also asked them to find out Zhou Rui's to correct first. 10 minutes later. Chemistry teacher, Zhou Rui. Chemistry. Full marks. Biology teacher, biology. Full marks 2. Huang Dui felt his blood pressure rise. Language teacher, 135. Everyone froze and looked toward the language teacher, as if it was strange that Zhou Rui had a non-perfect score. The language teacher was speechless. The essay was so badly written that I deducted 15 points, but except for the essay, I didn't lose a single point on the other questions, especially the subjective question on the central idea. The writing is almost exactly the same as in the syllabus. The young English teacher also raised his hand and said, English 145. 5 points were also deducted from the essay that was so badly written, and the others, from listening to completion, didn't lose a single point. In the office, there was a lapse into apoplexy as all the teachers looked at me and I looked at you. The same conclusion bubbled up in their minds, but no one dared to say it. 750 full marks. Zhou Rui. Examined 730 points? TM's last year's National College Entrance Exam winner. Also only 715. He's 15 points higher than the national leader. So how is he not in heaven? Huang Dui is painfully aware that a student he was taught to be bad. It's over. The questions have been leaked. We've had a serious leak on this quiz. Go inform the security section. The crowd also realized the seriousness of the problem. Then someone whose class rank was in the teens, and recently even slipped into the 30s, who tested as a national high school senior. Obviously, it's a little more likely that there was a serious leak at Tsinghua 1. Underscore 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 underscore. The next morning, Zhou Rui woke up as usual, washed up and sat on the dining table of his home. Yao Pei served 2 bowls of white porridge on the table, and 2 pickles and 3 fried eggs. Zhou Rui ate while thinking that another $100,000 or so had arrived. Is it possible to contact the person who sold the house? Tsinghua County housing prices are not expensive now. The average price per square meter is more than 3,000. Tianhua Road 277 this side, but also cheaper, although the lot belongs to the city center, but really old. That house, the total price is only about 200,000 yuan. The other party to sell in a hurry, if you can still bargain. Zhou Rui was worried that the contact was late and the other party had sold. Eat breakfast. Yao Bailey and Zhou Rui downstairs together. She has something today, to go to the unit early. Zhou Rui does not matter. Anyway, it is to walk together 2 intersections, and then turn the corner yourself. You can go to the park to exercise to go. However, when he went downstairs, he saw 2 unfamiliar faces, standing at the bottom of the building, seemingly looking at the door number. A man was wearing a security uniform, and Zhou Rui looked familiar but couldn't name him. The other wore a plaid shirt and had the look of an old cadre. The 2 of them were also stunned when they saw Zhou Rui and Yao Pei who came down in company, not expecting to directly bump into each other. The old cadre-like man said, "It's MS. Yao Pei and Zhou Rui's classmate, isn't it?" Yao Pei nodded curiously. "I am." "You are?" Zhou Rui noticed that the man in the security uniform, seemingly without thinking, blocking the door of the unit. It's like preventing them from escaping. Are these people here to pick a fight? Silently, Zhou Rui surreptitiously fished out a wooden stick from the cluttered pile of an unknown house in the hallway and cupped it in his hand. Then he heard the plaid shirt say, "I am the director of teaching at Tsinghua No. 1 Middle School, Zhang Banking, and this is my work permit. Zhou has something going on at school, and I may need the 2 of you to come to the school to discuss it." At the end, looking towards the wooden stick in Zhou Rui's hand, he took a few steps backward and added, "Don't be impulsive, Xiao Zhou. Making things clear is good for all of us. After all, legally speaking, we even have the option to call the police. MS. Yao, you don't want Xiao Zhou to carry a case file either." Yao Pei directly tensed up. The director of teaching personally came to block the door, but also involved the police? What did Zhou Rui do? Murder and arson? Zhou Rui put down the stick. If it was the school, then he probably knows what's going on. Chapter 49, come on. Showcase. The director of teaching and learning drove directly to the car, and Yao Pei sat in the car without saying a word. The atmosphere was rather tense just now, and the director of instruction revealed a star. It turned out that his son had done so well on the test that it was thought that there had been a serious leak. Who to talk to about this? As for how many points were actually scored on the test, So much so that the school outright judged it to be a leak. The director of instruction didn't say. Yao Pei couldn't help but say, "My child did well on the exam. How does it have to be a leak? This child usually works very hard. What's wrong with a little improvement in grades?" The director of instruction sat on the passenger side, looked back at Yao Pei, and said leisurely, "Elevated to the level of a national college entrance examination scholar? Yao Pei, that really should be a leak. Rue, tell mommy, where did you know the test questions in advance?" Zhou Rue rolled his eyes to the sky. "Mom, you silky smooth stance changer," the director of instruction said in a serious tone. "Zhou Rue student, explain the problem clearly so that we can solve the problem. Don't worry, as long as you didn't steal it yourself, the school won't be overly punished in principle. But it's important for you to tell us where you got the exam questions." Zhou Rue looked out the window helplessly and chose to shut up. Explanations are useless, because that's what he intended to do. In the long run, he wasn't going to hide his clumsiness during the entrance exams, so why shiver and disguise himself when he had the chance to get those dazzling honors? It's like a goal set when you're first reborn: make a name for yourself, make money, and collect people. That being the case, it's important to give your mother and your school a little mental preparation before the official entrance exams, the school quizzes, just in time. But while he expected the school to approach him to confirm his grades, he didn't expect to be blocked right at the door. The only way to do that now is to prove yourself all over again. It's pointless to waste words with the director of instruction, and no one will believe you if you say it. Zhou Rue is not willing to say the source of the test questions. The director of the teaching painfully said, "Zhou Rue students, you confused are this point in time? With this small means, what is the use of it? You can cheat the teacher, cannot cheat the college entrance examination." A few people arrived at the school. At this time is the time of the school. There are many students to and from the school. Have looked over curiously. A school car, I think, probably a school director. Come down a student. Hey, there seems to be a parent? Director of instruction? What a big offense this is. So exuberant? The two of them were brought directly to the senior teachers group office by the director of instruction and the security guards, and it felt like the teachers of all subjects were waiting for Zhou Rue, a situation that made Yao Pei even more nervous. It was as if Zhou Rue was going to be fired the next second. Before and after, Huang Dui ran back. He was just being scolded by the principal. As soon as he saw Zhou Rue, he was furious. However, Zhou Rue, who had planned ahead, interrupted Huang Dui's precasting shake and also stopped the director of instruction from speaking. The book bag was thrown onto the desk in the office, and he sat down in a big horse, then took out his pencil pouch and sharpened his 2B pencil as he did so. "I know it's useless for me to explain anymore. Why don't we just be direct? I'll take the test again in front of everyone. One set of leaked questions. Not every set. Aren't there more papers?" Huang Dui, huh? This kid, is he hallucinating from the leak? Does he really think he's the top student? How can he be so tough? Doesn't know how to repent at all. Huang Dui suddenly even more angry. Sneered. Directly from the thick 3-5 tore off a blank physics problem paper. This paper he did not assign homework. The test has not been used, because for the students of Qinghe First Middle School is too difficult. Slapping the test paper in front of Zhou Rue, he said, "Then do it. I'd like to see how many points you can get." Zhou Rue also did not argue with the teachers and directly lowered his head and began to do the questions. Soon, everyone, including Huang Dui, the director of instruction, and the teachers of each subject, froze, because Zhou Rai is really doing it, and do it extremely fast. Shasha's writing sound is endless. Zhou Rue as if each question will not think in general. After a short reading and reviewing the question, he will directly start to answer, as if he has already done it 1,000 times. Science, especially the big questions, cannot be fooled. Copying the answer also have to write out the calculation process. Zhou Rue every big question is solved extremely smooth, rapid, and calculation speed is also very fast. In less than 20 minutes, Zhou Rue had finished writing an entire physics paper worth 110 points. Zhou Rue expressionlessly handed the physics paper directly to Huang Dui for him to check. Huang Dui actually do not need to check Zhou Rue while writing. He was next to the side while watching this paper, even if it is not a full score. Before and after the difference is not a few points. Only Yao Pei was unsure. She was not quite sure what level Zhou Rue was at after doing the physics paper in 20 minutes, and could not tell how many points the paper had. Apprehensive too. "Mr. Huang, you see my family a Rue this." The director of instruction and the teachers of each subject looked at Huang Dui in a stupefied manner. They seemed to be like witnessing a miracle being born. Huang Dui trembled. Wait. I'll change it now. I'll change it right away. Zhou Rui, however, reminded. Old Huang. You change first. I'm not idle. Other subjects also give me a paper. Or you guys must not be willing. Yeah. I'll get a sheet of math problems. I have a language paper here. And used. Yao Pei finally guessed something when she saw the teacher's attitudes. From the initial disappointment, to the later shock, and finally the current excitement. My son, turned into a genius? The director of instruction, who was on the sidelines, felt like he had gone from hell to heaven. In the morning, it was still a serious leak at the school. This is already a serious teaching accident. In less than an hour, it turned out to be the school has produced a student of the top rank of the college entrance examination. The plaid shirt was wet with sweat, and that was exciting. Teachers of all subjects didn't even go to class, and the few that did have classes had people going to inform the students to study first, fearing that they would miss this miracle. Since Zhou Rui was fast, everyone didn't have to wait too long. Of course, they wouldn't complain if they waited longer is all. The director of instruction is even more of a toilet person. Soon, a test paper was completed by Zhou Rui. After writing each one, the teacher of the corresponding subject will take it for correction, and then one outrageous score after another, and reveal to all. Physics, full marks. Math, full marks. Chemistry, full marks. A couple of science subjects, all of which were perfect scores except for biology, which deducted 3 points for one multiple choice question. Even the 3 points were deliberately written by Zhou Rui, who ultimately had to make some fluctuations to look like a human rather than a god, and deliberately wrote the wrong one. Can't have more than that, or shame on you. Language and English, on the other hand, scored perfect scores, just like the quiz, except for the essay, which was not as well written as last time, with 17 points deducted, and the English essay, which was deducted by 4 points. Combined score in all subjects, 726. When using a calculator to figure out this number, the head instructor's hands were shaking. So much so that the sound of a calculator is repeated over and over in the teacher's group office. Plus. 6. Chapter 50. One man is blessed and blesses the whole school. In the office, all the teachers double-checked, but no matter how many times they looked, they couldn't find any more mistakes. Just now, right here in this office, Zhou Rui had completed all the subject papers at an extremely fast speed, and had gotten a national college entrance examination top grade level score. At this point, an absurd thought came to the teachers of all subjects. So, he or she taught a national high school senior? Available. How did you teach yourself? It doesn't seem to be taught much, does it? The calculator that the head instructor finally put down, shakily removed his glasses and dried the sweat on them. I thought that this year only 6 classes have a Beijing University Tsinghua seedlings, is already the peak of the Tsinghua first school for decades. Now there's a Zhou Rui. If this is all true, so the senior teacher group is going to be rich. Tsinghua First High School is going to be developed too. Even the Clear Creek County Board of Education will be heavily honored. A line goes up the chain and all those involved are rewarded with accolades to put on their resumes. Although none of them seem to be doing anything. When he looked at Zhou Rui again, where was this suspected leak suspect? It's a living ancestor. No. This was all too magical. So magical that he wanted to confirm it again. So what, Mr. Huang Dui, do you have any other problem papers there? So that little Zhou Rui student to try again. The other teachers chimed in, and they too were as good as dreaming. Yes, I have other papers here too. Now on the contrary, Yao Pei was reluctant. And do what do? The sudden outburst startled those around him. My son has been doing papers since he got here. He hasn't even had a drink of water or gone to the bathroom for hours. What papers? The crowd then snapped and took a step back. Yao Pei looked at Zhou Rui, as if she wanted to reacquaint herself with her son. Her tone steeply softened. Your grades. When did you get so good? Zhou Rui pretended to recall. Maybe it's enlightened? I've been running in the park during morning and evening self-study lately, and every time I run, I feel extraordinarily clear in my head, and it feels like I've opened up the 2 veins of the caprices, and I've been able to see everything at once. Zhou Rui had to find a reason after all, even if that reason was outrageous. The fact that scores arrive in this category is no longer something that can be said about study methods and effort. Every year, 10 million candidates take the exam and there is only one top student. Every top student has different study methods, habits, and is different. This can only be explained And best explained, by talent. Yao Pei quickly accepted the fact that her son was a hidden supreme genius, and excitedly cupped Zhou Rui's head, feeling like she was holding a round pearl in the night. Worthy of being my son. How come you still have a hand in this? Zhou Rui struggled to. Last exam stayed up late. The state is not good. Mom, my hair is messed up. So many teachers are watching. Good. Mr. Huang. All the teachers. Thank you for teaching Rui so well. Huang Dui and a group of teachers sweating. This credit they really do not dare to take. But it seems like they're the only ones who can take the credit. Students with good talent under their hands are part of the pie in the sky. And this pie is particularly large. Large enough to the entire Qinghe First Middle School. Qinghe County Education Bureau and even above the City Education Bureau can shake 3 degrees. It's a blessing. Cho, are you hungry? I have snacks here. Cho, is it hot? I'll get you a fan. Are you going to the restroom? Cho, suffocated right. I'll give you then. In an instant, Zhou Rui was drowned in the enthusiasm of the teachers. On the other hand, the director of instruction jogged all the way out of the office, the keychain clattering on his waist, especially noticeable in the quiet corridors of the school building. Knocking on the principal's door, he immediately became excited to. Principal, our school has a top student in the college entrance exams. The old principal who was reading the newspaper was obviously stunned, and then with worry on his face, he said, Director Zhang, aren't you under too much pressure? The college entrance exam hasn't even been taken yet. How about I grant you 2 days of vacation? The headmaster immediately explained what had just happened, and after the principal double-checked that the other party wasn't talking nonsense because of stress, he sucked in 4 mouthfuls of cool air. So Zhou Rui, who was ready to go back to the classroom, appeared in the principal's office again. Along with them came Yao Pei and Huang Dui, while the other teachers had to go to class. After all, they couldn't ignore the other students because of Zhou Rui alone. Xiao Zhou drink tea. Zhou Rui looked at the principal in front of him, who had no impression in 2 lifetimes, and all he could think of was to ask when I could leave. Having said all that needs to be said, when do you think I can go back to class? Yao Pei said, this child really can't talk. The principal cares about you. Call the principal good. The principal also did not mind. Haha smile, really a love of learning children. Nothing, just called you to ask to see. You usually have any difficulties. The school will fully support you, to help you solve the problem. Zhou Rui shook his head. It's really nothing. The principal clapped his hands and said, then it's for encouragement. Qinghe no. One middle school has never been stingy to students with good character and academic performance. You mean? Scholarships. Zhou Rui stood in awe. Good principal. Not. Good principal. The principal immediately figured out how to deal with Zhou Rui. And if you can maintain this level in the official college entrance exam, there will be bonuses from Qinghe no. One middle school, bonuses from the County Education Bureau, and even the city will show something. That's much more than a scholarship. You know what I mean, right? The principal worked hard. Underscore 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 underscore. Senior class 6 is studying, and Li Wenxian was swiping her cell phone to surf the internet. Then cover your mouth and snicker. What is she laughing at, you ask? She's browsing the forums, reading people's comments on Starry Eyes Junior. In a few days, these 2 songs took advantage of the wind of celebrating the birth of China. A small fire on the internet. Li Wenxian had the intention to search. How could not find? Where is the full version of this song? How come all I've heard online are snippets and some of them are rehearsals for the choir? Supposedly it's a 60th anniversary bonus track, so music platforms haven't copyrighted it yet. So got some full lossy sound clips. This one is so good too. I've looped the clip hundreds of times. Who is Sin? Why haven't I heard of her? She has a nice voice. Ari is the one who's great. He's the one who writes the lyrics and arranges the music. Li Wenxian forced herself to hold back so that she didn't let out a giggle. The feeling was just too good. She only found out when she was surfing the internet in the morning. And then she got out of hand and actively searched for all kinds of Star Ocean news. The number was not large yet, mainly focusing on some forums. But it was enough for this little girl to be excited. She couldn't wait to share this with Zhou Rui and edited her text message to say, did you know that there's already talk of a sea of stars on the internet? Unfortunately, Zhou Rui didn't reply to her. Li Wenxian was wondering when the math teacher walked in with a smile on his face, clutching his lesson plan, the happiness on his face spilling out of his wrinkles. I don't know what kind of great joy I've encountered. The students were wondering what was going on when classes 5, 6, and 7 were studying in the morning. Math teacher under the hand out of a future high school student. Only feel refreshed. Look at the mountain is not a mountain. Look at the classroom is not a classroom. Even those naughty students in the class look a lot more smooth. Just sweeping to Li Wenxian. He thought, this little girl, after all, lost the throne of the first age than the top students. Genius is more horrible. Li Wenxian? Why did it feel like the teacher looked at me with pity in her eyes? Chapter 51, Dinner for 3. The school thing. Yao Peili excited bad. Directly in the unit asked for leave. Zhou Rui, on the other hand, returned to his class to continue his lessons. Although Zhou Rui didn't say anything about today's events, and the teachers didn't make a big deal out of it, everyone in the class clearly felt that the eyes of the teachers of the various subjects had changed when they looked at Zhou Rui. Eyes were sure to lock on Zhou Rui every few minutes, even glancing at Zhou Rui's reaction after some questions were spoken. This has added to Zhou Rui's problems, because he hasn't been listening much in class lately. He's usually busy with his own business, and now he has to respond to the teacher's affectionate gazes from time to time by nodding his head in a profound manner. It was as if the teacher wouldn't move on until he nodded. Weird atmosphere. Only one day have slept through the Lu Shubua have no sense of this. Zhang Xin, who used to be the most favorite teacher, is especially sensitive to today's changes, but he is now a little self-conscious. The results of yesterday's quiz were delayed. He was affected by Zhou Rui's failure to play yesterday, and he is anxious. Han Ziyin's onion-white fingers tugged at Zhou Rui's coat corner, handing over a note. Is everything okay in the morning? Zhou Rui responded to the English teacher's bewildered look before whispering in Han Ziyin's ear. Nothing, it's just that my identity as the top student in the college entrance exams has been exposed. Han Ziyin couldn't care less about the itchy numbness in her earlobes, and only felt a flash of surprise. Yesterday she was first in her class, and now you're the top student. Is Zhou Rui's step a little too big? Even if she had a kind of blind trust in Zhou Rui, her brain would hardly allow the processing to pass this kind of obviously unreliable statement. The top scholar of the college entrance exam, even if it's just a provincial scholar, that's the strongest one out of nearly a million. As a county-level high school, the best result in history is only a few years ago. Someone got into the National People's Congress. This year, it is said that there is a Kyoto University of Qingdao seedling, which is already breaking through the best level in history. The top student of the college entrance exam. Can we fit this Buddha in the small temple of Qinghano? One middle school? However, Han Ziyin didn't realize that this Buddha had grown up on his own and had little to do with the school, relying on his own efforts, and the help of the system's billion points. Zhou Rui took out his cell phone and sent a text message back to Li Wenxian, and then curiously searched the internet for posts related to the Starry Night himself. These days internet users are vocal, basically in blogs and various forums. The forum is barely readable. The blog can be said to stink, full of publicist garbage speech. So Zhou Rui wandered into the forum. A cursory look. Starry Night has indeed received widespread critical acclaim, and its pop style, and its status as a red song, has created a strong sense of contrast, and is highly topical. There are many posts asking who the songwriter is, and many praising Qian's voice. Of course, there are discordant voices. A small group of people accused the song of not being a red song at all, as red songs should be based on folk music and Chinese singing, full of people's and history's emotions, while a song like Starry Night is an anachronism and ruins the noble theme of red songs. This part of the old guard statement is true of any field in any era, and Shorai is not offended at all. Blaming computers for destroying a generation, blaming e-commerce for destroying the business environment, blaming electric cars for destroying the market, and blaming this and that are essentially nothing more than eyeballs, which is tantamount to I can't help but ask. The other part, however, spoke a little too harshly. Zhou Rui almost fainted from the stench of public knowledge, couldn't help but dislike it back. Not writing red songs and writing white songs for you guys? Unfortunately, it was just a lowly account with a messed up username that couldn't make a single ripple. After posting his comment, Zhou Rui was also helpless for a while. These days, a Hong Kong Island movie queen taking a picture at the Dahongmen Gate in the north of Beijing and praising a great man can cause countless publicists to rise up and attack her with obscenities. He counts a deuce. It's just a matter of saying that in this day and age, you can't get online. Would be pissed off at underscore 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 underscore. On the other hand, Yao Peili hummed a little song as she strolled through the food market. When I'm in a good mood, even the tomatoes at the grocery store are brighter than usual. Sis, coming to the grocery store so early today? Yao Pei was full of bright smiles. Today is a day off. Are your ribs fresh? How much is a catty? Fresh. Just arrived today. Sis, paddle one for you? Or for two? Yao Pei hesitated slightly in her mind and changed her words. 3 people eating, cut more, waiting for the meat. The hand underneath sent a message to some deadbeat, then put on his big smile again. Sis, what's good? So happy? Hey, nothing good. Just a treat for the kids' good grades. The vendor was also a familiar face, and curiously said, the college entrance exam is coming up soon, so the kid is under a lot of pressure, right? Not much, just a 700 or so on the test. Ha. Silver bell-like laughter. How can not stop? Yao Pei ready to go to buy another bouquet of flowers. Yao Pei left. The peddler looked to the side of the wife. 700 points, what concept? Calculate good and bad? How many full points? How can someone in our area score 700 on a test? That's probably a full score of 1,000, and 700 is just a little over the passing line. And rightly so. Yao Pei carried the dishes and hugged the flowers, and returned home. First tidied up the house in a happy mood, and then got busy in the kitchen. It would be late, 7 or 8 o'clock when the door of the room was knocked, and the visitor was indeed the tired and puzzled Zhou Weigang. Ray, what is it today? He was also carrying a cake in his hand, the very one Yao Pei had texted him to buy, and he had run through 3 stores before finding one that had it in stock. Yao Pei was in a beautiful mood, and even looked at Zhou Weigang more smoothly than usual, pretending to be careless. And nothing much? It's just that Rui's grades are very good, so we should celebrate and make the kid happy too. Zhou Weigang then reacted. Recently the factory is struggling. He almost forgot that Xiao Rui is going to take the college entrance examination. But look at Yao Pei's appearance. It seems that the situation is good. Yeah, that's something to celebrate. Rui's grades have improved again. Yao Pei ruffled her hair and said smugly, it's not so bad. It's just a random 700 or so on the test. It's my son after all. Zhou Weigang froze. Ha, the high school entrance exam now has a total score of 1,000? As a former techie, he went to college back in the day, but the rules and points were completely different than they are now. Yao Pei rolled her eyes. What 1,000 points? A perfect score of 750. Do you know what that means? Any school in the country, Xiao Rui can go wherever he wants. Zhou Weigang heard Yao Pei say what happened and realized what degree of miracle Zhou Rui had performed, soon giggling as well. Hey, no thanks to my son, inherited my intelligence. Yao Pei gently kicked Zhou Weigang. What do you mean your son? Have you ever accompanied him to do his homework for a day? You have the nerve to take credit. Zhou Weigang is not annoyed. Hey, my bottom is good. You cultivate good. Ha. I'm going to go downstairs to buy a bottle of wine. Wait for Xiao Rui to come back, our family to celebrate. With that, he wended his way downstairs. Yao Pei rolled her eyes to the sky and chattered. What our family? Who is family with you? We're back in 4-shift mode tomorrow, 1 chapter at 7 o'clock, 2 at 12 o'clock, and 1 at 6 o'clock. So stay tuned. Chapter 52, Home is 100 Colors of Flowers. While the excitement of the teachers group continued, Zhou Rui had already finished the day's lessons, and the evening study hall was still brightly skipped. No one should be able to talk about him in the future, neither the school nor his mother. After completing his evening workout for the day in the park, Zhou Rui wiped off his sweat and then walked in the direction of his home. When he returned home, he saw that Yao Pei and Zhou Weigang were both there, working together to fix a hearty dinner. Zhou Rui visibly froze. He hadn't had that image in his memories in either of his 2 lives, although Zhou Weigang would still appear in the life of Zhou Rui's mother and son from time to time. At least this scene in front of him could no longer be found in the memory for the reborn Zhou Rui. Maybe before elementary school? It wasn't exaggerated to the point that his eyes were moist like in the drama, but the corners of Zhou Rui's mouth were unconsciously curled up. Not to mention how precious it is to suffer together. Most people in this world are brought together by the good things that happen in their lives, big or small. Zhou Rui has created a good thing with this spike in grades. Zhou Weigang looked up and saw Zhou Rui and warmly entertained. Rui is here? Come in quickly. Zhou Rui was about to spit out a sentence. This is my home. Yao Pei's voice came from the kitchen. Both of you hurry and wash your hands. Zhou Weigang sneak up from under the table. Take up a bottle of Wu Liangyi. A greasy smile was flashed at Zhou Rui. Zhou Yuri knew what he meant. That said, it's certainly been a while since I've had a drink. Underscore 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 underscore. Li Wenxian locked herself in her room, crossed her legs, and swiped her cell phone. She had been searching all over the internet for information related to Star Ocean and Junior all day long, and with every post, she couldn't help but click through and even used her own account to dislike those who inexplicably attacked her. Outside the room, her mother's whining voice continued to come, and the joy in Li Wenxian's heart gradually faded a few points. This girl, been talking about going to Kyoto University for over a year now. Go to Beijing University. I don't know what's wrong with her, but she wants to go to Shanghai. It was the voice of her mother who was talking to her old sister on the phone, but it was actually speaking to Li Wenxian, so her voice was extra loud. Although Fudan University is also good, but the scoreline is quite a bit worse than Jingda University. Wenxian's grades are so good. Isn't it a pure waste? Who says it is not? Nonsense that the dust storms in the north of Beijing are uncomfortable, and something about being far away from home, and something about not being able to eat well. She's never been there, and I don't know where she got that information. Li Wenxian threw her cell phone to the side and buried her head in the pillow as the whole world went quiet. All the reasons, in fact, are false. There is only one real reason. She had never been to the north of the capital, but likewise she had never been to Shanghai. Both big cities were just as unfamiliar and apprehensive to her, having grown up in Xinhua County, but Chou Rai chose to go there, so she went with Chowri's choice. Underscore 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 underscore. Han Ziyin tightened the strap of her school bag, took a deep breath, and stepped into the darkened hallway. She was afraid of the dark, especially the old hallways at night, and the light in this building has been out for a long time. This was known only to her mother, who had always been with her growing up, and not even to her father, who had been away for a long time on a posting. But she hadn't spoken to her father once since she came to Xinhua County, and she didn't want to affect his work. After all, she wasn't the only one saddened by her mother's death. The moment she opened the door, Han Ziyin couldn't help but feel some disappointment in her eyes. The house was still dark, indicating that her father hadn't returned yet. Senior year is supposed to end late, and if I'm not back by this hour, I guess my father will be sleeping in the office again today. Taking out his cell phone, he did have a text message from his father, sent 5 minutes ago. Bruh, Dad's working late today. There's $50 on the table. Call that diner at the intersection. They have takeout delivery. I've already said hello. Han Ziyin took out a packet of instant noodles from the kitchen cabinet and quietly boiled boiling water. Replied, "Okay Dad. Don't worry. I'll take care of myself." The only sound in the dimly lit kitchen was the slight hum of the gas stove. Underscore 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 underscore. Gobble gobble gobble. Lu Xiubo grabbed a handful of hanging noodles and dropped them into the boiling pot. Watch as the noodles soften a little, blend into the water and lose their shape. Salt, message, bok choy. In that order, and the next step is to wait. With a bang, the door of the room was kicked open. Lu Xiubo turned his head expressionlessly to look, and the figure that had been drunk all day stumbled in. Bo, Abel. Lu Xiubo didn't respond to his father's roar, just turned off the fire in silence and walked out. Where's the wine? Didn't I tell you to buy wine? Lu Diquan fumbled eagerly in the cupboard, and bottles and jars were knocked over. Lu Xiubo pulled away slightly and said, "Don't look for it. I'm not going to buy you a drink." Lu Diquan became furious and pointed at Lu Xiubo. "Rabbit's son. I don't even listen to what I say. Give me your money. I'll go buy it myself." Lu Xiubo clenched his fists and said in a chilling voice, "I don't have any money." Lu Diquan said, "Do you think I don't know that you are fooling around outside? You can't make any money out there? What the hell are you doing? You can't read or study, and you can't make a name for yourself. What a waste. You've been raised for nothing." Lu Xiubo said angrily, "I can't earn money. You do? Don't I have to take classes?" Lu Diquan directly threw over a glass jar, which smashed on the wall behind Lu Xiubo and shattered all over the place. "Going to high school? My ass. What I regret most is paying for you to go to high school. Studying is useless. I should have let you go to junior college and work directly. Better than not being able to earn a penny now. When I was your age, I was already earning money to support my family." Lu Xiubo's face was ashen as he looked at the broken glass at his feet. What was stored in that bottle? were the dry noodle decks that he had collected as a child. 108 Generals of Liangshan. He was only missing 2 Tota Heavenly King Chao Gai and Jade Unicorn Lu Junyi to complete the set. But sadly, he probably won't be able to collect them all in his lifetime. Lu Xiubo squatted down and picked up the cards one by one. Some of them had already been stained by the dirty ground, but they were still neatly cupped in his hand. When he looked up again, Lu Diqing was already lying on the ground, asleep with the smell of alcohol. In silence, he lifted Lu Diqing to the bed. Lu Xiubo returned to the kitchen, only to find a pot of hanging noodles, has long been rotten into porridge. Underscore 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 underscore. Xin, that Qiankue didn't harass you again, did he? Inside the small, dimly lit room, Tong Xian twirled the leather strap in her hand, her voice not much of an undercurrent. There's no more. Tong Xian's mom fanned her worn-out fan as she said, "You said why are you so unintelligent and engage in online dating? That internet is full of liars." Tong Xian explained, "I really didn't talk to him as a friend, then just casually chatted a few sentences in the chat room, and I have absolutely no idea why he misunderstood it like that. You're going to be a big girl soon, and you're going to learn to read people. That's just a loafing hobo. Don't blame your mom for talking too much. Back then I listened to your dad's blind words, and that's why I've lived such a miserable life." Tong Xian's hand spinning the leather band lurched, and a wave of bitterness welled up from her heart. "Mom, stop. Dad can hear you in the back room. What's wrong with hearing? You can't let people tell you that you're not capable. A month's salary is just a pittance. Not enough to feed the family. And my girl is so beautiful that she has to think twice about adding a dress." Instead of restraining her voice, Tong Xian's mom's voice became sharper. "You're looking for. Just be sure to find a capable one. Save yourself from a life of misery. Like that Xiao Zhou we met the other day. If you're friends with him, I'm all for it. Xin, don't think I'm talking too soon. You'll have to start looking in college. A capable man won't wait for you. When a girl is young, it's only a few years." Tong Xian was aggrieved in her heart, but she couldn't say why. She didn't know how to rebut her mother, or even what she was having a hard time with. It's a long night, and each family has its own flower in its eyes. Chapter 53, Prelude to Riches. Dividends of the Age. Sneakily, Zhou Rui became the number 1 in his grade in Xinghano 1 middle school, which was, of course, only one of the most insignificant things, represented by the 730 points. The good news, for now, has only been circulated to a small extent. As the college entrance exams are approaching, the exams usually do not announce the rankings, and most of the students only know their own grades and the grades of their friends around them. But with such a king bomb as Zhou Rui in Xinghano 1 middle school, it's unclear how long the school administration and the teachers group can hold their tongue. In the 2 days that followed, Zhou Rui was not affected and thundered to get up early and work out, trying to get the new words as soon as possible. Word quest, strong body, current progress, 24 out of 100. Word quest, inspiration, current progress, 62 out of 100. Word quest, perseverance, current progress, 20/100. Zhou Rui gasped violently, his lungs no longer burning as intensely as before, and his heartbeat had been maintained at a reasonable level. This was the effect of his workout over this period of time, and although the system words had not been updated, his cardiorespiratory capacity had indeed strengthened. However, as his fitness increased, it took him longer and longer to reach his limit, break through, and then maintain it, so he added hit sports, also known as bobbing, to accelerate his exertion. In this day and age, bobbies were a novelty, so the grandparents walking in the park would look sideways every time, sensing that the kid had some kind of serious illness. In addition, Zhou Rui found a new change in the system. That was the display of the focuser phrase within the system, and at the far left end of the text, a splash of green actually appeared. It's the edge of the 2 crosses, then a place inside. In the earliest days when he had just obtained the word, the system had prompted Zhou Rui for the focuser word, which could be upgraded by relying on consuming focus and using focus time. However, there had been neither any indication of progress nor more specific instructions, so Zhou Rui could not perceive it. Until today, Zhou Rui finally realized what the so-called upgrade is. The word is changing from white to green. If I had to say, maybe a 5%, 10% progress? Zhou Rui isn't so sure, but it's a good start. I don't know what kind of changes the self-upgrading word will eventually produce. It's worth being happy. As usual, He went to the bathhouse to take a $5 shower, and as Zhou Rui dried his short hair and prepared to go to school, he received an email. The emails in this mailbox are basically related to music, so Zhou Rui has always attached great importance to it. Ignoring those various so-called cooperation emails, Zhou Rui directly clicked on the Zhu Yaoqing email. Slightly sweeping through, Zhou Rui's heart stirred. Colored ringtone business? This word is a bit distant from Zhou Rui, and after a little recollection, he remembers that this is a very important music business in this era. Color ringtone business is a subcategory of telecommunication business, which is handled by the color ringtone companies of telecommunication companies. It's the most common dripping sound when answering/calling, replaced with music. It appeared earlier, but has only become hugely popular in the last few years, because of the rise of the draft, Supergirl, Happy Boy, Good Boy, and The Future The Voice and so on. It can be said that the talent show occupies the front and back of the 10 years of variety show supremacy. This has also given rise to a unique market that is less conspicuous, but makes musicians a lot of money, the color ringtone market. It was also the first paid music market to become active in the country. Zhou Rui vaguely remembers seeing the news in his previous life. 3 years later, The Voice of the Four Tutors, appearance fees ranging from 5 million to 20 million, has stunned the entertainment industry at the time. The results of a calculation, color ringtone share business, actually per capita income of more than 100 million. All the contestants' songs in the program, the mentors are occupying the colorful ringtone share, and it's down to so many sessions, so many contestants, so many works. It's really just sitting around and counting the money. That's why all the big names in the music industry want to be mentors. Why do the contestants have to be miserable even if they don't have a face? It's all business. Never mind the fake crying and misery on stage. A lot of people can't even keep their clothes on in front of money. The rules of the colorful ringtone business are also very simple and straightforward. Very much in the style of the telecom company, not to be petty. The consumer pays $2. The copyright holder gets half. That means that if 1 million people use the ringtone, then the copyright holder gets $1 million in pre-tax income. You don't have to walk around. You don't have to do concerts. You don't have to eat with the gold masters. Just sit at home and wait. Simple, brutal and effective. Looking at the then Zhou Rui staggered. It's definitely a dividend of the times for musicians, even if it's a short-lived dividend. Let's just say that in this day and age, paid music is still a novelty, and the market isn't monopolized by giants. So pricing, splits, and the treatment given to copyright holders is far too generous compared to the future. Quite a barbaric growth of the meaning of the telecom does not care about this small money. Zhu Yaoqing's email. That is to say, due to the Starry C and Junior wide range of singing, coupled with the 60th birthday period, the telecommunications company has its own mission. So its color bell company wants to contact Airy, and found him again. So the color ring company wanted to contact Airy and found him again. Sending an email to Zhou Rui is to notify this matter. And if Zhou Rui is interested, give him the contact information. And the color bell company side will follow up and contact him. Interested? So damn interested. The earnings from the color ring business will definitely reach a thrilling level. Why? Because Starry Night and Junior are red songs. Telecommunications companies are on a mission. How many civil servants, enterprises and public organizations in the country? Their color bells, all semi-automatic and uniformly set, the cost of which goes directly to the uniform reimbursement. You know what I'm talking about? We also have to count the natural consumers due to the popularity of the song. Although the color bell company will cooperate with all the songs in Singing for the Birthday of China at one time, but Starry Night and Teenager, after all, is one of the brightest songs put into the color bell. Listen to it is also more pleasing to the ear than others, is not it? After reading the email, Zhou Rui was greatly energized. After thinking about it, he immediately sent 2 text messages to Li Wenxian and Songbin to book a small meeting at lunchtime. He has big news to inform. A morning class, Zhou Rui, in addition to responding to the burning eyes of the teachers, are immersed in their own joy. Lunch break at noon. Converge Li Wenxian and Songbin to a corner of the cafeteria. Boss, is there another new work to record? I recently bought some new equipment. Zhou Rui shook his head and said, there were a lot of things going on in the first few days of the quiz, so I just happened to summarize it today, and it's about the income from the 2 songs. Upon hearing that it was mentioning money, Li Wenxian and Songbin were both a little unnatural. Not yet entering society, they instinctively had some embarrassment about the distribution of benefits. Zhou Rui, however, ignored the awkward expressions of the 2 and took out a pen and paper, writing as he did so. The first income you all know. The copyright income of Starry Night into Singing for the Birthday of China is 57,800. And what is said afterward is the after-tax amount, because it is an official call, and it is directly deducted. The two nodded. This was already a huge amount of money for a high school student, even if Songbin's family was well-funded. But at that time, his parents' money and the money he had earned himself were two different things. This money went Qian's part in my this deposit. Songbin your I have played over, and then it is a few days ago and there are two accounts. One is the juvenile into the royalties, the same as 57,800. One is the Starry Sea scattered, the copyright royalties of the units around the world. A time of 1,000. The first total is 98,000. Li Wenxian suspected that she had misheard. How much? 98,000 plus? Almost $100,000? Is music so profitable? Two songs have generated almost $200,000. Zhou Rui laughed. What's so surprising? This is just the first. In the future, the units use royalties to settle once a month, at least until October and more. And Junior will also generate this income after. And it's just beginning. Chapter 54, Thoughts open up a bit. Zhou Rui signaled Li Wenxian and Songbin to be at ease and said, these two incomes, according to the previously set ratio, Songbin has 12,690, Li Wenxian has 15,580. I'll turn around and put Songbin's you to your card. Wenxian's temporarily exist in my place, but you'd better run a bank card yourself, and think of a way to steal the ID card. More numbers than last time had made the two men wince a bit, if not before Zhou Rui sternly talked to them about the distribution of proceeds. It is estimated that the duo will have to shrug off the fact that there is too much money for them to be worthy or something like that. However, the real big head of Zhou Rui has not yet been said. The above are small money. Songbin, in particular, still has a cut that is nowhere near enough to cover the money he makes for his equipment. The two of you plus the first time, almost one person earned about $2 say no more, say no less. But in the morning I received a cooperation invitation. Color Bell, you know it, right? Li Wenxian raised her small hand and said, I know, $2 a song. My color ringtone is Jay Chao song. Zhou Rui nodded, and then told the two of them roughly what happened in the morning's mail. Then said, this is what is called awesome. I estimate that just the color bell alone may generate 1 million level of income. Songbin froze for a long time, rubbed his feet and stomped back a few steps. Millions? Boss, isn't that too much? Zhou Rui thought a bigger number I have not said. 1 million is also 1 million level. 9 million is not also? The main thing is that he is also the first time since the two lives. The color bell business of the ability to absorb money in the previous life is just heard, but not real contact. Worried about their own figures say big like bragging. Li Wenxian also felt a little weak in the legs. She felt like she couldn't even sell herself for so much money. This is a number that is really too stressful for high school students. The abnormality of the two men caught the attention of the other students in the cafeteria, and Zhou Rui hurriedly greeted them as they sat down. Called you here? On the one hand, you have the right to be clear about the source of income and expectations, and on the other hand, it is also so that you have a preparation in mind. Don't look like a no-good. Millions of which I also take the lead. I'm not panicked, you panic what? Li Wenxian pinched her fingers and said weakly. Zhou Rui, with so much money, if the family finds out, will they scold us? Zhou Rui had a question mark on his face. What kind of logic are you using? Scold you? Scolded you for earning money for your family? It's just that you really can't tell your mom for a short period of time, at least if it's after the entrance exams. She'll suffer from this note now and even stop you from continuing to sing. So I'd like to have a note by then. Li Wenxian hurriedly nodded. She listened to Zhou Rui for everything. After thinking about the future, the three people who had just finished talking about the $1 million business lowered their heads and started to eat in the cafeteria. This tomato and egg soup was good today. Thick enough. Earned it. While the lunch break was still going on, Zhou Rui aired another call. Hello? Hello? Which one? A middle-aged man's voice came from over there. Zhou Rui said, you have a house for sale over there at 277 Tianhao Road, right? I saw the for sale ad you posted and called to inquire about it. The voice on the other side was obviously more energized and said, yes, I'm the one selling the house. You're interested, aren't you? We sincerely want to sell. Zhou Rui asked. The advertisement doesn't say the price. How much is the offer from your side? The other side seemed to cover the phone and discuss with someone for a while before saying, 3,000 a square meter. 60 property license area. Total price 180,000. Zhou Ruwei frowned slightly. 3,000 a square meter. It is not unacceptable. The turnover of 277 Tianhao Road is very low, so there is no standard price reference. But Zhou Ruwei feels that there should still be some moisture in it. Zhou Ruwei remembers his previous life in 2009. To go to school in Shanghai, the average price there is already 2 or 3 million a flat. Good house is more expensive. And at this time the Qinghe County, the new opening house is also more than 3,000 a flat. The home at 277 Tianhao Road is old and certainly not at this price. But it doesn't matter. It's just the first communication on the phone and there's no reason for people to come up and give a reserve price. Are you the owner? Is there a mortgage? There's no mortgage. There's no loan. And the owner is my father. But I can make the call. Unfortunately, the other party is not in Qinghe County right now, but in Deep City. So Zhou Ruwei and the other party agreed to meet up when they came back. Then hung up the phone and went back to the classroom. Underscore. Because of Zhou Ruwei's soaring grades, the school suspected a leak. And although it was eventually found out that this was not the case, the distribution of the mini exam papers and the lecture on the questions was indeed delayed by a few days. Today is the day to speak about the roles. Huang Dui puts all the papers on the podium, reads a name, and goes up to a student to collect his or her paper. When he read Zhou Ruwei, Huang Dui gave Zhou Ruwei a smiling expression, as if he was looking at his lover, and diaphragmatized Zhou Ruwei. After returning to her seat, Han Ziyin sneaked a look at Zhou Ruwei's paper, and she still remembered that Zhou Ruwei had once put down a boast that he would take first place in the whole school. But when he saw Zhou Ruwei's science synthesis test paper, which had a big 300 written on it, he was still visibly lost in thought for a moment. This is it? A perfect score? Zhou Ruwei scored a perfect score in science? Zhou Ruwei also took a look at Han Ziyin's. The other party had more than 260 points in science, which also belonged to a fairly high degree, especially its chemistry, which had taken the first prize in the national competition, as well as a perfect score. Zhou Ruwei whispered, "Serious test this time?" Han Ziyin nodded and said, "It's not good to go too long without using your brain, so I did it seriously for once. But how did you get a perfect score?" "A little effort, plus 99 parts talent." Before Han Ziyin could detach herself from her shock, she suddenly reacted to something. "So what will your overall score be? Which university in Shanghai are you going to apply to?" Han Ziyin looked at Zhou Ruwei expectantly, and when Zhou Ruwei said Fudan University, her whole body was wrapped in a huge surprise. Fudan University. Zhou Ruwei will also go to Fudan University. Will the two be more than just in the same city in the future, or even at the same university? Before Zhou Ruwei in Han Ziyin's home as a guest, he revealed that he would go to Shanghai, which already made Han Ziyin heart leap, and now even more will be in the same school? Han Ziyin felt dizzy, and Zhou Ruwei smiled and waved his hand, signaling that this is a base drill. Do not 6. Zhou Ruwei had actually counted himself as detached from the intense study of his senior year of high school after possessing the scholarly boss phrase, and his current state was somewhat similar to that of Han Ziyin, who had been guaranteed a place in the school. So even if he went crazy for 30 days from now on, it wouldn't affect the final result. So when Huang Dui talked about the roles, Zhou Ruwei didn't even bother to listen. Huang Dui looked at the stage. Zhou Ruwei, obviously distracted, suddenly had a kind of worry. He did not realize that Zhou Ruwei's knowledge is welded in the brain groove. Want to forget it. He was worried that the boy had become diffident, leading to negligence before the college entrance exams. The senior student was a nerve, and once he slacked off, the impact would still be great. Although Zhou Ruwei's current score, slipping a few dozen points, still national universities randomly pick, but can take a national college entrance examination. Why not? But according to Zhou Ruwei's current level, there really doesn't seem to be much of a chance for him to listen carefully. After all, if Huang Dui went on by himself, he might not even do better than Zhou Ruwei in the exam. Watching Zhou Ruwei writing and drawing to himself, Huang Dui suddenly had a brilliant idea. Ideas open up all of a sudden. It's almost time for the college entrance exam. I've covered most of the questions dozens and dozens of times, and you've all heard them dozens and dozens of times. So sometimes it's time for a change of mind, a different way of thinking. All the students looked curiously at Huang Dui, not knowing what he meant. Today I'd like to try and get the high achievers themselves up on stage, to come and give you his thoughts on solving problems, some of which may be different from the student's point of view, than thinking about them from the teacher's point of view. Zhang Xin, once the first in his class, silently straightened his clothes. Is it my turn? But I heard Huang Dui say, There is a student in our class who has surged and soared to heaven and earth this quiz. Ahem. In short, he's improved a lot. Zhou Rui, come up here and tell everyone about your problem-solving ideas. Zhou Rui, who was writing a song, looked up blankly. Chaori? What do you mean? What do you mean? Chapter 55, More Little Teachers in Class 7. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of pairs of eyes, in unison, looked at Zhou Rui. There was bafflement, disbelief, and disbelief. Zhou Rui subconsciously hid the sheet music into the belly of the table, then stood up blankly. Huangdui, Zhou Rui, come up here and give us a lecture on the multiple choice section of physics. Zhou Rui thought to himself, what the hell is Huangdui up to again? I'm a school teacher. Can't you let me have some peace in class? But there was nothing for it but to pick up his roll and walk to the podium in full view of the crowd. The red 300 was too conspicuous, so Zhou Rui secretly folded off the corner. On the podium, Zhou Rui looked at the class from an unfamiliar perspective. No matter in his past life, he had never seen his classmates from this angle. If standing still doesn't count. Zhang Xian with a displeased face, the inexplicable LV Shubo, Songbin with a face full of admiration, and Tong Xian with a mind that was hard to guess. Huangdui, who had retreated to the side, stretched out his hand and encouraged Zhou Rui to continue. Zhou Rui took a deep breath and could only open his speech with a stiff upper lip. Ahem. Let's start with the first question. It is known that a small ball A hits a large ball A with an initial velocity of 5 meters per second. At first, Zhou Rui was a bit unable to find the rhythm of his speech, but soon, he seemed to have adapted to the situation of speaking from the teacher's perspective. The language is getting smoother and the ideas are getting clearer. This knowledge, originally welded in his head, even Huangdui, understanding may not be deeper than him. The most crucial thing was that there was an ability that Zhou Rui had never cared about in the scholar phrase that was coming into play. Increase the appeal and persuasiveness to students. Among the many bonuses of the schoolmaster, this one was the one that Zhou Rui cared the least about, and had never shown a concrete effect, but at this moment, it had played out by mistake. The dozens of students below suddenly realized that Zhou Rui's explanations were extremely well organized, especially easy to understand, and as if they had magic powers, causing them to involuntarily focus their attention on Zhou Rui. Even those who usually often deserted, stared unblinkingly at Zhou Rui, their brains unconsciously following Zhou Rui's words to think and run. It was as if Zhou Rui's language had magic powers, so when you take the test, you should be able to quickly determine that the answer to this question can only be negative. So options A and D are ruled out. And if it's a blindfold, then the percentage of correct answers goes from 25% to 50%. Han Ziyin's eyes flooded with adoration. She would always believe that Zhou Rui would shine, but she would also always be surprised by Zhou Rui's light and leap for joy. This question majors on the momentum equation. We can just list the equation on paper. Zhang Xian was quite disconcerted at first, whether it was his own arrogance or the skirmishes he had with Zhou Rui in recent times, all of which had made him irritated with the man, even listening with the attitude of looking for a fight. But gradually, Zhang Xian found that Zhou Rui really understands each question extremely thoroughly, and touches on multiple solutions. Surprisingly, even he felt that he had benefited from checking and filling in the gaps, and gradually he listened. This question is a giveaway. Straight up right-hand spiral law. Tong Xian's seat is more forward. At this time, looking at Zhou Rui's confident face, but also a moment to look dumbfounded. But when he thought of his mother's words that night, his heart was darkened and a sense of condemnation came over him. The last question was more difficult and examined the understanding of angular velocity. LV Shubo, with a complicated face, looked at Zhou Rui on the stage. He wasn't sure how this former friend did it, but in his heart, he was happy for Zhou Rui. But when I saw the double-digit grade on my paper, there was no reason for a twinge of anger. Anger at myself. Crumpling the paper into a ball, Lu Shubo stopped listening and plopped down on the table, choosing to sleep. It's as if you can never get enough sleep. Zhou Rui's language seems to have magic power, but in the end, it's not magic, and those who don't want to listen, in the end, won't listen. After talking about all the multiple choice questions, Zhou Rui's heart was relieved. Not that he was nervous, but his mouth didn't stop and he was a little dehydrated. Turning his head to look at Huangdui, he inquired with his gaze, "Am I allowed to go down?" Unexpectedly, Huangdui suddenly snapped his hands and said in a loud voice, "Good. Speaking very well. You tell the later ones together as well. Zhou Rui, is this right for you?" In fact, this time to let Zhou Rui on the stage to talk about the problem. but also Huang Dui's an attempt. If Zhou Ruwei spoke poorly, or stumbling, then even if Zhou Ruwei is the future top student of the college entrance examination, he will not let Zhou Ruwei to continue, or even interrupt in the middle of the day. After all, he had other students to answer to. However, he found that Zhou Ruwei's speech was too good, in-depth, touching, and will even come with some examination techniques. The most valuable thing was that, as if because of the novelty of this mode, all the students were highly concentrated, and he had just been observing that, except for a few who had completely given up, all of them listened attentively, more attentively than if he had gone up to speak himself. That would allow Zhou Ruwei to learn from the past and maintain his form, and at the same time raise the level of the rest of the class. So why not? At this point in senior year, it may be time to switch things up and let the students experience something new. Zhou Ruwei repeatedly confirmed with Huang Dui. The other party still insisted that he continue to speak. Eventually it simply stopped struggling. You asked me to speak, so I'm not polite. Knock, knock, knock. I'm going to get to the point next. This is a giveaway question. How many times have you all done this? Zhang Xin, stand up. Tell me how to solve this problem. You guys are the worst class I've ever led. If anything, lecturing an entire physics class as a student is odd enough. Then in the second math class, after the math teacher exchanged some words with Huang Dui and then pulled Zhou Ruwei up to let him talk about the math paper, he was already numb. We mean, do I get a share of the teacher's salary? The math teacher was also holding a try attitude at first, and he would immediately interrupt Zhou Ruwei if his speech didn't work. I ended up listening for 10 minutes and realized that Zhou Ruwei spoke better than him. It made him even resist opening his lesson plan and recording some details that he hadn't realized before. One could only say that the system's scholar phrase was too perverse. Midway through, a silhouette stood in the hallway, looking towards the classroom for a while with his back hand on the sidelines, before meeting eyes with Zhou Ruwei on the podium. It's none other than the principal of Qinghe First High School. Zhou Ruwei was just about to complain about being dragged into a stronghold when he saw the principal showing him an award certificate from afar. It says, rewarded with a scholarship of 20,000 RMB for the student Zhou Ruwei. Then he gave Zhou Ruwei an I know you smile. It's one of those things where you've completely figured out how to deal with Chorai. Zhou Ruwei nodded and said, it's nothing to be tired when you help your classmates. Guo Sheng, cross your fingers and go stand at the back door. Students in the back, take a note. A good memory is better than a bad pen. Come. I'll slightly take 5 minutes of everyone's time between classes. Class will be dismissed after this question. Chapter 56, Ludiquan. Zhou Ruwei felt his mouth dry. He had really said too much today. Can't get it. Can't get the whole thing. I'm not really a teacher. I'm just a student. Huang Dui handed a cup of tea. Said, warm the old to know the new well. And you talk about the problem. The following students accidentally very seriously. You yourself also win the review once. Can't see that you still have the talent to be a teacher. Zhou Ruwei rolled his eyes. It's really not you guys trying to be lazy? Huang Dui said righteously. How can that be? Am I such a person? Zhou Ruwei skimmed the tea with the lid of his cup and took a small sip. Yuck! The spat out the tea dregs. That look is already an old teacher. I don't care. Once in a while is fine. I can't sub for you again tomorrow. By the time he left the campus, Zhou Ruwei was the last of the group. It was completely dark. There were only a sparse number of bitter seniors at the entrance to the school, and the dim light at the entrance to the school illuminated the way home for the schoolchildren. Did you hear? Senior Class 7 had most of their classes today. All taught by one student. What do you mean? It's just that one student seems to have gotten so good grades that the teacher just made him lecture on papers for several classes. Really? I don't believe it. Two female high school students hold hands and talk about the gossip of the day. A little whisper reached Zhou Ruwei's ears, and Zhou Ruwei skimmed his head, not wanting to be recognized. Which one? Just that Zhou Ruwei from Class 7, the one who's quite handsome. Chaori's head skimmed back and he held his head high. Yes, that's right. Unfortunately, it was so dark that the two girls didn't realize that the conversation starter was right next to them. For the daytime outrageous substitute class experience, when out of the campus at that moment is, Zhou Ruwei heart will be relieved. Around the same time it's just less time to copy songs, and if it helps the class improve their grades a little bit, it's not so bad, and it also penalizes Guo Sheng, as well as naming Zhang Xin to come up and do the questions. 3 birds with one stone. He naturally reacted afterward. He was able to subdue the class and make them listen with an attitude more serious than that of treating the teacher. It should be the subsidiary effect of the schoolmaster phrase that had kicked in. The teacher's willingness to continue to let him lead after that also had something to do with the class being super serious. At least when it comes to targeting students as a group. Zhou Rui looks like a master of contagion. Or a master speaker. Kind of an interesting experience. 2. Zhou Rui violently heard a scream coming from not far away. He immediately turned his head to look. It was from the two girls who had just chatted about him. On the path, a scruffy figure, reeking of alcohol, stopped the duo. Do you know my son? Have you seen my son? Zhou Rui frowned and looked back in the direction of the school's security room. Unfortunately, it was already a few hundred meters away from the school, so it was unlikely that that side would notice the situation, and it really wasn't under their control. The figure didn't come forward to make a move, but just drunkenly stopped the two female high school students from leaving. My son's name is LV Shubwa. Can you call him out for me? Just tell him that his father is looking for him. The two girls were crying out. We don't know each other. School was over a long time ago. There's no one at school. Don't come over. The figure was about to say more when a hand tapped on its shoulder. Uncle Lu, are you here to pick up Lu Shubwa from school? Zhou Rui said while winking at the two girls, signaling them to hurry. The two girls had long since freaked out and ran away without looking back, their school bags clanking and banging. Lu Dequan looked back and felt that Zhou Rui looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't name him for a moment. I think he's a friend of my son's who used to hang out with him. You're the... What Ray again? Chou Rai. Lu Dequan clapped his hands. Oops. Right. You're Shubwa's good friend. Zhou Rui. You even came to our house. You help uncle to go get Shubwa out. You can say that his father is looking for him. Something's up. It's urgent. Zhou Rui leaned back slightly, avoiding the strong odor of inferior alcohol in the other party's mouth, and shook his head. Uncle LV, school has long since ended, and LV Shubwa should have already gone home as well. Why don't you go home and look for it? At this time, only Zhou Rui and Lu Dequan were left in the alley, and the father of this close friend suddenly grabbed Zhou Rui's hand, as if he was afraid that Zhou Rui would escape, making Zhou Rui frown slightly. He didn't go home. I'm looking for him from home. This brat must have gone off to fool around somewhere again. Zhou Rui, you have to help uncle look for Shubwa. Zhou Rui sighed. I even saw him at school this afternoon. He might go back later. Lu Dequan became more and more agitated. No. This brat hasn't been home for days. He must be fooling around somewhere else. Xiao Zhou, you're his good friend. You must know where he is, right? You take uncle there. Uncle has something important to find him. Zhou Rui said helplessly. I've been in recent contact with him. Contacted a lot less. I really don't know. Lu Dequan drunkenly said, not right. I heard people say, he and a few friends in the car modification. Not with you? Don't you two play together now? Zhou Rui recalled the previous wonton stand. As if LV Shubwa did mention this matter. He said he was ready to completely let go of his studies. The better to go to the road to work in a friend's auto repair store. To learn a trade. I even advised him myself. Lu Dequan, it seems to be called something. Xintai Auto Repair. On Pingjiang Road. Hiccup. Or Xizhiang Road. LV Shubwa. Has it started even before graduation? Seems to sleep all day during the day. Is it because you're working at night? Suddenly, Zhou Rui became curious and worried about Lu Shubwa's state as well. He hesitated slightly. But when he thought of that night when he was blocked by Hao, the way Lu Shubwa rushed up without hesitation. Pingjiang Road and Xizhiang Road. Seems to be all together. Go have a look. And Lu Dequan, this state. Cannot stay here. Stay here, he also want to make trouble. The students to and from just less. Not no. Uncle Lu, tell me about that vaporizer. Which XIN and which Thai? I'll look it up online. LV Dequan was overjoyed at his words and grabbed Zhou Rui's arm to, Xiao Zhou, I knew you would help uncle. It's not the same as those fox friends of Su Bo. Hiccup. You're Su Bo's true brother. Zhou Rui didn't respond. It was really because the taste of Lu Dequan's mouth was too unpleasant. Moreover, LV Dequan had been afraid that Zhou Rui would run away, and was dead set on holding his hand. And his greasy sweaty hand made Zhou Rui very uncomfortable. If, however, the man wasn't his friend's father, Zhou Rui might have beaten him up on the spot. The older I get, the more I can understand. Not all elders deserve respect. Chapter 57, Xintai Auto Repair. The so-called Four Rivers Road and Pingjiang Road are two parallel roads, both of which are on the more marginal parts of Qinghe County. There are not many residential areas around here, but it is a necessary area for vehicles to enter and exit Qinghe County, so it is reasonable to open the auto repair store here. At night, this area becomes particularly depressed. There are not many pedestrians on the street, only a large and small trucks whizzing past, and a few kilometers away from the lively commercial street is a world of difference. Xiao Zhou, haven't you arrived yet? Uncle is thirsty. You buy uncle a bottle of wine. Since 10 minutes ago, Lu Diquan had been repeating this sentence. It can be called perseverance, just like a repeater. And it seemed that it was getting longer and longer since the last time he drank, and instead of gradually sobering up, Lu Diquan's mental state was getting worse and worse. Alcoholism, as much as it is a bad habit, is actually a serious medical condition. It's not just a love of alcohol, as the average person thinks, but a serious disease in the deepest cases. They don't get sober when they stop drinking, but rather have a withdrawal reaction similar to that of an addiction as they stop drinking. The pain is excruciating and destroys sanity. Instead, the only way to ease it a little is to drink. But if you don't get over the withdrawal reaction and keep indulging, the addiction will get bigger and bigger until the person is completely wasted. The long-term effects of alcohol on the brain can cause alcoholics to be cognitively, behaviorally, physically, and socially functioning, all of which are severely damaged and knowingly uncontrollable. There are many examples of wives being separated and families being broken up. In a narrower sense, it can be understood as a madman. In his previous life, although Zhou Rui knew that Lu Xiubo's father was drunk on a daily basis, he was not sure to what extent Lu Diquan's alcoholism had reached, and he himself had not come into contact with other alcoholics, and at this point, Ludquin seems to have developed a withdrawal reaction, his eyes red and snotty. Apparently, his symptoms are of the extremely severe kind. Just as the two of them were about to arrive at Pingjiang Road, Zhou Rui keenly sensed Lu Diquan's abnormality. Zhou Rui had previously thought that Lu Diquan would become more and more lucid, but he didn't expect it to backfire. In the darkened cavern of the bridge, "Cho, buy uncle a bottle of wine, please. You must have some pocket money. I'll ask Lu Xiubo to pay you back. I'll make him work for you." Zhou Rui silently pulled away from Lu Diquan. "I've got money, just didn't bring it out. My family has money. You buy a bottle of wine for uncle first. What's wrong? You don't want to? Do you still have uncle as an elder in your eyes?" Getting more and more agitated, Lu Diquan reached out to grab Zhou Rui, but was lightly dodged and rolled himself on the ground. Lu Diquan did not immediately climb up, but the evil dog pounced on the same, ran to the corner of the bridge and a pile of garbage rummage. After a long time, really gave him a cloudy bottle. He did not care about the dirty, directly unscrewed and sent to the mouth. Nay, no matter how much shaking, not a single drop fell into his mouth, and the empty bottle had been thrown away for who knows how long. Snap! The sound. Lydia Quan cracked the bottom of the bottle. "You said, are you a friend of Lu Xiubo? Why won't you buy me a bottle of wine?" Xiao Zhou you say. This man, whose brain had been destroyed by alcohol, carried a half-broken bottle and pointed at Zhou Rui with fierce eyes. Zhou Rui's eyes narrowed slightly. The wind echoes inside the bridge cavern and can mask all movement. Underscore 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 underscore. Just a few hundred meters away, a roadside auto repair store. The three front doors were joined together and converted into a garage. All kinds of oil-stained tools and equipment are thrown messily on the ground. A dozen unusually socially dressed adults, bare-chested and almost everyone with tattoos, were drinking around two white plastic tables. Tai, that is such a good rip-off during the day. Adding a plastic tail fin charges over $10,000. A gangster with a non-mainstream hairstyle made a toast to Tai, who was sitting in the center of the room with a gold chain. Tai laughed. Those are rich second generation. People are stupid and have a lot of money. Turn around and tell him about whoever in the county changed the exhaust pipe. He still has to come back and pay. These guys like to compare. Many punks yelled. Yes, yes, yes. Follow brother Tai and make a lot of money. Tai took a beautiful sip, and was quite pleased with himself. This is his auto repair store, and he also repairs and washes cars on weekdays. But the real big headache is actually car modifications. It's illegal, but it's quick money. Adding a tailgate, changing the headlights, changing the suspension, even changing the wheels, changing the exhaust. There are too many doors and not many people really know what they are doing. A car all screwed up. The car itself could be hundreds of thousands of dollars, and more would have to be dropped into it for the modifications. Although Qinghe County is but a small place, but even a small place, there are rich people. They live quite nourishing. Tai's gang are all a bit of a mixed bag of social undertones. Now you can retreat. Support prong up a business to earn their own money. but also really in the school entrance to those looking for students. Trouble punks is not a level, such as before the school blocked Joe Rue's how to come here may be on the table or not. Brother Tai, I'll give you a toast. Tai, I'll accompany one. In the midst of the lively crowd, a figure sat at the end of the table, dressed in a plain sweatshirt that didn't fit in with the people yelling and shouting and with colorful hair all around. He looked down and ate, wolfing down his food, seemingly starving. That who? Lu Shubua. Why don't you come over here and give Tai a toast? A yellow-haired man shouted. The clamor at the table abruptly quieted, and everyone turned back to look at Lu Shubua. Lu Shubua stopped his chopsticks, moved his mouth, and said, Brother Tai, congratulations on your fortune. Yellow hair, however, didn't let him off the hook. Where's the wine? Just rely on two mouths. Ah, you think you're a schoolgirl. There was a roar of laughter from those around them. Lu Shubua, I don't drink. I told Tai before I came. He grew up hating alcohol and swore long ago that he would never touch a drop. Brother Tai waved his hand and said, Don't make it difficult for Xiao Lu. Once you're in the company, you're all family. Xiao Lu went to school for a few more years than you guys, and when he graduates and comes over to help, you guys need to communicate more. The people sitting here, a large number of dropouts. Lu Shubua's high school education, surprisingly, has been the only one. But because of this, some people have been looking at LV Shubua with displeasure. A purple-haired fat man stepped on a beer crate and snorted. High school is nothing. Have the guts to go to a university. Is not also reading cannot go on. Here to pretend what high school students. See, LV Shubua did not react. Tai was the first face cannot hang on. LV Shubua is more optimistic about the young people. More promising than these road bad boy. He is not young. He wants to do business in the future quietly. Do not want to mix again. Tai slammed the table and said, I said we're all family. Take my words for. You punish yourself with a bottle. Purple hair was not happy in his heart, but Tai gave the word. But he still honestly blew a bottle. And the bottle was thrown. Staring drunkenly at Lu Shubua. Lu Shubua met that gaze, and a wave of boredom bubbled up in his heart for no reason. He hated being stared at with such eyes. Such drunken eyes. Just then, an ill-timed voice came from the sidelines. Lu Shubua? The crowd looked back to see a clean, crisp high school student standing outside the store, still carrying his backpack. A dozen tattooed villains cast their gazes at the same time, but the man didn't scare and said with a smile on his face, You've got a family emergency and have to go back first. Chapter 58, Night Stalls Under the Bridge, above. It might be that Joe Rue was dressed too cleanly, causing these colorful people to have an instant feeling of displeasure. It was clearly just a calm remark, but it made a couple of rainbow babies partially resent it. Who are you? Yelling here? Joe Rue calmly said. I'm LV Shubua's classmate. Here to look for him. Surprised that Joe Rue appeared here, Lu Shubua immediately stood up and walked over to Joe Rue and whispered, How did you find your way over here? Your dad was looking for you and found you in front of the school, saying you hadn't been home in a couple days. Lu Shubua's face steeply became ugly, and only after a long time did he say, You go back. This side will only start at night. I'm not going home. Normal business is done here during the day, while modifying vehicles, which are illegal and involve some smuggling of parts, is done surreptitiously at night. Joe Rue swept a glance at the situation of Qingtai Auto Repair and said, So you sleep all day at school during the day because you work here at night? Lu Shubua nodded with an ironic face. Its classmates are all still reading and studying, worrying about who liked who and scoring higher or lower. Lu Shubua, on the other hand, is already dealing with oil and parts on a daily basis, and is surrounded by some colorful socialites. Lu Shubua spoke after a long time. You go back. Don't care about my business. My family's business is the same. He almost gritted his teeth as he uttered the words. Stay out of my business. My life sucks enough. Instead of letting my friends know, might as well just carry on alone. Joe Rue, however, said, There are a lot of idle things in this world, but none of my friends' things are idle, and I'm being looked for trouble. So aren't you out to be nosy? That's not the same thing. You can fix it yourself. Being able to work it out on your own isn't the same thing as having a friend willing to help. In his previous life, Lu Shubua was imprisoned. In all likelihood, it was because of this side of things. Joe Rue still want to say something. A yellow hair but cannot sit still. Carrying a bottle of wine came. The bottom of the bottle pointed at Joe Rue said, Boy, just asked you to talk. Daff? Which road are you in? Mind our business. Joe Rue narrowed his eyes. In just half an hour, Joe Rue was pointed at by two people with bottles. The previous one was already lying down. Joe Rue's eyes sank. Lu Shubua stopped in front of Zhou Rui and yelled at Huang Mao. He's just an ordinary student. My classmate. Don't you yell here. Asterisk 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 ing shameless. I'm helping you out and you're acting like a pussy here. Seeing another ripple coming, that Tai finally spoke up. Enough. Everyone quieted down. And Zhou Rui also looked at this person who was the oldest in the room and was vaguely like a big brother. Tai, however, didn't look at Zhou Rui, but instead looked at Lu Shubua. Louis, is it really your classmate? Lu Shubua nodded heavily. To be able to come here to find you. Your friend has some guts. Go back to deal with something at home first, and count your leave for the evening start. Yellow hair still won't let go. Brother, just let go? Tai directly glared at him. I run a store, not a trafficking business. Damn it, your family doesn't have an emergency? You're the one who talks too much. Lu Shubua thankfully bowed to Tai. There's no need to take leave, Tai. I'll be back soon. Then pulled Zhou Rui and left. Zhou Rui, while being dragged by Lu Shubua, unexpectedly looked back at brother Tai. The other man just continued to chuck in his food and drink without looking this way again, away from the noise behind him. Lu Shubua tugged Zhou Rui and kept walking for several hundred meters before stopping. Where's my dad? Zhou Rui didn't talk nonsense, directly leading Lu Shubua to continue, turned a corner, and walked into a bridge hole. There are no lights in the cavern of the bridge. It is all lit by the light coming in from the sides. Miraculously, a barbecue stand was staked out under the bridge. The vendor was setting out the bottles and jars, while low tables had been set up in the back. Lu Diquan hugged the bottle of wine and slumped on the table, obviously completely drunk. Zhou Rui pointed at the figure and nudged it. Half an hour ago, the alcoholic, who had a drinking problem, pointed a broken bottle at Shorai. Then Shorai did his old job. Snapped a brick from the curb and let the other guy down. Didn't hit too hard. Just made sure that Lu Diquan didn't have a weapon in his hand and Lu Diquan didn't pass out. But Zhou Rui couldn't take the man with him anymore. And Lu Diquan's alcohol addiction was too dangerous to leave unattended. At that exact moment, a stallholder on a three-wheeled night stall cart with pots and pans jingling passed under the bridge hole. Zhou Rui had a bright idea and raised his hand to stop it. $500 to charter the stall, letting the stallholder set up his stall here on the spot. This kind of mobile nightstand, which is supposed to stop wherever there is business, has a big patron who is naturally willing to do so, and in a few minutes a stand is set up under the bridge hole. Lu Diquan, on the other hand, got his heart's desire for alcohol, and 2 500-milliliter bottles of erguotu at that, before finally settling down and smiling like a greasy child. Zhou Rui, although there is no idea to help LV Diquan quit drinking, but after all, this is LV Shubua's father. Looking at this guy clunk spinning white wine, he is really afraid to give a drink to death. The good thing is that LV Diquan swirled a bottle of more than one, directly after the death of sleep, peacefully lying on the table. Zhou Rui this time to go to the Xintai auto repair. Looking at his father's wretched appearance, Lu Shubua felt as if there was a quagmire in his heart that was swallowing him. The man who was once the backbone of his family was now completely turned into a scum of the earth. He tried several times but couldn't wake up Lu Diquan, and finally sat down dismally on a stool. Zhou Rui didn't bother him, but said to the stall owner, "Boss, grill some skewers. Match them yourself." "Okay, right away." The nightstand is wrapped in a different flavor. Beneath the bridge hole, the yellow bulbs of the night stalls illuminate a small patch of darkness, and the smoke from the barbecue rises mistily in the light. The night stall owner busied himself with kebabs, the alcoholic slumped over and passed out, and the two teenagers sat facing each other, together weaving a bizarre picture. Lu Shubua suppressed it for a long time before bitterly speaking. "You shouldn't have paid attention to my father. He does everything when he's playing drunk." Zhou Rui helplessly said, "I didn't want to at first, but the situation was such that if I didn't step in, Uncle Lu might make a mistake." And he pulled the two girls from leaving. Lu Shubua eyes even more gloomy. "Zhou Rui, thanks, but you shouldn't have come. He's just an alcoholic. I don't want him to affect you." "Boss, the skewers are here." A plate of kebabs, not necessarily clean, but definitely tantalizing, was placed in front of the two. Zhou Rui picked up a bunch of meat that he couldn't tell what it was. "Let's not talk about Uncle Lu. Let's talk about you. Did you really decide to do this after graduation? I don't see those people dress like serious car mechanics." Lu Shubua also picked up a bunch. "Brother Tai is nice, and in the car repair business, there's no such thing as clean hands, but there are other trades that have clean hands, and you went to a regular high school, so what do you know about fixing cars? Why do you want to do this when you're learning from scratch anyway?" Lu Shubua tossed the empty sign and said, "There's not much money anywhere else." Zhou Rui said. Are you short of money? Lu Xiubo glanced away and snorted. Is it strange? With a dad like that, who doesn't lack money? Speaking here, Lu Xiubo's mouth was bitter. Do you know how long he hasn't worked since my mom ran off with someone? 3 years. What little family money he had has long since been exchanged for booze. If I don't come out to earn money, if I don't come out to hang out with these guys, how can I eat? How can I pay for school? Chapter 59, Night Stalls Under the Bridge. Below, Lu Xiubo's emotions were a bit agitated, and as he spoke, he looked painfully at his father beside him. Home, even the TV was sold by him for wine. If not the house title and the unit where he could not sell, even a place to live are going to be gone. Zhou Rui, you do not understand. Zhou Rui sighed in his heart. The first 2 years of high school, Zhou Rui often and LV Xiubo hang out. Then he did not think that LV Xiubo lack of money. Since he had no money of his own, the two of them occasionally took $10 or $20, went on the internet, bought a skewer, and topped it off. But he didn't know that he only had $10 because Yao Peili only gave him $10. Lu Xiubo has $10. But because the family only has $10, he did not want his father to take to buy alcohol, and cannot save money, so simply spend it yourself. My freshman and sophomore years of high school, I didn't figure it out either. I was muddled. I thought that even though my family was a mess, I could still get by as long as I came to school, and I was still studying and fantasizing about the entrance exams. But my junior year of high school, I got it. Lu Xiubo looked at Lu Dequan, who was still sleeping on the side, and said with difficulty, Zhou Rui, everyone says that you woke up and became a hard student when you got to your senior year of high school. In fact, I woke up too, and I learned that I'm not like you guys. Zhou Rui said in a deep voice. Money, I'll lend it to you. Lu Xiubo shouted. I don't need it. Is it a matter of money? Do you think I'm living such a lousy life just because of money? He pointed at Lu Dequan and said, this person, as long as this person doesn't come to his senses for a day, this family won't be well for a day. Zhou Rui asked rhetorically, then your dad will come to his senses if you work at Tai's place. He clearly remembers. Lu Xiubo in his previous life, maybe because of the Tai side, was shut in. Xin Tai auto repair side. Really not a good place to go. Lu Xiubo smiled bitterly. I've checked. My dad's condition is a disease. It can be treated by taking some kind of benzodiazepine drug. At least it can be suppressed. But it's very difficult to get this kind of drug in the country right now. Tai is smuggling ways to smuggle the illegal automobile parts from the side of the Hong Kong island. I need Tai's help in order to get those drugs. Zhou Rui was stunned and couldn't speak for a moment. The quagmire of life is never a single bad thing. Instead, it's one ring after another. For Lu Xiubo, all the rings originated from Lu Dequan, and all the rings ended up on his neck, and Lu Xiubo chose to stand the collar up and cover it all. Both men lapsed into silence. The night stall owner's skillful grabbing of seasonings paused. With that, the baking became more serious. The only sound left in the cavern of the bridge was the sizzle of grease. A dump truck whizzed by, disturbing the peace inside the bridge hole, and only a few people at the nightstand seemed to be awakened. Boss, that was meat just now. This is a veggie skewer. The vendor placed a new skewer in front of the duo. Lu Xiubo, however, directly stood up. No need. Zhou Rui, I'm leaving, thank you for today. Saying that, he savagely resisted Lu Dequan on his body. Lu Dequan was already a bit fat, and the person who had completely slept and died was even heavier, and Lu Xiubo's entire body was trembling, relying on a cavity of brute strength to hold on. Zhou Rui rushed to help, while Lu Dequan actually sobered up a few points during this tossing and turning. The rising wave. Rising wave? Where are we going? Lu Xiubo arched his back and whispered, go home. The owner of the night stall held the kebabs and cast an inquiring look at Zhou Rui, who said to him, go away. The money has already been paid, and then went after them. Zhou Rui tried to give Lu Xiubo a hand. Instead, he found himself pinned down by Lu Dequan, leaving Zhou Rui with no way to get down. Underscore 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 underscore. Day 2. The position belonging to Lu Xiubo was completely empty, and the bad student who slept from early morning until late at night did not come to school again. Guo Shang was obviously much more comfortable than usual, and that tablemate he was jealous of didn't show up. The teacher looked at the empty seat and recalled who was doing it there, and when he remembered that it was Lu Xiubo, his mind was relieved. Every year in senior year, there are students who give up completely near the end of their senior year, and if it was Lu Xiubo, they weren't surprised. The school continues to function, and the scholars continue to work hard and intense. One less person wouldn't do much. Zhou Rui. This big question of the test. You wrote 2 solutions on the test. Come and give us your thoughts. Zhou Rui withdrew his gaze. There was no pushback. He was now the equivalent of half a teacher in class 7. Taking the role, he stepped up to the podium with all eyes on him. During the lunch break, taking advantage of Han Ziyin's absence, Tong Xian apprehensively clutched her book and walked over to Zhou Rui's desk and said, Zhou Rui, there's a question I can't solve. Can you help me look at it? Zhou Rui pulled himself out of his thoughts and glanced at Tong Xian before shaking his head. Next time, I have something to do. A trace of disappointment flashed in Tong Xian's eyes, but she still left with the wrong question book in her arms. Zhou Rui pulled his IBM laptop out of his book bag, put it on his lap, and opened the web page. He got a wireless card, which is kinda expensive. Half an hour later, he finally figured out what a benzodiazepine was. This is a collective term for a class of drugs, named after their chemical composition. Midazolam, isapacolone, alprazolam. All of them were names that were unfamiliar to Zhou Rui. At the same time, these drugs are mainly used for the treatment of depression, belonging to the group of tranquilizers, and also have a depressing effect on alcoholics. At the present time in 09, depression is not yet a disease that can be found everywhere on the internet. It is impossible to get this kind of stuff in Qinghai County, even in big cities. There are strict management methods, and it is never something that can be easily purchased, because these kinds of drugs are inherently addictive. The key thing is, these are not a potent drug that works, but have to be taken over a long period of time, and require a strong self-discipline and willingness to cooperate with treatment from the patient themselves. With Lu Xiubo's access to society, perhaps only Brother Tai can help him. Closing the computer. The distinctive ringing sound caused sideways glances from the surrounding students. Laptops are an absolute novelty in a small county high school, but Zhou Rui is now in the class, already a completely special existence, and the crowd is surprisingly not too unusual. Zhou Rui closed his eyes and contemplated for a moment, somewhat hesitant. It is not difficult to lend a helping hand to a friend, as far as it is possible to do so, and the giver gets pleasure out of it himself. One act of kindness, one support, one encouragement, all easy. But when it turns out that the trouble on the other side is more complicated than imagined, when the consumption of time and energy will be far more than expected, anyone will hesitate. Everything that happened last night was just a show of hands for Zhou Rui. But, afterward, are we going to continue to meddle? By heart, it's not like he's obligated to do anything. Even if you turn a blind eye, no one will be able to say anything, including LV Xiubo. Zhou Yuri threw his laptop down into the belly of the table. Chapter 60, The Footsteps of Higher Education and Future Planning. The calm and intense campus life continues, with the number of days remaining in the college entrance exams, going from 3 dozen, to 2 dozen, and finally to 1 dozen. Students are in a state of desperation. In accordance with past practice, the week before the college entrance examination, Qinghai Middle School will be suspended from classes to put test preparation vacation. All senior students have a week to do a good job thoroughly prepared physically and mentally. It also means that seniors only have about 10 days left in school. Mania about graduation and unease about college entrance exams have become a staple on campus. As for the students of the 7th class of senior high school, they had a peculiar change during this time. That is, half a teacher was added to the class. Mr. Chow. Everyone knew that Zhou Rui must have extremely good grades for the teachers of the various subjects to allow him to guest lecture. But everyone didn't know to what extent Zhou Rui's grades were good. At least it should be much higher than the original class number 1. Zhang Xin, right? After all, even Zhang Xin felt that he had benefited a lot. Zhou Rui's words seemed to have a magical power. When he stood on the podium, the attention of the students was even more focused than when he was a proper teacher. And this spectacle reached the ears of the other teachers' groups and classes, but none of them could figure out why. Zhou Rui is willing to help his classmates to improve a little bit when there is no pressure on his own studies. Even if it's only a few points, it may be a huge change in the fate of some people. After all, the college entrance exam, 1 point is tens of thousands of people. It's just that when Zhou Rui lectures, he often looks over at an empty seat. The overall performance of the 7th class, under Zhou Rui's influence, had seen a small increase, and Zhou Rui's prestige in the class was also increasing with each passing day. In the past few days, Zhou Rui also dealt with some work matters. The first is the Color Bell Company thing. The contract signed by remote fax signed, and now waiting for the other side of the Starry Night and Junior Color Bell business on the line. This is Zhou Rui's currently foreseeable. the largest expected income, by his high expectations. Another thing is more appetizing. That is, Zhou Rui also received Kugu, Baidu Music, thousand static listening and other music platforms in the mail. Instead of asking for advice, they're actually doing it before they say it, saying that they want Shorai to allow them to use both songs on their own platforms. Zhou Rui carefully read more than 10 pages of nonsense cooperation letter. Did not see a penny. Where's the money? These days, copyright awareness of music copyrights, especially in the online part, cannot be described as weak, but only not at all. In the case of Kudu, the current dominant online music software, you can find almost every song from 30 years ago to 2009 on it, but there is absolutely no song that has a paid license. Casual listening, casual downloading, and casual transcribing have a large number of users and generate a lot of interest. As for musicians' opinions, I'm sorry, what are you barking at? Internet users are also accustomed to this market status quo. There is no concept of genuine piracy. There's I'm listening to a song on the internet and they're talking to me about money. There's an inherent sense of I'm listening to music online and they're talking to me about money. The fact that you don't charge users, which is a business model choice, is nothing to be ashamed of, but platforms whoring out musicians' work is another matter. Some musicians also hold their noses and admit that although they don't make any money, they do gain popularity, and it's good to turn a blind eye and make it back from other businesses, such as concerts and the like. That's what happened with the email Zhou Rui received. The other side opened their mouths to improve the dissemination of musical works, but there is absolutely no intention to pay money, and even whether Zhou Rui agreed or not, several platforms already have the resources of the full version of the Starry Night and Junior. Write letter of cooperation, read letter of information. Zhou Rui did not care too much. This period is so, the degree of singing up. Perhaps the color bell business can make up for it. Currently, Starry C is at no. 16 on the Cool Dog Music mainland pop charts, while Junior is at no. 24. Several other mainstream platforms, which are similar, have accumulated more than 4 million total plays across the network. As a work that was just released less than a month ago, without the support of celebrity popularity, it is already a very good achievement, and the support brought by Singing for China's Birthday should not be underestimated. If Zhou Rui is going to make a business debut as a star, these figures can already support him to start traveling to commercial shows, but he himself has no intention of doing so, at least not at the moment, just thundering along every day, sticking to my program and working out. Word Quest, Strong Body, Current Progress, 53 out of 100. Word Quest, Inspiration, Current Progress, 79 out of 100. Word Quest, Perseverance, Current Progress, 45/100. In the park at night, Zhou Rui confirmed the news of obtaining the Perseverance experience and stopped in his tracks. Approaching June, the weather was getting sweltering and he was sweating a lot. Zhou Rui, my mom agreed. I can apply for Shanghai Fudan University. On the park bench, Li Wenxian said as she nibbled on a fruit tangerine peel. I told her mom wouldn't be mad for long, and I eventually convinced her. But she said she couldn't be left to her own devices when it came to picking a major, and to listen to her advice. Zhou Rui had wanted to wipe a sweat, but feeling that the upper half of his body was almost soaked, he simply took it off directly. The white flash suddenly appeared in front of Li Wenxian, shaking her a little. The sudden benefits were given out, making her stare straight. Stare not for nothing. Zhou Rui had been working out for some time, and although the word was not yet in, there were already some muscular outlines on his body, although it was still on the lean side. But at that age, it's the kind of body type that appeals to little girls. Zhou Rui wiped his body with the wet clothes, then took out the dry new short sleeves from his school bag. It's fine to listen to advice, but a lot of parents themselves, who are confused about the current form of the profession, can't believe it all. Zhou Rui vaguely remembers, in his previous life, a friend in college chose an energy and environmental systems engineering major. Sounds very impressive, but in fact is the study of HVAC. Employment is divided into two main directions, one for repairing air conditioners and the other for firing boilers. That dude had a hell of a time learning. Zhou Rui later asked him why he chose this specialty. The other said his father chose. At that time his father thought energy and environmental systems engineering is to repair nuclear power plants. Li Wenxian wiggled her feet and said, "Then what major do you think I should enroll in? I want to hear your advice. Look up a few of the majors with the highest marks at FU and pick your favorite. What about you? What do you want to major in?" Zhou Rui paused briefly before saying, "I might be ready to enter the sky pit." Li Wenxian curiously said, "A sinkhole specialty? Building nuclear bombs? No. Zhou Rui changed his clothes and sat on his butt beside Li Wenxian. Due to the fact that he needed to reach his limit and hold on for a little while longer in order to get the perseverance experience. So even though he had improved his physical ability a lot, he was still very tired after his daily workout. Li Wenxian very consciously began to help Zhou Rui pack up his school bag, wrapping the sweat-stained clothes in a plastic bag before neatly placing them in the bottom of Zhou Rui's school bag. Very consciously of a wise domestic helper. She has a unique milky scent. I do not know what skincare products or laundry detergent. The night breeze will be a light aroma blown to Zhou Rui's nose. The smell of people at ease and relaxed. Zhou Rui couldn't help but put his nose in front of Li Wenxian's white neck and took a deep breath. Psychotropic stabilizers. Li Wenxian was a little tickled and her face was still a little red, so she hurriedly handed over a bottle of mineral water, interrupting Zhou Rui's continuous spell casting. If we keep this up, our brains are going to be sucked out of our heads. Zhou Rui, I heard that you're top of the grade now? Zhou Rui squinted at Li Wenxian and pretended to snicker. What's wrong? Uncomfortable being topped by me? Li Wenxian didn't hear Zhou Rui's molestation, but wrinkled her nose and said, "Humph, that's not a big deal. I can accept it if it's you, but if it's someone else I might be a little disconcerted. After all, that position has been mine for so many years." Zhou Rui tilted his head and looked at Li Wenxian, realizing that this niece's hair was a bit longer. No longer the standard mushroom head that was so earthy before. Hair change? Li Wenxian was a little surprised that Zhou Rui could actually see it. Yeah, I'm going to stop having a mushroom head after graduation and get a more grown-up hairstyle that I'm growing out early. While most seniors are still apprehensive and nervous, but like Li Wenxian, the college entrance examination is sure, has been preparing for the future of university life, began to enjoy how to become more adultsome. Actually, Zhou Rui is pretty much the same. He had a big sense of anticipation for his last high school summer, and his future college life. At that time, he will also go out of Qinghai County to a bigger stage. Rebirth mantra, money to be earned, fame to be made, people to be collected. Stick with it for 50 years. Creamy smell and want to smell it again. Zhou Rui then pressed even closer to Li Wenxian, the two almost sticking together. Li Wenxian red-faced, whispered, "Why just let me suck it again. That can only take a moment. I'm ticklish." Chapter 61, Zhou Weigong's new changes. The next day, Zhou Rui had his usual morning walk and went to school. 10 minutes between classes. Tang Xian took advantage of Han Ziyin's absence from her seat and immediately got up and walked over. "Zhou Rui, can you help me with this question? I can't get it right." This Zhou Rui is not surprised. Every day to find him to solve a lot of people. Most of Zhou Rui will also be patient answer. Students treat Zhou Rui's attitude, but also more and more convinced. Respect. After all, school bully, with a dad word, cannot respect it? Among them, Tang Xian came to him the most often, and it was obvious that the girl wanted to make an effort for the last period of time. Zhou Rui cannot remember the previous life of the class flower, how the results of the college entrance exams. Only know that her results are not as good as Zhou Rui before the rebirth. I do not know if there will be any changes in this life. However, even though in recent times Class 7 had a strong learning atmosphere because of Zhou Rui, I'm afraid that only a small half of them would be able to get into the undergraduate program in the end. The historical figure for Qinghai 1 is around 30%, and even if Class 7 is higher, it won't be too outrageous. But until the final results are in, anyone is entitled to work hard, aren't they? The class bell rang. The math teacher walked in, and was about to order Zhou Rui to come to the question, but saw Huang Dui standing in the doorway of the classroom. "I'm borrowing someone. Zhou Rui, come out here." Zhou Rui was confused and gave Huang Dui a "Isn't it time for class?" look. Huang Dui Casta, you still need lessons? Look. Huang Dui was not on his own, but brought Zhou Rui directly to the principal's office. "Student Zhou, how have you been lately? Any difficulties? You say it out. The school will definitely help you out." Zhou Rui shook his head and wondered how many things the principal meant by looking for him. It's like this. After a while, it's going to be a test preparation vacation, and it will also be the last time that senior students will gather at school before the exams. And technically speaking, it's also the last day of normal high school life for all of us. And going forward, each of them will go home to review, take the college entrance exams, and even estimate the scores and release the list, and it will be finalized. It's customary to have a pep rally at school the day before the exam preparation holiday, and it's the last one. So could you come up on the stage as a student representative and give everyone a pep talk? Zhou Rui felt a bit unfamiliar with this proposal, and after carefully recalling it, He remembered that there was indeed such a thing in his previous life. Unfortunately, at that time, he was just an ordinary student listening to the principal's nonsense on the stage and waiting for the entrance examination with apprehension and nervousness. And he couldn't even remember what happened that day. If you have to speak on stage, Zhou Rui envisioned the scene. It just feels so awkward. Kind of a big no-brainer. However, on second thought, the word hegemony can increase his attractiveness and persuasiveness to students. And if he speaks in public once, he can help hundreds of people add a positive buff. It's a good thing. Other people may say that cheering up the students is just a polite gesture, but I'm afraid Zhou Rui can really do it. Zhou Rui finally said to the principal, "Yes, but I have a small request." The principal smiled and said, "You name it, and I'll arrange for whatever I can coordinate to meet it." He was still willing to cooperate with the school's baby bump. Underscore 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 underscore. Evenings were still spent working out in the park and once again gaining valuable experience points. Word quest, strong body. Current progress, 55 out of 100. Word quest, inspiration, current progress, 81 out of 100. Word quest, perseverance, current progress, 47 out of 100. It looked like inspiration might be the next phrase Zhou Rui would get his hands on. It was just that he didn't know if the difficulty of gaining experience would increase drastically when he reached the later stages of the quest. But today there is no little girl Li Wenxian to accompany. Cannot smell the faint milk flavor. Zhou Rui wiped off his sweat and walked towards his home. Xiao Rui is back? It's all stinky and sweaty again. Go take a shower. Since Zhou Rui's grades nuked up, Yao Peili can be said to be overjoyed every day. And his control over Zhou Rui has become much looser. Since the college entrance examination is not a concern, Yao Peili began to shift her attention to her son's physical health. Fearing that Zhou Rui's overstudy had spoiled his body, he raised his hands in favor of Zhou Rui's daily exercise program. Zhou Rui strangely moved his nose. Usually he could smell the smell of rice, but today there was nothing. "Mom, you didn't cook?" He was exercising a lot and was really quite hungry. "We're not doing it today. Your dad's picking us up later and going out to eat." It is also due to the opportunity caused by Zhou Rui's change that Zhou Weigang has recently reappeared in the lives of mother and son. It wasn't just because Yao Peili was in a good mood and had a good face for him. It is also because of Zhou Rui's guidance, so that Zhou Weigang is not so anxious about the survival of the factory. "Going out to eat? Anything good today?" Yao Peili said as she drew on her lipstick. Hell knows what he's up to. Making a surprise attack. Looking at his mother actually putting on makeup, Zhou Rui could only smile knowingly without showing it on his face. Fear of being beaten. Not long after the bath, Zhou Weigang came to pick up the two. Still went to the East Court Hotel. Zhou Weigang ordered 5 or 6 dishes in a row. "Rui, the college entrance exam is in 10 days. Are you nervous?" Zhou Rui looked blearily at the mouth of the food delivery. He was really hungry. "Do you think I would be nervous?" Yao Peili joked. "Just kidding. My son is the future top student of the college entrance examination. How could he be nervous?" "Zhou Weigang, how can a future high school student be nervous?" "Ha ha ha." The waiter ordering off to the side rolled his eyes to the sky. "High school seniors? This family is really good at blowing up the hotel house." Zhou Weigang made some small talk before throwing in the towel. "Xiao Rui, Peili, this time I called you guys out for dinner to tell you a good news. Xiao Rui, do you still remember what Dad told you about cooperating with your friends over in the deep city?" Of course Chorai remembers. Zhou Weigang's customers jumped ship to the Huawei. Has been trying to urge Zhou Weigang and their cooperation, but Zhou Weigang pessimistic about the domestic cell phone market. More inclined to bet on the Zijin Group on the high profit orders. However, Zhou Rui moved out of the another classmate of mind method. Zhou Weigang tendency reversed. That side has been negotiated. I also want to understand. Rather than keep the boss this kind of false name, it is better to go to a bigger platform. First out of a way to live. I'm ready to retire this side of the plant, with a few old guys to join the Huawei. There to give the position is very high, but also willing to open the salary, especially for the technicians. Yao Peili, who was still smiling, listened to half of it, and the smile on her face suddenly disappeared. Interrupting. "You're going to Deep City?" The table froze for a moment. Chapter 62, Fate is a Circle. "You're going to Deep City? To work there?" Yao Peili's face changed. Zhou Wei Steel Road immediately explained. "The first few months may first run both ways. After all, the factory side of the trouble is also quite a lot. I will go over there first tomorrow, to explore the old guys." Zhou Weigang this time. is considered to be directly with the team, jumped to the Huawei. He was originally an upstream manufacturer of cell phone parts, with many years of production experience, but also has the complete supply chain resources in this industry. The most rare is that Zhou Weigang and several core members of the factory also has not bad technical ability, especially for the design and development of the electronic control board, has a fairly good level. The hand also holds a few valuable patents. When Huawei was ready to enter the cell phone industry, the original old customers jumped to Huawei cell phone division, and Zhou Weigang and the core members of the factory were precisely the talents that were urgently needed there, and they could help them to put the products online quickly. After being nudged through by Zhou Rui, the two sides could be said to have hit it off and quickly finalized some things. But it's not good news for Yao Peili. Why she was upset, I'm afraid only she knew in her own heart. Although Zhou Weigang said that he was running in both directions, but anyone can judge that as long as this matter goes well, the future center of Zhou Weigang's life and work will definitely be in the deep city. Zhou Rui obviously felt his mother's mood sink, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. This is something that needs to be left to two adults. If Zhou Weigang did not have that intention, he would never have any urge action. It's up to Zhou Weigang to deal with it. Zhou Weigang ordered a bottle of wine, first pouring a glass for himself, and then pouring a glass for Zhou Rui as well. Yao Peili would have originally all stopped, but at this time, thinking about her own things again, she did not say a word. Zhou Weigang pushed his wine glass in front of Zhou Rui. Today out is to think of Xiao Rui high school entrance exams before the entrance exams. I may not be, although Xiao Rui's grades do not have to worry about, but I this one the father always want to show. Xiao Rui, you are also an adult. We masters drink a little bit today. Zhou Rui took the glass of wine, but his heart was speechless for a while. The point isn't even with me, okay? Didn't you notice mom's face fall? As expected, Zhou Rui was right. Yao Peili suddenly said with anger, you are leaving. What are you pretending here? You haven't worried about Xiao Rui's studies for a day, and now you're up in arms? Obviously, she was upset. Zhou Weigang laughed bitterly and said, isn't this no way? The factory is in danger if it drags on for a day, so I really can't wait. Yao Peili's words became more and more aggressive. Really great. Son's high school entrance exams don't know to send a gift. Called out for a drink, and young a virtue. Just then, the waiter came over with a small box. Sir, this is the gift deposited with us, right? Zhou Weigang's face stiffened. Why are you bringing it up now? Didn't I say? Yao Peili grunted coldly. Secretive. What is it? It's just a gift for Ray. Yao Peili took the box directly from the waiter's hand, which was too small, and unwrapped it in 3 or 2 times. What? Gave away an eraser? However, the next moment, Yao Peili froze. Just inside the wrapping paper was a small red velvet box. She flipped the box open in a daze, and inside, a golden ring lay on a placemat. Zhou Weigang covered his face and was speechless for a while. I originally asked them to send it up after the meal. This dish hasn't even been served yet. This onlooker Zhou Rui also shocked. So it is prepared But Zhou Weigang apparently overestimated the ability of waiters in county hotels to handle such things. Yao Peili closed the lid with a snap, then looked left and right, as if she was afraid of being discovered doing something bad, and said to Zhou Weigang in shock, what do you mean? Zhou Weigang wiped his face and seemed to be reorganizing his language. I mean, couple of lungs, come make way. The waiter from earlier came back to serve the food, interrupting Zhou Weigang's continuous spellcasting. Zhou Weigang coughed dryly several times before slowing down. Clearing his throat, Zhou Weigang whispered, so what, Xiaoli, do you think I still have a chance? Yao Peili covered the ring box, eyes averted, stammered, did not speak. Zhou Rui stood up with a dry jerk. It startled both Yao Peili and Zhou Rui. Just when Zhou Rui thought that Zhou Weigang was going to get down on one knee, Zhou Weigang bellowed, the thoughts are all in the wine. I toast you. And then tons and tons and tons and tons of drying a big glass of white wine. Zhou Rui covers his face. One can only say that he doesn't understand the romance of the previous generation. Yao Peili softened her tone and complained. What are you doing in front of Xiao Rui? Zhou Weigang's face flushed red as the alcohol surged and he giggled. That naturally means that Xiao Rui is there to be a witness. Then no one said anything and both of them giggled. Looks especially redundant for Chou Rai. So Chou Yuri started giggling too. In his previous life, when he was in his senior year of high school, he felt that Zhou Weigang and his mother had a little bit of a hint of getting back together. But since Zhou Weigang soon went through bankruptcy, debt and a series of other things, this little hint was also extinguished. Mother remained single until Zhou Rui was in his 30s. And especially since Zhou Rui was floating around Shanghai. Mother lived alone and lonely in Qinghai County. But this life has taken a completely different turn. So far, it's a good development. They are middle-aged people. There are not so many worries. Composite on the composite chant. There are problems and then branch. This point Zhou Rui is open to see. Yao Pei, however, thought of another thing, and the smile on her face slightly decreased by a few points. Aren't you going to Deep City? What a mess. Then later on? Zhou Weigang immediately said. It's because of this that I was thinking of talking about going to Deep City first, to give you some time to react, and then mention it after the meal. The matter of that. I thought that if it is possible, if it is as short as half a year, or as long as a year, then we will go to the Deep City together. Yao Pei said. Me? Going to Deep City? She had lived in Clear River County all her life and had an instinctive resistance to leaving her familiar surroundings. At this time Zhou Rui finally opened his mouth. Don't rush to preset first. Mom, you can take a step to see a step chant. You have not even been to the Deep City. Wait for me to finish the college entrance exams. First go to take a look chant. Zhou Weigang also hurriedly said. Right. We are not in a hurry to make a decision. I also go to the road first, to create a bit of a peaceful environment for us. Two people in fact. The difference is not a ceremony, or a certificate, but the difference is a change of heart. As long as the threshold of the heart over, other things are good. Back a million steps, the heart of this hurdle over. Even if the first few years is the state of the two places is nothing. Originally as a middle-aged couples leave and then together. Not young so must get tired together. Yao Pei let go of some of her worries and recalled the bits and pieces of her youth in Zhou Weigang, and apart from the quarrels and disagreements, there was actually no lack of good memories. Sometimes fate is a circle, going around in circles and actually coming back to the original rut. Yao Pei couldn't help but say, I hope you won't be a jerk like before. Zhou Weigang was just about to beat his chest and guarantee, I am almost 50, will I still be a? Here, cold floury carrot. It's served. Move over. Zhou Weigang's face stiffened. Who ordered this food? What a lack of eyesight. Waiter, the boss said he didn't get that gift thing in front of him right, and gave it to you guys to accompany an apology. Chapter 63, Late Night Stand. Chouori left the hotel alone, and the two of them, Yao Pei and Zhou Weigang, went off on their own. Don't get me wrong. It's not because the duo has anything to avoid Chouori for. Rather, simply, the two were going to make a trip to Zhou Weigang's factory. That Zhou Weigang operated for many years of factories, will gradually enter the shutdown countdown, take the Huawei order, solve the problem of the capital chain. Zhou Weigang is ready to successively clean up most of the equipment and plant, used to clear the debt, and then turn to the Deep City to start again, the earliest start-up. Yao Pei also for that factory made a lot of effort, and she is also responsible for financial work in the unit. After dinner, the two together decided to go to the factory tonight to help Zhou Weigang planning how to retreat. It's a very important thing, and if it's not handled well, it could lead to a lot of trouble down the road. As for why we go there in the middle of the night, it's because it's crowded during the day and I'm afraid of bad publicity. Rui, you have classes tomorrow. Go home and go to bed first. I'll go over to the factory with your dad. Zhou Weigang drank wine. Although this year the county is not much check, but Yao Pei still strictly forbid Zhou Weigang to move again. The two are a taxi away. And Zhou Rui also accompanied a few glasses of white wine, took Yao Pei 20 yuan taxi money, but still decided to walk home to dissipate the smell of alcohol. Hiccup. Zhou Rui burped, a little uncomfortable with the taste of alcohol in his mouth, and a little disoriented. Zhou Rui, the social animal in his previous life, was actually not too bad at drinking, but in this life, Zhou Rui, the high school student, was really not drinking much since he was a child. The body's resistance to alcohol has yet to be developed. Obviously only drank 2 taels, but Zhou Rui felt hot all over. Already drunk 60%. The good thing is that the nights are cool, so it's not too bad. The evening of Qinghai County is not very lively. The whole county to this point. Only the commercial street there will be more people. The other roads are a late night no one's seen. Only the old street lamps emit a dim light. Zhou Rui walked while thinking about what had just happened at the restaurant, and couldn't help but feel some emotion. Himself, the reborn, is changing things more and more. The empty intersection. Zhou Rui did not cross the road, but honestly waited for the red light. He didn't want to be sent to the other world by a dump truck just after his rebirth when his life was on the upswing because he ran a red light while drunk. That's when a cab pulled up to the curb, probably to refresh himself. The cab master opened the window and the radio was strangely loud. Even if Zhou Rui stood 10 meters away he could hear it. Long Night with Me? This is FM 911. Next to be played, a unique song, which is included in this Singing for the Birthday of China repertoire, but is the most special. May you all look up at the stars and peer into the starry sky on this night as well. Immediately afterward, the melodious female voice sounded. I would like to be transformed into a star. Zhou Rui seemed to hear the wonderful sound of the bank card arriving at 1,000 yuan. The fact that the station started playing the red song so early should mean that the station has a mission to arrange, and that the money is securely in their pockets. It's all about being cool under the big tree. If we hadn't added the Singing for China's Birthday collection, we would have lost a lot of revenue in this era of weak copyright awareness. What a relief this is now. Zhou Yuri grinned. The cab driver looked at Zhou Rui and wondered what the man was laughing at. Student boy? Taking a cab? Zhou Rui just happened to feel a little sleepy from the wind and was ready to take the car home and forget about it. I was about to open my mouth when I heard the driver of the rental car change the radio station and change the song. Zhou Rui's smile collapsed. Why did you change the song? Hard to hear. Babble for a hilarious one. Oh, what did you just ask? Taking the car or not? No sitting. Hurry up. The cab driver, inexplicably, kicked the gas and left Zhou Rui with a dashing taillight. Zhou Rui stretched a lazy waist. Walk a couple of steps. Just walk a couple of steps. It has been a long time since I experienced this slightly drunk feeling. Underscore 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 underscore. That Xiao Zhao has only been in the unit for 2 years, and he's climbed on top of you. Don't you have any idea? A shrill voice resounded through the small room. Other people's Xiao Zhou is a college student. I'm just a junior high school educator. How can you be so ungrateful? You've been a loser all your life. Anyone can step on your head and... What's wrong with junior high school? The old horse next door is also a junior high student. How can he do business on his own? In the end, it's all about your own incompetence. Is there any point in talking about it now? It's not like I can decide. You get to decide. Inside the study, Tong Xin held her automatic pencil in a death grip, but her mind couldn't register a single word. With a slight lurch, she pulled a pair of headphones out of a wooden drawer and slipped them into her ears, pinning her hopes on a new copy of Stars and Stripes to help insulate her from the bickering outside her door. In his mouth, he was silently reciting the knowledge points, trying to recall Zhou Rui's explanation during the day. Yet no matter how loud the starry night was, the argument outside the door continued to sting. Wimp! Why did I choose such a useless thing like you back then? You've been working all day long, and you haven't done the family any good. What do you mean blindly busy? You mean me? What about you? Broken conductor for a lifetime. You're good at it. It's all because of you that I'm here. You're a big man who doesn't think about making progress. You've dragged me and my daughter into a life of misery. Is there less food or less clothing in the house? What do you mean by hard times? Our girl has grown so beautiful, and she's so nervous about adding a dress. It's not called hard times. It's called hard times. She'd better marry a capable man in the future, so she doesn't have to suffer like me for the rest of her life. Click. The quill is broken. Shinshin is only in high school. What are you talking about? What's wrong with high school? Everything is for nothing if you don't marry well. I'm telling you. You stay out of Xin's business. I'll make my own arrangements. With a bang, the door to the study was violently pushed open, and Tong Xin headed out with her head down. Xin ah. Where are you going so late? Tong Xin said without looking back. It's too noisy at home to learn. I'll go outside and memorize my vocabulary. Two adults look at each other in disbelief. Tong Xin jogged along, not slowing down until she was out of the neighborhood. She pinched her English dictionary and walked aimlessly. The night wind blew through her hair, making a faint rustle on her school uniform. Until, that is, it was parked on the side of the bus stop on the outside of the neighborhood. A figure was leaning back, sitting on all fours on a bench, seemingly in a daze. Why are you here? Someone turned his head and scratched his face. Is there a possibility that I'm waiting for the bus? Zhou Rui was also quite strange. How could he meet someone he knew even here? He didn't even know where this was. I was just tired of walking and hadn't met any more cabs, so I was going to take the bus back. Shouldn't have kicked out that tasteless cab driver back there, Zhou Ruichi said. Then why are you here? Tong Xin learned the tone of Zhou Rui's speech. Is there a possibility that my family lives here? Zhou Rui looked at Tong Xin. This class flower was wearing a school uniform on the upper half of her body, hiding all of her excellent curves, while the lower half of her body was wearing 5/4 pants, revealing two plump and straight calves. Tong Xian's legs are not the kind of thin straight type, but has a subtle proportion of meat. With its height of 170, looks very adult flavor. Let's just say, it's worthy of Tong Xian. Just with an English dictionary cupped in his hand and slippers on his feet. A bit of a mix of styles. Zhou Rui glanced at Tong Xian's face and wondered. You're crying? Tong Xian probably didn't even realize that her eyes were red herself, sniffing and hurriedly rubbing her eyes. No. Zhou Rui nodded. Oh, if you say no, then no. The bus stop fell silent again. Chapter 64, I'll give you a demo. It seems that the closer you get to a residential neighborhood, the more sparse the streetlights become. The whole road looked over and was dark for the most part, making you guess what was in there. As the summer breeze blew by, the grass on the side of the road carried the sound of salsa, rhythmically undulating together. Pop, pop, pop. Tong Xian's eyes were lost in thought. Zhou Rui was powerful, fast and furious, swatted 3 mosquitoes, bouncing the mosquito corpses off. Zhou Rui was a bit bored, since just now, Tong Xian had been standing a few meters away, not saying anything or walking away. Hiccup, hiccuping again. Zhou Rui wondered why the bus hadn't come yet. Tong Xian seemed to smell it and whispered, "You've been drinking?" Zhou Rui nodded and said, "It's only 2 taels. It's fine. Where's the bus? Where's the bus?" Not again. It feels like this girl is going to talk to him. He doesn't want to be an emotional trash can. Tong Xian suddenly spoke. Zhou Rui, you said, I can marry well? Zhou Rui froze. Do you come up here to talk about such in-depth issues? Girl, I think it's you who's been drinking. It's the kind where you marry a rich man and have nothing to eat or wear. Tong Xian's voice is soft. Zhou Rui loosened his collar to ease his embarrassment. You're only a senior now. Isn't it too early to talk about this? However, in the original time track of her previous life, Tong Xian did get married and have children extremely early. So early that her high school classmates were dismayed. Zhou Rui graduated from college reunion that year. Tong Xian has been the first child landing, said to be married to the son of a soil boss in Qinghai County, and at that time a lot of male classmates are still virgins. Zhou Rui did not dare to ask about the situation of female students. In short, it is Tong Xian is far ahead. I'm afraid the other guy got married even earlier if you extrapolate. It can only be said that any destiny, there are traces to follow, and the special life trajectory of Tong Xian in his previous life was certainly not an overnight success. It's not too early. Since half a year ago, my mom has been looking for someone for me. When she sees a rich family, she's bound to mention how beautiful she has a daughter, and that the kids on both sides can get to know each other. I feel like I'm just a piece of cargo, a good piece of cargo for my mom to change her life. Tong Xian squatted down, hugged her knees and shrunk into a ball. The pressure of the college entrance exams, the mess of the family, completely vented. I want to prove to my mom that I can change my family's situation by my own efforts, and I don't want to get married so early, but I'm just not good enough. My grades are just not good enough, and I'm not good enough to get into college, so I feel like I'm a loser. Zhou Rui recalled the unusually enthusiastic child mom to his, so that's what it means. Of course, I'm afraid that child mom, who won't bolt to a tree, will be selling her daughter to a lot of people. I'm afraid, the inexplicable online dating object. I am afraid that this girl is an attempt to rebel, but it seems to have flopped. Zhou Rui deliberation to reading is not too good, does not mean that there is no strengths. In society, it doesn't necessarily mean that those who are well educated must be well off, right? You have to learn to find your own strengths. Tong Xian looked up with red eyes and glared at Zhou Rui. Then he wrapped the wide school uniform around him, wrapping himself even tighter. His calves covered, like a big blue bun. Hey, what do you mean? I don't mean that. Although Tong Xian does have an advantage in this area. Extremely advantageous. Who doesn't love a pink, juicy peach? It's just that Tashin obviously doesn't want to solve the problem from that aspect. And wouldn't that be no different from what her mom thinks? Tong Xian, you have good grades and you're a boy. You don't understand. If a girl doesn't study well and her family is like this, what can I do? She felt that everything from her family to the world's eyes were pushing her in a certain direction. There, it seemed, was where she deserves to be in life. Zhou Rui, however, snorted. You think there's no way out now because you've seen too little. The road is dead. People are alive. When you go out to school, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. So what do you care about them? The pain of teenagers is real, but the despair in the eyes of teenagers is often limited by their vision. Tong Xian raised her head and looked at Zhou Rui with red eyes. Do I have another choice? Zhou Rui pulled out a 20 and held up his hand. Sure, I'll give you a sample. Like if you can't make the bus, try taking a cab. Shaq, a yellow-green cab, in response, stopped in front of Zhou Rui, as if by magic. The bright headlights made Tong Xian stand up. Zhou Rui opened the car door and hurriedly drilled inside. Go home. It's not safe this late. There are still 10 or so days to the college entrance exam. Don't think about things. At least afford the questions I told you and your own efforts. Slipped and slipped. Emotional trash cans. Whoever is a dog. Immediately after getting in the car, he whispered, Master, drive. Where to? Start it up first. With the hum of the motor, Tong Xian was the only one left on the bus stop. A small cloud of exhaust fumes slowly dissipates under a dim streetlight. Looking at the faraway cab, Tong Xian was silent, then poofed out a laugh. Laughed for a long time. Look how scared that guy is. It's like he's about to haunt him. Until the cab disappeared into the night, Tong Xian still looked in that direction. After a long time, the sound of words being recited came from the streetlight at the back of the bus stop. Revolt, revolt, SELECT, underscore 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 underscore. On the cab ride back, Zhou Rui opened the window and let the evening breeze blow away the alcohol. Comfortable. The cab driver, on the other hand, had been watching Zhou Rui through the rearview mirror. Zhou Rui noticed the gaze and wondered, What are you looking at me for, master? The driver's master said leisurely, Didn't you just say you don't want to take the car? Zhou Rui froze, his heart straight. Ahem. I wasn't tired earlier, but I am now. Is there a problem? The driver master retracted his gaze. Was that your girlfriend just now? Zhou Rui hurriedly shook his head. No, that's fine. So anxious for me to drive away. I thought you tricked the girl, he said, once again giving Zhou Rui a dangerous stare from the rearview mirror. In that case, I'll have to send you to the police station. People wearing high school uniforms. The college entrance exam is coming up. You can't do anything unethical. Zhou Rui gritted his teeth and pointed at himself. Is there a possibility that I'm also a high school student? The two were silent for the second half of the journey, and Zhou Rui was too lazy to bother with the driver. So he took out his cell phone and checked his email as usual. Now his mailbox basically has dozens of entries every day, stuffed with emails from various commercials and collaborations. But for Zhou Rui, who was tethered by the college entrance exam and could not take a step away from Qinghua County, it was just something he could look at but not eat. In fact, even if Zhou Rui has a professional agent, most of these so-called cooperation inside, but also some insincere and no quality of the trial, not quite as good as. Life is still exciting. After all, Zhou Rui does not want to be an artist running around the notice, also do not want to become a year more than 200 days soaked in the crew of the star, where to be stared at, be placed in the spotlight study. What he needs is not just money, but a good life, and writing songs is just a way for him to make money. Chapter 65, The Last Lesson and the Light Paper. It's getting closer and closer to test prep vacation. The week before the entrance exam, the senior class will be completely closed to give students time to go back and get ready. It also means that seniors' high school careers will come to an end. They say high school is youth. Some say college is youth. Others say middle school. In fact, which time you miss the most is youth. Even under the heavy pressure of the college entrance exams, those students with their heads buried in their studies will occasionally look up suddenly and lament that their high school is coming to an end. There are also some who know that there is no hope on the road of studying and start planning a new chapter of their life in advance. Zhou Rui, who possessed the word school bully, didn't take the initiative to take a break from school life, but quietly savored this last bit of time, and would even take more time to give his classmates a lecture on the subject. Sometimes he gets the illusion that he hasn't been reborn, but has just returned as an adult to the summer before the high school entrance exams. Watching these young people try, struggle, or be gloomy, Huang Dui on the podium, more and more often mentioned later, told the students that the future days are still long, told the students can come back to the school in the future to visit. Tomorrow is the last day, so I'm going to give out your passes today, so make sure you keep them carefully and don't lose them. Huang Dui was at the podium, and every time he read out a name, a student came up to the stage. Huang Dui will be very formal. The pass will be handed over to the student's hands, to ensure that there will not be any wrong hair missed. Zhang Xin, Guo Shen, Tong Xin, Lu Shubo. When Lu Shubo's name was called, Huang Dui himself froze for a moment, then shook his head and put his pass to the side. This child has not come to school for half a month, has been in a state of lost contact, He also tried to contact the parents of Lu Shubua, but only accumulated a belly of anger. No progress. There are always a few such students every year, but every time they appear in the hands of Huang Dui himself, it still makes him uncomfortable in his heart. Zhou Rui stood up and said, "Teacher, let me pass it on to him." Huang Dui a little hesitant. "This is not quite the rules," Zhou Rui calmly said. "What if?" "Yeah, what if?" Huang Dui handed the piece of paper to Zhou Rui and instructed, "Don't mix it up with your own." Soon, Zhou Rui also received his own pass, slightly looked through it. In addition to the pass number, candidate number, name, gender, the most important thing is the address of the test center. It's right here at Qinghe First High School. It is not a surprise. Qinghe County School is not much, not compared to the municipal test site. The probability of drawing their own school is not small. Zhou Rui sandwiched both passes into his books. Only Han Ziyin in the class did not get the pass, because her real school registration is in Shanghai, and she does not need to take the college entrance exam. Huang Dui finished handing out passes and said, "Students, there will be no classes tomorrow. The school will hold a final pep rally. Please arrive at school at 9 a.m. Sharp. You must wear school uniforms and pay attention to grooming, and there will be a TV station to videotape the event." After a pause, Huang Dui lamented, "The last week of time. Even if you return home, do not slacken off. Each subject teachers bets more to see, more to do the paper, to maintain a good exam state, but do not play crazy." There was a sparse yes from below. In the 2 days of the college entrance examination, I and the teachers of all subjects will be at the entrance of each examination center. No matter which examination center you are in, you can find the teacher of your own school, and if you have any difficulties, you should talk to your school teacher in time, and the teachers will help you to coordinate. Also be sure to remember to bring 2B pencils, like a rambling old mother. Huang Dui repeated the instructions he had said hundreds of times. It's just that all the students are listening more attentively than before. "So, this is your last high school physics class, so let's go over the last paper, where it is known that the small square, A, is on a smooth plane. Underscore 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 underscore." Lu Shubua wiped his neck, trying to wipe away the annoying sweat, but instead he added a trail of motor oil. His eyes are full of blood. Last night Tai took a big order, said to be the son of the chairman of the Zijin Group, driving the latest Bama X6 to modify. Basically from head to tail all change, is a rare big order. Tai took LV Shubua and the others, starting at midnight and tossing until noon the next day. "Louis, are you tired?" Tai was going to throw Lu Shubua a bottle of beer, but thinking that this young man does not drip alcohol, he threw over a bottle of mineral water. Lu Shubua took the mineral water and said, "Not tired. Still not tired. My eyes are red." Tai sat on a recliner and said while drinking a beer, "Seems like it's almost the college entrance exam, right? Aren't you going back to school?" Lu Shubua's hand movement was a beat, and only after a long time did he say, "No need. The store is busy with work. Actually, if you want to take 2 days off, that's fine. There are so many people in the store. Anyone can turn around without them." Tai pointed to the side of the yellow hair who drilled under the car to repair the chassis and said, "This guy also went there back then," saying that it was a good experience in his life. Under the car came Huang Mao's grumbling voice, "Brother Tai, again say bad things about me. What things are shaking out?" "Oh." Lu Shubua smiled at his words. "There's really no need. Why waste this time? It's not like I'm going to school later. By the way, Brother Tai, last time I talked to you about that medicine thing. Is there any news?" Tai said, "Talk to the people on the Hong Kong island side, but it was supposed to be an extra to find someone else to help, and there is still not much money to be made, so that side may not be much on the ball, so you need to be mentally prepared. It's not true that he has a channel for smuggling car parts, but he's just one of the customers, or a small one, and it's unlikely that he'll be much more active on that side." Lu Shubua's eyes darkened and said, "If I can't, I can add money from the paycheck. Come on, I'll keep an eye on it. Stay up all night, go back to bed and come back in the morning." Lu Shubua did not go back immediately, but worked until the afternoon. Tai here is not a fixed salary, but try more take more. He needs to save a sum of money to deal with the future to buy drugs. Until he suddenly felt a little dizzy. Lu Shubua put on a jacket to cover the top of the machine oil stains, and walked toward home. After more than half an hour's walk into the cramped alleyway, the glow of dusk stretched the shadows of everything long and dragging, opened the door of the house. The house immediately came from the strong smell of alcohol. Lu Dequan lying on the messy bed, unconscious. Lu Xiubo quietly looked at Lu Dequan for a long time, then turned around and prepared to go get him a glass of water. Suddenly, a paper bag was found sitting quietly in front of the half-open window. What is it? Lu Xiubo was a little puzzled. Did Lu Dequan buy the wine? He had a hard expression on his face, and if it was wine, he was going to just throw it away. It seems to have been put in directly through the window. Lu Xiubo opened the paper bag, and with just one glance, his hands couldn't restrain themselves from trembling. Midazolam, Isopiclone, Alprazolam. Boxes of unfamiliar and longing medicines stained Lu Xiubo's entire field of vision. At a cursory glance, there were a dozen boxes. Lu Xiubo, carrying the bag, stormed out the door to see who had sent it. Unfortunately, it was destined to be futile. The paper bag had probably been sitting there for an hour or more. Lu Xiubo looked at the sleeping Lu Dequan, then poured all the medicines on the table. At the bottom of the paper bag, a light piece of paper slowly fell from it. It was a pass. The pass belongs to Lu Xiubo. Chapter 66, The Last Day. Early morning sunlight illuminates Clearwater County. This small county, alive again. The steam from the breakfast place billowed up again, as if it were endless. Zhang Xian was woken up by the alarm bell and sat up in a daze. He felt that his biological clock was a bit disturbed, as if he had gotten up a bit later than usual, and it was actually already daylight outside. Every day for over a year, he woke up with just a haze of light outside his window. It was only after a long time that Zhang Xian reacted to the fact that there was no class today, only a mobilization meeting. It's the last day of high school. Old rooftop. Guo Shang tossed the English dictionary aside in annoyance, somewhat deflated. I'm afraid that my own grades will only allow me to go to a junior college, and I'm still a long way from a bachelor's degree. Even if he's been working hard every day lately, it doesn't seem to be enough to make up for the previous delinquency. He was beginning to regret a little why he hadn't realized it sooner and woken up sooner. Forget it. Forget it. Go to school. Somewhere at a bus stop, Tong Xin, wearing her school uniform and holding her language book, paced back and forth, mouthing the words. I often spend my days thinking about it, but not as much as I learn in a moment. The sunlight poured through the leaves and spilled onto the pages, illuminating one text after another. The bus stopped on the platform and the driver opened the door and said to her, "Little girl, are you taking the bus or not? I've seen you wandering around here since 6 o'clock, and I've driven 2 round trips." The company had a rule that if someone was at the station, they had to stop, or he wouldn't have asked more. Tong Xian looked at the time and laughed. Almost there. Can't miss this train again. Han Ziyin looked into the mirror and combed her long hair seriously. Even though her eyes were sleepy, she couldn't hide her delicate features. Although she had only been in Qinghe County for a little over a month, she wasn't all that unaffectionate about Qinghe No. 1 high school, and the month here had been invaluable to her. Takes her mind off a lot of painful things. On the last day, she wanted to appear in the most presentable way possible, to show up at Qinghe First High School, to show up in front of someone. Oops. Slept over. Mom, you didn't even call me. Li Wenxian rushed into the restroom in a hurry. The good thing is that the biggest advantage of the mushroom head is that it doesn't need to be taken care of much. Mother Li Huihua said indifferently, "It's not like there's any class today, so it's okay to be late." "That won't do. There's a big show today." "Forget it. You don't understand." It only took Li Wenxian 10 minutes to go out with a bun in her mouth. "Run slower. Don't fall." Li Huihua couldn't stop reminding from the back. Zhou Rui unilaterally sat on his school bag and walked into Qinghe First Middle School. The freshmen and sophomores had already started classes and the campus was full of seniors. The atmosphere was a bit depressing, partly because of the pressure of the college entrance exam and partly because of the heaviness of the word's last day. Zhou Rui looked around, wondering what he was looking for. He went to his classroom first and dropped off his book bag. The classroom was boisterous. The teenage girls were using their wanton clamor to ease the unspoken feeling inside. Although they would go back to school after the entrance exams, but by then, I'm afraid it would be completely different. After putting his bag away, Zhou Rui went to the principal's office to check on the pep rally. Today, he is a wizard. Once again, I returned to the classroom, and before I could sit down for a few minutes, Dewey Wong arrived. "Everyone follow me to the playground. The pep rally is about to start." On a rare occasion, Wong Takwai wore a white shirt in a single panel and his hair was meticulously combed. It's just the tucked-in pants look that makes him look a little oddly proportioned. The 7th class of seniors, lined up on the playground, where a makeshift lectern had been set up with a microphone and a couple of tables. More and more students came out of the building. and eventually all 9 classes of the senior year converged on the south side of the playground, away from the direction of the building. The 9 columns were lined up in order, facing the lectern. After waiting for another 15 minutes, one by one, the school leaders walked up to the speaker's podium, with Joe Rue's familiar principal and director of instruction on it, and the so-called TV station videotape crew at the back of the student square. There is not much battle, only a reporter and a cameraman. They are the city inside the TV station. For the college entrance examination related broadcast shooting material, Tsinghua is not a key high school. They shoot may not be used, just routine. Key, does the machine have enough power? Don't worry, shoot for 10 minutes or so to hold up. What are we going to eat later? Said this side of a East Court restaurant is not bad. Later to rub a meal. The station reimbursement. In the student lineup, Li Wenqian poked her head out from the front row and gave Zhou Rui a playful look from afar, as if to say, watch out for you. Zhou Rui rolled his eyes at the little girl and didn't bother. Playground around the stereo. Played for a long time not named so pure music. And finally in the students vaguely some impatience. Director of Instruction Zhang Banking finally walked up, in front of the microphone said, all the students of Clear River First High School, today is a special day. This was followed by a long series of openings, and the Director of Instruction was very confident in his script. Been using it for 5 years and never had a problem. The process of the mobilization meeting was not complicated. Opening speech. Warm applause. Speech by the principal. Warm applause. Speech by the student representative. Warm applause. Concluding remarks by the principal. Warm applause. For each student, it may only be experienced once in a lifetime. But for schools, there has long been a set pattern. But even so, the students listened more attentively than usual. They are really cherishing the last day, even if, later on, the odds are that it won't be remembered. Finally, after all the long speeches were over, and especially after the principal's 30-minute off-the-cuff speech, the teaching master once again stepped forward and said, thank you for the principal's encouragement. We'll definitely keep up the good work. And now, please invite the senior student's representative, Zhou Rui, to come up to the stage to speak. Swish swish swish. Several hundred pairs of eyes all looked in unison at Zhou Rui at the back of the 7th class column. I thought the student representative would be Li Wenqian, who has been the age first for years. It's the recently popular Zhou Rui? Zhou Rui took a deep breath and calmly meandered from side to side towards the lectern. After mounting the stage and looking at the hundreds of pairs of eyes below, even the reborn Zhou Rui couldn't help but feel a little nervous. In 2 lifetimes combined, this was the first time I had ever spoken in front of so many people. The inexplicable pure music stopped, and in the entire playground, only Zhou Rui's voice remained. Zhou Rui scanned a circle of familiar or unfamiliar faces on the stage, then took out the manuscript paper prepared in advance. Hello classmates, teachers and school leaders. I'm Zhou Rui, a student in the 7th class of senior high school. A slam dunk opening. The script was given to him by the school, and although he had the right to modify it, the tone was actually there, and there was little room for modification. Time flies, time is like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. In these 3 years, we have completed the metamorphosis from teenager to youth. Even if it was a very common speech, Zhou Rui's words seemed to have some kind of magic, and the hundreds of seniors below listened attentively. In the blink of an eye, the 3 years of high school have come to an end. These 3 years, classmates spend time with each other. Teachers teach. Imagine all of you 3 years ago. As he read on, Zhou Rui suddenly paused. Everyone looked curiously at Zhou Rui, including the school leaders in the back. Zhou Rui exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, then backed the manuscript behind his back. The director of instruction snapped. Is this an impromptu rewrite by Zhou? Instinctively, he became worried, wondering if he should go up and interrupt, and turned his head to look at the principal on the sidelines, only to see that the principal was old-fashioned and didn't seem to have any intention of stopping him. Imagine all of you, 13 years from now, lying somewhere in this world, in the silence of the night, or in the weary morning. At that point, what will 3 years of high school mean to everyone? Chapter 67, The Heart of a Red Sun. Please turn on the BGM, Pursuing the Dream of a Red Sun. On the playground, there was only Zhou Rui's unhurried voice. By that time, you may have reached middle age. Full of fatigue. Can you still remember how many faces of your classmates? Can you still remember how many names of your teachers? And can you still remember the countless nights you used to enjoy and plan for the future? The playground was quiet as if it were a classroom. A number of students began to envision Zhou Rui's hypothesis. I'm pretty sure I can tell. Can't think of many. We forget the faces of our classmates, the names of our teachers, the future we used to plan for ourselves, at night, or we may not dare to remember at all. But even so, the 3 years of high school are one of the most profound imprints of our lives, influencing our lives, measuring our talents, molding our character. And today is the seniors' last day. Please don't look at me, but look at the students around you. Look at the teachers in the front row. Keep their faces in your heart. Hundreds of high school students subconsciously looked at the figure beside them, but there was something more indefinable in their eyes. The 7th class lined up. Zhang Xin looked at Han Ziyin from afar. His heart was apprehensive and gloomy. Was it a dream? Is it a dream? Or is it a fantasy? As the 6th class lined up, Li Wenxian stared at Zhou Rui with a burning gaze, not realizing that there were quite a few gazes from the class looking at her as well. In the front row, Huang Dui took off his glasses and wiped the corners of his eyes, but it was good that the students were all on the back of him, so they didn't see his embarrassing appearance. At the lectern, the principal couldn't help but smile, and at that moment, at the very end of the parade of hundreds of students, a figure walked along the edge of the playground, was looking hesitantly at the lectern, the paper bag in his hand, clutched in a death grip. The 2 TV station people, at this time, could not help but lament, is this kid speaking off script? He's speaking from his heart? This level is too high, so infectious, get it on camera. I think this speech can go straight to TV. Zhou Yuri paused for a moment before saying, it's almost time for the college entrance exam, that moment that others call the moment that decides our destiny, but whether your grades are good or bad, and no matter where the college entrance exams will eventually lead you, I would like to implore you to remember it even years, 10 years, or even decades from now. One was, at one time, such a hard worker, such a purist, such a fantasizer. Even if you all grow old and wasted away and feel tired, do not forget that you once possessed a heart of redemption as well. Zhou Rui finished his speech, but instead of getting off the stage, he took the microphone off the stand and looked back at the principal, got a big thumbs up. The look in his eyes says, go for it, go for it. Go for it to close out everyone's high school career. Zhou Rui nodded his head in thanks for the principal's tolerance of his capriciousness. Just on this last day, let me try to do something more for my classmates. Zhou Rui turned his head to the microphone and said, thank you for the principal's permission to allow me to do this in such an abrupt manner. Zhou Rui's words lurched as he finally saw that figure at the very back of the crowd. He finally found the man with a small smile. The accompaniment, prepared in advance, had been given to the principal and forwarded to the faculty. The numerous speakers in the playground suddenly blared a song, not the kind of unidentified pure music, but a lilting intro. Under the stage, Li Wenxian revealed a small fox-like smile, finally seeing the hustle and bustle. Han Ziyin, on the other hand, her eyes lit up as she looked at Zhou Rui incredulously. Zhou Rui put the microphone to his lips. Steady breathing resounded throughout the playground. The next moment, where in the world is the world full of flowers? If it does exist, then I will definitely go. Hundreds of students looked forward in shock. Zhou Rui, singing a song that no one has ever heard before. He spoke word for word, as if he was afraid that the students wouldn't be able to hear the lyrics, but because of that, the song seemed to have some kind of magic. Live hard, love hard, even with your life on the line. I don't want to please anyone, just myself. Maybe I don't have the talent, but I have the innocence of a dream. I'll go and prove it with my whole life. The song, which he had improvised for today, was a backing track and arrangement. It is also his blessing and a small gift to all the students of Tsinghua First High School. Underscore 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 underscore. Go back a few days. Li Wenxian, Zhou Rui. You're not right here. The sound is broken again. Songbin, boss. Your voice is splitting from singing. Do you want to take a break? Compared to the musicality aspect with the word addition, Zhou Rui in the voice aspect that is really talented flat, although extremely hard to control, but to the limit of the sound range. Wanna put away cannot be put away. Zhou Rui drank a mouthful of waterway. It's still really hard to sing It seems that in the future it is better to write a song for Li Wenxian to sing. It's really hard to sing by myself. My neck is roaring sour. Li Wenxian, however, held her cheeks and said dully, but what about the handsome ones? You look so handsome when you sing. Zhou Rui laughed bitterly. Really? Why do I feel like I have a hideous face? Songbin said, boss, if you want to sing at the pep rally, can the school agree? The principal's answer has been answered to me. It's a condition for me to speak on stage. And he's quite supportive. The three sat neatly on the floor, leaning against the wall. High school is coming to an end. Time goes by so fast. So much left to do. But if I end with this song by the boss, I feel like I'll be filled with power. I can't wait to go and fight the high school alone. Li Wenqian laughed. Of course it's a single fight. Can you still be allowed to fight in a group? Why did the boss think of singing? Yeah. Zhou Rui, don't you dislike singing in public? Zhou Rui laughed. I have special magic and want to try and see if it can help. Underscore. Zhou Rui's song seemed to have a special magic, and countless people were immersed in it. There wasn't much skill in that song, and even the voice wasn't that special, but it was like a spark that ignited something in everyone's heart. That is, firmness for the future, eagerness for the ideal, confidence in oneself. All the emotions, as if blended together, became that heart of a naked man. My God, what is this song he's singing? The TV duo, at this point, were close to cheering. Big news, big hotness. Although not within the sphere of influence of the scholastic lyric, the duo had no trouble hearing that it was a work of singularly high quality, especially the mood of the lyrics. Even two adults still listen to the blood boiling, as if back to the teenage years. How can they not be thrilled when such a song appears in such a special scene? Finally getting to the chorus, Zhou Rui told himself with a crossed heart not to panic if he broke his voice. Why don't you just close your eyes and grimace? Whatever. Run forward, in the face of cold eyes and scorn. How can you feel the vastness of life without experiencing trials and tribulations? Fate can't bring us to our knees, even if blood is spilled in my arms. Keep running, with the pride of a red sun. How can you see the sparkle of life if you don't see it through to the end? Instead of surviving, let's burn. One day it will sprout again. Eventually, he broke his voice. But the more the song's sense of uplifting stubbornness is brought out. Countless students were infected by Zhou Rui's magical singing voice. They clenched their fists, roared and cheered in song, and challenged the entrance exams, the future of their lives. The cheers accompany the chorus as if it were the perfect footnote. Tong Xin bit her lip in death. She decided that she would live for herself, not seeking anyone's satisfaction, as long as she could afford to be honest with herself. Han Ziyin eyes moist. At this moment, in Zhou Rui's song, she just thoroughly, from the shadow of her mother's death out of the cold ice in her heart, after all, melted in the red sun song. Even the director of instruction, excitedly stood up and applauded. Well sung, well sung. The principal smiled with his back teeth leaking out. Xiao Zhou the student. Good moral, intellectual, physical and aesthetic development. The music plummeted a few notches softer. Zhou Rui's vociferous singing became the brightest star. Keep on running with the pride of a red sun. How can you see the sparkle of life if you don't see it through to the end? Instead of living, let's burn. For the good of the heart. On the playground, the only sound left was the lilting fiddle. No compromise until you get old. The grim-faced Zhou Rui opened his eyes. What was seen were hundreds of tearful and combative faces. They, with the magic of Zhou Rui's songs, will face a new beginning in life. Go for the challenge. Go all out. Enduring the tearing pain in his throat, Zhou Rui distantly locked eyes with Lu Xiubua at the very back of the crowd. Seeing the paper bag in the other party's hand, Zhou Rui smiled slightly. That was the medicine that Zhou Weigang had spent a lot of effort to get from Deep City. Lu Xiubua had already sobbed uncontrollably and lowered his head to hide his tears, but stubbornly stood up straight, because he had to hold up his pass in one hand and the paper bag in the other, so that Zhou Rui could see himself, seeing his choices. Even if it's a repeat, even if my nose is bruised, I won't give in to life, till old age. Left hand life, right hand ideals. Thank you, Zhou Rai. Updated description. I'm afraid that some of you didn't see the writer's words in the last chapter, so I'm going to start a separate chapter to talk about it. I'll delete it tonight. Another round of recommendations is over. 15 days into June so far and 120,000 words have been updated, averaging 8 or 9,000 per day, due to the 200,000 word limit of the new book. The progress bar has become precarious and is now tearfully resuming 2 shifts at 7 o'clock and 12 o'clock. Still, there's much more than just the number of manuscripts saved, but one has to respect the rules of the platform for this book to go far. Please continue to support the chase, scratch that, and support the genuine article so that we can walk the walk. It's bound to be a big one when it hits the shelves, so stay tuned. Rebirth 09, synthesis of the male gods update instructions are being hand-typed. Please wait a few moments. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 68, Spreading Madness. Welcome to the evening news. Near the college entrance examination, the city and the subordinate counties of the college are about to usher in the most important moment. This year's college entrance examination has been set for June 7th and 8th. The teaching task of the schools, but also basically all complete, and carried out the final mobilization activities. Manhwa No. 1 Middle School, a week before the college entrance exam, held its final pep rally. A unique pep rally in which there were some different styles this year. A teenager. Inside the breakfast parlor, Chorai covered his face. Hurry up and eat and leave. 2nm ugly. On the screen, Jo Rue is singing a high note at the top of his voice, his face flushed and grimacing. Li Wenqian. That liar. This look still say I'm handsome. 3 days have passed since the mobilization meeting, and half of the preparation leave has already passed. This also means that there are only 3 days left before the college entrance exam. 2. During the first 3 days, in addition to stretching out his physical activity, he visited Lu Shubua. Lu Diquan has begun to take medication, with the effect of tranquilizers, although still want to drink, but at least not as hysterical as before. Lu Shubua coaxed and persuaded, barely able to control. For this year's college entrance examination, LV Shubua has no chance, but he told Jo Rue he is ready to work in the summer vacation. The money earned to repeat next year, the next year to fight again. With LV Shubua's intelligence, he may not be unable to have a better start. And those not so cheap medicines, Lu Shubua said he hoped to count them as borrowed from Jo Rue, and that he would definitely return them later. Jo Rue did not refuse this, and it was an agreement between the two of them. Other times, Jo Rue mobilized everyone to download the QQ, formed a senior class 7 small group. Even if not to go to school, he can also help everyone in the group to solve problems. With the magic of the previous mobilization meeting, the entire Manhwa No. 1 senior high school students, in the preparation for the holiday, are studying enthusiastically. High intention. The 7th class was even hotter and more united. Sometimes when Jo Rue didn't take care of it, even Zhang Xian would be in there to help the others solve the problems. And for those hardware does not support the use of QQ, really cannot send a text message, Jo Rue will also reply. Similar things also happened in other classes. That day's mobilization meeting may be the most successful since the establishment of Manhwa No. 1 Middle School. In Jo Rue's magic under the real mobilization to the students. Motivation to the students. Motivation to the students. It's just that Chorai sacrificed his screen debut to a facepalm. Currently this video content has been broadcast in the city-level TV station for 2 days, without Jo Rue himself to check. Manhwa First Middle School, countless people are spreading. The one who jumped up and down the most was Li Wenqian, simply a black powder head. The city TV station is already lacking in content. A little something over and over again to put. Jo Rue was depressed. Please, make a code. In the place where Jo Rue does not know. This news is rapidly spreading. At this time of the year, the national media will focus on the college entrance exams. The various large and small television stations, high and low, have to be the whole point of the relevant reports. In addition to small local television stations, large television stations have a wider field of vision. The audience is more. In order to fulfill the station's series mandate, we can broadcast the best material from other places, right? Underscore 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 underscore. Old Lu, is the special broadcast of the evening news ready? Get it done. There's plenty of material from various colleges and universities before. I'll give you a clip. The city station turned it in. You plug it in and air it tonight. Lao Lu did not refuse. The leadership accounted for things. Rework, cannot say anything else? But when he saw the content of the new material, Old Lu also had a rare laugh. What's all this? Students nowadays. Is it so great? The clarity and sound quality were mediocre, probably due to the limitations of the equipment of an affiliated TV station. But the look of that teenager's hoarse voice and the atmosphere of hundreds of high school students with tears in their eyes below them was still presented in its entirety. Hole up. The lyrics are so good. He'll have to use his aerial skills and add subtitles. Underscore. Old Our station has a national audience and ranks among the top local stations. And content production needs to open up its horizons a little bit. It's easy to lose big audience segments when you're always staring below your own nose. You're right. The focus these days is on the college entrance exams, and we're both trying to disseminate relevant information for the general public as well as pursuing a bit of ratings, which is common to all TV stations around the country at times like this, where someone was the first to leave the exam room, where a student was late and was given a ride by the police, and where they lost their passes. The station said hello and went to talk to people and share the material. Don't worry, it's all been talked about, and I have an interesting piece of out-of-state material on hand. Underscore. Hey, Sister Yao, don't you see that who? That who? Yao Paley is eating in the unit cafeteria, thinking about Zhou Wei Steel Factory, a little distracted. Isn't this your family Zhou Rue? Am I right? I haven't seen you for 2 years. Why are you on TV? Yao Paley froze and looked up. On the screen was a grim-faced high school student, the same as killing a pig. Wait, well, if it isn't my boy. Hey, it's really Zhou Rue. This is Qinghe First Middle School? Others in the cafeteria looked over. Yao Paley heard a burst of complaint. This child is really on the TV. Also, do not say hello to her in advance. Otherwise she'd be talking to everyone at this point. What a face. It's ugly, but after all, it's on TV, isn't it? Underscore. Without having to attend classes, Zhou Rue's time to work out increased dramatically, and by now the experience gain situation had come to a head. Word quest, strong body, current progress, 66 out of 100. Word quest, inspiration, current progress, 83 out of 100. Word quest, perseverance, current progress, 56 out of 100. The progress of the two body system quests is normal, steady to good, but the inspiration quest experience is getting more and more difficult to obtain, and it is also related to Zhou Rue's recent adjustments in his life center of gravity. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, so Zhou Rue took off his almost soaked clothes, and the breeze blew across his damp skin, bringing a burst of coolness. Based on the current progress, after the college entrance exam, he would be able to get his hands on 3 words at once. It can be a bumper crop. Strengthening the body will establish Zhou Rue's excellent physical quality, and it is not too much to say that it will benefit him for life. Perseverance and inspiration both belong to the kind of words that were highly generalized, and although he had yet to see the specific effects, Zhou Rue expected that these 2 words would bring excellent bonuses, both in learning and in life. And it's still a synthetic material for 2 known paths. Judging from the effect of the scholars, I'm afraid that only the synthesized high-level words can truly show the power of the system. Resting in the void, Zhou Rue opened the mailbox to see if there was any important news. There are still dozens of so-called cooperation emails Zhou Rue did not look at. Before the end of the college entrance examination, he is not prepared to think about these things, unless it can be operated remotely. Suddenly, out of a large pile of emails, there was a not-so-different one that caught Zhou Rue's attention, because there are 2 letters QQ in the sender's message. It is quite conspicuous. It couldn't be that my QQ number was stolen, could it? These days it is common for QQ numbers to be stolen. Hurry up and click on it and read it for a long time. It's an email from QQ Music, and the other guy wanted to talk to him about music rights. It's not the same as the online platforms like Kudu, Baidu, and Thousand Silence. They are ready to give money. Talk about deep cooperation. Chapter 69, New Platforms, New East Wins. QQ Music's email is not too long. The other party seems to be very clear about the current market situation of the music platform. Open the door to the point. They are not like other platforms. They want to create a genuine online music platform. They noticed that Zhou Rue's 2 songs were spreading rapidly on the internet and had now reached 7 million plays across the web. Although Zhou Rue didn't get a single penny. That's just the way it is in this day and age. Trying to make money from online music is a pure dream. It all has to be concerts, selling albums, and commercials to make money. But QQ Music provides a new model. That is, paid copyright, free to listen to songs. Generally speaking, is to occupy the copyright as the moral high ground. To capture users, first rely on advertising and traffic replacement system. Until the user base is large enough, maybe launched Zhou Rue's previous life membership, or Green Diamonds. A phone number was left at the bottom of the email and the contact person's last name was Liang. Name is Liang Liang. The name. Let's just say he probably doesn't feel weird about it at the moment. But it's a toss-up if it becomes an internet term in a few years. Zhou Rue thought about it and decided to try to communicate and called back. Hello there. I'm Ari. the songwriter, and I got your email and heard you wanted to work with me. Liang's spirit was shaken, and although the voice on the other side of the phone was young and unlikable, he still addressed him respectfully. Mr. Ari, hello, thank you for calling back. Yes, our QQ Music focus is committed to creating a genuine music platform. You should know that your two works in the network has been spreading like crazy. The data is very bright, but the various platforms. At present, QQ Music is the online music platform in the field of the weekend spoiler. Not to mention then the Kugus such as the hegemony. They even Kugu imitator Cool Me are there not even as good as Kugu's imitator Cool Me. So the willingness to cooperate is strong. Far from the kind of existence that occupies a monopoly position in the latter days. Zhou Rui interrupted. I'm clear about the market situation. You can just explain how you want to cooperate. Liang coughed lightly and said, it's like this. We hope to obtain your genuine license. The real kind. Liang's eloquence was not bad. Zhou Rui listened for a long time and probably knew the plan over there. First of all, QQ Music obtained the genuine copyright of Zhou Rui, the kind with legal benefits. QQ Music will then take combating piracy and safeguarding intellectual property rights as its foothold, and mobilize its strong legal team behind it to proactively defend its rights and crack down on pirated songs on various platforms, by means including but not limited to reporting, suing, and claiming damages etc. Just very QQ, but it has to be said, it's a combination of ethics plus law plus business model. You can call them ruthless or shameless, but you can't say they're wrong. The market will also eventually come to this stage. Zhou Rui's heart is very clear. Liang bluntly said, Zhou Rui do not need to worry about copyright protection and combating piracy any work. QQ Music will be the first to take the lead. And there are two options for the value of legitimate copyrights. One is a one-time copyright purchase with a 2-year contract. Secondly, according to the amount of play, QQ Music platform, each song is played, whether complete or not. Zhou Rui can get 5 cents share. Yes, 5 cents. It sounds small, but if there's 10 million plays, Zhou Rui gets like 500,000. Personally, I am advising you to go for the second model. You currently have 2 productions with great word of mouth, and the sooner you make a decision, the more you can get out of it. Recommending the second is not necessarily in consideration for Zhou Rui, the first buyout, although the price is lower, but it is equivalent to a one-time cost, and the risk is borne by the platform itself, while the second, only if they make money. Zhou Rui can share the money. They do not need to pay Zhou Rui a penny if they do not make money. Therein lies a distinction between investment and risk. Zhou Rui was puzzled. Why did you choose me? Liang's side didn't tuck in and said, in fact, it's not just you. We're also contacting other young musicians. And at this stage the main focus is on young up-and-coming musicians. You know that there are many aspects of established artists that need to be taken into consideration. And that's the case with the general market environment and consumption habits right now. Some famous artists are worried about cooperating with us. We'll lose the past fans' edge. And even be scolded. After all, everyone is used to listening to songs for free. Of course, especially top artists. The song copyrights are also expensive exaggerated. They will not choose to 5 cents at a time. It is too high cost for us. Those top artists. Maybe a song publicly sung once is hundreds of thousands of dollars, and has long been hundreds of versions of the proliferation of out. QQ Music is not a stupid man. What money are indiscriminately spread? Of course, I'm not sure about your partnership with the vocalists in, and I'm not sure if I can do it from your side. Zhou Rui said, don't worry about this aspect. I can make the decision. In fact, Zhou Rui is a little bit of intention, online dissemination and then more. Zhou Rui also a penny cannot get. QQ Music side at least can have a gain. However, it occurred to me that the color ring business that will be launched soon is the real big head, and the money-sucking ability over there is called a fierce. And the cooperation with QQ Music to combat piracy, will it affect the dissemination of the songs? Which in turn affects the color ring business. Communicating this concern to Liang, that side immediately laughed. We are not taking your song and cover it in your pocket and not let people listen to it. On the contrary, because it is your own song, I will vigorously promote it. And I can give you a very high recommendation resources, homepage recommendations, advertising recommendations, and through the QQ software to reach more people. We are a group of companies, paths a lot. According to our projections, your song will only spread more in our hands, not less. After all, we wouldn't do a losing business, would we? And if the songs are available everywhere, or even downloadable everywhere, Consumers are even less likely to spend money on colorful bells. Instead, it's the setting of some difficulty in obtaining them that can stimulate the desire to buy them. A phone call for almost half an hour. Zhou Rui's cell phone is hot. The whole feeling down. The feasibility is still very high. He himself has always been inclined to borrow the east wind, which is also the convenience of the reborn, able to distinguish which is the east wind and which is the typhoon. The music market is rapidly moving into a more formal copyright era, and it would be detrimental for him to move into this area early. Most importantly, working with a platform would have been less work, and he didn't have the time, after all, to go on walks, commercials, signings, and concerts like most singers of this era. Working with a platform then becomes a great way to save time and effort, or at least it's worth a try. The 60th Birthday Literary Guidance Working Group is the platform. The Color Bell Company is the platform. QQ Music is also a platform. While the platform is still small, it's the calamity of its kind in the field. By the way, there's also a small request. Or maybe it's a request. Mr. Ari seems to be very young, and should still be in the prolific stage of creation. We would like you to be able to release at least 3 new songs on our platform every year. It didn't matter to Zhou Rui in this regard. He was already prepared. Alright, please send me a copy of both the detailed cooperation plan and the contract to my mailbox. I'll take a closer look at it. As for the formal signing, it needs to wait for a few days. I'm not available these days. Okay, Mr. Ari, is there some new inspiration? No, it's that soon I'm going to be a senior. Liang Liang's side fell into silence. I can hear you're young, but isn't that overly young of you? Chapter 70, the beginning of the gauntlet. Got all your pens? 2B? Mom, when you talk like that, it makes me feel like you're scolding me. What a mess. Where's the eraser? Where's the ruler? Today is a language test. What did I bring a ruler for? Just in case you need to use it. Load up, load up. 277, Sky River Road had one of its busiest mornings in several years. Today is the day of Zhou Rui's college entrance examination and the day when millions of students will see the results. Yao Pei got up early in the morning, cooked, cleaned, and wore a newly bought cheongsam. It signifies a flag of victory. She kept reviewing what she needed to bring in her head before she left the house, looking much more nervous than Shoyuri. Are you sure you don't want to wear adult diapers? I bought them specifically in case you have to go to the bathroom. Mom, please don't say it, rather than die. The door of the room was knocked, and Zhou Weigang, who had rushed back specifically, was wearing gray pants and a yellow top. It means splendor of achievement. Zhou Rui can only say absolutely. Come on. The car's downstairs. Although the car could not be driven near the examination center, it could still save a lot of trouble, and Zhou Weigang parked the car on the side of the road outside the martial law area, and the 3 of them got off and walked. Not long after, Yao Pei and Zhou Weigang were also stopped. Zhou Rui said goodbye to the 2, and walked to the examination room alone, outside the entrance of Qinghe No. 1 middle school. Huang Dui and a few senior teachers were coordinating at the entrance, finally urging the students of their own schools to say a few words, and when they saw Zhou Rui walking towards them, they all broke into smiles. Huang Dui joked, Zhou Rui, is it going to be a hit today? Zhou Rui also laughed, it's just as good as ordinary. A score of 700 or so on the exam. There were other school teachers on the sidelines, and their eyes had rolled to the sky when they heard the duo's conversation. Qinghe First Middle School people so shameless. There are only 3 high schools in Qinghe County, of which Qinghe No. 1 high school is the largest, so a lot of students have their exams at our school. In the crowd of candidates, Zhou Rui saw Zhang Xin, saw Li Wenqian, saw Tong Xin, as well as many senior students from Qinghe First Middle School. Some Chorai recognizes, some Chorai doesn't, but they all recognized Zhou Rui. They cast their eyes over the student representative who had made a splash at the pep rally. Many people waved at Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui smiled and responded to the crowd, saying silently in his heart, go for it. Underscore 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 underscore. Outside the gate of Qinghe No. 1 middle school, a large number of people gathered around the isolation line. They are all parents of the candidates, some looking from afar, some chatting with other parents, and some spontaneously formed volunteers to enclose a larger layer of isolation circle, blocking vehicles approaching. Police cars, ambulances, were mobilized and on standby. The college entrance examination, always the top priority. Even in a small place like Qinghe County, all kinds of configurations have been pulled as full as possible. It just doesn't have that big city feeling of reporters squatting and ready to rush out for an interview. Zhou Weigang patted toes, looking toward the inside. In fact, cannot see anything. Today the sun is really big. I do not know if Rui's seat is by the window. Will not be affected. Yao Peili said. The heat won't be a problem. I'm just afraid that Xiao Rui will want to go to the bathroom and he's not wearing a diaper. Zhou Weigang said helplessly. It's not like you're not allowed to go to the restroom. Isn't that time consuming? As he was talking, Huang Dewei, who had exited the examination room, recognized Yao Peili and came over with a smile. Zhou Rui's mother. Hello again. Yao Peili also smiled and greeted. Mr. Huang, it's been hard on you. Keeping watch. Huang Dewei waved his hand. Not hard. Not hard. Busy 3 years just for today. In the morning I see that Rui is in good shape. I'm afraid that this time I'm going to be a hit. Yao Peili smiled more and more enthusiastically. Where? It's all because the teachers taught them well. Dare not dare. What level is Zhou Rui? Huang Dewei is no more confident. That is half of the teacher of the 7th class. No, the teacher can't even do as well as Zhou Rui when he goes to take the test. Just then, a playful and tall figure walked over. Hello, Mr. Huang. Huang Dewei brightened up. Come, just in time. Zhou Rui's mom. This is also from our class. Zhou Rui's deskmate Han Ziyin. As soon as Han Ziyin heard that this was Zhou Rui's mom, she immediately smiled like a flower and sweetly called out. Hello, Auntie. On the contrary, Yao Peili is a little stunned. Zhou Rui's tablemate. Why is he outside the exam room? Is it hard to believe that such a pretty little girl has given up her studies at such a young age? Seemingly seeing Yao Peili's surprise, Huang Dewei smiled and explained. Now I can say it. Han Ziyin is a guaranteed student, and has long since been guaranteed a place at Fudan University in Shanghai. Yao Peili froze. A guaranteed student? So outstanding. And Fudan University, isn't it Zhou Rui's goal? The person immediately warmed up, took Han Ziyin's small hand and chatted. One party is interested in approaching. One party likes it how it looks, and they soon hit it off. Your family is from Shanghai? Then if Xiao Rui goes to Shanghai after that, you help him get more acclimatized. Don't worry, Auntie. I'm sure I will. I'm just afraid he'll ignore me. How can I ignore you? I'll turn around and talk to him. Such a good classmate. There's no reason to ignore him. Huang Dewei looked to the side of the unfamiliar Zhou Weigang, thinking that this is Zhou Rui's biological father. The college entrance examination juncture can come to cheer the child. It is not bad. As time passed, the crowd outside the examination room became more and more agitated. It's nearing the earliest turn-in time. 2 figures, side by side, walked out of the school building. A man and a woman. It was Zhou Rui and Li Wenxian. The two talked and laughed and were the center of everyone's attention. Generally speaking, the earliest to hand in their papers are either the schoolboys or the dregs. By the looks of the two men's demeanor, it was clearly the former. Yao Peili waved from afar. Out. Hey, Li Wenxian also in this examination room. How did not see Wenxian mom? Zhou Rui also waved his hand at his mother, signaling him to take it easy. After leaving the school gate, Zhou Rui was immediately surrounded by a large group of people. Classmate, was it hard this year? It's the parents. Classmate, what's the essay topic? This is the teacher who wants to know if he bet on the right question. Zhou Rui and Li Wenxian chanted while shouting. It's not difficult. Not difficult. While running towards the outside, Li Wenxian quickly found her mom in the crowd and darted over like a little rabbit, while Zhou Rui finally walked up to Yao Peili. Rui, how's it going? Zhou Rui smiled and said, everything went well. No accidents. Then looked to the tall figure whose eyes smiled into a curved moon. How did Han Ziyin get together with her mom? Hands on your head? What happened? Zhou Weigang said. Go. I booked a hotel and restaurant at noon. Let's go eat and rest. There's another one in the afternoon. In the crowd, Li Wenxian turned back to look for Zhou Rui's figure, but unexpectedly saw the tall and conspicuous Han Ziyin. The bunny's ears perked up at once. Got a bad feeling about this. Han Ziyin smiled politely at Li Wenxian from afar. Zhou Rui didn't see Li Wenxian's wary gaze behind him, but said to Han Ziyin, why are you here? Is it because you want to see how we, ordinary students, are suffering through the college entrance exams? Han Ziyin smiled and shook her head. Not really. I'm going back to Shanghai first tomorrow, and when the college entrance exams are over, I'll also need to go back to my original high school to go through the various formalities and procedures, including the process of bailing out. See you again, probably in Shanghai. Zhou Rui was a bit surprised at his words, but still nodded. Right. Han Ziyin's real school registration files. I'm afraid that in Shanghai colleges and universities, the college entrance examination is over. Each school began to go graduation program. A lot of things must be personally to go back to deal with. Chorai blessed. Good luck with everything. Han Ziyin smiled brightly, as if glowing in the sunlight. I've talked to my aunt. I'll wait for you in Shanghai. Chapter 71. No matter what the outcome is, at least there's an orgy waiting for you. June 7th and June 8th. The time for the '09 GCSEs ended successfully. All colleges and universities across the country, with the exception of the individual districts that take subsections and not integrals, have wrapped up this momentous occasion. Some people are happy. Some people are sad. Zhou Rui 2 days of college entrance exams. Did not have any unexpected events. No diarrhea. No late. Did not lose the pass. Or maybe that's the normal way most candidates open up. And those who make the news because of carelessness are ultimately in the minority. Zhou Weigang drew out 2 days after the time, but ultimately the 8th day of the night back to the deep city. Over there to reopen to break into the world. Need to do a lot of things. On the evening of the last day of the college entrance exam, Zhou Rui flatly accompanied Yao Pei to eat dinner, and then still thundered to start exercising. Early the next morning, with a paper full of answers, he went to the school. The scores will be evaluated today. The difference, however, was that the others were assessing their scores in the classroom, while Zhou Rui got special treatment, assessing his scores in the teacher's office. Even the principal came and waited to witness the moment of miracle. Now Zhou Rui hands a few pieces of paper. Is the most important thing in Qinghao 1 today. Zhou Rui pushed open the door of his office, and the group of teachers looked as if they were waiting for a pilgrimage. Zhou Rui felt like he didn't even have to write the answers himself. They were more motivated than he was. How about, you guys come? Huang Dui immediately nodded and said, come, I'll open my eyes. Zhou Rui handed the answer sheets to the subject teachers, and they quickly went off to match the answers. The standardized answers to the GCSEs have been posted online, so it's fast. In less than a quarter of an hour the office was filled with admiring applause. Bio. Alright. Chemistry too. I'm done checking on my end. And math too. Soon. The sound of applause appeared in the office, as if it were the scene of some celebratory meeting. Zhou Rui once again performed the miracle of getting full marks in science. Then all the teachers focused on the language and English teachers. Everyone knows that, in contrast to science, Zhou Rui's essay writing sucks. No matter which language. The language teacher hesitated for a long time and finally said uncertainly, grading essays is more subjective. I'm not sure how a real grader would judge it, but if it were up to me, I could only give it a score of about 45, and it might fluctuate up or down by 5 points or less. The English teacher also spoke up. On the English composition side, deduct 5 points. It should not fluctuate up or down more than 2 points. That is, if the answer sheet Zhou Rui brought out was not copied incorrectly. If the teachers checked their answers and read them correctly. If the language and English teachers aren't dead wrong in their judgment. Zhou Rui got around 725 to 730 points in this high school exam. If there aren't more demons in the country this year, judging by previous years. In 2009, the National College Entrance Examination should fall in this small Qinghao 1 middle school. First there was a brief silence. Then came the great cheer. Yay! Awesome! That's awesome! Oh my god! This has to be on the news. On the CCTV news. We have a high school senior in our school. The principal also laughed out his back teeth on the side, slapping his palm loudly. The students in the next classroom who were apprehensively evaluating their scores heard the commotion on this side and wondered what the teachers were cheering about. Could it be cheering finally being liberated? Another batch of little bad guys sent away? Zhou Rui looked at the group of teachers and also had a smile on his lips. The principal's hands were clapping red, but after a long time, he took the lead and pressed his hand, signaling everyone to calm down. Gentlemen, you can't be overconfident until the real results come out. In this way, the teachers of each subject will recheck the answers again, a few more times, and the language and English teachers will look for the precedents of the previous year's college entrance exam essays, and try to make the estimation of the scores a little more accurate. After saying that, the principal looked amiably at Zhou Rui. Little Zhou, whether or not you end up being the so-called top student, the school will give you a great reward, said the man gesturing a world universal gesture. Zhou Rui smiled. Thank you, principal. Then can I go back to class first? A few walls away, there's this other group of students who are burying their heads in the sand to estimate their scores. Go on. Zhou Rui left all the answer sheets and returned to the classroom in one piece. The students were all checking their answers with each other, some worried and some hijacked. Since the teachers were all occupied by Zhou Rui, none of the students over here had officially started yet. They were waiting for the teacher to take a long to estimate the score. Everyone looked over when they saw Zhou Rui walk in. Zhou Rui, how did you do on the exam? Zhou Rui, I haven't seen you for 2 days. Which exam room are you in? A chorus of voices instantly resounded through the classroom. Zhou Rui naturally walked to the podium and said, "Class, tell 2 things. As half a teacher of class 7, and a well-deserved leader, and class group leader." The moment Zhou Rui spoke, the entire class fell silent. First, the college entrance exam is over. Congratulations to everyone. Later on, the teacher will come and take you to estimate your scores. And although the answers have been published online, it's still safest to check them under the teacher's guidance. So don't be in a hurry just yet. The crowd settled down a little. Second, everyone, liberated, regardless of the results of the score estimation. Tomorrow night, Qinghe First High School Senior Class 7, the first class reunion, is about to begin. Dinner, sing, get high, oh, louder. Stronger cheers resounded through the school building. The teachers in the next office looked at each other and smiled. As it should be, senior year is indeed hard. This was finally liberating. 3 years of high school, a year of high-pressure living, being booked up from morning to night. Many students haven't had much fun all year, and the stress that usually builds up is all on them. The word that must be used to describe this time is liberation. Zhou Rui rushed to announce it before the official score estimation, just to avoid some people rejoicing and others worrying after the score estimation in a while. And it will also help people not to worry too much when they estimate their scores afterwards. After all, it's over and there's no point in worrying about it. Regardless of the outcome, there is at least one more rave waiting for them. Zhou Rui has already booked the restaurant and KTV. These days it is estimated that a large number of students will come out to party. There are not many suitable places in Qinghe County, and I'm afraid that if I book late, there will be no more. Unfortunately, Han Ziyin has gone back to Shanghai. Huang Dui stood outside the door, looking at the podium as a leader Zhou Rui, with a smile on his face, and did not immediately go in to interrupt the ghostly cries of the students. Make a scene, after high school, isn't that what it's all about? He waited for the students to settle down a bit before striding into the classroom. Students, congratulations on completing the most important test of your life. Now, your teacher will take you through the questions one last time. Estimate your score once. Teachers of all subjects, in turn, entered the classroom and completed their last lesson. Before the end, 2 volunteer cards were distributed, one mock and one official, which had to be returned to the school a week later, after Zhou Rui got the strange and familiar paper, knowing that your new story is about to begin. Chapter 72, The First Class Reunion. Chourai finished his shower, dried his increasingly lean upper body, and then put on a white shirt with light-colored jeans underneath. Fresh and clean. Today is the day of the reunion. It can also be described as an orgy. These high school kids are probably about to let go of all their inhibitions for the day. Yao Pei saw how Zhou Rui's handsome appearance looked. Still, I couldn't help but warn, don't get too crazy. Zhou Rui laughed bitterly. It's probably an all-night rhythm. There has been a night of discussion inside the group. Dinner plus KTV, and it's natural for young people to want to stay up all night. A portion of the crowd may leave early, but those who want to let loose until dawn dominate. Yao Pei gave Zhou Rui a blank look. The college entrance exam was over. She didn't want to care too much anymore, and instructed, "You guys are probably going to drink again. Pay attention to moderation. Don't worry, Mom. I'll talk some sense into it." Out of the house. The afternoon sun is warm and slightly dry. Zhou Rui carrying a crossbody bag, while checking the messages in the group, while heading towards the booked restaurant. The messages in the group increased at the rate of 10 floors per second. I'm here. Where are you guys? Is it so early? I haven't even left the house yet. I'm on my way. The 7th class people are very active. Zhou Rui before the statistics, in addition to a few people. After the evaluation of the score directly and parents went out to travel, there are a few really not in the mood. This party came to a full 46 people. According to Zhou Rui's experience, this will be the peak of the number of classmates reunion from now on, and it will only be less than this, not more than this. Numerous messages were mixed in with short messages from Li Wenqian. Li Wenqian, Zhou Rui, your class is gathering today? Chourai replied, I'm on my way. Li Wenqian, so envious, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Our class can only postpone to the day after tomorrow because we didn't book a place. Zhou Rui, that's foresight. I booked it the day I finished my high school exams. This girl is also very powerful. The estimated score of 689 is also a monster level score. Applying for Beijing University is no problem. Fudan University, not to mention. It could be said that compared to Zhou Rui, Li Wenqian was the real-world schoolmaster, who had never had an accident, whether in his previous life or now. Chatting a couple of sentences, Zhou Rui arrived at the agreed Qingcheng restaurant. Here the price is affordable. There is a squeeze, can sit 40 people in the 2-in-1 large box. Can be said to be the most suitable place in Qinghai County. From a distance, he saw about 10 students standing outside the store door, waving at Zhou Rui. Everyone was wearing regular clothes. Zhou Rui was still a bit unrecognizable for a while. Some female students chose to wear makeup, but the technique was not good, and their faces were miserably white. And some boys wore a set of long-sleeved pants that they thought were very handsome, and then the heat was sweating all over their heads. LV Shubo wore a sportswear. After unraveling the knot, he was much more cheerful and relaxed, and was chatting with others. Zhang Xian also has his own small design. The head actually smeared hair wax, hairstyle backward, greasy breath pull full, which has the appearance of good students in the past. Songbin wore a set of hip-hop style of wide black clothes, at first glance also a bit of musician feeling. Hata Dor Han is him. The brightest is still Tong Xin. The upper body is a wide cardigan. Inside is a small halter that reveals half of the shoulder straps, and the lower body is a denim shorts. Not to the extent of flush buttocks, but also enough to grab the eyes. Round and straight long legs, and pure and desire. This girl is truly gifted when it comes to dressing up and is more than a cut above girls her age. Let's just say that right now. Everyone has a great desire to show off their individuality and just want to do things that they normally wouldn't dare to do. Zhou Rui also noticed that several boys were carrying plastic bags in their hands, which looked to be alcohol. Still white wine, obviously taken from home. Zhou Rui felt his head spinning. With the amount of alcohol these high school students consume, I'm afraid that all the white ones will be sent away. And forgetting that he is now also a vegetable chicken who can only drink 2 tails. Don't stand in the doorway. Let's go in first. The box was a large 2-in-1 package with the center divider removed, and 2 huge round tables with many more chairs added on site, barely able to accommodate everyone. There were not a few carrying their own wine today, and since most of the family's stash was white wine, there was soon an outrageous scene in a corner of the box. A dozen bottles of various colors of white wine were piled up there, like small mountains. Songbin was the most outrageous, bringing 4 bottles of Mao Tai, or 94 years old. Zhou Rui was afraid after taking a look at it and hurriedly said, "Forget about white wine. I'm afraid everyone can't handle it. We'll just drink some beer today. In fact, those who bring wine may not be brave enough to drink it, and the main focus is on a sense of ceremony. How do we sit? We can't have a table for men and a table for women, can we? Fork it off and do it. Turn it off and do it." As soon as the stress of the high school exams was over, the manic hormonal vibe returned, and the boys staggered about while the girls didn't move, but didn't refuse. Tong Xin is surrounded by many people, intentionally or unintentionally, seemingly waiting for a moment to happen to sit next to her. Tong Xin rolled her eyes and glanced at Zhou Rui's appearance surrounded by the crowd before pulling a few girls to make it. Zhou Rui took a few classmates, went to the front desk, clunked order nearly 20 dishes, and then 2 copies, and then let the waiter move a few cases of beer in the box. Soon enough, people were arriving, glasses of wine and juice were full, and gazpacho was served. Everyone looked at Zhou Rui, waiting for his opening. Zhou Rui didn't stand up either. He just raised his cup and said in a loud voice, "To celebrate the official liberation of Senior Class 7. Go 1. Oh, the earth-shattering noise scared the next box. Underscore 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 underscore. Wang Xiaoxin. I'm telling you, you're just not good at playing soccer, and you're still not convinced. You've never won in our one-on-one fights. Zhang Xiaoju, do you have any more juice over there? Come on. Who's afraid of who? I'll do it. Who says I like kids? You fart." The clamor in the box was more violent than in any class in 3 years. After spending a lot of time in this kind of environment, even if you haven't been drinking, your brain is buzzing and dizzy. Almost every one of the boys had a little bit to drink, and quite a few of the girls chipped in. And tonight was a great night for all. Nothing is unavoidable and uncontrollable. As time progressed, people soon began to leave the table to make toasts, mimicking the adults, and some began to speak in whispers and eat some stale melon. Others try to have no regrets. Zhou Rui was 5 points drunk. There were too many people looking for him to drink. He was dizzy enough even if one person only took a sip. At this moment, Zhou Rui was staring blatantly at Lu Xiubo with a derisive gaze. As one of the few boys who doesn't drink, this guy just confessed. A girl poured herself 2 glasses of beer, and with fearless courage, and the determination that she would be rejected, she approached Lu Xiubo, and Zhou Rui happened to listen to a mouthful of it from the side. Lu Xiubo, graduated, I love. After saying this, he turned around and ran away, only leaving Lu Xiubo messy in the wind. Zhou Rui patted his shoulder and laughed loudly. You can't do this. You can't say a word. It's not as good as someone else's little girls. Lu Xiubo could only lower his head and clip the food, obviously not in a very calm mood either, and could only respond in silence. At this moment, a figure held a wineglass and walked over to Zhou Rui. Guosheng stammered. Zhou Rui, and Lu Xiubo, let me apologize to you. I was careless that time. So what? That. I'll do it first. Zhou Rui glanced at this guy. It could be that the atmosphere was baked into it, or it could be the alcohol effect. In any case, he was kinda surprised that this guy could come and apologize. Most of the class didn't know that Guosheng and Zhou Rui still had a bad time, but it was good that at this time it was so rowdy that there weren't many people paying attention. Zhou Rui thought for a moment, and with a grimace, he finally picked up his own cup and took a sip, sort of recognizing the end of this matter. After all, it won't be long. It is the people in the south and north of the sky. There is no need to hold on to this matter. For the sake of classmates, let it be so. Anyway, the one who suffered the day was Guosheng himself. Don't be a jerk in the future. Guosheng nodded repeatedly. Thank you. Thanks. I'll do another one. No, I'll blow a bottle. Zhou Rui nudged in the other direction. Keep it. You still need to go apologize to Songbin. Guosheng looked over with some difficulty, but eventually he nodded and went off with his glass. Leave the teenage conflicts to the teenagers. Well, ahem. For some delightful reason, the 12 o'clock chapter didn't make it past the review. You guys know. Working on Rebirth 09, Synthetic Male God, that's what. It's being hand-typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 72, Begonia Red in June. A meal that lasted from 6 until after 9. It can be a lot of booze and I can't tell you how many cases of beer have been consumed. While there have been no unconscious ones yet, a number of people have been completely liberated from their natural instincts. Some people hugged and cried. Some people hooked up. And at the end of the day, even a dozen or so boys who didn't know what they were talking about suddenly started holding hands and singing Friends. That's embarrassing. Uniquely awkward for this night. Zhou Rui also had 7 drunkenness, clapped his hands and said, don't sing here. The next box have complained. Let's go to K/T/V. Dozens of people out of the box, in front of the Qingcheng restaurant to meet, while Zhou Rui went to the front desk. He was the organizer of the party, but did not arbitrarily choose to treat, although he can totally afford it. Teenage girls are mostly sensitive when it comes to money, and pretending to treat yourself isn't a good option, nor is it conducive to class unity. Zhou Rui said today he came to pay the bill first. After the total will be sent to the group everyone AA. Of course, if the number is too outrageous, he might discount the total before sending it out to the group. After all, the restaurant and the K/T/V are the places he picks, and each family's financial situation is not quite the same. Maturity. Not being big-headed, but really taking care of everyone's emotions. A meal with food and wine. For dozen people only 3,000 yuan. The boss saw a student party also discounted. The average per capita less than 60. Yes, it's a good deal. Mostly it's the alcohol. Otherwise a small county get-together in 09 would probably be less than $40 per person. But add singing is different. The drinks over there are more expensive. Zhou Rui is ready to turn back or manually give the students a discount, and then let them AA. While paying, Tong Xin, who had come out of the restroom, curiously came over, and the smell of wine, with its aroma, drilled into Zhou Rui's nostrils. Zhou Rui covered the bill and laughed. What are you looking at? I'll just send it to the group later. Then pushed straight at Tong Xin's back to drive her away. Tong Xin felt the warm and broad palm behind her, and said with a 3-point drunkenness, show me. Zhou Rui drove away Tong Xin, swiped his card for the bill, and caught up with the large group. A small percentage left on that note. Not all parents allow their children to sing, especially if it's an all-nighter, and some will tag along but leave early. 30 or so people arrived at the backstreet K/T/V, a block away. As the only mass market K/T/V in Xinhua County, The business here is very hot. And they even met other senior students from Tsinghano, one middle school who came out to party. Other classes may be lacking in organization. The arrangement is not as proper as Zhou Rui, and there are even more than a dozen people crowded in a small box. The 7th class is more powerful. Zhou Rui booked the largest Supreme 888 private room. The card faced directly full. Fruit plates, popcorn, and small beers alike. The second show has to be the second show. Thanks to Zhou Rui's lagging AA approach, everyone has put aside their worries about their wallets for the time being. Zhou Rui, sing one, just came in. Everyone coaxed Zhou Rui to sing. The day of the mobilization meeting on the shock they still remember. Tong Xian directly held up the microphone and ran all the way over. But Zhou Rui waved his hand and said, "You guys sing first. I'll go get some more snacks and chips or something." Worried that Zhou Rui had drunk too much, Lu Xiubo got up and said, "I'll join you." Zhou Rui just did not feel much dizziness. This moment came to where all ghosts and wolves K/T/V, all of a sudden some head. But fortunately Lu Xiubo timely helped a hand. "You guys, the drinking capacity is also average." Zhou Rui laughed. "I haven't practiced this yet. You'll see later. Drink over all of you." The corners of Lu Xiubo's mouth tugged a little, and he smiled without saying anything. While picking out snack chips, Zhou Rui said, "How effective is Uncle Lu's medicine?" Lu Xiubo solemnly said, "There is an effect. Although he still wants to find wine to drink, but will not be as hysterical as before. I stared at him every day, must take the medicine. The internet is a little bit worse. Fast, if a month will be able to stop the medicine." Zhou Rui nodded and said, "That's good. The medicine is my father brought from the deep city. Can't get too much at a time. Your side is not enough, remember to say to me in time. This thing is most taboo, a burst of eating, a burst of not eating. Must continue to take the medicine, one step at a time." The touch in Lu Xiubo's heart could not be attached, but he who was not good with words just nodded heavily. Back in the box again. It was already haunted inside as well. If the sea can bring back. Ahem. My. Listen. The sound of the sea crying. He said in the storm. This pain is nothing. No technique. All accompaniment. Bass is all talk. Treble is all roar. Especially under Zhou Rui's absolute musicality, hearing. It was simply a large-scale disaster scene. Chourai picked a seat and was soon caught again. Zhou Rui sing a song. Zhou Rui sang 2 of Zhou Dong's songs, and although it was not as good as Li Wenxian, it was still a crane in the air here. "I'm afraid that you'll have no one to break your heart and wipe your tears." Several of the girls were mesmerized, gazing in fascination at the figure in the white shirt. If high school is a dream, then I'm afraid Zhou Rui is the prince of the dream in the hearts of most of the girls in class 7. It's just that this prince appeared a little late. Are almost graduated before the emergence of a new force? Before never feel Zhou Rui how to shine. And now, they have been able to only watch from afar. Boys are affected by hormones. Aren't girls? It's just a little more subtle. Unfortunately, more yearning, at this point in time can only be turned into regret. Soon they will be separated from the sky and the south. And Zhou Rui this name, and this hazy throbbing, destined to only exist in the bottom of their hearts. Hide a few years, until forgotten. Zhou Rui sang vigorously without realizing that he was shaping someone else's memories, and said to Zhang Xian, who was in charge of ordering songs, "Order me a favorite." Zhang Xian operated at once, then said blankly, "There is no such song. Is it cheat love? Underscore. The time passed quickly and it was already 2 a.m. During the period one after another a lot of people went home. Some are parents to pick up. Some are Zhou Rui arranged to leave together. Try to have a care. On the jukebox system, the pending songs have reached a horrifying 136, which won't be finished until tomorrow morning. Hell knows who ordered it. Young and sleepy, along with the effects of alcohol, many of them had already leaned against the corners of the box and drifted off to sleep. No matter how much those conspicuous packs who insist on howling wolves scream, they can't wake up. Seeing this formation, Zhou Rui shakily rubbed his face, then went to the front desk. There weren't many people in the K/T/V at this point, and the silence in the hallway was especially valuable. He was going to open another box next door for those who wanted to rest and move somewhere. When he returned, he saw Tong Xian standing alone outside the corridor, looking at him with drunken eyes. 2 long, subtly fleshy legs stirred together and leaned against the wall, unable to look away. Zhou Rui rubbed his eyes and wondered, "What's wrong? Want to go?" Tong Xian shook her head and bit her lip. "No, come to you." Zhou Rui sobered up for a few minutes, and only then did he notice the way Tong Xian was looking at him. It's almost brushed. Tong Xian with a slightly drunken breath. Suddenly an arm around Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui thought she was not standing steadily. Hand unconsciously also helped. The back is smooth and slightly hot to the touch. Before he could come to lament, Zhou Rui was pushed into the unoccupied box next door with a hand. The two stumbled and fell right onto the couch. Tong Xian was on top, her eyes burning. This posture directly let Zhou Rui fire upward, heart across, reached out to hold the lightly trembling bunny. If you now say it is a misunderstanding, it is still not too late. Tong Xian bit her lip, then unbuttoned in front of Zhou Rui. Unbridled release his talent. Zhou Rui propped up his body. I don't talk about friends, only. Tong Xian leaned down and kissed Zhou Rui before saying, don't say it. I know. I just want to have no regrets. She is no longer confused about her life. It was not out of gratitude, nor was it an extravagant request for anything. She just wanted to take that admiration and turn it into something practical. On this particular day, the sound of a sizzle, the scrape of a leather couch, it's all hidden in the 2 a.m. night, before the guy next door realizes it. There are some guys that are already one step ahead in life. Chapter 73, Begonia Red in June. A meal that lasted from 6 until after 9. It can be a lot of booze, and I can't tell you how many cases of beer have been consumed. While there have been no unconscious ones yet, quite a few have been completely liberated from their natural instincts. Some people hugged and cried. Some people hooked up, and at the end of the day, even a dozen or so boys who didn't know what they were talking about suddenly started holding hands and singing Friends. That's embarrassing. Uniquely awkward for this night. Zhou Rui also had 7 drunkenness, clapped his hands and said, don't sing here. The next box have complained. Let's go to K/T/V. Dozens of people out of the box, in front of the Qingcheng restaurant to meet, while Zhou Rui went to the front desk. He was the organizer of the party, but did not arbitrarily choose to treat, although he can totally afford it. Teenage girls are mostly sensitive when it comes to money, and pretending to treat yourself isn't a good option or conducive to class unity. Zhou Rui said today he came to pay the bill first. After the total will be sent to the group everyone AA. Of course, if the number is too outrageous, he might discount the total before sending it out to the group. After all, the restaurant and the K/T/V are the places he picks, and each family's financial situation is not quite the same. Maturity. Not being big-headed, but really taking care of everyone's emotions. A meal with food and wine. For dozen people only 3,000 yuan. The boss saw a student party also discounted. The average per capita less than 60. Yes, it's a good deal. Mostly it's the alcohol. Otherwise a small county get-together in 09 would probably be less than $40 per person. But ad singing is different. The drinks over there are more expensive. Zhou Rui is ready to turn back or manually give the students a discount, and then let them AA. While paying, Tong Xian, who had come out of the restroom, curiously came over, and the smell of alcohol, with its aroma, drilled into Zhou Rui's nostrils. Zhou Rui covered the bill and laughed. What are you looking at? I'll just send it to the group later. Then pushed straight at Tong Xian's back to drive her away. Tong Xian felt the warm and broad palm behind her, and said with a 3-point drunkenness, show me. Zhou Rui drove away Tong Xian, swiped his card for the bill, and caught up with the large group. A small percentage left on that note. Not all parents allow their children to sing, especially if it's an all-nighter, and some will tag along but leave early. 30 or so people arrived at the backstreet K/T/V, a block away. As the only mass-market K/T/V in Xinhua County, the business here is very hot, and they even met other senior students from Qinghano, one middle school who came out to party. Other classes may be lacking in organization. The arrangement is not as proper as Zhou Rui, and there are even more than a dozen people crowded in a small box. The 7th class is more powerful. Zhou Rui booked the largest Supreme 888 private room. The cards directly pull full. Fruit plates, popcorn, and small beers alike. The second show has to be the second show. Thanks to Zhou Rui's lagging AA approach, everyone has put aside their worries about their wallets for the time being. Zhou Rui, sing one, just came in. Everyone coaxed Zhou Rui to sing. The day of the mobilization meeting on the shock they still remember. Tong Xian directly held up the microphone and ran all the way over. But Zhou Rui waved his hand and said, you guys sing first. I'll go get some more snacks and chips or something. Worried that Zhou Rui had drunk too much, Lu Xiubo got up and said, I'll join you. Zhou Rui just did not feel much dizziness. This moment came to where all ghosts and wolves K/T/V, all of a sudden some head, but fortunately Lu Shubwa timely help a hand. You guys, the drinking capacity is also average. Zhou Rui laughed. I haven't practiced this yet. You'll see later. Drink over all of you. The corners of Lu Shubwa's mouth tugged a little, and he smiled without saying anything. While picking out snack chips, Zhou Rui said, how effective is Uncle Lu's medicine? Lu Shubwa solemnly said, there is an effect. Although he still wants to find alcohol to drink, but it will not be as hysterical as before. I keep an eye on him every day that he must take medication. Checked online. Fast. A month will be able to stop the medication. Zhou Rui nodded and said, that's good. The medicine is my father brought from the deep city. Can't get too much at a time. Your side is not enough, remember to say to me in time. This thing is most taboo, a burst of eating, a burst of not eating. Must continue to take the medicine. One step at a time. The touch in Lu Shubwa's heart could not be attached, but he who was not good with words just nodded heavily. Back in the box again. It was already haunted inside as well. If the sea could bring back. Ahem. My. Listen. The sound of the sea crying. He said in the storm. This pain is nothing. No technique. All accompaniment. Bass is all talk. Treble is all roar. Especially under Zhou Rui's absolute musicality, hearing. It was simply a large-scale disaster scene. Chourai picked a seat and was soon caught again. Zhou Rui sing one. Sing a song. Zhou Rui sang two of Zhou Dong's songs, and although it was not as good as Li Wenxian, it was still a crane in the air here. I'm afraid that you'll have no one to break your heart and wipe your tears. Several of the girls were mesmerized, gazing in fascination at the figure in the white shirt. If high school is a dream, then I'm afraid Zhou Rui is the prince of the dream in the hearts of most of the girls in class 7. It's just that this prince appeared a little late. Are almost graduated before the emergence of a new force? Before never feel Zhou Rui how to shine. And now, they have been able to only watch from afar. Boys are affected by hormones. Aren't girls? It's just a little more subtle. Unfortunately, more yearning, at this point in time can only be turned into regret. Soon they will be separated from the sky and the south. And Zhou Rui this name, and this hazy throbbing, destined to only exist in the bottom of their hearts. Hide a few years, until forgotten. Zhou Rui sang vigorously without realizing that he was shaping someone else's memories, and said to Zhang Xin, who was in charge of ordering songs, order me a favorite. Zhang Xin operated at once, then said blankly, there is no such song. Is it cheat love? Underscore. The time passed quickly and it was already 2 in the morning. During the period one after another a lot of people went home. Some are parents to pick up. Some are Zhou Rui arranged to leave together. Try to have a care. On the jukebox system, the pending songs have reached a horrifying 136, which won't be finished until tomorrow morning. Hell knows who ordered it. Young and sleepy, along with the effects of alcohol, many of them had already leaned against the corners of the box and drifted off to sleep. No matter how much those conspicuous packs who insist on howling wolves scream, they can't wake up. Seeing this formation, Zhou Rui shakily rubbed his face, then went to the front desk. There weren't many people left in the K/T/V at this point, and the silence in the hallway was especially valuable. He was going to open another box next door for those who wanted to rest and move somewhere. When he returned, he saw Tong Xian standing alone outside the corridor, looking at him with drunken eyes. Two long, subtly fleshy legs stirred together and leaned against the wall, unable to look away. Zhou Rui rubbed his eyes and wondered, what's wrong? Want to go? Tong Xian shook her head and bit her lip. No, come to you. Zhou Rui sobered up for a few minutes, and only then did he notice the way Tong Xian was looking at him. It's almost brushed. You're, Tong Xian with a slightly drunken breath, suddenly an arm around Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui thought she was not standing steadily, hand unconsciously also helped. The back is smooth and slightly hot to the touch. Before he had time to lament, Zhou Rui was pushed into the unoccupied box next door with a hand. The two stumbled and fell right onto the couch. Tong Xian was on top, her eyes burning. This posture directly let Zhou Rui fire up. Heart across, if you now say it is a misunderstanding, it is still not too late. Tong Xian bit her lip, then unbuttoned it in front of Churi. Zhou Rui propped up his body. I don't talk about friends, only. Tong Xian leaned down and kissed Zhou Rui before saying, don't say it. I know. I just want to have no regrets. She was no longer confused about her life. It was not out of gratitude, nor was it an extravagant request for anything. She just wanted to take that admiration and turn it into something practical. On this particular day, hidden in the 2 a.m. night, before the guy next door realizes it, there are some guys that are already one step ahead in life.